any door. Serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe. Serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door. Serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe. Serving body, hair, and face.
Number one in the street, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. Bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. Then I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so good, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang,
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking in my ear, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black, strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite, if you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look.
You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I'm don't tolerate wasted time. You take us down, keep fighting.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
We will stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back.
Moria, this might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backside. Shizo.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Jay goes in.
It looks good. The RWM onto Spider Mouse. They need to get rid of this engagement tool. Final Slash pushes Vex underneath the turn, but he flickers all the way out. So Buck might actually die. Pops the Winds of Nature just in time, so the crossbow tag doesn't kill him. And now Rinder's absolutely doesn't connect on anyone, but it's Lord JM and as well as KZ all by himself. Lacency finds one. Lord JM flickers out of the Appraiser's round. Final Slash into Jay. And it's going to be KZ who finds one. Looks for a second as Vex chases down Lord GM. Hold.
Evil's icon calling the shots.
Yeah, I mean, they're guaranteed to lose that top side. RWM being traded on both sides. Subway's getting a little smooth, unfortunately. Unable to expel that enough. Has to use the Rage Slash to get on out of there. But the Final Slash coming in back from Evil's icons to turn it around. Doma is already gone. They lose a majority of their damage. But 3 members of Team SMG have already lost.
Wants to set up, and they're going to lose this Lord. And at least they didn't lose more members, unless... Oh no, Miko!
Well, they've already got the kick. I mean, the vengeance is keeping Veldora alive as long as possible. Sasa, one more tick was going to take him out. He ends up dying regardless. Miko gets his immortality pop. Sasa is still trapped in the corner, but the rest of the team has covered for him. Body blocked, in a matter of fact, willing to sacrifice a wave down.
It's a beautiful go away. Chipu going to be zoned down. Now Nibiru's passion coming through. RRQ losing Chipu in the process. Sword finds away the dragon, knocking Fersing back onto the bundles right now as he gets immobilized. And Anif is massive. Anif now jumping in, finding another. It's a double for Anif, making a triple kill as Banana is the only one standing. Team SMB would have gone wiped out. Well, that's just unfortunate, and now they have a man advantage. Sasa just wailing away at this Lord.
Yep, he's penetrating multiple people. Feather Airstrike looking up in the lethal counter, committed onto the kills, and not actually the 50-50. He's getting low, and now it's going to be Sasa. He takes one, but it's Doma who steals away the Lord in time. Sasa wins out that fight, but this one, a triple kill for Sasa. It looks great. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series brought to you by Samsung Galaxy. I'm going to be your table host today. My name is Gideon Q, and today with me, we've got two of the very best here on the analyst desk just to keep you guys company and also tell you all the insights. It's Terrence, Icy Baby 1-2, and as well as Renmar on the desk. How you feeling about yesterday's games?
I'm feeling good, man, and I like we're rocking the reds here. We're looking pretty fine today.
Yeah, man. Oh, there's a Snapdragon red.
Yeah, I'm honored as well because Gideon said like, hey, we're the best here. I'm like, yeah.
Oh, thank you, Gideon.
You know, it hits the sweet spot right now.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I say that to absolutely everybody.
Okay.
But with regards to the Snapdragon Pro Series so far, the competition has been extremely tough, but yet we still have another set of 5 games today that we're going to be going through to predetermine who's going to be trying to at least qualify. We will see more qualification mats, so let's show the tournament calendar. Boys, if you don't know about it, the Open Finals is already concluded, but today here at the Challenge season, between the 24th all the way to the 26th, we're going to take a little bit of a break for Hari Raya Haji. For those of you who don't know, it's a religious holiday for a majority of Southeast Asians, but after that, on the 30th all the way to the 2nd of July, the competition will resume, and finally, this qualification is just for a chance to get into the Challenge Finals group stage, which is happening 17th of July to 19th of July. And boys, do you have any favorites looking to come into the Challenge Finals?
I'm feeling Filipino teams, you
know.
Of
course you are.
I'm sorry.
I'm feeling Malaysian team, bro.
Boo! Patriotism at its finest. Just in case you guys don't know about the Snapdragon Pro Series, let me talk about the tournament format. We're already done with the Open Qualifiers and the Open Finals, which was a deadly Swiss 6. But now we go over to the Challenge season, which is basically the same thing. 4 teams that have qualified from the Open Finals will play in an almost Swiss 6 format, but instead it is called the GSL groups. The idea, you win twice, you move on. You lose twice, you're out of the tournament, but there is still a final decider group, and only the top 2 of them will make it to the Challenge Finals, which is a whole different format. The idea is to keep as many teams in as possible, and only the best move on.
We have invited teams from all around the world, from other countries here in the Southeast Asian MLBB circuit. We have the teams coming in here from Challenge season. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of teams. It's packed.
Yeah, there's so many teams to come. I haven't even introduced all of them. We've seen a good majority, but not every single one of them. Just in case you guys are still confused about what exactly the tournament format is still going to be as we move on, don't worry. We've got a video explaining it all for you guys.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 tournament. I'm ICBaby12, and I'll be your guide through this trading journey. We're in the midst of the challenge season where the competition is fierce and the stakes are high. But let's rewind a bit and recap the journey so far. In the Open Finals, 32 teams battled it out in a grueling 6-day Swiss format. After intense matches, only 4 teams emerged victorious and secured their spots in the challenge season. Congratulations to these exceptional teams. Alongside these winners, we have invited 12 elite teams from the MPL representing Southeast Asia's finest talents from Indonesia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, and Cambodia. This brings our total number of teams to 16. Now, let's fast forward to the heart of the challenge season. The remaining 16 teams will face off in a thrilling GSL-style double elimination bracket over 6 days. But before the battle begins, we have an exciting group drawing session.
Is none other than Team Bigatron Alpha from Indonesia.
These 16 teams will be divided into 4 groups, each consisting of 4 teams. Here's where it gets interesting. Teams who win 2 consecutive matches in their respective groups will straight away advance to the Challenge Finals, showcasing their skills in the ultimate showdown. But wait, we haven't forgotten about the second place teams. They will have a chance to qualify by competing in the decider group known as Group E. The top 2 teams from Group E will also secure their spots in the Challenge Finals, making a total of 6 teams competing for their championship. So, to summarize, 16 teams are battling it out in the challenge season. The 4 teams who win 2 consecutive matches from their group and the top 2 teams from the decider group will advance to the highly anticipated challenge finals. Get ready to witness mind-blowing plays, intense strategies, and epic moments as these teams leave everything on the battlefield. Thank you for joining us today. Stay tuned for the adrenaline-pumping action of Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3.
Boys and girls, that's just the format. At the end of the day, everybody is looking for an opportunity to make it to the challenge finals, or at least the challenge season, because that's when the big payout starts to occur. Have a look at what these players are going to be playing for. The prize pool is 150,000 USD.
Yeah, that's a lot of money on the line as well. And of course, they are going to be competing for this prize pool in the challenge finals, which is going to be happening in Jakarta, with first place walking away with $65,000. So a lot of money is on the line. However, in the challenge season, things are going to be a little bit spicy because they are not competing for any sort of money at all. So they are trying to qualify for this and then hit with this segment.
Redmar, what would you do with 65,000 USD?
Find a way to double it, triple it, and more.
Oh, what a grinder here.
No.
I'll probably lose all of it, though.
I know what he would do. He would ask the girl out just now.
Hey.
You know, like we had this integration. Like she said, hey, she thought a girl was cute. You know, $65,000 could help you out a little bit. How was that?
Hey, guess what? Guess what? Nobody asked. With that being said here, the tournament has been extremely intense thus far. And more importantly, so we're seeing some of the bigger teams. And luckily, we don't have to blame two of our talents that we have here at the ESL studio. We can't blame them any further because the group draw was done by somebody else. So again, at least we're not getting our Instagrams taken off the map for the time
It's Flava. It's Flava. Sorry, what? Huh?
But in case you guys don't know, let's have a look at the groups to keep you guys up to date with the current brackets right now, because we're going to be talking about Group B here in the GSL bracket. So far, we've seen SMG and RRQ take their first loss this time around.
Yeah, if you didn't see yesterday's action, it was 2-0s across the board, some unforgettable performances as well. You see there, EVOS and Homeboys are going to be fighting it out for the challenge final slot in the Group B, which is essentially Indonesia versus Malaysia. Ghani started the scoreboard. Now it's 1-1. Indo and Malaysia, and now we're going to be seeing which one of those two teams are going to qualify for the challenge finals first.
Look, I'm not going to lie, I was hoping not to bring that up again, but look, I was waiting for maybe Ghani to kind of defend himself next coming round. But we're going to be looking at Group C as well. They have not started their competition. We've got Blacklist, Aura Fire. We've also got Alter Ego as well as BTR. I'm surprised that we got 3 Indonesians in one group, but that's just how the draw works sometimes.
No, you know, this is what we call an Indonesian sauce sandwich, man. And at the same time, to be honest, based on this brackets here, Aura Fire seems to be pretty stacked against Blacklist, considering they came from the Challenge Opens, and now Blacklist is obviously their first runner-up for MSC, so they do have a lot of credibility to actually take this W. So I would say that will be the favorites here coming from that matchup. But for Alter Ego and BTR, that's something that I think is going to be quite intense if you think about it.
I mean, there's more context that we're going to start giving out, because Blacklist, they're not running the same roster, and Aura Fire and BTR are looking kind of good in recent tournaments. But let's have a look at the next group we're going to be checking out. It's going to be Group D with CFU versus Dewa United, RSGPH versus Yudu Red Giants. Again, these games, they're going to be intense, and I've heard some good things about the lineup about RSGPH. Am I right, Renmar?
Oh yeah, it's going to be a comeback. The boys are running it back. The MSC winning lineup for RSGPH is what they're fielding here in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Yudu Red Giants, I'll be honest, I'm looking forward to knowing more about them. They've also have some Filipino imports there, but CFU versus Dewa, they're going to be playing later on. Of course, CFU, we know them to be the runner-ups of MPL Cambodia, and Dewa United, an interesting story surrounding that team, but I'm pretty sure there's going to be more about that later on.
Yeah, for short context, I mean, it's supposed to be GPX, but then GPX had to bow out, and now Dewa takes their place with 3 of the members from GPX moving. Oh, sorry, I might be wrong about that. I think it's 2 of the members, 1 not confirmed just yet. We like to keep the suspense available and put into Dewa. And Terrence, we've seen this team before. We've seen them play, but let's show the schedule, and maybe we could talk about it a little bit more, because starting off with match number 1 is Alter Ego versus Bigatron Alpha, Blacklist International versus Aura Fire, EVOS Icon versus Homeboy, CFU Gaming versus Dewa United Esports. But let's talk about Dewa for a little bit. You've seen this team before, Terrence.
You know, Daewoo United, they do have a lot of capabilities to actually like go really, really far, but they made a couple of mistakes during the Open Finals as well here and there. Maybe a little bit of miscommunications. So it's just a little bit unfortunate considering the fact that Daewoo United were pretty stacked against top 2 MPL teams. I would say it's top MPL teams right from the get-go for them to be eliminated, but at the same time, this is pretty much a second chance, and the GPX as well is going to take a little bit more time for them to gel. Fortunately for them, it is going to be going up against CFU Gaming.
Yep, for sure, for sure. And I don't know about you, Remar. I like consistent teams. Looking at the lineup so far, based on the matches, which are you excited for? Are you looking for a consistent team? Are you looking for an explosive team?
Oh, after yesterday's action, I want to see explosiveness. I want to see action straight out of the gate. We set it up yesterday in this kind of tournament format. You really can't hold back. You want to get those 2 wins as quickly as possible. So I'm looking at Evil Icon versus Homeboys.
I knew it. I knew it. I was going to call you out on this one for sure. That's going to be a really exciting game, and it is a qualification match. Whoever wins that match will immediately get a slot in the challenge season. So keep that in mind. The challenge season is where it's going to be super important. For the time being, we've got a very first match today. Alter Ego up against Bigatron Alpha. Walk me through this right now, because I know Mirko by the caster's desk is already very happy to get into the details about Bigatron Alpha. So we got to talk about Alter Ego just to put him in his place just a little bit.
Oh man, Alter Ego.
You know, to be honest, when it comes to Alter Ego, right? Yesterday we had a previous match as well. They were one of the few teams besides this tournament as well that they took a W against RRQ 2-1. And when it came to that situation, it feels like, hey, RRQ seems to be in a situation where they're struggling a little bit more. So it feels like Aura, I would say Alter Ego has a little bit more capabilities and discipline to actually overcome this. And at the same time, I don't know, Bigatron Alpha, just to make Mirko's life a little bit miserable, I think they're very, very shaky.
Oh, no, I'm on the Bigatron hype train.
Okay,
I'm siding with Mirko there. They're undefeated in another tournament going on right now.
That's a good point that you're bringing up, Remar, but I got a little graphic to show you guys. Top 3 teams that are coming in from yesterday. Do you think Bigatron Alpha is going to be able to take any one of those out, or are you thinking like you're just looking for even ground here?
I'm gonna wait and see first. We haven't seen them in action yet, although we've been hearing some good things about Bigatron. Alter Ego, we know, has a history of being able to surprise. Even though it may look like they're out for the count, suddenly they'll find a way to come back. And actually, there's a little bit of a history between these 2 teams, which I'm willing to share later on.
Ooh, we're gonna have to hold off on that. Let's quickly start looking about yesterday's teams and checking out, you know, the top 3. What's going on there? How did they get to the point that they are at right now? Because again, we saw some great plays, a lot of it just coming around EXP laners.
Oh yeah, it was a great day for EXP laners. You see there, Lord JM actually won the most votes for plays of the day. It was not only an R-Lot day, it was an XP laner day. It started off as an R-Lot day.
It was so hot though. It was so very hot.
You know, in this place as well, like I would agree that both Cheese Tree plays from the plays yesterday was really, really good in particular, but Lord JM demonstrated himself. He's got the mechanical skills to actually outdo opponents and set up for his team. In this case, his R-Lot plays was able to stop multiple times for his team to actually win out the games. But personally, I have a very, very soft spot for the Malaysian team here. In this particular Chibi, in this play where he just completely one-shots the opponent here, and it was just crazy. Sin was just completely destroyed in that play, and because of that, Homeboys was able to take a W against RRQ.
I mean, to be fair, I think Sin probably underestimated how much damage Farmis was doing. I was like, you know what? I got Flicker. I already rolled forward. I can tank this. Bonk.
Yeah, in 2 abilities, he went from 100% to 75% to 0.
It's not the funnest thing to feel in the world, but hey, when your resources are blown, especially Winds of Nature, there is no guarantee. You just gotta hope for the best and maybe use your Flicker once in a while. I don't think that's going to happen today. I feel like everybody has just been trying to like get into the Snapdragon, or at the very least try to make sure that they can move over into the LAN. Guys, ticket sales, they are going out fast. Only Legend tickets are left right now. So you got to be quick. You got to be fast. Don't forget that it's only 20,000 rupiah. And you're thinking, my God, 20,000, that's a lot of money. Just do the conversion. It'll make a lot more sense. Just hop onto the link down below and it will make even more sense. And don't forget, even if you are like, you know what, 20,000 is still too much for me, join our raffle then, where you can win the tickets and an exclusive t-shirt, all of which is on the ESL.gg website. That's all you gotta do. So thank you so much, Snapdragon. This is
quite the event, right? From what it used to be of like tier 2s trying to beat tier 1s, and now we're coming to a point where this is starting to become a truly international staple.
Yeah, you could say in here with Snapdragon Pro Series, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, this is where winning matters, especially with all the games that we have.
Exactly, with this chipset as well, the games that is happening right now, it's all because of the Snapdragon here. So it makes sure the games kind of perform at the best of the best. And on top of it all, Gideon, I must say that today is going to be a very, very crazy game because I'm extremely nervous. I feel extremely offended because you didn't ask me what I think about today's matches, man.
Because I know
like
you were going to talk about it.
I was getting excited about it.
I mean, why are you excited about Alter Ego versus Bigatron Alpha then?
I'm not excited about this match.
See, a lot of nitpicking here. People talk so much smack until they're put on the spot. But fair enough, personally, I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup. It's not like we haven't seen Alter Ego face off against Bigatron. And again, these are very... I would like to believe different lineups, but there are slight tweaks overall.
Okay,
and I mean, for a large majority of the time, you know, at least for Bigatron Alpha, I feel like, you know, the old age of Bigatron Alpha, or some may even say the golden age, has kind of passed and the new generation is stepping in.
Yeah, and this new generation is looking good based off of everything that Mirko has been preaching to us the past few days. And yeah, the thing I wanted to share here and why I'm especially excited for this, other than seeing a few roster tweaks in action here, it's the history between these two teams. Let's bring it back to April 5, wherein Bigatron Alpha was eliminated by Alter Ego in the first round of the MPL ID playoffs. So it's like a bit of a revenge match going on here.
I like that. I like that a lot. Bit of history between the two. Whether you're a Bigatron fan or an Alter Ego fan, I think it's about time that we start to show you the lineups for each one of these teams, just to make sure that you guys are not missing a beat here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. Let's pull them up. Let's show the lineups. So let's talk about Alter Ego for a quick second. We got Pi, Selly Boy, Udil, Nino, and as well as Arasi. How you feeling about the lineup so far? They haven't really changed too much since the last time we saw them.
You know, personally, I think that I was expecting Rek to be playing here coming from Alter Ego. I was expecting them to try and prioritize the mid lane control, but considering that now they're having this roster coming in, it feels like they are going to try something a little bit different in terms of macro aspect, especially in the starting lanes, playing around both Pi as well as Nino. So I guess they are going to shift a little bit more control onto its side lanes rather than the mid lane a little bit more. Or it could be different as well, depending on how Bigatron plays.
I think a lot of it just comes down to the draft. I think we described Alter Ego as potentially following in the footsteps or the discipline of Blacklist International, correct, Renmar?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And here for Alter Ego especially, as a Filipino and remembering the past Alter Ego performances I've seen, Shelly Boy has a special place in my heart, and I always love seeing him play, honestly. And I'm looking forward to seeing him pop off in this series.
I love it, but it's time. If this is Alter Ego, check out Bigatron Alpha. Here's the lineup for Bigatron Alpha with Surizo, Supercam, Moreno, Saken, and Supervin. I'm going to throw the first question over to you, Renmar, because again, teach me the gospel that Mirko has praised upon you.
Mirko has told me multiple times, yo, these are my boys! It's a bird! It's a plane! No, it's Supercan. His jungle performance here is what we're going to be looking at. He is the beating heart of Bigatron Alpha, but that doesn't mean he's the only guy you're going to have to watch out for here. We're looking at Moreno and his performance at the mid lane and how well he's going to be able to do here. And Saken, how well is he going to be playing the gold lane? Same role as CW, not exactly the same CW play style. Can Saken step it up today?
Oh, here's the thing. Even though I want to see him step it up, let's not forget about Supervin here. Moving on from RRQ to Bigatron Alpha, I think a lot of questions need to be answered here.
You know, when it comes to Supervin as well, he has demonstrated that he is a very solid mid lane mage here, but at the same time, can he gel with the team? So far, he has shown a lot of discipline with Bigatron Alpha himself, but the question here is, are they adaptable? Because at the same time, Alter Ego looks pretty solid considering that another tournament as well, they were able to take a W off RRQ, and that was a big morale booster. And for day number 2, it feels like they are riding on this momentum coming to this game. So it might be able to actually overcome it as well, because when you put your mind to it, willpower wins games, bro.
I don't know. I don't know.
Morale wins games.
I don't know. You can have as much willpower in the world, but if you got 22 kids with 16-year-olds with bats against a silverback gorilla, I'm pretty sure that family ain't going to help you in that particular situation, no matter how pumped up you're going to be. But let's not forget that RRQ hasn't been exactly performing the way that we expect them to overall. Yeah. But what about you guys at home? What is your Snapdragon match prediction? So you can cast your votes on Twitch itself. You're going to see ours in a little bit and see whether who do you align, which of the talents you align with, or maybe you're just that much smarter. I am curious, though, what some of your predictions are going to be.
It's pretty apparent, right? Who's I'm going to be voting for it. Just to make sure that Mirko, you point the camera to Mirko right now. Look at his face. Look at his face, please. Production. Look at Mirko's face. Look at him. He knows what I'm going to say. He knows BTR is the GOAT. But I'm going to say Alter Ego is the boss today. Oh! Alter Ego just slapped RRQ yesterday.
I could see the displeasure on his face.
Right.
It's like a missionary going to the wrong country and be like, wait a minute. This is not what I wanted to predict here. But let's show our predictions up on screen. Let's have a look. I want to get some confirmation here whether this is actually true, because I'm thinking that it's going to be Bigatron Alpha 2-0. You think it's a 2-1? A little controversial here considering what your opinions were. And Remar 2-1 agreeing with Terrence.
Yeah, again, it's the fact that as a Filipino and the performances of Alter Ego we've received in the past, I cannot deny the fact that there is a strong possibility Alter Ego will be able to take a game out of this. And of course, considering their run in the MPL Indonesia playoffs, threatening run, the team that you really cannot count out. I'm not counting out them taking one, but again, I'm a convert to the hype train of Bigatron. Bigatron's still gonna take it.
Hey man, like as much as I wanna hate on BTR, I think they're a better team. I know it's controversial, but I'm pretty sure Mirko bribed production to change my votes right there to make sure that BTR is gonna win. My prediction has been pretty spot on yesterday so far as well.
I can confirm that he did not pay those bribes. You are just following the true character of Alter Ego. 2 personalities in one. What can I say? You know, you're just following. It's on brand. It's on brand for all Alter Ego fans. It makes sense when they vote against their team. It's all part of the bid.
Yeah. It is.
We gotta flip the side, man. Sometimes you gotta, well, the other team to make sure they lose. You know, we've gotta curse them at times, man.
I don't know about the curses exactly, because I think the only people who've been successfully able to do that is Lafell and Mirko.
He's not here.
And they're not here to cast their votes. We'll probably get their opinions.
That's why Mirko is here.
Look,
he's playing BTR, man.
We will get
he's gonna
their
flip it.
opinions later, right? For now, we have 10 seconds before the draft actually begins. And what are we expecting here? Because again, BTR, I don't know who's gonna be playing what. I don't know the hero pools down to a team. Mirko probably knows a little bit more about this, but I think at the end of the day, they are a creative team. And it already reflects in their draft before they even get into the game.
Yeah, Vin and KYY actually, although we saw Vin in the lineup and he's going to be the one playing, they usually switch roles. That's one of the flexible spots about BTR here. Their mid-roam switch. They do have similar hero pools though, so Vin has a chance of going, of course, for the usual setup tanks or maybe even the more surprising, what we call them as the mage enchanter type roamers as well.
You know, personally, I think BTR, they are going to play around Super Ken in particular when it comes to jungle role as well, just because of the fact that, hey, the meta is all tank junglers, tank junglers, tank junglers, but when it comes to playing against BTR, they have the flexibility to kind of play assassins for him. So that is something that I'm actually looking forward to because of the fact that Alter Ego, even though they bond as a team, they have those kind of disciplined plays, but the question here is, are they good at playing macro in terms of split push potential? So I feel like Bigatron has that option, considering that now that they are second pick, they can kind of gauge how the first pick is going to be looking like.
Yeah, macro split push. Definitely have to watch out for that. One thing we're going to watch out for is a pick that I'm surprised was fairly successful yesterday. Will Alter Ego, especially Nino, play Melissa? Melissa's been really great so far.
I think Melissa has been doing a lot better compared to some of the other marksmen. Juan in particular, overall in internationals, has been having the greatest win rate overall. But again, the bans tell a lot of the story, right? It gives a lot of an idea of where the heads are at. I'm glad to see that Arlott is banned. Hopefully we don't get a repeat of day number 1 where the EXP laners were making such a difference.
Yeah, and it's interesting that, of course, when you're playing up against a team that is known to use assassins in the jungle, even if you're in the first pick, of course you have to take away that Fanny. It's just a high risk, especially considering that Alter Ego wants to set up Nino for success as much as possible. Taking the Fanny away would be a great choice. Meanwhile, BTR says, Arlott was hot yesterday. We sort of don't want to give that as a first pick, but we also don't want to risk giving up the vision and the utility and, of course, the late game damage of a Novaria.
I feel like because they're denying the vision that they want to play a composition that's a little bit more engage heavy, right? So maybe along the lines of banning out like an Enchanter melee, like Diggy I'm thinking about along the lines, maybe even like the big AoEs like Minotaur like we've seen before, but usually it depends on the Diggy ban.
No, I think Hayabusa is something that BTR would want to actually play around with that as well, even though we don't really bring it out much. And when it comes to flanking as well as rotating side by side, or maybe even setting up a flank, Novara can be very, very detrimental. But I like how Alter Ego is drafting here, even though, yes, Fanny, Joy, obviously very standout pickups here, but seeing that Lancelot is also being topped up as well, these are all very targeted towards Super Can's flexibility to kind of flex all these heroes into as a jungle role. So Joy, even though, yeah, okay, Joy is pretty meta, blah, 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 but this ban coming from Alter Ego is very intended because of the fact that BTR can actually flex this Joy into jungle as well as XP.
I mean, we haven't even started talking about the relationship of farm is glue at this point in time, right? It's one or the other at this point, if not both get through. Fredrin! Alright, so they even get rid of the early flex pick from the side of Alter Ego. I mean, I can respect that, right? Teams that follow the discipline like Blacklist International, they play cool, calm, collected, and standard Mobile Legends with good communication, always like that early Fredrin pick.
Yeah. And now, because of how the bans went on Alter Ego, wouldn't be surprised if they decide to first pick a Kaja here. But then that means Bigatron would most likely go for the Valentina next up there. So it'll just be a decision for Alter Ego. Are we willing to give away potentially the Divine Judgment? Nope. They will pick up the Eve, something that they actually set up for during the banning phase, considering that they take away the Lancelot, the Joy, and the Fanny. They set up that Eve pick. So the question for BTR, are you going to bite the bait and immediately pick up a Kaja and Valentina?
I feel like Valentina is always good. Kaja or Franco, for me, interchangeable at this point.
Yeah, especially since it's Vin, and
that's the thing.
Vin's pretty iconic as a Franco.
Yeah.
Yeah, even though those are pretty standard pickups here, that I want to need a reminder as well. Kadita is also in the pool because we have seen teams kind of started ban first phase Kadita. So I guess BTR, they might be able to bring it up a win.
Great call.
There we go. Kadita, let's go.
I love it. I love it. The fact is that BTR are trying to make sure that they have options to shut down the Eve. They got the Claude, standard laner, and they got the Kadita to ensure. And we don't even know whether the Kadita is going into the roam position as well.
That's the thing, right? I think because Vin is playing coming from BTR, there is a very, very high possibility that this is going to be a double mage. So if because of the fact that Alter Ego and BTR, they kind of know each other from the Indonesian region, they might be baited out that expecting that this Kadita is going to be a roam and then eventually just forcing it into a mage role.
Yeah, I agree with that. Double mage in your Roman mid means that you have an insurance plan if ever Claude struggles in the early game, something that you can counter with damage in the early to mid so that the Claude can catch up. Alter Ego, they pick up with Leslie early on. So not used to seeing Leslie picked up, but I feel like Nino was just super confident in the matchup up against the Claude, and most importantly, considering that I think Alter Ego are also thinking what you're thinking in terms of the double mage, so that he said, okay, I'm gonna pick up a marksman that doesn't take too long to scale up.
I think Leslie here coming from Alter Ego is really smart because of the fact that it does two things. One, give you information on where the Kadita is going to be with just one ultimate, and also kind of stopping and preventing maybe BTR trying to go for an assassin-style jungler to kind of play this. So I guess this kind of benefits Alter Ego because of the fact that the true damage can... Oh no, they still force it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm surprised. But okay.
Here's the thing.
The confidence.
I agree with you that the information is going to be key, and I think even BTR are thinking about that. How do we deny information? We got rid of the Novaria, and now we actually have somewhat of a decent matchup down by the gold lane, right? Because still, Leslie is a very gold-hungry marksman. It takes a while before she gets to a point where she's like one-tapping people. So I like the fact that at least with BTR, they're looking to force things out, right? They're trying to force it early Divine Judgment. They're trying to force at least get that Leslie ult out as early as possible, and then get back into the fight. Now, knowing that it's going to be about engage and counter-engage, at least BTR, they're getting rid of the Akai.
Yeah, and it was one of the top junglers in my head that potentially Alter Ego could pick up. I was actually thinking that they decide and go to just ban the Ling right away so that there wouldn't be any other assassin in the board that could potentially match up with the Hayabusa. But now, just because this is how it's gone, I wouldn't be so surprised if Alter Ego doesn't picks up a jungle that isn't necessarily an assassin, but clears the jungle really fast. I'm thinking maybe Bauman might show up, considering that it also meshes well with an even Akaji in team fights.
Yeah, I like the Bauman call here because of the fact that currently, based on this head-to-head on the 3 heroes pickups coming from both sides, they're all very, very squishy. And it is actually favoring towards BTR a little bit more because Kadita, Hayabusa, and Cloud excels at cutting off backlines and currently denying these Akai, and if, and only if, they deny the Bauman as well, or maybe even a Martis, which is a pretty good shout as well. Alter Ego might be in a situation where they don't really have a very, very strong frontliner to actually kind of, I would say, make space for this Yves as Leslie.
I mean, if we're talking about frontliners, Euradus is going to get banned out. Somebody's going to pick up Glue. I think it's going to be BTR, and they're just getting rid of one of the matchups, right? Which forces Alter Ego to start thinking about like subsequent EXP laners that could actually go up against them. For an example, it could be the Benedetta. It really depends on the flavor of the month. Some people prefer the Benedetta. Other people prefer just the raw tank in general.
Yeah, both of these two teams actually just showed up some really squishy heroes. They will need to beef up on the side lanes. Yeah, you mentioned Glue. I agree with the Glue pickup here for BTR unless Alter Ego says, you want the Glue? Okay, we'll just take it out. But I feel like it's something that they can give. There are other options on the board right now. The Glue doesn't necessarily have to be the biggest threat. They say, you know what? Go ahead, pick the Glue. We'll take away the Lapu Lapu.
I think it's a little bit safe here for BTR to actually go for the Glue pickup just because of the fact that Alter Ego, if they decide to put the Faramis, where are they going to put it? Like, is this Yves, Kaja combo and a Faramis, like XP Faramis against a Glue?
More like,
it feels like it's very forced.
I think that it's either one of two options. Either it's they're not going to touch it at all, or they're going to throw Kaja into the jungle, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any other way to do it, but that's really pushing the envelope, right? It really depends on whether they can actually make it work. Terizla gets put in about wave clear. Again, that's why I said it depends on the player, right? Some people prefer the Terizla, other people are looking for the Benedetta, both of which kind of do with the same thing. You clear waves fast, you rotate as quick as possible, join the fight to make the impact. But now, last pick for Alter Ego. Where are we thinking about it? Because, I don't know, this one's a bit tough.
I'm thinking of the jungle.
Force picking the jungle Kaja is a little bit uncalled for. Yeah, Martis is going to be the safe one as well. I think BTR really drafted this very well because they are still having the options here. Hey, do we want to go double mage? Oh, do we want to play Faramis as well, which is something that they can play around with. Maybe flex it. The Faramis and the Roam here, Kadita Roam is pretty good as well. Just to kind of set up a precedent to kind of stop all these wombo combos, which in particular, I don't think Alter Ego can do too much unless they play around Selly Boy's Decimation. So they need this early power spikes for this Martis to actually pop off. But yeah, it is going to be a double mage coming from BTR.
That's a great setup here for BTR. Although it looks greedy in theory, and if it really works in practice, that's going to be a really quick snowball, and Saken is probably going to have more assists than he would have kills because the game will be over quickly if the Valentina and the Kadita can work well enough together to set up the Hayabusa to go in for the sweep kills. On the side of Alter Ego, though, I really like the Martis pickup because they added more control against a lineup that is, well, has a lot of mobility, so adding more control is good insurance.
All right, one word. Which team comp do you like the most? Is it Alter Ego? Is it Bigatron? Go, Renmar, starting off.
Soft spot in my heart. Oh, sorry. Kadita, BTR.
Okay.
I like the draw from BTR, but I want to spike him. Alter Ego.
Alter Ego, let's throw it to the casters to see what their opinions are going to be.
It's time for the chaos. Mirko, stop it with the magic.
Sorry.
Leo and Mirko here at your service. We're bringing you this best of 3, and both drafts made sense. Alter Ego kind of cornered when it came to those last few picks, but I'd say we're coming in with an even matchup. Not a clear win, at least when it comes to the laning phase, but boy oh boy, can BTR cut right through.
Bigatron Alpha doubled down on the burst composition they were already building in the first phase with that final Valentina pickup. They were utilizing the flex that we actually called out here, but again, it will all come down to how they're able to get this mid space for Super Ken to farm up until he's comfortable going for these picks on the side lanes.
As you can see in the early rotations, Rasi helping out Chelly Boy get ahead in terms of the jungle rotations, the clearing, the pathing, which led to an early take on the Little Wanderer. Chorizo, though, looking in.
Okay, that's going to be some damage placed onto him. Sully Boy still no decimation here. Is going to be an all-in onto Rasi, but Chorizo might just be caught. Super Ken picks up first blood, but it's traded over. That's the roamer for the XP. Worth it for Alter Ego.
That's right. And again, they don't call this the Chaos Derby for nothing. Besides the out-of-game shenanigans, even the action should come off the hinges. And this is one of the earlier first bloods, nay, trades that we've seen so far in the 2 days we've had of the SBS Challenge season. And again, the action don't stop, man. They just keep on going.
This is why they call it the Chaos Derby. I think you just mentioned it, but Bigatron Alpha and Alter Ego used to be, back in Season 5 all the way to Season 7, they were both very aggressive teams. They like to push on that tempo very early on, and we're kind of seeing that again with Hayabusa and a Martis in the jungle, and both of them just fighting for that mid-control.
And it's in that time frame that they were both hitting their stride.
Yes.
Right? BTR went to the Grand Finals. Alter Ego, prior to that, also hit the Grand Finals, went to the M-Series, and now Super Ken, gets one in. Rasi!
Oh, a lot of damage placed down, but Super Ken has to respect this. He isn't able to find a trade at all, and Alter Ego, with the efficient gameplay, able to trade and wait, react to the mistakes that Bigatron are making.
It was in their programming. That was a trade they were willing to make, even if there was going to be a kill off camera. It looks like Alter Ego understood as well, so they read right into the code. Not talking about this gold lane matchup. Later on, we can expect that, yes, the Leslie should be winning again, bursting down, Sakin on the Claude. But how safe is Nino going to be? Or rather, the opposite way, how definitely in trouble is he? Because look, you have the dive on Chorizo, the dive on Super Ken, even Vin and Moreno can actually get to him. Remember, yesterday we saw how awkward it can be for a Valentina to terrify you.
We've seen that happen multiple times before, but honestly for Alter Ego, I think they have already built a very good PL composition that has very good synergy with the Leslie. The Kaja, first of all, with the suppression, with the Divine Judgment. They also have the Terizla that can go and use the DPZ. Defensive penalty zone.
Yes, to protect Nino. There you go. If you know, you know. Check out MSC when you have the time. But now, looking at the XP lane, this is as dead lane as it gets. As a Terizla, the aforementioned DPZ can come out in a big team fight. But when you're fighting off against the glue, that's definitely something you just want to clear and rotate. Clear and rotate. I don't want any part of this. I'd be wasting my resources if I do force it. There's a pull.
Divine Judgment used up, but it's good rough waves by Vin. Now real world manipulation. Now both Sakin and Vin are pinned down. Vin should fall to the decimation. And yes, he does. Sullyboy picks the kill up. Sakin jumps back in with BMI, but he might fall next. Again, a little bit of a miscalculation from Sakin. Sullyboy massive in the first 3 minutes.
Oh, the 3 masks are going in, and that was 3 big rotation up top, putting Alter Ego to about 1,200 gold ahead. We're looking at Bigatron Alpha to kind of rubber band, but much faster, because again, this is Hayabusa. You want to snowball. You want to make the most of that previously known as high and dry Master Assassin emblem. And now look at the pull. An amazing 4-man presence here from Alter Ego.
Already read out. Super Vin is going to be there, but it's giving the real world manipulation from the side of Moreno. A double petrify on the back as Chorizo mounts up onto Sullyboy, brings him back for a shutdown to come through for Super Vin. Here, Chorizo just doing his job once again, zoning Pai and Udil away. Going to be chunked as he pops in a slam pass with Moreno jumping in as well. That's going to be a split. Defensive penalty zone and the real world manipulation. That's the Divine Judgment to pull Moreno back under the turret to turn it around once again. But the turtle should fall to the hands of Super Ken.
Oh, that delayed purple take, much more of a popular rotation from mid-2022, made the most for him. Yes, they did lose Moreno, but in the end, Bigatron Alpha are actually closing the gap now, just behind 700 gold in this 5-minute mark. We lose the gold shields for both all lanes, actually. Interesting, because of how this is the Chaos Derby, neither team made the most of those energy shields.
No.
So again, that's why this gold lead, compared to how ahead teams were, if they were ahead in the past few matches of SPS so far, this is as small as it gets in the 5-minute mark.
Yeah, but it's definitely not a stomp. Something that we rarely see so far in the first day. We saw a lot of stomps. Now it's going to be a good cancel from Sellyboy on that Mortal Coil. Rough Waves, unable to be fully activated as Super Ken will be engaged on Divine Judgment and an early decimation there from the side of Sellyboy. Super Ken jumps back, finds the orange buff, and jumps away.
All right. Great effort by Chelly Boy and the gang to invade, but again, it's a Martis. You have the decimation cooldown, you press it when you can, right? It was, I'm pretty sure, almost off, but now Pi, Chorizo mounted.
RWM already, Pi should fall, and Super Ken is the one who picks up the kill. Also a shadow kill used up on the jungle creep.
All right, so it's back-to-back-to-back snowballing efforts, but now, the invasion continues. Chelly Boy here has a retribution, commits Grand Theft Purple.
No purple buff for the Hayabusa. Definitely going to hurt Super Ken here in the mid-game, especially considering that they are losing the gold lane matchup in Saken. Nino is going to scale up like a monster. The good thing about this matchup is Nino can bully the Claude, but he doesn't have to bully the Claude. All he needs to do is scale up.
And exactly why he's currently building up to an early endless battle. He just needs the final bit of the recipe to build up towards that, plus Berserker's Fury and attack speed boost. So Nino's doing well as compared to Saken, who is rocking a DHS already. And he's building onto his second core item. So yeah, this is a, almost 1,000 gold lead for Nino. That's what all of this chaos has brought for Alter Ego's gold laner.
Still quite interesting, the fact that Alter Ego, with their lead, especially with the purple buff invasion, that they do not have control over the turtle. Supervin with a good cancel here. Supervin should be able to find this turtle. Finds it with the retribution, secures it for his team, as now it's going to be Chorizo who's forced to use the split. Sellyboy with the Mortal Coil, unable to do much more. Moreno was waiting in the midst as well. So it was just Bigatron Alpha taking the objective and running away.
What Alter Ego was wanting to do there was trade for the turtle. Wait, RWM.
Very deep dive from Sellyboy with that Mortal Coil. Chorizo still able to deal with the waves, but now it's going to be Udil who picks the kill up. Super Ken looking for a cheeky little pickup. Sellyboy is going to be able to hit him back. Meanwhile, Saken with the Golden Snap built up in the 7-minute should be able to take that turret up top as Supervin already is positioning to space out Nino from that lane.
Yep. Roamer spotting the other. They're patrolling these perimeters to make sure that their gold laners can make a move. As I was saying, they wanted to go for the turn. And eventually they do find it on Chorizo. And Mirko, you were looking for where the advantage was exactly. There it is. It's on Chelly Boy, and they've buried Super Ken down the top 4 in gold. So yeah, it's not as bad a situation for a 2-0 and 0 Hayabusa. But if you're comparing it to how Chelly Boy has opened up the rest of the map for them, yeah, you're going to see how the inches add up to about a foot, right? It's 200, 300 gold here and there. A total of 2K, maybe, tops at 8 minutes and 30.
Alter Ego have done a very good job with that mid-control because they were able to invade utilizing that mid-control, so not just using the mid-control for the neutral objectives, but converting it into a big lead for Sellyboy. But Super Ken is still at the same level.
Yep. And again, this is the genius of Bigatron Alpha. Again, one of the linchpins of how their programming has been set so far. And yeah, good news, bad news. Great mid-control, great snowball for Chelly Boy and for Nino, but that top lane got pushed in, so yeah, it's difficult. Now the catch and the pull!
Late flicker, the Divine Judgment, well timed. Moreno still able to escape, but Chorizo tanks up the hits. How did Moreno survive that? Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a good pick-off here for Bigatron Alpha as they go in, but Sellyboy is able to dish out so much damage with the Mortal Coil. Just one more decimation should do it, but Supervin barely gets out. And flicker from Rousey as he slows him down, but Chorizo does the same thing to the back. Now with the split, Nino trying to gun him down, but the mount comes through. Nino now mounted. That might just be a kill for Chorizo, but Super Ken will be shut down. We'll see if Nino can survive this one as he runs into the bush. Chorizo's backed up to a corner, and Nino finds the kill.
Oh, here we see now the effects of the recent nerfs on glue. Chorizo would have survived if this was a patch back or two, but not here, not like this. And you'll see again the steel nerves in Nino. Again, much like Sasa yesterday, a lesser gold laner would have died. But no, he stood his ground and he understood the situation. And the same for Vin. Vin could have really fallen down there in the bottom lane. But now, Alter Ego, blitzing this Lord. Super Vin, not going to find home. It's Nino who does it. Yeah, even with Shelly Boy's retry.
That was way too close for Alter Ego. The fact that they had to rely on the true damage from Nino's kit and not the retry, I think gave a lot of Alter champs out there a heart attack. Just a mini heart attack.
Just a mini heart attack. And here's the thing, right? Super Vin, he's currently rocking penetration boots and a genius wand. So that's it. Like besides those things, it really was a very small margin of error. So he shoot his shot better. Really had no business stealing it anyways. 2.5k ahead, Alter Ego is sitting, equalizing the map. I think as soon as they hit this main artery in mid, it should help make the most of this level 1 Lord. I wonder if they know. Rasi spots Vin. No one home.
Penalty zone. Connecting on the Sakan is still able to escape with the BMI right now. Super Ken is in the back. Super Vin taken out. Meanwhile, Ken jumping into the back line now with a shadow kill. Nino with a good flicker out right now. The Divine Judgment not ready right now. Is asking for the quad shadow back and forth. Super Ken should fall to the decimation from Selly Boy as he is on a killing spree.
No matter how notorious Super Ken's Hayabusa is, no matter how sharp he is on the retry, even when there are opponents invading him, when it comes down to finding 2 or 3 solid targets, as he was there, at some point you just get an analysis paralysis. You try your best, right? He tried to kill Nino, no one home. Tried to find another target, Selly Boy just stopped him dead in his tracks, and look at what it led to. Alter Ego are now bursting through Bigatron Alpha's base. They have penetrated down bottom, threatened mid, and now BTR. Can I just say this is on the scale of 1 to 5, on a scale of amazing to trash, this is somewhere in the middle for wave clear. This is not a great high ground defense.
Definitely not, right? They really are technically only relying on the Valentina. The Claude can clear waves as well, but he's still waiting. He actually went for it. He's just going full damage, so no defensive items at all for Saken. So there you go. That's the answer. Maybe, yeah, in the middle. Not too bad for Bigatron Alpha when they have to clear, but the fact that Alter Ego were able to crack the base open with the first Lord is already pretty bad for BTR. There's already an engage. Quad Shadow, but Udil got the leg plates early. Now caught on the RWN, jumps back and forward with a Quad Shadow, gets out. Nino's chasing him down though. He's looking for the kill right now. He's asking for the snipe coming down. It's a one-tap, one-kill moment for Nino. Super Ken taken out.
The passive plus, Pi with the penalty zone. Gotta watch it. Temper your expectations. Yep, that was brought to you by a Blade of Despair, Endless Battle. I'm pretty sure there was a proc there, and a Berserker's Fury plus the passive. Again, I'm pretty sure twice it hit Super Ken there. It's hard to be a Hayabusa right now.
Vin jumps in with the rough waves with Selly Boy again. This Mortal Coil, the thing we mentioned early on, the peel composition is doing wonders for Alter Ego.
But just the same, they do get a kill on Nino, stopping him dead in his tracks. There you go. He picked up the Wind of Nature, triggering the wind chant when it matters. So, does that mean he has to... Now I have to wonder, is his last slot going to be for the Athena Shield? He still has to respect Vin and Moreno. He has one more item slot.
You usually go for just one defensive item, but I agree. At this point, you need to try to respect. Immortality works best, I think. But honestly, I would just go for the BOD, and then you shuffle. You juggle the Wind of Nature to the Immortality when you need to. As Bigatron Alpha right now are trying to utilize that man advantage, but Nino has come back alive.
Yep. Nino here, taking the orange first. As Alter Ego try to blitz, send bodies at the Lord, and there's a pull!
Moreno gunned down! Soriza tries to dive into the back. Saken's just doing some poke right now. Super King clears out the mid wave. Now it's gonna be a conceal. Nino should be caught. Your Super Fin! In the back with the rough waves! Finds Nino. No! He's still able to survive right now, but Bigatron Alpha, they bought enough space to win the team fight. Saken dealing damage, free hitting, as Sorizo zones Selly Boy away. How did Bigatron Alpha win a team fight against a team with a 4K gold lead? It's still a trade back though, but the Lord should just be there for Super Ken. He jumps in with a Quad Shadow, Mortal Coil, and Nino once again is able to turn the tides for Alter Ego.
And you were asking how Bigatron Alpha won the fight? Nay, they won the battle, but Alter Ego won the war. They are now knocking on into the mid lane, penetrating that inhibitor, penetrating their base, and that's permanent damage. Bigatron Alpha aren't even gonna make
the most of this Lord. Alter Ego's gonna clear it. They're still sitting at a pretty 4K, 5K ahead here. 15 minutes in, I'd say, you know what? The win initially came from Bigatron Alpha, specifically Vin finding Nino. But Nino survived, and it's that scramble, it's that scrum that made Alter Ego win eventually. I love it. That was situational awareness.
Nino, the way he was able to just survive that in the back, right? I mean, looking at his items, he doesn't even have any magic defense. So the fact that he survived that burst is so massive for Alter Ego because he was able to rejoin the team fight. Bigatron Alpha did not have that in their minds. They did not know that Nino would come back and just gun them down.
So here's the thing. Is this going to make Nino all the more just a Chad and say, you know what, I survived the first burst. I'm not gonna, I think we got the answer, yes. I'm not gonna be able to Tina Shield nor Immortality.
That's another Legion
I'll keep
sword.
going.
Is
that a double blade?
That is gonna be a double blade.
Oh, double sad sword. All right. How about Bigatron Alpha? What did they make the most of that win? Small win with the Lord take and then the pick off early on before the trade with the 4. Super Ken is building damage as you should. Sakin's fully built. So this is as good as it gets. He just needs to find that big 3-4 man blazing duet. But I think, again, the big fact that Bigatron Alpha are so heavy on the dive, they want to really find Nino, they really want to punish Udil, makes it all the more an honest approach. So maybe Alter Ego's onto them.
It's going to be very hard for Super Ken to catch Udil on the back line, especially Leslie now. The fact that Nino has already built up the Wind of Nature, and for Udil, he has the Steel Leg Plates plus the Winter Truncheon. They're going to have to try to bait things out, but Rossi with a brilliant read from out of nowhere. He flickered into the bush.
Okay. We kept talking about how Super Vin got an amazing conceal play right into the back, but how about Rossi? Rossi just... All right, something tells me that they read the shadows. They understood. And again, this is the second or third time that Super Ken got his shadows timed out, which has led to not only that Divine Judgment kill, but earlier, a preemptive decimation jump, and now they're going in.
Penalty zone, forcing the sprint early from Sakin, and Sorizo is caught in the real-world manipulation immobility zone. So it's them clearing out the waves. Alter Ego doing the same thing. Supervin looking for the flank, but will not be able to find it. Nino can gun him down. He jumps into the rough waves, cancelled out. Nino just needs one more hit, but he's caught in their RWM. Is able to flicker out some way, but Sully Boy will lose his immortality. Look at the Lord, it's up. Now Sorizo with a flicker and a slam. Immortality bot as well. Super Ken with the engages. He pops in the shadow kill to pop that immortality. Pai with a penalty zone, but he will be slain by Sakin as he picks up a double. 17 minutes in, the Lord has spawned, and the jungler and XP of Alter Ego have fallen.
Yep, that's a 2 for none. Bigatron Alpha have found a way to repair that last engagement. This is the ideal for Bigatron Alpha. Pickoffs, no trades, nothing for you, good sir. And they've shrunken that gold lead to now just about 3,000 here. 18 minutes in, perfect timing for an evolved Lord. So here they can really take advantage. They can punish Alter Ego for staying a little too long. I'm pretty sure there was an inkling in Alter Ego's mind saying, you know what, if we push hard enough, we have mid. Maybe we can, maybe. And Bigatron Alpha right into that, especially that's when Super Ken came back.
This is something that Alter Ego have done many times before. It's having control of the game, but then ultimately one mistake just gives over another chance for the enemy team to survive. And this time, it wasn't just a chance to survive, it was a chance to come back into the game fully. Because look at the gold lead, it's gone completely. Yep. The Lord enhanced now in the hands of Bigatron as well.
Diminished. 1,000 ahead? Nay, under that.
Wow.
Bigatron Alpha are now presenting a huge threat. Supervin now, he missed a couple of times before. I don't think so now with the Divine Glaive and the Holy Crystal. Nino has to respect that now, because it's not just Supervin who's out to get him.
Look at how they're managing the waves here, Leo.
Oh, they have... Bigatron Alpha have cordoned off Alter Ego. There's nowhere AE can go now.
Let's see, Enhanced Lord up top. Moreno steals away the real-world manipulation. Super Ken already getting red treat here early on. Pops into regeneration. No base turrets cracked as of this moment. It's still Bigatron Alpha taking their time, but again, also from the side of Alter Ego, the fact that they have a Leslie and a Eve, that's the high ground power that Bigatron does not have.
Yep. Even in a siege like this, even when they are ahead, even if there is an Evolved Lord marching on their side, they still have to dive. It's not as easy. So with that, Alter Ego able to save that top lane inhibitor. Alter Ego able to now go out of their base once more. A great recovery, a way to stand their ground and say, you know what? We're going to cross the threshold. 20-minute timers, here we go. Tick-tock, baby. If you die here, it could be over.
They're going to have to be very aware. For both of these teams, it comes down to just one mistake. One mistake, and one of these teams will win. Because at this point, 20 minutes in, both teams have full items. No gold lead. Doesn't matter anymore.
Yep. And there is a surprising absence of immortalities. Yes, Alter Ego have now been once bitten, twice shy. They're building it on the main peel, right? But even for Bigatron Alpha, there's only really one immortality there, and it's on Cerezo, so they understand that we only have one shot. One mistake, it's over. One shot, we can do it. We turn, and we convert into the W. So again, these engagements, and that's what this patience coming in from SuperVin is buying. We have seen multiple teams from all over the MPLs, all over the world play this way. You hide, you park one key player, you put him in this bush, and now try to spot Super Ken. All right, this is not the engage we want. We reset, we reset. Oh!
Penalty zone, catching Vin. He might be forced to use the rough waves here. The Divine Judgment does not come through from Rossi, and SuperVin will be able to escape. Interesting, the fact that they saved that Divine Judgment. Super Ken jumps into 3 people, gets punished completely.
What was that? A glitch in the system. This was definitely not in the programming for Bigatron Alpha. Bigot Troopers are flummoxed, perplexed. What's going on? My team does not perform this way. Super Ken does not do this. And now, Alter Ego here to punish that stumble. They're going for the Lord here. Cerezo drawing a line between the rest of them. Not gonna happen. Alter Ego back in the driver's seat.
Uncharacteristic plays for the side of Super Ken right now. Cerezo is going to be caught in the immobility field. Alter Ego might look to collapse right now, and that's the damage to come through. Cerezo running for the hills. Nino's giving vision up. Rossi will not be able to do damage back, but now Udo's caught, forced to use the Purify. Alter Ego can utilize that resource advantage now to push with the Evolved Lord in the mid lane.
Cerezo picks up a Twilight armor. He knows that Nino ain't playing around. Lord marches in, 2 waves, mid and bottom.
Let's see how they do this. Rossi with the Divine Judgment, but Saki with the Blazing Duet is able to clear out the wave, simultaneously in the back as well. Nino going to be engaged on, but he's still able to kite away, dealing so much. Cerezo now jumping forward, but Bigatron Alpha somehow, some way, winning out of this front to back. Meanwhile, Super Ken, one more hit, should do it, and Udil will grab the kill with the Impure Rage. Moreno buys the immortality, now with the RWM onto Rossi. It finds Nino, and he's still able to survive with the immortality. Now it's going to be winner truncheon bought by Udil, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Udil will fall. It's a shutdown for Moreno as he picks up a double. Rossi in the midst of it all. One more hit should do it. Will he be able to? No, he will not. Bigatron Alpha have coin flipped to victory.
It's a wipeout. Alter Ego all absent on the map. Cerezo cutting right through the waves. Top lane. That inhibitor is their weakest point. Alter Ego could lose this right here, right now. 15 seconds to Selly Boy. Oh, the slow roll.
Wind Talkers being bought as well. Bigatron Alpha, they might be behind the entire game, but it shows that they can coin flip to victory as well.
Mere moments ago, 1.5 minutes tops, we could have sworn Alter Ego was gonna take game 1. After Super Ken stumbles and jumps right into 3 or 4 members in the jungle. What happened? The bigger slip up. Alter Ego can't believe it.
How can they believe it? After watching that series, I think even the viewers, the audience, the live viewers can't believe it. The analysts even were all shaking their heads. What happened in that skirmish? How did Bigatron Alpha pull off a mechanically sound team fight with an Evolved Lord to manage?
It was all for them. That was their game to lose. They were in the base, and it seemed like at the last moment, with 2 members left, they made the call. You know what? Maybe we can take the base. There are minions there. Maybe not. And it was that moment of confusion that Bigatron just took advantage. Again, the programming. It's in their code to find these windows and say, you know what? Not so fast. We can coin flip our way to victory. It's still a 50-50. And that they did. Oh, Gideon, Renmar, Icy Baby 1-2, what do you think?
It's going to be a tough one to really think about it. What a game coming out from both Alter Ego and as well as Bigatron Alpha. It's as close as you can get with one of the most, I would say, washed out early games I have ever seen from Alter Ego, but Bigatron pulling it back.
That was crazy. To be honest, like I thought Alter Ego had it in the bag from the get-go, just because of the fact that they had their early win condition set up in their precedence, and then they just kind of snowballed their way through. But at the same time, BTR, I would say, you know, everyone played a very, very good game. I'm questioning SuperCan a little bit, but you have to give props to Saken as well as SuperWin, because they kind of made so much space and time to kind of find an opportunity to allow Saken to actually clear off the final minute waves, if you think about it.
Yeah, I was so surprised how Saken was able to keep the gold deficit of his Claude against Alessi to just around 400 to 1,000 gold, considering that Alter Ego decided that they were willing to give up some early turtles just so that they can mess up the Claude right away and respecting that winning condition. But an easier way to understand this and grasp this game from my perspective here is that Alter Ego, if they aren't esports pros, they could be brokers, because the theme for them throughout this game was just trading. They traded turtles for ganks into the gold, but sometimes they missed out on key trades, especially with ability tosses in team fights, and BTR with a lineup that, yes, squishy, mage focus, but we call that a tempo breaking lineup on the side of Bigatron, that if the members of Alter Ego get caught by the control of the Karita and the Valentina, it messes up the team fight of Alter Ego so hard.
I mean, we definitely saw that adjustment from Alter Ego towards the mid game. It's like, okay, you know, we've had one turtle fight, we've seen what Supervin is capable of, we might as well kind of minimize his overall impact, and then we continue to just dominate the early game.
You know, it's really smart as well, because the only main damage dealer coming from BTR is pretty much, personally, I feel like it's supposed to be Saken because of his Blazing Duet, right? So in terms of all these team fights, the only people that can actually cancel his Blazing Duet is pretty much Selly Boy, Pies out, as well as the Divine Judgment coming from Razi. And in that final moments of that fight, the moment they saw Selly Boy, Pi, and Razi commit to his teammates, that is where he took advantage of Blazing Duet, clear off the minion waves, and somehow bought this small little room. And Alter Ego, instead of committing towards the crystal, they kind of just backed off.
Oh yeah, the last team fight was so shaky for Alter Ego. Again, they took some gambles in the early portions of that team fight, trying to end it right away. Bigatron, because of their good amount of escape abilities and control abilities as well, again, just straight up countered. Alter Ego, it's a heartbreaking loss because of just how perfectly they played their early to mid game condition. They knew that they could chain early kills. They knew that they could invade early, take control of the game early on. The fact that they have the Kaja, the Eve, and the Martas together, they tick that box perfectly. If you have friends who love playing this kind of composition, Alter Ego showed you how to play it, but Bigatron showed you how to make a comeback from it.
With that being said, our MVP of this game goes over to Saken. He made sure that his team was playing around him. They made sure to help him recover from that economical damage, and it paid off big time towards the end.
And it's interesting as well because his itemization was very, very spot on, because normally I would expect him to go for Winds of Nature, which I did have a little small discussion as well. Why didn't he go for the Winds of Nature? Because of the fact that Leslie goes through damage. So in this case, it kind of bleeds through. So that's the reason why he didn't go for it. And he actually swapped off some items as well. He went for Rose Gold Meteor and Sutra.
Yeah, the Rose Gold Meteor was massive, of course. At that point, he was just thinking of the damage of Udil, and very respectable item choice, considering that he gets a bit of lifesteal from it also.
Exactly, and that's why we're seeing that, you know, especially towards the early mid game, these situations became really, really tough. Like, you have to admit, Rossi was playing a phenomenal game until Bigatron Alpha was able to start breaking the overall momentum. It's not just SuperCan you got to worry about, it's Super Vin coming in towards that backline. So it's just that constant push and pull.
Yeah, they're just so smart at just making space and throwing bodies, right? Like, normally, you know, dying is not an option here that we want to take. But considering the draft coming from Alter Ego, they have double mages, and Vin is able to make so much space. He's not afraid to just commit to his life and then just buy time. But this play coming from SuperCan was really, really sus. Like, you have to give props to Rozzy for this play.
I don't know. I think, you know, SuperCan, he literally, we're looking at it frame by frame. He's taken the shadow back, and he gets yoinked out mid-air by Rossi to end him on the spot.
Yeah, it's like Rossi, for some reason, you could hear his Kaja going, get over here. And he got over there, and he got blasted. But if I am Super Ken, I would have ran to Saken at the end of this game, give him a big hug and say thank you so much. Thank you for finding a way to help us get back to this.
Yeah, and we also see like an unconventional fact that, especially when you're an assassin, you're the cleanup crew. But in this case, Super Ken is willing to die for the team. He is not only willing to die for the team, he is taking some big ticket items so that some of the other members can actually make that play. Because again, it didn't have to be him. It could have been Super Vin. It definitely could have been Saken as well.
Yeah, and one last thing about Saken, as we were seeing the highlights there, we don't know whose call it was for Saken to stay by the crystal, which was 1 win away from a minion, and Saken staying there to clear it up. That was massive as well for BTR.
Yeah, that was the most important thing for them if you think about it.
Well, okay, here's the thing. After MSC and considering the number of attempts to try and take out the crystal at that health, and especially since he didn't build anything too out of the ordinary, we didn't see him switch over to Windtalkers just yet, we didn't see him get BODs or even Malefic Roars, just for the raw stats. I don't think he would have been able to crack it by himself. I'm just saying, you know, just a wild, bold statement out there. We don't know for sure, but I am highly suspicious that it probably wouldn't have worked.
You know, to be honest, it could have gone either ways, but I like how they are always trying to find new ways to actually make a comeback. And Saken in particular has found multiple items here. And in the final moments in the scoreboard as well, he actually went for double Windtalker, replacing the Rose Gold Meteor because like, hey, I'm going to sell my shoes, I need movement speed. And he was able to just dish out those damage and clear out the waves.
I mean, some people make smarter choices in life, and in this particular case, why not consider picking up the Samsung Galaxy? Even for me, I've decided, you know what, the Samsung Galaxy 23 Ultra, where I want to share the epic and level up in my own gameplay. Personally, for me, I think it's a great phone, but also just the fact that I want Super Ken to have my kids is already... I'm making smart choices in life, you know? If I was going to have a child, I might as well just give it over to Super Ken, and maybe I get a superstar jungler right after. I mean, it's written down. I can't erase it. Not just yet. Oh, it turned off, but don't worry about it. I can turn it right back on because it's the Samsung Galaxy 23 Ultra. It's just that good. But that being said, though, Game 2, what do you think the adaptations are going to be? It's not like everybody can come up with a smart decision picking up the Samsung 23 Ultra.
I feel like on the side of Alter Ego, they might be a little bit more hesitant on just taking the trading route that they did, because Bigatron could have adjusted to it into the next game, knowing that, okay, Alter Ego has a chance that they're going to play a lineup that will mess up Ken's early game, that will mess up Saken's early game as well, so they might balance out the draft so that it isn't that greedy. Yes, they won this game, and deservedly so, but this time they might look more into finding a little bit more of a comfortable, like something to hold on to in the early game so that Alter Ego wouldn't just completely snowball again.
That's a good point. As we start moving in towards the draft side, Terrence, walk me through this, right? Because Alter Ego, I felt like it really just came down to not being able to close out the game more than anything else. Like, the draft seemed very straightforward. It made sense to me, and Alter Ego clearly had a plan.
It's more like they showed too much respect to BTR. Like, there were a lot of moments that they could have just went a little bit more aggressive. Hey, Super Ken did this, but because of the fact that they're so afraid of what BTR can and cannot do, they did realize that, hey, they cannot do this. We can just penetrate through, but you know what? Because they're afraid of Super Win's one-shot combo, they just completely back off. And time again, it's mostly because Nino was always getting threatened all the time. And they're just playing around Nino. It's like, oh no, Nino's 20% health. Oh, he back off. And then because Nino was backing off, it feels like everyone from side Alter Ego just like instead of committing to fight, they just backed off. And it's, whoa.
Well, that's because, I don't know. I feel like Alter Ego, when it comes down to identifying them as a team, it feels like, you know, they've read the same book as Blacklist International, The Art of War by Sun Tzu, right? At the end of the day, you're looking for calculated risks all across the board, but usually it is like 80% success rate, 20% fail rate. This time, at least with Bigatron, they're trading back, right? They're playing the opposite side of the discipline, where you're looking to not only think about the economic overall damage, but more importantly so, looking to make the play.
Oh, wow. Bigatron Alpha, very deep.
Yeah.
Definitely. I will reread Art of War if I could. And Bigatron Alpha, hopefully they replicate what they did in that game, wherein they found resources elsewhere despite being in a situation where they were just trying to crawl back. Again, Saken, I feel like if he's going to end up with another marksman, it'll be something that is comfortable with being able to split. I wouldn't be so surprised if he ends up with a Claude again, just because they understand Alter Ego plays like this. Okay, we'll pick someone mobile for our marksman who can split the map and rotate elsewhere, and then the rest of us will just be trying to contest the Lords and Turtles. At least our marksman's going to be okay.
I would agree with that. I do think that in terms of the jungle, I definitely think that something needs to change there. Like, I love the idea of having assassins in the jungle, but the way that Alter Ego is playing and the way, especially when it comes down to like anti-CC, iframes, things that are able to withstand a lot of that frontline damage, or even have a little bit more early game like that, Martis, I feel like it's really difficult, right? Because again, when those tank junglers get ahead, you feel so behind for like at least 12 to 13 minutes.
Yeah, it feels very, very overwhelming, right?
It's hard to make that impact.
Exactly. But at the same time, I feel like there's nothing much you should be changing from Alter Ego's draft. I felt like in the first game's draft, both teams played very, very well in terms of the drafting phase. But in terms of execution, that is something that Alter Ego was lacking, because they had a pretty clear game plan, but it felt like they kind of lost focus after making a couple of mistakes. But instead of just sticking to the game plan, they kind of just strayed away from the one true path. And when it comes to priority targeting as well, like, they should have found a way to stop the Blazing Duet, if you think about it.
You know what? Instead of stopping the Blazing Duet, let's get rid of the thing that was making them question their decisions. Get rid of this Kadita. Because Finn is coming up literally behind them, and that's not a very comfortable spot to be in, because Mobile Legends, you're always looking at the top right of your screen because you expect your opponents to be there all the time.
Yeah. Take that Kadita away, or at least if it's going to be picked up. There were certain moments where, yeah, I agree with Terrence, where he mentioned that there were sometimes the Alter Ego just forgot about their golden, and they said, okay, all of us will dive forward. And then suddenly the Leslie's like, you see her, it disappears, like, please, this Kadita's chasing me, help me out. They punished Vin multiple times, yes, but eventually that came back to bite them, because that compounded. They used their abilities to move forward, and then that's when Bigatron said, okay, it's our turn to go forward, because we were holding on to some key abilities. We were holding on to some key Terrifies from the Valentina as well.
I think the right way would be like Alter Ego, instead of focusing on killing enemies' cores, they were more like thinking like, how do I protect Nino? And that's what kind of made them kind of lost. Instead of being the aggressors, they became the I would say the hunted. In that regards.
It sort of shifted eventually, because they realized, oh, Vin just keeps looking for Nino. What do we do now to protect Nino? And then that's when Bigatron got a little bit more confident.
All right, and then that paradigm shift is something we need to keep an eye out for throughout the game, and even the casters, because again, they caught every single moment of that, right? They made sure that the backline was constantly watched because of Super Ken, and the indecisiveness. You could see the posturing, right? You know, walking back and forth, time and time again. But even looking at the draft right now, it seems pretty similar. I don't think Bigatron Alpha has really changed too much. They banned out the Arlet, they banned out the Novaria as well. Alter Ego, Joy, Lancelot seems pretty standard to me.
And the fact that the bans are looking like this again, Alter Ego will probably prioritize picking up something like a Farsa and Eve once more. Now that they're on the red side, they can pair up their first Eve pick with another pick as well. So Bigatron says, we read that, we're not giving you the Eve, we're respecting it.
I like that. I like that a lot. That is a slight adjustment coming in from BTR at the very least. Alter Ego though?
I'm surprised by this Eve pickup, just because of the fact that they could still stick their guns in their favor, but at the same time, BTR, they need to realize that, I guess, from Alter Ego's perspective, that Eve caused a lot of problems for BTR, and I wouldn't be surprised that Valentina pickup here is going to be a priority as a setup for BTR.
Valentina first pick. I like Valentina first picks. It's extremely flexible. It feels like you can't really get punished with it overall. I do think that she does need a bit of a nerf. She does scale a little too hard for what she provides in the kit. And finally, we see the fan coming out from Alter Ego. First pick going over to Bigatron Alpha. Is that we're going to get? No, they go for the Fredrin straight away, which passes the priority over to Alter Ego.
Okay, so is this Valentina Kaja this time around? Because at least... Oh no, Arlott was actually taken off the board. Yep, I like the Valentina Kaja. Even though they won't have the Eve, it's still empowered. It still puts the possibility of the idea that Alter Ego can go for more of an aggressive playstyle yet again.
I like that. I like that as well. I mean, they can technically go for Franco if they really wanted to, but that still leaves the issue of, like, maybe they're going to throw Kadita back on Super Vin once again, and then that indecisiveness happens once more.
Now, I think the problem here is that Alter Ego, if they want to play a very similar composition from just now, like if they want to play around Leslie expecting that, hey, this might be an assassin, again, it's going to be a big problem because Leslie will struggle to deal a lot of damage against Fredrin, but playing it safe for now. They don't know if this is going to be a jungle Fredrin yet. They are going to play it safe by going for the Kadita as well as Lapu Lapu for now.
I'm shocked. Okay, Kadita, I understand. Denial pick makes sense.
Yeah.
Lapu, though? Lapu blind as well?
It's as if Alter Ego is expecting BTR to pick up the glue here, and then they'll just pick up the Lapu so that it has something that can be more active compared to the glue in terms of rotating.
Okay, I got a
I'm
question.
not used to this anymore.
Okay, hold on. I got a question. Gideon, you're a Lapu favorite here.
Oh, yeah.
Lapu matchup versus Fredrin. Who do you think is a good matchup?
Oh, definitely the Fredrin. Because half the time, Lapu gets sandbagged most of the time, right? Until he hits level 4, and then that's like your only opportunity to try and get ahead. Once you get ahead, it's a different story. Half the time, as soon as you hit level 4, that's when Fredrin is like, I'm not going to interact with you anymore.
Would you say that Lapu is able to out-rotate a Fredrin if they're both going in an XP lane matchup?
Ooh, that depends on the level 2 and level 3. If an early trade has been done, by Fredrin, then yes, he will get to push the lane out first because he has control over it, but generally Lapu should outpush overall. 1-1 Valentina. Wow.
Okay, I'm not sure if this is an Alter Ego thing to do,
Oh my
but
gosh.
they can put the Kadita in the roam and please pick up the Farsa just so that you have something that can blast the 1-1's health down and force her back. If it's not going to be that, yeah, go ahead and just pick up a Kaja, but are you willing to give the Divine Judgment to the Valentina? To me, it's fine. You can try to go for it because you at least need that suppress. If it's not that, maybe the Fracco too.
I really hate this because of the fact that because they show the 1-1 and the Kadita, it forces Alter Ego to play Mage Kadita, which is they are gonna lack a lot of magical damage and poke potential because if they don't get that one shot, BTR is just gonna completely roll over them with this 1-1. And I was hoping that, hey, forget it, we'll play the Lolita to kind of find half a way to deal with these crossbow tanks because right now they have no answer to the tankiness of the Fredrin and the crossbow tanks coming from 1-1.
It's going to be a situation where they're going to need somebody who abuses DHS, so that means carry is going to be ideal.
Yeah.
Claude is also not too bad, but I'm just so surprised that they wanted to go for the Kaja here, especially when the Valentina is up. Like, I get that the main idea could be looking to pick people away, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that Alter Ego are going to start playing through their jungler now, right?
Yeah, they take away the Franco. I'm thinking that's usually a sign that they're gonna go for a assassin. But I'm looking at Alter Ego's lineup and thinking, you can just go ahead and pick up tankier jungler again. I wouldn't mind if they picked up the Martis here because, okay, you have that Lapu Lapu. The Lapu Lapu can clear faster. Actually, we don't know who he's going to be going up the XP lane, but theoretically, the case might be fast clear Lapu, invade with the tanky jungler alongside the Kaja and the Kadit.
Okay, that is if you're thinking of a mirror matchup, right?
Yeah.
From what I'm seeing based on this draft coming in from Alter Ego, the win condition for Alter Ego is that they need to snowball hard. And I mean, from early to mid, they need to keep dominating lanes in order to actually prevent BTR from heading towards the late game. So in this case, they need a very aggressive jungler in particular. And I feel like Karina isn't too bad to kind of steal, but I feel like it's very, very risky.
Yeah, Karina, not bad. At least you can dodge some auto attacks. I think Ling also not too bad as well. It really depends on that early game start for both sides. The fact that Kufra gets banned out is why I have this suspicion to begin with. The Melissa getting banned out here, they're really making sure that I want you to go on this Claude at the very least, because that's like your only other option. If not, you're going to lose even harder by taking the carry, but maybe you'll take out one of my tanks.
I want to see a Moskov again.
You want to see a Moskov?
Alter Ego, please.
I can appreciate a Moskov if they do lock it in. They got 17 more seconds to work with, which brings us back to Bigatron Alpha's comp, right? I feel like Fredrin is going to go into the jungle. They're going to get access to blue.
Okay.
I'm surprised. They have no choice.
I respect it. I respect it.
Like in terms of early aggression, carry still kind of contributes a little bit more, but BTR pretty much took away the Beatrix and Melissa, two very, very okay-ish towards the early to mid-game marksman. But I feel like Faramis coming in from BTR isn't too bad as well, considering if they want to go for that double mage composition for win. It kind of stops Alter Ego from playing the glue as well. I don't think it's gonna go in for glue, but I feel like if they go for the Faramis here, isn't too bad for win.
I like it. I like the idea of second chances in Mobile Legends drafting. That's what I'm talking
talking about.
I think they could probably go further than this, right? I mean, like, half the time, even if they go for Diggy, it's not that bad.
Diggy's
right?
pretty good as well.
It's about disengage, and I think as long as they have some form of disengage, oh, sure, right? It could be the Akai, it could be along the line. Oh, the Lolita, yep, I was going to mention that, but Paquito, EXP, or jungle? Let me think about this for half a second. I think it's dependent on their opponent, right? They're waiting to see what the enemy jungle is going to be before they decide.
I'm leaning towards a little bit more towards EXP.
Paquito?
I think it's Paquito jungle.
In terms of the clearing, so at least
it's
they'll
not bad.
both be active, more active in the map, just to match the rotations of the Lapu Lapu.
And the laning phase is not that bad, right? If you can force out the bravest fighter coming in from Lapu Lapu, you back away with champion stats, extra movement speed, you get to walk away for free.
Yeah, but I agree with you guys where it's also important here for the last pick of Alter Ego, hence why this Paquito pick theoretically makes a lot of sense, because now you have two choices. You can put either or in the jungle and in the XP lane.
Yep.
Ling.
Oh, Ling.
There
all right.
we go. Paquito jungle is a possibility, baby.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the last final lock-ins. Lock-ins. Come on. Switch it at the last second. No, it's not switching over.
It's a jungle.
It looks like it's Super Ken on the Fredrin. Cerezo is taking up that Paquito. It's going to be a very volatile matchup in the EXP lane. But man, what are you guys thinking? Which comps are you leaning more towards to right now?
BTR for me.
Ooh, BTR. Okay.
Same here, mainly because Alter Ego.
Oh.
I like the possibility that they might actually be able to split push the map more.
A split push has been a very big topic here in Malaysia or across the world. Is it weak meta? Is it the strong meta? Is it just another area of the game? Very hard to tell overall because we don't get to see that many backdoors. I think it's going to be a tough matchup. I'm personally going to be leaning towards BTR, but with that being said, let's leave it up for the casters to decide. Casters, take it away.
Mirko, stop it. They're already at match point.
I'm sorry. I gotta do it. For my boys.
Welcome to the desk at your service. My name is Leo. Here with Mirko. We're calling this best of 3, and it's BTR with a draft carefully crafted by the architect, Coach Aldo, setting it up. And yes, indeed, it is going to be an XP lane Paquito with Super Ken on the Fred going up against a Ling by Chelibo. He's been playing this hero for years.
Well, we do have a pause zone. There you go. We have a little bit more time to dissect the drafts, because even we were having a little mini discussion here about where the Paquito was going to go, right? Is it going to go jungle, tank Keto, damage Keto? No, just normal Paquito. Or XP, which they ended up doing. We said it really depends on what Alter Ego picked as a jungler. When we saw the lane, we're like, okay, this could be it. This could be the Paquito in the jungle, but no, they swapped it again to Cerezo.
And it was in the schematics of Coach Aldo. He's like, all right, we'll set up this floor plan and we can move things around in case, and this is what they ended up with. Also, I really like the Lolita pickup here. It really helps set up against the carry. So Nino had a great game 1, right? On that Leslie, despite them actually fumbling towards that last push into BTR's base, which led to the coin flip victory. But let's talk about Alter Ego this time around. Where is this Ling coming from? Is it merely for the fact of the backdoor potential? Because if that is the case, aren't you drafting to just not lose?
It really feels that way. It really feels like they want to try to split up the map. It's more so an Alter Ego that we have come to know from Season 6, Season 7 to Season 8, even all the way to Season 10, when they had Leo Murphy as their roamer. A very aggressive roamer that liked to take the game into his own hands very early on to give space for Sully Boy to farm. Now, Rossi is a very reactive type of roamer. He's not that proactive roamer that Alter Ego used to have. So that's why they've actually just shifted their entire game plan in Season 11 to that reactive, play for Nino, play for Pi Stripe. Seems like they're going back to their roots, maybe with Rex stepping into the roster, but it's still Rossi here. Superbin goes for a stun.
Ooh, purple in jeopardy.
Ooh, Superbin got it. He out-retreats Selly Boy, and early on already you can see Bigatron Alpha pushing the pace, and this is definitely not good for Alter Ego. Ling not getting space is going to be a disaster for Alter Ego.
His first purple buff. His bread and butter, gone. Cerezo and Pi, 2 Filipino heroes going up against each other. And Pi walks out. Cerezo, the victor. You have spoken and sung the songs of Cerezo's Paquito. What exactly makes it so dangerous?
It's dangerous because Cerezo has always been just a top-tier laner. That's what he was known for when he first entered the MPL scene. His laning
is very different. He likes to just stay in lane, get that lane dominance on these heroes. So it really depends on what hero he gets. So when he goes on the Paquito, he really just wants to go for these trades. He really just wants to punish his opponents as much as possible by freezing and by punishing every single time.
Yep, and it looks like Pai's not going to get much of his XP. The fighting game down bottom continues. And even Moreno jumps in for just a little bit of fun. Turtle in 5, Super Vin against 3. He backs off. Key to that early purple steal by Bigatron Alpha was the bonk, right? The early bonk, the first skill pickup by the Lolita, by Vin. An amazing start for BTR, which allows Superken to post up. And yeah, take this turtle. Whoa. No, whoa, what?
Under the turret!
Off camera?
Off camera as the turtle gets taken out. Superken didn't even use the retribution, so the second purple buff shouldn't even go to Sully Boy. Heck, even the orange buff is stolen by Vin! Now it's retri, will he get it? Superken, no, it's Cerezo who finds it! Now with the appraiser's crash, Superken's still alive somehow! How is Ken alive? Moreno finds a double! Everything is going wrong for Alter Ego!
BTR taking everything on the map.
What?
2.5k ahead. 2 minutes and 45 seconds up. Saken picks up a corrosion scythe. Already 500 about ahead of Nino. Let's talk about Superken though. 1700 to 1100 over Sully Boy. Bigatron Alpha. Programmed to win, nay, programmed to dominate. What an early start.
And they even steal just a little jungle creeps as well. They're not giving Sully Boy any room to play. 2 levels ahead, 3 minutes in.
All right, good news. The game is built to help Sully Boy catch up. But wait, Nino.
A big miss there, but it's fine, it's fine. There you go. And that's Rossi with the flicker as well. Divine Judgment going to be able to lock him down as that's a Petrify used up by Uda with a rough wave. Supervin should fall, and Alter Ego are finally on the board in this game. Saken, though, still bullying Nino, knowing there's no Divine Judgment to play with, but when your roamer is able to steal an orange buff, when your XP steals the enemy purple buff, what do you do? Mentally, where are you at this point?
Yep, that's an inch in comparison to the mile that Bigatron is ahead. 3k now in about 4 minutes. Superken still living in Sully Boy's jungle, now threatening another steal.
There shouldn't be a way that Sully Boy wins this. 3 levels ahead. This should be Superken with another free purple, and he's not going to retreat. He wants to walk. No way. He does this. Superken walking like a Chad into the orange buff. Moving on blast charge in. Superken engaged on, but it's a tanky Fredrin who's 3 levels ahead of your jungler. He won't even use the retreat. He's not going to use it. What? He's going to save it for the turtle. Superken, he's vicious.
Everything goes over to Bigatron Alpha. Now about 4k ahead. Saken starting up the turtle. Wow. BTR owns the map. Alter Ego are starving. Sully Boy, what's up?
Kill. No. Tempest of Blades defensively to run away from Cerezo.
Off camera, where we're just making the most of this mini map. He did spend the ult. Now up top, even Nino can't get nothing.
They're shutting down every win condition from Alter Ego in the 4th minute of the game. The fact that you do that this early on, and look at what Saken was doing, just waiting to take that turret down, denying that gold cannon minion away.
And even before, the energy shields could go down too. Here's another. This is a schematic that the architect just pulled out today very specifically. Have you seen this before?
We have seen this before in the regular season. This is what Bigatron Alpha did to Alter Ego as well in the final match of the regular season before they headed on to playoffs.
Cerezo almost just solo killing Sully Boy again as he gets caught by the Divine Judgment, able to dash forward now, but the sprint is still ready for him. He gets out. The shield is just sustained. How is Cerezo alive? Finally, he gets punished for what he's doing in this game. Nino, though, will fall under or between the tier 1 and 2. Superken is chasing Rossi down, recalling in front of his face, Appraiser's Wrath, and the recalls. They didn't kill Rossi there, but it was emotional damage.
That's right. No, they've been dealing emotional damage from about that minute wherein Sully Boy lost his purple, and they haven't stopped since. This is shutdown protocol by Bigatron Alpha. Yeah, they've given over about 2 kills, but their kills were for trading. They're kills that eventually have won them elsewhere. And now look at this. Even the orange is not safe from Superken.
Wait.
Highway burglary.
This might be the first ever 5-level lead for a jungler.
The mechanics aren't allowing him to push back?
No way. We got an instant replay. And yeah, Cerezo here.
And They do find one, and yeah, this was how Cerezo actually eventually got away, and Super Ken did more. There's action happening in the real time, by the way. Kelly Boy just sent back home by Cerezo, and here's the kill on Nino, and the bullying moments, of course. But yeah, off camera, at least Alter Ego have survived. The last turtle up.
No way. 6 minutes in, third turtle just secured, and they're staying steady at 1K gold lead per minute at this point. 6K at 6 minutes.
Okay. 7 minutes down, we're approaching the mid-game. Is there any semblance of a comeback? What else can Alter Ego do? Scaling-wise, yes. The Link can do much, much better in the late game than the Fredrin, but... Oh, wait, here's a pull.
There you go. Petrifies well with Talker Bob, but it's a good burst and a good combo from Alter Ego as Moreno steals away the rough waves. But nothing much other than that.
The question stands. The first time around when it happened in MPL ID, could have Alter Ego recovered? Did they recover?
They didn't. And it was actually Super Ken on the Ling at that point in that game.
Whoa.
He had a very massive gold lead. He went 13-0 in the game. And right now, maybe he's not 13-0, but it does seem like he does have that kind of stat line in terms of jungle creeps invaded and stolen away. Now it's Moreno with the rough wave. Spy should fall here. It's another kill picked up, and it just feels like it's Bigatron's playground at this point. Alter Ego are left to, they're bullied in the playground.
That's right. No, 8 minutes in, 3 core items in the hands of Sakin, that 1-1, and his lane counterpart, Nino, right, suffered an early death. At least has a corrosion sight and a golden staff, but doesn't deal as much damage yet unless he's propped up and sitting there. Wait, look at this angle by Rossi. 3v2 underneath, tier 3 and 2 here, very deep. There's not much Rossi can do.
No, he has to recall in a bit because Bigatron Alpha might just walk into that bush, and Rossi, sure, he has the Divine Judgment unless Alter Ego can somehow make this work. It's another Divine Judgment and say goodbye to Sakin. Now the Moreno does the same with the rough waves as well. Super Ken comes in as well.
Whoa.
That was the weak side then! With a Numenal Blast Flicker onto the back. Nino gets chained down. Super Ken with an Abraser's Wrath as he taunts Spy up. Still able to sustain right now. The Tempest Blaze comes through, but Silly Boy does no damage to Super Ken. He's able to just walk out of the Tempest Blaze like it's nothing.
Oh, Super Ken doesn't care. Kelly Boy doesn't have any items to go through that Dreadnought armor. Oh, now it's an Antique Ras. Doesn't even have enough to plant Super Ken for Nino to deal damage with. Selly Boy is only rocking a Corrosion Sight and a Berserker's Fury. He can farm, I guess, but not when Super Ken lives in your jungle like this. Another case, another count of Grand Theft Purple. Now it's the Lord. Alter Ego can't contest!
How can they contest? When your jungler is 4 levels down, your Retreat doesn't do anything. At that point, you can just hope for even just Rossi to steal it, right? I mean, at this point as well, he's about to get 5 levels ahead of Sully Boy, but he's not able to do so right now. Oh, that's a stun. Are they pinching Sully Boy down? Numenal Blast charged up. Times of Blades utilized defensively to get out of the Numenal Blast. As Vin just pops that. You didn't need to do that, Vin.
No.
You've already done it enough.
9K ahead in under 10 minutes. Vin is so comfortable. Vin has come home after years for playing with RRQ. Now he's back to where he started, BTR. This is great. Again, we were wondering, where's Key, right? We've seen Key wear the red and white for so long, but now with Vin here picking up a few heroes like that Kadira early on, this is a great start. Now they're going to go for the penetration. Alter Ego are cordoned in. They're locked inside their base.
Trying to slow push this bottom wave to crash in with the mid wave, but I think it was a bit too greedy as this is not the Enhanced Lord. Won't be able to charge down. But will Bigatron Alpha be able to crack the base? Super Ken jumping in forward, but that's the Bravest Spider. Locked down, crossbow tang! Onto the back now! So much damage, but the rough wave saves him for a bit, but it's still a double kill for the 1-1. Lord taken down in the bottom lane, still able to go for this mid lane base turret. That's another Numenal Blast. Nino with a good flicker out. Rossi now knocked up and taunted up. The burst is there. The rough waves into the back as well. One more hit, but he will not be able to find it. Sully Boy with the Tempest Ablaze, but with no purple buff. The resets do not come fast enough.
Alter Ego survive, but just for now. They're down 12K in 11 minutes, so we're breaking 1,000 gold per minute lead. Bigatron Alpha are barreling on through. What's that bought them? Well, obviously 2 items over for Cerezo. Let's not even talk about how Super Ken has just buried Chelly Boy in value. 3K ahead. 3K ahead. Sakin is sitting. 3K ahead over Nino.
the fact
what do you
that-
do here?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you do. For Alter Ego, the only thing you can do is turtle in your base. What if you walk up, you are going to get picked off. Bigatron Alpha have a 12K.
Cheeky orange steal here by Chelly Boy. His first buff in what? 10 minutes?
Divine Judgment, that's the Rough Waves, that's the Petrify, everything in the kitchen sink thrown at Cerezo. Cerezo, no way he survives this, that's a kill, but meanwhile, Bigatron Alpha, they collapse in the top side with a good taunt onto Pi. The Bravest Fighter already used up, but the Appraiser's Wrath is able to zone them away. No Divine Judgment, no Rough Waves, no Petrify though, so it will just be a free turret for Cerezo.
All right, for all the Alter champs watching, this is a little bit of redemption. They've traded a body for a turret. Yes, Cerezo, his shenanigans have been stopped for now, but Alter Ego have lost all their bases. So this means eventually it's going to be diminishing returns. They try to burst down 10.
The recalls not doing them well, but Vin now charging into the Mount Blast. He finds it onto 2. Super Ken still falls. Moreno in the back though now has the Bravest Fighter. Jumps in with the Bravest Fighter. Moreno now looking for more as he jumps forward, but Saken takes the triple away. It's another double, and the recalls were just a distraction from Ken.
And Saken didn't even take to the skies just yet. He can try to get one of Chelly Boy, and that's all they wrote. The wipeout!
Bigatron Alpha in game 1, they did look shaky, but in game 2, this is a statement. 2-0, clean sweep.
Shutdown protocol activated. And just like that, under 13 minutes, Bigatron Alpha not only takes the game, but also the series. What a performance. Alter Ego left reeling, wondering where it all went wrong.
Started off in the early game, right? It all comes down to just getting that first purple buff. Very, I would say, greedy maneuver, starting in the orange buff first, knowing you're up against a team with solid mid control that can invade. And I think they just didn't see that. The thing is, we don't really see a lot of Paquito in our game, so that was a thing for them too. How's this matchup going to play out? They had to read it out. So Rizzo knew exactly how it was going to play out. We can clear waves, I will invade. I brought the sprint to do just this, and they got it.
If anything, that just exacerbated the fact that Alter Ego may have come in with a draft that wasn't built to win. It was just built to not lose immediately. Because again, it's a Ling that came in that left us wondering. It's a Ling that allowed for Coach Aldo and the rest of Bigatron Alpha to say, you know what? Ball's in your court. We're ready for whatever it is. And that's what's scary.
Very scary. The fact that even towards the end, we did not know where Paquito was going to go. And the fact that Cerezo and Super Ken can both flex and play at that same level is insane.
And so aggressively too. I'm wondering, Gideon, Renmar, and Terrence, what do you see? What do y'all think?
When you throw, we catch. Leo as well as Miracle, thank you for casting the games, and we're going here to answer your questions. And I think, the big question on everybody's mind is, what went wrong for Alter Ego? And we were discussing it amongst the desk. It's Icy Baby as well as Renmar, once again, in case you guys are just tuning in. And we personally think, and we can all agree on this here at the analyst panel, that the draft order was an issue.
Yeah. Lapu as one of the first picks.
Yeah, that was a little bit questionable as well. You actually called it out, but let's think about the drafts here on how Alter Ego actually played, because based on this condition, they kind of drafted the Kadita as well as a Lapu pick, and they tried to flex it out with Selly Boy as well as Nino to try and deal with this Fredrin, and which is a big problem for me if you think about it.
I mean, that's not the only problem that we've noticed, right? Even the item build, Rimma, that you noticed out on Selly Boy.
Yeah, Corrosion Scythe as a first item on a Ling that has already struggled because his first purple buff was taken away from him. In that scenario, you also mentioned it to me getting behind the scenes. You build the Windtalker to maximize the crits that you can get, activating alongside the Berserker's Fury. The Corrosion Scythe is an item that you pick up if you're going to be standing around a lot and using your basic attack, but you don't want to do that against the lineup of BTR who can just destroy this Ling quickly.
I mean, it's about chasing people down, right?
Yeah, to add on top of that as well, you did mention as well that Super Ken, he actually opted to upgrade the Dreadnought armor into the Anti-Cuirass in the first item purchase after Sky got a little bit to deal with this Ling. So it feels like this Selly Boy just couldn't do anything at all.
Yeah, I don't think Sully Boy had much of a chance after that first purple was taken away because, again, you're hoping to snowball quick. Fredrin is just not that kind of hero. As soon as you have one foot on top of the other, you're just going to keep walking up the guy until he can't breathe no longer. But let's look at the post-game stats here because the damage coming out from Moreno, my God, 55,000. Absolute annihilator.
Yeah, when one lane of your opposing side is losing, Pi lost the XP lane hard. When the opposing jungle is getting freely invaded and you are a Valentina doing the invading, you will absolutely shine and snowball quickly. That's exactly what happened here for BTR.
You know, when it comes to this draft as well, BTR just had so many answers to deal with Alter Ego, right? Like, you have Moreno who kind of just disrupts the annoyance here with the Fear and Terrify, but if you think about it here from a head-to-head, Supercan can deal with everyone from Alter Ego except for the carry. The answer is, you've got a Lolita. But if Alter Ego commits to Saket, we've got Supercan. But if Alter Ego commits to Supercan, we've got Saket. How do you choose your fights if from Alter Ego's perspective?
I think at that point, that's where we saw the casters, especially for Leo. He was saying, like, you're technically playing to lose, and it's like, yeah, a lot of it just came down to the draft and how you were supposed to play the map overall as a way to kind of supplement that fact. But let's have a look of our MVP of this game. Coming in from Bigatron Alpha, the most valuable is obviously going to be Moreno. With a perfect KDA of 8, 0, and 6, he continues to show why he's the big boss.
Oh man, Moreno, your entire team was set up for success. It was just it boiled down to the question of which member of Bigatron Alpha is going to grab that brass ring first and just shine, and it was Moreno. The confidence he had going alongside the other members of Bigatron, dashing forward, knowing that we have a massive lead. I can take their damage, they can't take mine. That was some great plays here by Moreno.
You know, we didn't see like big ultimates coming from Moreno, but all he needed to do was just step on forward, terrify, and annoy the heck out of Alter Ego, because in all this plays, you can see that Alter Ego's composition was designed for like a one-trick combo. If you miss the first chance, there's no like push and pull or kiting that is going to be able to be done from Alter Ego compared to the previous draft.
I mean, can you blame them though? The last time they had so much problems with Saken, and that's why we were so confused with seeing Lapu as that very first pick. And we were also surprised about the Paquito, don't get us wrong here, but at the very least, I can understand why they put it into the EXP rather than just the jungle. He kind of falls off in the jungle, but in the EXP, he can actually help maximize his lead from his side to keep attacking that purple buff.
Yeah, Icy Baby, you were telling me when you pick up the Paquito, if you're up against assassins, that's why it's great in the jungle. Another way to play it is exactly as Gideon mentioned. You put it in the EXP lane, make sure the Paquito wins lane, which Chorizo did single-handedly, and then you constantly invade the purple buff. That is very important for one lane. Chorizo, he is an unsung hero for me in this game. The fact that he was able to send Pi back twice in less than a minute, he won that, and then he just started invading alongside BTR.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because to be honest, either or Fredrin or Paquito in the jungle or XP, they were still going to be a good matchup, but they still put in an XP because they are predicting that Alter Ego has no choice but to play a split push, and Paquito's a great split pusher.
I mean, they knew they were first picks. They knew that it was going to be the strong side alongside the fact that it just happened to be by that purple buff, right? You know, you can predict a lot of these things, whether you're on blue and as well as red. Great drafting coming out from the side of BTR as first pick. Second pick, however, just keep in mind, blind picking your EXP may not necessarily get the results that you want, but diversification of your comp is also really important. I think this is a great example of a game for those, you know, analysts out there in the chat itself to explain kind of why you need that.
Yeah, and I also need to bring back something that Mirko said near the closing moments of that game, the decision early on by Sally Boy to go for the orange buff instead of the purple buff first against a strong invade comp. A little decision with a massive consequence.
That's the thing, right? You always want to have that purple buff lead to kind of snowball, which is something that Alter Ego could not get at all, considering that if you think about it, a head-to-head draft, Paquito can invade early, Fredrin can definitely invade early, Valentina can just kind of annoy you. Lolita is not there for invade purposes, but it was the purpose of just protecting Saket in case the carry gets out of hand.
I mean, here's one of those things, right? If you're in the jungle's position, I think I can understand where Supercan is coming from, because again, you want to start on that orange side just in case they go for that early invade at level 1, and then you go vertical against your opponent, right? I think that's what he was hoping for, or at least expecting.
Didn't get it though.
Yeah, didn't get it.
That was the sad thing. But I get it, and I feel like it was one of those rare moments where you just see overthinking and over-considering the possibilities not going your way. And that does happen in the pro scene.
Yeah, when you're playing rock, paper, scissors, but you think 3 steps ahead, so you end up countering yourself anyways, even though the guy's not even thinking too much about it.
Or you bring out fire.
Yeah, you bring out fire.
Well, I think the biggest reason why Alter Ego kind of lost this series itself is because they overthought their process here.
Exactly.
Game 1, they overthought they could have won, but because they're overthinking too much, and that loss from Game 1 might have kind of tilted them as well. And I like that they're still trying to win some ways and find opportunities, but BTR just has so much control in the drafts because of the fact that their drafts has so much flexibility. Whereas from Alter Ego, first pick Kadita, okay, yeah, you can play Roam or Mage, but it's still a one-trick pony. One shot, go in, there's no poking kiting. You have to go in for the one shot. And when it comes to the Mage design itself, compared to other mages like Yves, you have poke, Lydia is pretty poke, Lunox as well is pretty pokey. You can kind of mix and match with that kind of playstyles.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. There's definitely a lot of things that were, taken into consideration in a lot of these fights, but at the end of the day, the draft really just kind of set everything up for success. I think this is one of those, I hate to bring it up, it's one of those moments where you blunder in the draft, it really costed the entirety, right? They knew that they didn't have mid lane priority, the fact that they went for Kaja Kadita as well, I thought that was extremely bold, but hey man, you gotta give it to BTR. They came in prepared, they had a good game plan, and more so, they had interchangeable parts.
Yeah, I really just want to keep praising BTR here for their decision to pick up that Paquito. It was a game changer. It pretty much solidified. It was what we call a dagger straight to the heart. The final nail in the coffin here for this game.
Yep, final nail, but that concludes game number 1. Hopefully, don't worry, Alter Ego still has another opportunity to make it through the LCQ. With that being said, our next matchup is going to be Blacklist versus Aura Fire. So, yikes, that one is going to be a spicy matchup because again, me and ICBaby have watched Aura Fire play through the Open Finals to get to this point, and they were looking mighty fine. And Blacklist, their lineup isn't what you expect it to be.
Wait a minute. What do you mean? What's going on in Blacklist? Wait, what? Tell me. Give me some inside scoop. Like, I've seen them in the MSC stage. They look pretty strong. What happened? I know there has been a lot of changes here and there between the teams. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
It's gonna be an interesting thing. It's a different code. It's not the Ube that we know, but it will be something that calls back to a past drafting style for Coach Bonchan here. It's gonna be incredibly interesting, and I'm excited to see it in action, especially against a team like Aura Fire, who, as you guys mentioned, have been heating up.
Yep, I've seen the lineup. It looks great. I'm super excited about it overall, and hopefully we get to see that old drafting style, because again, it's the duality of man. We like to see more character development coming out from the side of Blacklist International rather than their hardcore discipline that we have seen throughout internationals and even MSC. I'm so curious. I want to poke in it even more from your memoir.
Come on, poke me.
I want to know what it will be like. But first, we have to show you guys the updated bracket just in case you don't know what's going on. Right now, BTR have moved on to the next stage and they need one more win to qualify for the Challenge Finals. Unfortunately for Alter Ego, they go down to the lower bracket, but it doesn't mean that they're out just yet. They still need to keep on winning at least 2 games to make it for the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, but at the same time, seeing this draft as well, BTR now has a little bit of an advantage here. They've pretty much shown their hands a little bit here for Blacklist or Aura Fire to kind of adapt a little bit more. However, they still need to kind of win their respective matches before they actually head on into the Challenge Finals, because this is where things get a little bit dirty as well, because you said earlier today, 2 wins is what you need to qualify to Jakarta. That is going to be the bigger picture for them.
Yeah, exactly. And for Blacklist and Aura, yes, they have seen some hands of BTR, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if BTR has some more cards in the deck that they haven't shown yet.
And that's not even the worst part. Whoever loses between Blacklist or Aura Fire will have to face off Alter Ego in that lower bracket itself to play to not be eliminated and try to qualify. So that's it's not going to be easy. It really isn't. But with that being said, remember guys that the Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to to you by the Samsung Galaxy, the phone of choice that has the Snapdragon Elite Gaming inside of it. So when winning matters, and especially when you're going to tournaments and wondering, why do they keep on pausing? It's probably because they don't have the Samsung Galaxy 23 Ultra, a very sleek looking phone. More so, decent camera, matte black. It doesn't get into your eyes, and they've also got beveled edges just in case you want to share the epic and level up your gameplay. But don't forget, we still have Monster Energy Drink to help you guys unleash the beast. I got one right here, and personally for me, white one's always my favorites, right? Again, there's many different flavors, but it depends on what type of beast I want to unleash. But at the end of the day, you guys have a chance to win at least 5,000 euros, all thanks to DHL. Without them, and especially with their quick delivery service, they're able to provide you guys the FE Bot Dash Cup, where you can take part and you have an opportunity to win that 5,000 euros. I said dollars.
Extra
earlier.
zero, didn't you?
I added
You wanted to say 50,000, didn't you?
Look, I'm very dyslexic, so that's my bad. That's definitely my bad. But with that being said, that is going to conclude the very first match of today. Second match going to be coming real soon, right after this break. So don't go anywhere. The Snapdragon Pro Series will be right back after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
I ain't got no room on stage for no amateur pop stars. Me and my clique don't fear, trashing hotels like some animal rock stars. You opened up with a bang up job, but it's time for a real deal headline. Line so big that I can't find the end. I'm gonna kill this airtime. Don't get too comfy, you make the scene now, they gon' love me. I got the keys now, get your own seat. You must be senile if you think you tag along. I'm sorry, my friend, you pegged me wrong. You must be lost, man, your time is gone. If you think I give you the blueprint, you better be stupid or else you're deadly wrong. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time. The man of the year, so you're right. I waited all my life and now it's all time. So long I've waited to take the night. Got no more patience, I think it's time.
We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Today I'm going to be here hosting you throughout the entirety of this current next match. And of course, wait a second, what's going on with my analysts here? Gani, Renmar, what's happening?
Someone hold me back.
What's going on? What's going on? Do you need to call someone?
All right, it's going to be Aura and Blacklist next match. But it's going to be me, Gani, and Renmar or Reptar.
Okay, calm down, okay? I see there's already a little bit of rivalry happening here on the panel. Not really sure what's going on there on the caster desk, but yes, our next match, it's gonna be Aura Fire going against Blacklist International. And here's to see both of these giants collide, but the difference is, it's gonna be a different set of rosters for both of these teams.
Don't spoil it, Eterna. Don't spoil it just yet, all right? But yeah, I guess in case you haven't known, Blacklist here, Reptar. Different set of lessons. Are you feeling confident with that roster?
Of course, I have full faith in the boys, man. This new code that Blacklist is looking to bring gonna be interesting. But I have to give Indonesian Aura Fire the flowers. I've heard really good things about them too.
All right, so now I'm wondering, do you think, is it going to be Blacklist or is it going to be Aura Fire that actually makes their way into the challenge finals in Jakarta? Because for those of you who are also wondering, you want to witness this action live in front of your eyes, not just through a screen, you guys need to get your hands on the tickets as soon as possible because they are super affordable. But if you guys don't even want to spend the dime, you don't got the cash, it's all G as well because you guys can join the raffle. Just head to the website down below on the screen right now because you guys get a chance to get 2 free tickets as well as 2 free exclusive merchandise. Wear the drip to the venue and, you know, take pictures with Miracle because who doesn't want to take pictures with Miracle?
Yeah,
right?
I would love to.
Me too.
Yeah, I want to take a picture with Miracle. You think I should do that now?
I think.
You guys have
we're all
worked
big
together
fans.
for so long. You guys don't have a picture with Miracle?
No.
Okay.
No. In particular, I want a picture with Miracle with one of the best energy drinks in the world, right? Shout out to Monster Energy. You guys have some?
Wait.
All right.
Always
well,
ready.
cheers.
We'll share.
Always ready. Cheers.
Oh, wait, no.
Bang.
No, I don't want to cheers with you.
Well, why me? Oh, okay.
No.
All right, fine.
Because Aura Fire is going to win this one.
Okay, I'm gonna remember this. Okay, just think
I'm a
of it as
believer.
one of those story-driven games. Renmar will remember this.
So let's take a look at the brackets here, Gani. Group C. So we did and touched on Group A, we touched on Group B, and now we are going to head our focus on to Group C with Bigatron already winning their series against Alter Ego. They are a step closer to going into the challenge finals. I guess their last hurdle is whoever's going to win this next match, whether it be Blacklist or Aura Fire.
Well, great match, by the way, right? Bigatron displayed another dominant performance, especially Game 2.
But yeah, Bigatron safe position here. Alter Ego though, they need to fight back. It's either going to be Blacklist or Aura, but my money is still. I gotta bet on the Indo team, man.
I get it. I understand. And I'm sure once we see the lineups later on, we're going to be debating about that real dang well.
I'm super excited for that as well because I gotta say, Renmar, here you're kind of outnumbered, bro.
2v1.
Leo! Come back!
He's not here to save you this time.
All right, it's fine. I can save
There's
myself.
nothing you can do about it.
I'm scared.
There's nothing, all right? Aura Fire will smack on a Blacklist. But yeah, again, Aura Fire, great history, great trend they're on. So let's see.
I mean, you know, it's kind of not fair, right? You know, because Blacklist International, they have so many, not just local accolades, but international as well, right? SEA Games 2021 till 3 times MPLPH champions. They have just so many behind them. And Aura, they have Piala Presiden. So you guys can take with that what you will. But let's finally introduce Blacklist International's roster for this game against Aura Fire. People like to say no VYs, no win. So without them in their lineup with Edward, Hades, Haji, Oheb, and Renegade, do they have what it takes, Renmar, to take this against Aura?
You got MV3, Edward, Haji, and Oheb winning the MVP of the Grand Finals and key tournaments, MPLPH, twice for Edward, once for Haji, MVP World Championship, Oheb. You got the artist formerly known as Jana Cutie, now Hades from Geek Fam, loaned on over to Blacklist, running the jungle. And of course, you got Leo's favorite, the Hitman, Renegade, on the roam, who is known for those really strong pick-off-centered roamers. He loves the Franco, pretty iconic in that, but you're gonna have to watch out for his Cho. Haji in the mid lane can carry games single-handedly. You have the Filipino sniper. I could do this all day. Call me Captain America, but make it Philippines because I'm a Filipino. Blacklist International, they are looking good here. And yes, if you are familiar with Blacklist playstyle, take that idea away because this is going to be something different.
That's it. That's the question though, right? Without that constant ube that we have been so accustomed to, do they have what it takes to stand and to shine against the Indonesian Hydras? Let's welcome their team lineup.
Yippee-ki-yay! It's Aura Fire, alright? Looking at this roster, sure, it's somehow new. We got Reza and Palevi coming in. But you know the man, the myth, the legend, Hai. He's a lord in our country, Renmar, and he is now a roamer. He got Kufra, he got Cho in his pool as well. But let's talk about Van, all right? Because I feel like Van, going up against Jana, we saw that earlier back in ID, and Van just popped off going up against Jana's. Oh, Hades. Hades now, all right?
Oh,
and of course, we got,
let's not mention Jana.
Let's talk about Hades.
My
bad. But yeah, Kabuki in that gold lane is also reliable. Can pop off as well with the meta marksman. And again, I feel like Aura Fire, with their synergy built now, they can definitely, throw and catch Blacklist off guard.
But the question is, right, who is Reza and who in the world is Palevi? Because Reza, Palevi together is their coach. But who's Reza and who's Palevi here?
I guess we're going to find out. All I know from Palevi, if I'm not mistaken, has played in the MDL in Indonesia for 2 seasons now. From what I remember, Mirko telling me behind the scenes. And actually, yeah, I don't know them much, but as I mentioned earlier, I am looking forward to knowing the members of Aura Fire that I'm not super familiar with. And this is going to be a great introduction for them to, of course, our rest of the world here, our international viewers for these new members of Aura.
You're gonna see them rocking this stage, this tournament as well. I believe.
I love this already. Because, you know, the Aura Fire that I know and love has always been in the hands of Facehugger and, of course, Godiva as well. So without both of these players, will they level up or will they actually regress in terms of their performance? I think that's one of the main things that we are wondering. And I'm also wondering what the audience feels about this, right? Are you guys a Team Blacklist? Are you an agent? Or are you an Aura fam supporting Aura Fire even with the roster that has changed? Don't forget to show your predictions in Twitch. And real soon, we're going to see our predictions. And I think a lot of people are going to be kind of surprised with what I predicted for this next upcoming match. I'm a known Aura fam, but I gotta say, with so many shifts and changes to their roster, I went for Blacklist 2-1.
Wait.
I know, I'm sorry.
All right, you
Where's
guys
the
got this.
commitment?
I'm already happy.
Now I'm outnumbered.
All right,
well,
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
I don't see the commitment here, Aura fan.
I
but
need
yeah,
to be realistic.
well, I'm being realistic. It's a close game, all right? We finally get to see a best of 3, 2-1 Aura Fire get to clinch to go up against Bigatron there. But yeah, it's gonna be a close game, Reptar. But my money is still on Aura.
I have to mention though, I do understand. We've been saying throughout the day, Aura Fire has looked great in the Open Finals. Aura Fire has been making strides in other tournaments as well. And even though they're a young squad, they're hungry to prove themselves, hungry to really show off their abilities. So even though I put a 2-0 on there, I wouldn't be surprised if Aura will be able to take a game. I'll be very surprised if they win the series, but then it'll just be a testament of their own abilities and their own desire to win this game, and I'm looking out for that, okay?
I'm so disappointed.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Aura fams, please forgive me. Still support me next season. you know what I mean.
Don't tell us this will become like a 45-second eternal apology. No, you don't have to apologize.
Clarification video.
We're doing our jobs.
But yeah, I don't know. I'm just not convinced, right? I guess one of the main things that I felt was kind of a constraint for Blacklist with VYs, right? Was I was worried about hero pool and the flexibility that they had. So that was my main concern. But with these new people coming in, is it gonna change for them? Is their hero pool gonna amount to something?
Oh yeah, of course, definitely, and it will be a new code, which is why for Aura here, that's something they're gonna have to consider. We've seen Blacklist International for so long now play a certain way. Yes, this is Blacklist in name, a lot of the familiar members, some key fundamentals, especially Edward in the XP lane will still be there, but because of Renegade playing in the roam, who plays a very different playstyle compared to Oh My Venus, but still carrying that idea of we gotta be disciplined and we gotta play together as a team. Hero pools will be different, and yes, John and Cutie being in there. So Hades, I really have to.
Right?
Stop
Hades,
doing
I'm
him
sorry.
dirty,
It's not my fault.
Hades.
It's not my fault.
I've watched an entire season of him with a different
Exactly.
idea.
Man.
Exactly.
Hades, I have to remember that. I expect more assassins to be played out here.
That's the thing, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hades, he's new, coming into a established team. How is he going to transition into
That's fair,
that?
that's fair.
So that playstyle, I still am in doubt, and I feel like Aura Fire can find that loophole in this Blacklist composition.
To add to that, right? I don't want to throw shade onto Hades, but he didn't exactly stand out to me
In
for
ID.
a jungler in Indonesia when he was playing with Geek Fam, right? But we'll see exactly how this fares as we're entering the drafting phase here for game number 1 in this best of 3, Blacklist versus Aura. And you can see here Blacklist with the first pick, Aura with the second.
Let's see here. Blacklist already opens up their ban with a Kadita ban, right? So it's very, very stereotypical, very textbook. I feel if you're going up against an Indo team, you should ban that Kadita out. But Aura Fire should just go out with the prios, right? 1-1 and Joy here, very, very also textbook, I might say, in this current meta. Blacklist, though, they opened up with an Arlet ban. What they're saying is they do not want to go the Arlet first pick approach.
Yeah, and which is incredibly interesting to me because Blacklist are known to first pick it, but it seems like they really don't want to. They might be cooking something something different.
Nova?
Maybe, yeah, Eve, Novaria, potentially. I'm interested to see how Haji making, if I'm not mistaken, his first major tournament comeback since going on a break for MPL Philippines Season 11, how his hero pool or how his playstyle has changed or grown. Meanwhile, on the side of Aura, of course, if you're up against Blacklist and Edward, you want to take away that joy. It's been a while since we've seen OHEB bring out a 1-1, but I think Aura is still just respecting the fact that OHEB asked that, has an option. They take out the glue, another Edward hero here. He still has Paquito available for him later on. The Fredrin, though, is going to be picked the pick for Blacklist International, and that might still be flexed. Fast picks here. Aura, go ahead, pick up the Lancelot.
Again, Fredrin here, very flexible, right? Turn. I mean, it can go to the XP, but most likely it will fall to that jungler position. But it seems like Aura, yeah, Novaria and Lancelot. Please do note that Hai can also play the Novaria roam. He played it in this tournament in previous phase. So let's see, will it come to play again or not?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Novaria is also still a flex pick, right? We're not really sure who is going where, but they need to think about the prio on objective takes, right? Fredrin versus the Lancelot. This is a little bit tricky for Blacklist because Aura Fire bringing up Van here in the jungle will... Well, he's kind of known as the Chibi of Indo, right? He's like the retri god of Indo. So he's new, he's young, but he's very, very reliable in that sense. So now, Blacklist, they go for the Eve, definitely for Haji here, the KDA machine himself, as well as the, the Filipino snipe. He got the Beatrix!
Oh, yeah. It seems like Aura really wanted to give it him, so of course Blacklist is going to take it. But yeah, it just makes sense to pick up the Beatrix, of course. Having Haji play his comfort pick on the Eve, you get a great amount of high ground defense. Blacklist International, they're respecting the possibility with the Lancelot that maybe the early game objectives won't go their way. So at least Blacklist will have a great high ground defense to try and mount a comeback from that.
And let's talk about the headline here, right? The marksman lane. It's going to be Beatrix against Claude. Claude will have a good time in that lane. Plus, they have the Novaria, which can just somehow munch and just harass that Beatrix. Let's see, though.
Whoa, Selena ban from Blacklist onto Aura? Is there something that I don't know here?
Maybe.
Have they been scouting Aura? Okay, if Hai can play something like a Kadita roam, most likely that means he can play something like a Selena roam, yeah.
I don't know, because it's not really Hai's playstyle, no? I mean, Hai usually goes for engaged tanks, heavy tanks, like buff tanks, but not really too great with things like the Selena and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
Very interesting here, but man, they're putting a lot of emphasis on the backline here with Lapu Lapu and the Claude as well to be able to negate that Yves.
Let's see what's going to be. Oh, it's a Fanny! It's an XP lane Fredrin. I wanted to say this, a Cho for Renegade, and it's going to be a Fanny for Hades. You're mentioning Kufra, Gani. I agree, Kufra will look really good here for Aura.
I mean, it just makes sense. Hai can play the Kufra very well as well.
It's a comfort.
It's a comfort pick. It's also semi-signature. I feel Hai is very good on that Kufra. And yeah, flex that Novaria. But no, they're still going to commit on towards that Novaria roam this time.
Yeah, you need to commit to your, decisions, Gani. You said that's going to be Novaria roam, and it is Novaria roam.
It's a possibility in that first phase, but now they committed on towards that roam. It's looking shaky for the composition here. I might have to go towards Blacklist side.
This panel has commitment issues, right? I have issues with committing to Auras for my prediction, and now Gani has a prediction commitment issue too. We'll see. I wonder if Leo, as well as Gideon, has, commitment issues. Let's throw it to them.
Let's go! Renmar on the panel was outnumbered, but now the Hitman and Blacklist are gonna get really in there. Oh, well, We're on. All right.
Yeah.
What's up?
Guys, this is going to be an exciting game here. Our predictions, we're leaning more towards Blacklist, but Aura Fire has been on the up and up, and that's why we think they're going to take at least one of these games. We haven't seen this lineup perform just yet from the side of Blacklist International, but we know there is natural chemistry.
All right. As much as we love to stan the MV3 and the gang, we got to call it down the middle, right? We got to be as objective as we need to be. So despite everything that's happened here, the draft swinging the way that it has, I gotta say, even if the Kufra, the pocket Kufra from High did not come through, I'd like to say this is a solid draft. It's a pretty decent draft.
I think it's a pretty decent draft.
It's a roaming Novaria.
It is a roaming Novaria, right? And again, we've definitely had our moments where it's like, is it necessary? Is it good? And then MSC happens and it's like, it could be good. It could be even better. Because again, when we were looking at international tournaments, we were thinking that like this is only going to be the worst and it only gets better from here on out. So I'm expecting a certain level of polish from Aura Fire.
Yep, and in comparison, Blacks International are rocking ye old faithful, ye old reliable, especially with that switch up, right? Lord Hades coming back home, also known as Jana Cutie, also known as Mark Lazaro, picks up an assassin hero, of course, and then plants the Fredrin in the hands of Agent Zero. I actually think that there may be a lack of damage. I feel like there, unless Hades just snowballs out of control, then they might run into a brick wall, because that is an old sickness or an old syndrome of Blacklist International in whatever configuration they may have always has. Now, as compared to how fast Aura might go, let's see how quickly they can burn up. That's a quick purple take by Hades, and yeah, no, he's even behind the Lancelot. Maybe a second or two behind.
This is what we want to see. These early rotations, and even Edward decided, to shove himself right up to the side of the map after pushing the EXP lane as expected, but they're completely giving up this little wander. They don't care about it, because at the end of the day, it's about the snowball and how they set up for it.
Yep, Blacklist sitting with about 100, 200 gold ahead here in a minute's time. A turtle coming up soon. This is a lineup or a matchup we haven't seen in quite a while. The Fredrin and the Lapu-Lapu. And then up top, it's, of course, the Filipino sniper going up against Kabuki on this Claude. Interesting to note, Kabuki, throughout his career, has played in the XP lane as well, played a little bit in the jungle. So, yeah, you can expect that he understands these matchups. Now, Hades, spotted by Van. Astral Meteor shot out by High. Oh, wait. Hitman looking for one. Interesting to note, what happens when Renegade and Hades find High?
It's not going to be easy, right? Because usually in these matchups, you're really afraid as an overall Enchanter-style mage, or arguably even just regular mages don't like to deal with Chote. The single lockdown is always good, but the fact that you don't have as much gold as you usually do in the mid lane makes you very susceptible. You don't have the base stats. Let's see how they play out this situation, right? Again, mages down by the EXP, looking to hit level 4 right now as Van and Edward will go head-to-head for now. Hades, he's going to come in a little bit later, but now 4 members covering this turtle. Edward almost getting it, but it's going to go over to Van. Retribution just that much more important. The whole time, Hades on the top side of the map.
That's right. That's a call that Blacklist International made. And this is coming from a team that was coached by Coach Bonchan, is currently being coached by Coach Bonchan, who was very vocal about turtle trading throughout even MSC. So now his wisdom says, you give up the turtle, they're not going to be able to use it, you take their orange, and then you continue with your rotations.
If I remember correctly, it was Coach Bonchan who quoted, it was in Tagalog, so I'm not 100% sure about this. You can confirm, double check and confirm for me. He said it was a side quest more than it was a main objective.
That's right. No, he recalibrated what teams made up or their mindset for what the turtle really means. And now here's a kick by the Hitman.
The Hitman already finds one with the Way of the Dragon. Renegade is able to get back out, but Reza quickly steals and goes for the real world manipulation of his own. Renegade is low, and finally we see Van finding the first kill of the game. No casualties on the side of Aura Fire.
I hate to say it, but I called it. Lack of damage. Hades was overloaded. There were just way too many members of Aura Fire there. And what? You can call it target acquisition. You could call it just sheer mechanics. just the rules of the game going against Blacklist International here. Homie's rocking Master Assassin. He wants isolated members, but there were way too many Aura fam dudes there, and it just didn't lead to much. Another go.
Yep, onto Kabuki already with a cutthroat. Hades, he's very close to getting it, but Renegade on the opposite side by Tribrush already finds an opportunity as Oheb should be able to clean this up against Van, but no, Van, one more auto attack, able to puncture backwards and knock him out. Hi, gonna stop Renegade, but that's a 1-for-0 trade in favor of Aurafire again.
Again, deja vu. Same situation as mid, right? Just the mechanics, and now maybe introduce a little bit of timing. It looks like Oheb did not calculate for what if Van played with the perfect iframes and he found it, which buys Aurafire here a 15k, approaching 2k gold lead at 4 minutes, and just the same as the first hurdle, it's Aurafire first on the scene.
Yeah, I mean, they got the information with the Novari. They already used the Astral Echoes. They knew for a fact that Haji was going to go for a recall. They know at the very least that Hades is going to be on the purple side. Not even a contestation, as Palevi is able to just mark Hades. They've had all the decisions made for them.
This is a difficult game for a Fanny. Yeah, despite it coming through to the draft in perfect timing, it's just not performing right now. Yeah, it's so easy to say that we can isolate high. We can find Kabuki even before he's able to farm up comfortably. Hell, even Reza isn't going to have a great early to mid spike to help build up to what they eventually want, but no, Aurafire just welcomed him. Now Van diving in.
Yep, he wants his bat. Oheb ends up dying regardless, but Hades in the back starting his work on towards high. Runs out of energy, is forced to get back out of there. And another 1-for-0 trade in favor of Aurafire, who have now started to build their lead to a 2.2. But it's the Hitman who kicks back high. It's the real war manipulation. Good synergy between the two.
That's right. It looks like this is the first win for Blacklist International in this 5.5-minute game. And here's Hades trying to repair the situation. Clear the wave, starting to kill on Van, and the shutdown.
Yep, good commitment from Hades, even utilizing the retribution. He realized he may have missed an auto attack, but he can still recover from it. That's what you're hoping to see from Blacklist International. 2-3 right now, at least making sure that Gold Leaf doesn't run away from them. Renegade, good way of the dragon onto Kabuki's side, but he's able to walk away from it with that Purify to make sure he doesn't take the full amount of damage.
Renegade's way of the dragon cooldown is on a timer, more than just what the game shows. As soon as it's up, oh, I want to find something. I want to get that in. And just like that, good time for us to actually check in on the item game here. Haji yet to die, the KDA machine, rocking his Ice Queen 1. So again, despite the rocky start for Blacks International, they understand that we should still stay on the offensive. I'm not going to build first item brute force breastplate, all right? And for the Aura Fam this time around, you can see that Reza already has a COD, so it's a slow snowball, but he's eventually going to get there.
Levy, Bravest Fire to get back on out of there. He knows he has some artillery fire from high, and now that it's done, RWM also going to come out as well. Big ultimates, especially since on the top side of the map, we're seeing that the turtle is already getting chunked down with Blacklist. Again, not even trying to make the attempt just yet. Wait. They do get a reset on that top side.
Yep, it's a cleared wave, and I'm feeling a lot of pressure on Edward's shoulders, man. Agent Zero is anchoring on through. Here's Reza, waiting up. Nope, not gonna happen.
Yeah,
Astral Echo from high, spotted what they needed to do. Yeah, no, again, wherever Edward is, I think that's where Blacklist has to say, you know what, we don't have to worry about that.
He is going to be a absolute rock, an anchor in a matter of fact. Hades trying to take as many camps, but again, Van is just not letting him play the game.
Yep. Looking at what Van has gone through in the early game, now going into the mid-game power spike. Edward looking for one. Does he know Hades is here?
Yep, they're going to go on for a full-on brawl to try to steal it away. Oh, Renegade gets a really good way of the dragon, and they secure the kill with the RWM. Kabuki makes his attempt. He cracks open the mid-tier 1 at the same time, so despite Van dying, they still got a trade back in the form of a structure.
Yep, before he died, Van was already rocking some tough boots, helping with the CC mitigation, Thunderbelt, and Warak. So yeah, this is as snowball as it gets. He just really wants to confirm kills and just go ahead and whack away whenever he finds a good target, which puts Aurafire here 2k ahead. 2 turrets down as well. And even if we are sitting at 3-3 at 8 minutes, it looks like Blast International are working on their tempo. They understand that, yeah, we are behind. But, yeah, if Renegade gets a pick-off, we get the most of it. And so far, I'd say it's a, 50% hit rate on the Hitman's attempts.
He finds the kicks, but doesn't necessarily secure the kill. Like you mentioned, there is a bit of lack of damage. You have to have the right components at the right place at the right time. Kabuki losing 60% of his HP to a single cutthroat from Hades. They try to finish him off, but now RWM and as well as Blazing Duet, Oheb doesn't make the shot. Hai still able to outplay it for now. Good movement overall.
Yep. It looks like they're going to continue pressuring bottom lane tier 1. It looks like that's where Blacks International says, you know what? Oheb needs some farm. This is where we're going to get it from. And that's the long lane. So I'm guessing they made this smart choice so that it's not so easy for Aura Fire to, despite this big lead, dominate through that turtle. Or rather, Lord take now the kick. Oh, protecting it for Hades. Good guy Renegade.
Good guy Renegade, round 2 by the purple buff, and I think that's totally fine for Van. They know for a fact that Aji doesn't have the real world manipulation. They don't have Cho's Way of the Dragon as well. This should be an easy take for Aura Fire unless Blacklist International is able to find a different angle here. It's getting low, 20% already down. Blazing Duet's already out. Hades, he finds the opportunity, doesn't get the steal, has to back away, and even Edward cannot maintain this sort of pressure.
Oh, man. You know what? We mentioned it earlier before the game even started, right? Blacklist may have some built-in chemistry already. Something to note. Edward coming in here, this is not the usual. We were expecting Dominic, who helped them run through MDL. Hades just came back from Indonesia. He's on loan from Geek Slate. So, yeah, despite them being friends for a while, this is still a relatively new lineup. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That's why Blacks are down. They're behind 3K here.
I'm feeling like it's a trend, to be fair. Every time we see a team and we have a certain expectation of them, the moment they start changing their lineup ever so slightly, I mean, Aura Fire being the exception, they changed it like way beforehand, before they even got to this stage of the game. But Blacklist International, we were hoping for more, and right now, we're not just seeing it just yet.
I don't know. I think Blacks International have to repair the situation. They have to polish what is there already in a matter of minutes, right? Especially since Lord is marching down through top lane. I can expect this to go down. This is going to be a major objective taken away by Aura Fire. Oh, fight when it happened.
Yep, they get the kick onto Palevi, but that's really not the target. You can see the damage isn't there, and he's not even in the bravest fighter form just yet. They slow push on the top side. Hopefully, if they can get an inhibitor, that'd be incredible for the side of Aura Fire with a consistent pushing lane, but Edward's going to say no, and Aura Fire has to back off.
Yep, it's at this point that wait. Oh, that's a fight that Haji thought they could pick off, but maybe not. Blast International going to go on straight into split push mode. They're going to try to open up the map, and not only is it Edward who's going to be the anchor, but even Hades. He's going to start cutting waves and making sure that there is some way for Oheb to get some waves in and maybe share a bit of the jungle.
Oh, Hades hops right over the wall with a cutthroat, instantly pulling him off. He was also throwing his cables backwards just to look that much cooler. Woo, what a move.
So signs of Aura Fire being a little too lax maybe. They have won a majority of their engagements in the early to mid game, but now you have to always respect the fact that Hades, who's now currently rocking a Blade of the Seas and Malefic Roar, will most likely still melt most of Aura Fire, given that they only really have one solid bit of peel. It's just Palevi on the Lapu.
Yep, that's as good as it gets, other than the RWM. But we need to talk about Reza right now, because he has just been a silent killer, making sure that he's stealing the RWM to trade back against Blacklist. And here we go, third round of that purple buff. Good third hit of Jeet Kune Do, but now Kabuki's in that back line already with the Blazing Duet. Edward is low, and Palevi is able to tank that damage, looking for the kill. Edward able to flicker out of there. Renegade already lost his life, but that means a good amount of battle spells have been burnt. Flicker from Reza, Purified coming in for Kabuki.
Aura Fire just barreling on through, using that 4K gold lead, showing Blacks International that, yeah, you may have caught us off, maybe 1-2 apiece, but no, if there's a majority of us here, your Master Assassin does nothing, and that you are still outgunned. Hades making the most of that long lane away from Aura Fire's free Lord here. It's now Luminous. So yeah, this is where we can start to expect, if Aura Fire does go through with it, maybe a penetration, maybe a push up top once more.
Yeah, you mentioned it, you called it. They are going to go into split push mode. But at the same time, Aurafire, with the lead that they have, even High is quite the threat to Oheb. He's got a lot of skill shots to dodge, and even worse yet, he has to deal with someone who has iframes and can easily access the backline. Once again, Van, again, you can tell, just the level difference alone is making it tough for Hades.
Yep, that's 15 to 14. Again, sometimes that one level gold lead just makes a difference between retributions. Hades is lucky that he's able to taste a little bit of his purple buff as compared to some choke-style gameplay, some choke-style moments in the late. Now, they're going to try to melt the Lord. This is something that at least Blacklist can rely on, their high ground defense. But this is when Aurafire gets the green light. You know what? Hades has been tasting purple a little too much. Let's take this away.
Yeah, they should have no chance of taking it. More importantly so, just the constant spheres coming out from High. He is just keeping his eyes on Oheb and forcing him to recall as much as possible. If not Oheb, at least Haji, because they're the two who are the high ground heroes, the ones that can clear the waves the fastest.
Yep, so in perspective, the fact that it's Oheb and Haji who is gaining the most gold for Blacklist is a good thing, but if they're behind all four members of Aurafire save for High, then maybe it's not such a good situation. So yeah, reality check, Blacklist not in a good spot, but it's not like it's over quite yet. This is a huge lead, all right? And Aurafire, despite them being a new lineup, seems like they have it figured out. There's a synergy diff here, definitely. I can say that.
Yeah, real big synergy diff. But not to mention that Oheb, despite dying twice, coming in at third place in terms of overall total gold, pretty impressive, right? I mean, let's look at the damage and see where he stands. And right now, Oheb, right at the bottom, because he hasn't been able to participate, it's obvious that from the lead that Kabuki and High have had. High, I mean, he's just going to continuously harass you day in, day out, right? Why not? Just take the damage. It's so free.
Yep. And of course, Kabuki, who is a little more open and just bullish to actually dive in with a blazing duet. And again, I think Oheb, 50% of the time in this 15-minute game, has been rocking Renner, right? Oh, wait, there's a catch?
I mean, he tried. Renegade doesn't get the right angle, and now he's going to get punished with the blazing duet. Not just yet. It's going to be the bravest fight. Here we go, the blazing duet in that back line, getting all the resources and even a Purify to ensure that he lives. Edward left with no support whatsoever, with his steal on the way of the dragon from Reza to put him out of his misery.
All right. That was Blacklist just getting run over. I just have to say, again, you don't look at a 5K, 6K goal lead and say, maybe we can. Maybe we can. But as honest as Blacklist was, no matter what potential setup Renegade may have found, again, something tells me Blacklist aren't on the same page.
It could be one. I don't know if because Coach Bonchan's overall style, is it going to lean towards, let's see the duality of man, let's see a different side of Blacklist rather than just go for that military style with Wise and Oh My Venus of playing it slow.
Gideon, I'm not even considering coaching staff here. We saw a little bit of that earlier, right, with the turtle trade for more objectives elsewhere, but now in this situation when you're down 8K, when you can't even leave your base, you can't call coaching, right? So this comes down to just you guys, just a 5. And here it's so hard to go up against Aurafire. We're in role per role, position for position. You are down, you are behind. Where do they find it? We've yet to see Edward pull off Agent Zero things. I'm not so sure if it's possible with an with a Fredrin, and with a situation like this, they do find a kick.
Yep, they find a kick. Oh, Bennett's rage deals more than enough with a quick cleanup coming in from Hades, and they finally find the pick on towards Van once again. Aurafire is going to keep up with their siege, and especially with a Luminous Lord on their side, they want to at least guarantee an inhibitor turret. The siege is going to continue, but here comes Hades. He's waiting for the right opportunity. Kabuki's going to back away. He doesn't want to get into the middle of that. Palevi is taking way too much damage, and now tries to run away, but Edward's not going to let him. In the meantime, on the opposite side, we do see that Reza, he's got the way of the dragon. He's ready to pull it off. Palevi still alive, and Edward doesn't want to keep on doing this. The damage from High is really starting to stack up.
All right, it looks like they have been able to clear.
Steal.
A steal, yes, but better with black than elsewhere, right? Now Kabuki spotted by Hades.
Uh-oh.
All right, BMI out.
All right.
They're okay. All right, so now we're from worse to bad. All right, so Blacklist have recovered quite a bit, but it's still not a good spot to be in. They can still build back up, and if there's any hope to hold out for, right? Blacks International, you can change the names. You can change the lineup. but this is still a majority of Blacklist Prime, who was known to take it all the way late. They have a rubber band mechanic within their own base. So yeah, the fact that they're still keeping their inhibitors is a reason for the agents and a reason for the Filipinos watching to still hold hope. This is a little bit of a hopium for y'all watching. And yeah, they have shrunk a little bit of the lead. Yeah, even Oheb and Kabuki, just 1,000 behind each other.
Yeah.
Despite how much Oheb has struggled so far.
I'm surprised how much goal High was able to actually generate for himself, right? It just shows you the value of the mystery shop overall. I mean, the scoring line 5-6, 18 minutes into the game, the goal lead is about to not matter anymore. And I think Blacklist International are in a position where they can really turn the tides.
Yep, and something to note about High's arsenal here, High's build. Homie is rocking a brute force breastplate. So he knows that someone's going to come get me in the back some way, somehow. So I cannot rely on my pathing and my MS boost via the second skill. So I have to protect myself. So yeah, Astral Echo here, looking for Aura Fire to set it up. Van gonna try to steal it away.
Bandit's Rage is already out. Van gets on out of there just in time with a third of his HP still available. But this means that at least one of the ultimates from Oheb is down. Still a majority of their spells available. Wait, Hades has used his Retribution. Van is currently at a 16-second. They can start it first and look to finish it when Van has his Retribution back online. So they're going to take their time with this. They want to get it somewhat low, but not at a point where it can be stolen away.
All right, let's see. Let's see if this Blacklist can dance. Let's see if Aura Fire can get away with just barreling on through. Oh, it looks like Blacks made the call. They're not going to contest.
Yeah, they're not even going to try. You can see down by the bottom side, Hades is just clearing up that waves. They're waiting for the next one.
All right, there's no dance if the other does not consent. If the other says, let's dance, it's not going to happen. So they just take it. And yeah, 100% of all turtles so far going over to Aura Fire. 4-0. I'm afraid to say it, Gideon. I'm afraid to say it.
Don't. I would suggest don't, because this is a best of 3.
All right,
not still haven't done. Not yet. Not
okay,
yet.
You know where I'm going with this.
I know where you're going with this,
and
brother.
folks watching, you all know as well. It's the Aura fam, but right now, big Lord, Evolved Lord marching on through. Palevi jumps in.
Makes the attempt with Raven's Warrior, gets the RWM out of Haji, which is great. Now Oheb is trying his best to clear this wave, but this gives an opportunity for Aura Fire to get right on in. Big ultimates are down, 2 battle spells as well. Edward is taking way too much damage, ends up dying, and Renegade the next to fall. His immortality is going to keep it alive, but it allows Kabuki to get into the middle of the fight. Does he have his Purify? Yes, he does. Already used the wand as well. He's going to die on over. Gives the kill to Haji. They've done what they can, and now they're on the run. Reza, good kick on towards the right targets. That's going to be Hades down.
And they are struggling to stay in this. Oheb and Haji, the only ones left. They're going to clear this wave. Oheb's very low. Can Van take him? Yes, he does. It's just the KDA machine left.
I mean, Haji, he's running out of mana. He has to go and at least touch the fountain. Van, he's got more than enough damage, but no minions to work with. The rest of Aura Fire are quickly rushing on over. The closest death timer is Edward, which is 9 seconds. Keep in mind, they need Oheb to guarantee the clear. Haji trying his best with the real one manipulation, focusing on the minions, but the second one is coming, but Haji flickers out just in time. Edward is coming back up, and Aura Fire decide to back away.
Woo! Big SpongeBob Psy meme. Woo!
Oh my
Blacklist is still in this. I could have sworn when I saw that big fat wave coming through bottom, this is it. But Agent Zero comes back in the nick of time. And not just Aura Fire makes the discipline call and says, you know what? Lord's coming in a minute. We can force another engagement and play this the clean way. Let's see the instant replay of how exactly Aura Fire cleaned out the mid and bottom lane and just forced Blacklist into this tough position.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Kabuki goes super deep in this fight. Was it necessary for him to do that? Because I felt like they should let Vaughn be the guy to actually go in deep.
I think this is just Aura Fire making the call and saying, you know, we're way ahead. Let's force the issue. And they were so close. If anything, maybe 15-20% to actually closing that gap and winning.
You make a good point. You make a good point.
I see where the risk may have paid off.
True. But let's not also forget that Vaughn, he's got damage built into him, right? He's got the Endless Battle. He's also got the War Axe as well. El Hybrid. I like that. I like that term. I'm going to steal it for a while. As Lord has spawned, this is where Blacklist needs to make a difference.
Yep. You see here the checklist of Lord's Dance. You have to clear the long lane. And then you have to make sure that you're winning that, and then clear mid as well, so it's safer for you to just make rotations elsewhere. And yeah, this is where Edward and Renegade are super important. They're super key. They have to set up the dance so that Hades can just run in.
Edward, he's already dashed. Palevi, this is
spotted.
looking very, very good for Aura Fire right now. Hai is going to take control of that right side, but instantly they try to go in, but it's a quick Winter Truncheon from Palevi to dodge the damage. And now the back line's going to get taken by Vaughn. He has his immortality, so it's totally fine, but Kabuki has an opportunity, but no, they go back, but no, they also reset the Lord. Guys.
All right, now we have a dance. And what's interesting is Hades was very far from the dance floor, the actual dance floor. And what this buys Blacklist is a chance to reset, a chance to go again one more time. Haji still has an RWM, has yet to die, living up to his KDA machine name. And Aura Fire, they're building back up. Reza still has his IMU, so that's going to be key. Whose ult does he steal? Takes the kick.
He takes the kick. This is important because they're trying to keep Hades out of the pit overall. They're getting very, very close here. Renegade in the middle of it. It's Lavari who takes the Lord, and Renegade loses his immortality, gets the kick with the backline, getting attacked by Reza as he's on top of Oheb. Immortality popped. Edward tries to slow him down. He's dead. Winter Truncheon, fast hands from Reza, still dies regardless to Hades, but they're getting chased down one by one, and Van, he doesn't care about it. Unfortunately for him, Oheb has that Haas Claw to keep him alive. Hai, again, not hitting as many spheres as he wants to, but Haji, wow, KDA machine. His flickers have been so very sharp.
2 for 2. Aura Fire still coming on top of this. And just like that, another high ground defense that Blacklist has to somehow squeeze themselves through. This is living on the edge if I've ever seen it. And Astral Echo hits all 3.
Yep. You see Palevi, Race Fighter. He's going to use it very early on, looking for the opportunity. He still has his flicker available. He could look for the stun, and yes, that's exactly what he wants. He gets on top of Oheb, perfectly takes him out. Beautiful play coming in from Palevi, giving his life for higher here. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Nope, make it a 2v1 as Hades going to try his absolute best, but no, it's done for Haji. He has to use the Winter Truncheon, and that's going to conclude this game. Falling into the hands of Aura Fire, 14 kills to 9.
Quite the marathon we had here as well. The Aura fam all around the world just standing up, showing some love for their squad here, who actually played very well and held down even when Blacklist was presenting an actual threat at 25 minutes, 32 seconds. Here you see Coach Bonchan just trying to recollect, trying to regroup his squad here, his young team. This is as young as it gets. When you're looking at the average age for Blacklist members, this is the youngest Blacklist I've seen in a while.
Yep, they're not even breaking 24 at this point of time. I would assume that should be the overall average. They're really young and
way below.
Way below?
Yeah.
No.
21 maybe.
20, what? No, that's nuts. That is, wow, that makes me, oh man, I feel so old already.
No, but here's the thing. Synergy diff, chemistry diff, but the concepts are there, the fundamentals, of course. You have 3 world champions in that lineup, right? And of course, they're coached by Coach Bonchan, but just the same. When it comes down to execution, Aura Fire was just fire. They were lit, as the kids say. So I'm left here just holding my tongue, if you know what I'm saying. Folks at home, Gideon picked up on it. If the story continues, then this is just another chapter in that long chronicle. I'm left without words here. This was from minute 1, just that story all over again.
Look, it's only round number 1, and I definitely think that Blacklist International has a couple things to start improving on. Well, number 1, that draft looked okay, but I think we'll leave it to the analysts to take care of this.
Eterna, it's your turn.
Thank you, Leo, as well as thank you towards Gideon Q. Thank you for the casting of that match. Wow, I don't think that I could ever imagine to live in a world where Blacklist takes it 1-0. What's going on?
Aura Fire won that game. Reptar, what do you have to say for yourself?
All I can say is I acknowledged Aura Fire beforehand. I did say I did not completely count them out. I did not completely count them out. I'm not about to cry. I did not completely count them out.
It's one game though.
Yeah, it's one game. But again, what I mentioned about Aura Fire and them not hesitating to show off their hunger, their drive, and most importantly, their bravery to constantly invade the heck out of the purple buff of Hades, the item building on Kabuki with the early warrior boots, and then most importantly, those steel leg plates so that he wouldn't immediately get bursted down by Hades' Fanny, meaning that they couldn't find those early picks on that Claude. Aura Fire here, what they showcased, they garnered a lot of respect from me here.
I mean, we said it, right? We said it. We talked about this retribution diff. So with Hades going on something as risky as a Fanny in this game against what we know to be a very, I would say, reliable Van on the Lancelot, it was a risk that Blacklist took, and they couldn't take advantage of it.
And to add to that, right, Novaria once High got his enchanted talisman. It's just, he can't just spam those skills. Constant pressure, not just towards Beatrix, throughout all of the members of Blacklist, especially in the mid-game. So again, Aura Fire with the early mid-map control, it's just snowball from there. Again, their winning condition is they know, Fanny, what you have to do, just constantly pressure that purple buff, which they perfectly executed for the most part.
Yeah, and you mentioned one of the key things here for Aura Fire, Gani, is that mid-map control. Blacklist International are a team that love that mid-map control. Take it away from them and they won't be able to rotate as comfortably as they want to. That's exactly what Aura did. I mean, look, that's high. He's the Annihilator, he's Ironclad, he has the most assists, high damage taken per minute, but that's only 8,616 for his Novaria. I do really have to give Van his flowers. Mirko was telling me more about him. He's seen as a prodigy, and I see why. I'm not going on the hype train. I'm getting on the hype van. This kid blew my mind with his performance.
And again, yeah, perfect performance by all 5 members, I feel like, because Palevi displayed a good Lapu as well, being the frontliner, and Kabuki has the space early. That's very important. Minute number 8, 2 items already. DHS and Golden Staff, and that is where, I'm activated. Let's look for war. Aura Fire keeping the right amount of pressure from that early mid. It's just what causes Blacklist to just, their game plan a little bit disrupted.
I mean, aren't you guys kind of confused with this? Ironclad is high on the Novaria?
Well, that's crazy.
Right? Is that not a weird stat to see? That's an Enchantress, right?
Yeah, an incredibly strange stat, but then more importantly, I think just High just showed again his bravery of being able to give the vision that Aura really wanted to have so that they can control the middle of the map and early to mid, as Gani mentioned. And of course, Van is going to be the MVP here. I'm going to have to timestamp 3 minutes and roughly 52 seconds in this game. It was Renegade plus Oheb versus Van. Van outplayed both of them and got the kill onto Oheb. He even got to get away from that and recall back home and regen. This kid here, just again, I mentioned it, blew my mind. The mechanics, his timing with abilities. You see some of the negative aspects of being a younger, more inexperienced player, sometimes a little bit too greedy into it, but the calculations of Van to just look for Oheb and the key targets.
Oh, this was huge.
So good. And this was it. That was exactly it. It was sooner than that. It was around 346 actually.
Yeah, again, it's great mechanics and just, you're right, the timing when to go in, when to come out. This guy got it on the back. And this is also, we mentioned this, Hades going up against Van. We saw this earlier, and that is why I'm leaning towards Van here. You can see here, 100% neutral objective takes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that the experience coming in from the big 3 big brothers would have been enough to cover the holes that, honestly, Hades does bring into the lineup. And for the most part, we could see just a synergy diff in that regard, right? It didn't feel like Blacklist International were on the same page. And even in these team fights, you can see that they weren't there to kind of just synchronize their movements with one another. And it brings me to the question of Renegade in that roam. Does he play a lot? Where did he come from? Because I don't know. I don't feel that he was that impactful on the show.
Well, MPL Philippines Season 10, or even in 9, he already switched his role to Roam. He's played XP, he's played Gold, and then after that, since Season 11, he was a sub for Edward in the XP lane, but Renegade is comfortable in the Roam role. It's just that here in this scenario, High and what he did with providing vision just constantly kept tabs on Renegade. There were some moments, though, where you saw him miss some crucial initiations, burning the Flicker Jeet Kundo third activation, bumping into walls. That does happen, but Aura, they just sidestepped really well. They were able to read the Cho really well, and most importantly, I have to also give the flowers to Reza and his skill holding of what he would steal away from Blacklist, whether it's a reroll manipulation or most importantly, the Way of Dragon from the Cho and him saving it as the Valentina for so long. Reza, wow, what a performance from him as well.
I love Reptar. He's just so optimistic.
Very.
I'm like, I don't think Renegade is it. And then he's like, Renegade is not it because of this. And then he converts it onto giving flowers to the opposing team. I like it. How did you learn that?
I'm a support main at heart. I am very supportive. I talk a lot of smack, but I give respect when it's due. And it's not because my heart's breaking and I'm crying internally.
Yeah. You're just delivering just all the good comments onto these teams, and I love it. I'm on that train, and I want to deliver the thanks as well to DHL, one of our official sponsors. And if you guys don't know, wait, let me just pick up my phone real quick.
Oh, are you gonna play the FEBot game now? The FEBot game where you have a chance to win 5,000 euros?
Yeah, that one.
All right.
Wait, I'm kind of this is me just being.
Yeah.
I'm not the smartest.
Hey, what is this? It's 2 days in a row now where I'm hearing some self-derogatory remarks. Come on.
There you go. Let's play it.
Do you need to sign in?
Global?
Yes,
Okay.
Let's see.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the F.
How do you move? Wait, am I supposed to avoid it or take it?
Take it, I think.
Oh, I'm supposed to take it.
Yeah.
That looks fun. Not gonna lie.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
it does look fun.
Dude, I died. No!
Immediately?
No.
No, you're still
come
going
on.
Okay, you're fine. You're fine.
See, this is why I'm not a pro player, right? I don't have the mechanics.
Oh,
man, see, I died again. See?
All right, so
it was fun. I think
I bet
I'll
it
get
was.
there.
Yeah, you'll get there. You'll
I'll
get there
get
for
there.
sure.
I'll get there.
I
I want
believe
to
in
win
you.
that 5,000
Yeah, I believe in
USD.
you.
Euro.
Oh, euros.
Yeah, it was
That's
euros.
even bigger.
Yeah.
That's even bigger.
Wow. Don't forget to check that out, guys. It's fun. I think after this, we're also going to play it a bit. But man, match number 1, game number 1 between Aura Fire and Blacklist once again. We need to talk about this, right? Is this just synergy issues? Do you think it's communication issues? Because I think the previous casters, when they were casting over it, they made it pretty clear that Aura Fire, even though that it is a new roster, not the same roster that we saw in Season 11, but they were together for a bit going through SPS from the Open Finals?
Yeah,
Open
Open
qualifiers?
Finals, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Whereas from Blacklist, is this the first time that they're all 5 together?
Oh,
With
yeah,
Hades.
relatively.
With Hades.
with Hades.
Exactly, right? So, again, Aura Fire, they have started to build that chemistry, that synergy. And again, if we're talking about Game 1, I feel like their composition outranges Black's composition.
Yeah.
With Novaria, again, with just Kabuki can just enter that backline. So, a lot of utilities, a lot of things going around that can be pulled off by Aura Fire.
Yeah.
So let's see here the adaptation coming in Game 2.
And I really liked here how High empowered. Of course, we expect roamers to empower the entire team, but High really empowered Van. He was just like, I've got my vision here, Van, you do you. If you're going to invade, go invade. If you're going to rotate somewhere else to get resources elsewhere, do it. High just set up Van super well in that for game number 1.
And it's surprising, right? Because when we're talking about Aura Fire, usually the team tries to build the space for Kabuki. So this kind of shift in focus for me for Aura Fire is quite interesting, the way that they've developed their playstyle. So coming into the second game, are there any things that we need to be aware of in terms of the drafts?
Me personally, I'd like to see Blacklist International prioritize a different hero for Edward. Although conceptually, I understand why they had to put the Fredrin in the XP lane. They were keeping the option of putting a assassin, high damage assassin for Janaki open. Of course, that's why Hades. Picking up the Fanny in the last pickup for Blacklist International. So if they can prioritize something else, and I know Hades also has the ability to play some tankier junglers as well, maybe they'd want to fold back into that.
Well, let's see, right? I feel like Blacklist Game 1, they were somehow using that flex Fredrin pick. So, Game 2, perhaps more of a straightforward draft, but just pick that what they're most comfortable with. But yeah, the Novaria ban should come through here from Blacklist. And they did. They did learn from Game 1. That was a little bit too much, but this gives us a chance Aura Fire will pick up that Fredrin.
Yeah, I like it. I like the flexibility for Aura Fire in particular, right? Because it can be flexed into the EXP lane, but also of the fact that it is one of the comfort heroes for Van in that jungle just gives him a little bit more to work with, more ability to be reliable in those engages when they go for objectives. But oh god, I forgot the Joy is open.
Yep, and I wonder if Blacklist will pick up the Kaja here and then third pick the Lancelot later on. If they're gonna pick the Lance now, they might lose up on the Kaja. Valentina also still, oh, the Lancelot's banned rather. Thank you for pointing that to me.
No worries.
Eve is going to be the pickup here for Blacklist.
0% win rate in this phase. Eve, quite surprising. Very prio, but it's 0%. So perhaps that says something here. Yep, they don't go with the Kaja. Then I feel like Aura Fire should definitely pick up the Kaja. No, they will commit on towards another hero, Mage and a Marksman.
And I like this, right? I like the Joy pickup. I like the fact that they are able to stop Aura Fire from picking up the Claude once again, and then they are safely able to pick up the Eve, realizing that the natural counter is off the board. So now, Valentina Beatrix is the option, but Beatrix and Joy's gonna have a really good time to engage into that backline.
Oh, these are a great pickup here by Blacklist International. I like the smartest. They needed that potential early game burst, a little bit more control, someone tankier so that it doesn't put so much pressure onto Edward, who will be, of course, busy diving the backline, but also Renegade. It opens up the option that they'll pick up a Kaja for themselves, or maybe even a Franco, which is a comfort for him.
Good point, but with this smartest pick, it just... Yeah, there's no flexibility, right? Because with Joy, you can go into the XP and jungler, but with the Martis pickup, it's quite clear that the Joy will go to that EXP. Yeah. Second phase, here we go. Blacklist opens with another Selena ban here. So it feels like they've done their homework here. They did research. And I feel like Aura Fire, they can pull off a Selena or High specifically.
Yeah, this actually calls back to a past Blacklist International trend going all the way back to MPL Philippines Season 8, where if they're up against a team that has a Selena option either in mid or roam, they do not want to give it. So I think this is what we were mentioning about earlier, that we might see Coach Bonchan channel it back into a past drafting style, and that's what we're seeing so far.
I mean, which is quite interesting, right? Because if you're looking at their composition now, Martis has an anti-CC. Joy, very hard to catch with that arrow, but it seems like Blacklist is just respecting that Selena position. And of course, Franco, a hero that can suppress. So they want to eliminate that out and perhaps pick up the Kaja first in that second phase. Aura Fire here, what will they respond with? Yeah, just go with the Claude ban here, just sounds makes sense.
Yeah, Claude ban, of course, that'll be a great pickup
or
there
Leslie.
for Oheb. Leslie!
Leslie ban.
Another sniper for the Filipino sniper, potentially. So Aura could actually, if they're not going to go for that, they might ban out the Kaja and just make the roams hover around something like the Minotaurs, the Joes, the Kufras, which are still open.
I actually like that for Aura Fire, right? I think that's a good plan. Ban out the Claude, force Blacklist to pick up something like the Leslie, and then they could go for a Yuzong. And even the Yuzong, they actually go for a Brody instead. So interesting. So they don't mind it. They just want the Beatrix to be able to, I guess, scale better in that early game.
Yeah, it makes Blacklist consider like, okay, do we pick up the Kaja now? Are we really gonna go for the Kaja? Are we willing to give strong ultimates to the Valentina? I feel like I do have to mention, okay, it's a Moskov. I get my wish. I finally get to see Moskov again.
Every time you cast, right?
Yeah, every time. Why did I end up with the Moskov twice now?
Second time.
Second time.
With us as well on the panel.
Oh yeah, exactly. But again, what I wanted to mention was that Aura, it seems like they really did their homework and then planned for drafting so well. Wow, just they're drafting this series incredibly well.
So what's the response here, right? What is High gonna use? Kaja?
I feel like Kaja.
Okay.
And Uranus will fall into the phrase as well.
Oh boy.
So with this in mind, right, Kaja clear job description, trying to pull Joy or Marxus if possible, but a fast response in fairness. Yeah, Blacklist, they want a team fight.
Ooh, it's scary. It's scary. They want to go for the team fight. Aura, maybe they want to go for pickoffs instead. I mean, with the Kaja, it does combo well and synergize well with the Beatrix. Uranus is just going to be alone playing Brawl, perhaps in that EXP lane, just trying to go for more objectives. So that's definitely something that Blacklist needs to consider when we're talking about those side lanes. But quick prediction for this game, Aura or Blacklist?
Aura Fire.
Okay. Reptar?
My heart still says Blacklist. I'm scared of that Uranus, but my heart still says Blacklist.
So Blacklist, Aura. I'm not gonna make a prediction. Okay, I'm the host. I want to remain, unbiased. But
I understand.
Blacklist. So with that in mind, we're gonna throw it to the casters. Are they ready yet? Let's take a peek. Oh, what's going on there?
It's not like I have a choice. The match is going to happen either way. Gideon and Leo here at your service, bringing you game 2 in this best of 3. Again, Aura Fire sitting at match point, and yeah, the ball is in Blacklist's court. If they don't figure something out, Aura Fire will just run them through.
Yeah, and in our moments, in our casters halftime, we got to talk about their overall draft, right? Really smart ideas coming up from Blacklist International to show off the Moskov first, knowing that at the end of the day, that it's going to be Aura Fire who needs to make that first move. I love the insurance policy, but putting Renegade on something like a farm is something irks me about that.
Something that's not very Hitman-like, put in the hands of Renegade. But just the same, Aura Fire, I gotta commend the fact that they've won the draft so much from 1 to 4 that B5 was just, or B4, was just Uranus. Like, yep, just pick the Uranus. We plant that in the dead lane, and we know that the Joy wants to rotate, so we just win elsewhere. So I'm loving it. This is, again, coming from the Filipino on this, right? Coming from a Hitman Stan, coming from the big brother of Edward and Oheb. It's weird that I'm thinking this might actually go down the route of an Aura sweep.
I don't know, because based on just before we actually got to that pause, we did see right below us what the predictions are looking like, with 85% still believing that Blacklist is going to be able to take it away.
A lot of the agents. I don't think the Aura fam knew that the match was happening this early because it's +7. Right? So timing-wise, they're like, oh, match is on already? Oh, wait.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's theory. It's theory, but it's also particularly tough to believe in the draft, right? I agree that the insurance policy feels like a good idea, but I think, Blacklist are coming back into their old roots of making sure, if we're going to team fight, we're going to team fight hard. If we see Edward get caught, call Altar, flicker coming in from Renegade is to be expected.
Yeah, so that's one thing that Blacklist has, an amazing box. But just the same, the re-engage and the threat of activation from Aura, not only having the Kaja for themselves, because the prior threat was, we can just have Reza steal it away, but no, that's not gonna happen. They have the DJ themselves, so if they catch anyone sleeping from Blacklist, then yeah, they can pick the fight. But wait, up top, Kabuki.
He's taking way too much damage here. He's going to be forced to lose something. Early recall, which means an early lead for Oheb. Oh, Kabuki decides to stay around for this last part of the wave. They can't punish it just yet, as well as High making sure that he's covering, but notice that even the Valentino was trying to make a move.
Yep, we see that Reza is going off of momentum from game 1. He played an amazing, Valentina game. So he's basically pressing load save game. Now bottom lane, this is a matchup that I think both of them have to make the most of. Again, clear it, and then they know that they both don't want to stay there. This is very much akin to a Lapu-Lapu Terizla matchup, but this time around it's very rotation-based. It's very like, yeah, I'll stay and then go as quickly as possible. And that's what we're seeing here. How deep Aura is. Look at that.
Dang, Vaughn actually playing that really, really well. Able to steal away at least one camp to get the EXP lead. It hasn't really turned it into a full lead just yet, but both sides just refusing to use the Retribution. Edward getting ready for the electrifying beats. He's stacking it up fast. The box comes down, and Hades tries to get into the middle of that pit. He takes it away with the call Altar as well. First blood achieved by Oheb as they make it back out. Renegade wants a little bit more, but High is going to walk away scot-free. Pot Levy is going to make it easy for Renegade to walk back, and will try and force him to recall as soon as possible with the Ionic. No, he's not going to die here, right? No, Palevi. Palevi, don't do it. He flickers forward to try! He tries anyway! Renegade gets to live and gets a free battle spell.
Yep. he used the Shadow Stampede to maximum potential. And again, this is what you get when you have an XP laner who has amazing instincts and mechanics put into a roam position. It didn't work very well in game 1. I'll have to admit that wasn't the best Cho game for Renegade, but here he's making up for it by taking an inch or several inches away from Aura Fire's massive lead from game 1. And this is a much better position for Blacklist already. Now, the 1v1, the 2v2.
They move towards that top side. They're trying to punish Oheb. Oheb is able to step away. Hai unable to punish just yet. He doesn't have his flicker.
And we reset. So a little bit of breathing room. You see here that Kabuki is threading the needle. He's looking at how much he can get away with and how much he can force Oheb to either overextend or misread the situation, because again, yes, this is what you were describing, Gideon, as the insurance policy. A late game Moskov does not put in as much fear as most, but here we go.
The call altar has already been popped. High ends up dying regardless of Renegade. Now the clap back from Blacklist International. Retributions traded on both sides. So now they back off. The reset once again with 20 seconds left on the clock for the next upcoming turtle.
What I was trying to say is there is very few things more scary than a late game Moskov. You've seen it yesterday in the hands of Sasa, but now Haji with an RWM. What can he do?
Oh, he's getting way too low here. Hades has a free decimate. He gets it, but the kill still goes over to Haji. And Hades, he's holding on to the decimate. He knows that's not my place to take the kill, right? Let's get Haji ahead of the game, and then we can start taking this neutral as they get right onto it. Oheb is trying to keep Pahlevi back, and Consecration has already been blown. Falls back into the motor coils, and the RWM from Reza is going to try to keep Hades in check, gets him down, and now it's anybody's game. Anybody could be stealing away this turtle, and who gets it? It falls into the hands of Pahlevi with a fully stacked Ionic Edge.
And the fight dissipates. They have dispersed away from the turtle's nest, and this gives Aura Fire a small lead, about 200, 300 gold now. They're threatening Renegade. Do they know Oheb is here? Do they know that he did not retreat? There's still that big heart left in that wave.
Yep, you don't want to be missing any of those. But then again, we've already passed the 5-minute mark. It's not going to matter any longer. But the amount of pressure that Aura is putting on this very first Tier 1, 5 minutes into the game is looking good. Slight leads on all sides. Call Altar is already down black. Oheb still falling at the very, very end. Tries to use the Inspire to keep himself alive. And now RWM, as the clap back, Hai is able to use the lightning bombs just to get out of the box.
Oh, so close. But that's never enough. Now Van with the clapback. Bombs away. Hades. Oh, he got terrified.
Yeah. Oh, that's so unfortunate that the Terrify makes you go the opposite direction. It feels so bad.
Oh, I was just saying, man, this early game was relatively slow for Aura Fire compared to game 1, right? But that's because they invested a lot in their defense. Look at this. High now on that Kaja with a brute force breastplate. So yeah, going to be able to catch up. Van and Pahlevi each have a radiant armor already, so they're not so worried just yet about Oheb, the aforementioned insurance policy. But yeah, they are ready to face off against Edward and Haji, who is going to be that mid to somewhat late game power spike before Oheb is ready. Even Renegade is threatening, is posing a good threat, given that this is a Faramis. He is building a roaming Faramis, but look at the positioning. Look at Edward.
Oh, he wants it. He's already trying to close the distance, but he notices that Hai still has his ultimate. And there's no way to really bait this out unless you all in. Edward doesn't want to do that just yet. Van trying to close off their options, knowing that they're going to be around that purple buff side, allowing space for Pahlevi to immediately start clearing out the waves.
On a fundamental level, when you're talking about the draft presented by Blacks International, oh wait, there's a pull!
The Divine Judgment looks good, but Edward decides just to walk forward, take them all out with the electrifying beats, even getting the Vengeance out. Kabuki now going to get punished, falling into the Assurance. Aura, a double kill for Agent Zero, and now Van, he has to do this with zero support. He has to make it work. He knows that Hades doesn't have his Retribution, but he can tank all the members at once. He needs to start speeding this up. He's got Retribution. Oh no! He drops it, and he's able to secure the turtle. Does he get to walk away for free? Ooh, Call Altar protects the rest of the team. And now Van, he's just taking the damage slowly but surely. Don't tell me he survives this. And it's Edward who's able to pick him off just in time.
Gets that last dash in on time to punish Van. I could have sworn he was going to walk away. He could actually, given the regen and, of course, the tough boots that saves him from all the CC. Rather, the soft CC that Blacks International has. That's what I was trying to get to earlier before this all broke out. Blacklist, relatively lacking in vision. They can't really face check into bushes as safely as most lineups can these days in this metagame, and they also don't have solid lockdown. If there's a fight that they're gonna win, it's a fight that Aura Fire walks into willingly.
Exactly, right? They are the ones who need to take the initiative. Edward just stopping the recalls, trying to keep Aura Fire on their toes and break away from the tempo. Reza now punished. The Shadow Stampede is able to pull him back into the RWM, forcing out to steal the call altar to save his own life.
And now Blacks International, they have their formula. They understand the dynamics of these team fights. But so far, Aura Fire are still a step ahead. Edward struggling to protect this tier 1 down bottom. Going to be able to do it. But yeah, we've been talking for what, the past couple of minutes? Oheb never left top lane. Palevi has been keeping him honest, and he's still there.
Yeah, Palevi is just he's gonna wither the storm, of course. But here we go. Hades, he's walking up a little close. High, actually flickering forward into the Divine Judgment, ensuring, no, Kabuki misses, and now the kill goes over to Reza. You wanted a snowball Kabuki, but hey, if you're gonna miss, Reza's gonna take it. Renegade forced the back away, gives the information over to Oheb. The tier 1 needs to be sacrificed here.
Hey man, a kill is a kill, and as long as we're pushing the tempo, yeah, we are ahead. Aura Fire, they want to keep feeding that fire fuel to it, these logs, this gas, and they just keep on going. Now, Turtle has turned into Lord. This is a major objective that I think Blacklist can commit to contesting, but they have to have full vision. Oh no, not like this. Not with the waves being cut this deep in. Oh, shades of the General, shades of the Lar. Look at how deep that Uranus is in.
I hate it. I hate it so much. The double proxy already looking so very good, and now they're getting on top of Vance so far. He's tanking it, but he's only taken so far.
Whoa.
He ends up dying regardless. Reza tries his back. The Shadow Strikes are good, but Edward finally pops his vengeance at the very end. He doesn't have the electrifying beats, but the rest of Blacklist International are a man up, and here comes Palevi to stand in that front line, taking almost no damage against Oheb, who doesn't have his items. Without that retribution, it's tough, but Bennett's Rage comes out. Mega kill coming out from Agent Zero, who helps Hades secure this Lord with his own retry. Blacklist finally back away.
They are yet to be out of the woods. Aura Fire still ahead, maybe 800 gold. And now Edward, close to it! Forward flicker by Kabuki! All right, that just puts us back to 0, maybe.
I don't think it... well, I guess it kind of puts us back to 0, right? I mean,
close to it.
Yeah, the minions are going to spawn in about 4 more seconds. Edward is going to be back up at 19. A little unfortunate.
Slightly better for Blacklist this time around. They have their minions enhanced by the Lord, marching down through mid. And yeah, Edward stayed a little too long there, maybe a second too long. And yeah, bad news is Blacklist aren't going to be able to capitalize on this Lord.
Yeah. I mean,
not a single turret pushed.
Not a single one. And now Blacklist, they're slowly pushing back up, right? Look at the side lanes. They're just getting taken care of. The 1 and 4 from Aura Fire is good, and Paflevi is just this huge brick wall that Blacklist International need to deal with, and they're going for it, right? They push him out of position into the rest of Aura Fire. The Divine Judgment pulls back into the RWM, but it really doesn't matter as the Shadow Stampede is able to counter it. Call Altar of their own, and Vaughn too low. Double kill for Oheb, and now Paflevi is on the run. He cannot tank any further than this.
Late entry by Agent Zero was key there. He was the additional bit of damage that Blacklist needed to force the issue, to change Aura Fire's tempo. And because of that, yeah, they're going to death ball on through to convert. That's bottom tier 1 taken, top tier 2 taken. Oheb's going deep, and now they just need to continue this tempo. They just need to continue on this path. Blacks International, for the first time in the series, ahead by about 1,000.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it to Renegade right now because he is making sure that High is having a tough time finding these Divine Judgments, right? You need to be able to kind of pull them away. That's the big key thing about the, not the Kadita, but the Kaja, but man, that Shadow Stampede has been so sharp each and every time, pulling him back.
Yep, and that's the tempo breaker. That's one of the few ways that Blacklist can be punished in this position that they're in now. 12 minutes in, 11 kills for Blacks International, but mind you, Aura Fire have made the most of the 6 that they've gotten. Really, they've put this game in a standstill, and it's Blacklist who's trying to claw through. Conceal play set in by Renegade.
They want Palevi, but they realize it's just not worth their time. They don't see anybody else other than High on the map, and since they backed off, it's just back to housekeeping, right? Top side, bit of a slow push. Don't know what the HP of the minions is, but it's slightly in favor of Aura Fire, so that should start collapsing sooner rather than later. Bottom side, even finally, the housekeeping is here, but Blacklist International sticking as 5, and especially since Lord is coming up in 13 seconds, Aura Fire have done their housekeeping.
Yep, and because of that, we're back to deadlock. gold at Equilibrium. Negligible lead here, but just the same, this is a Luminous Lord. So what they have to do is work on the long lane, make sure that that's pushing, make sure that's winning, and then go. There's a pull!
Yup, Hades, he's chunked out so low, ends up dying to Kabuki, and now Blacklist International with no retribution. This is going to be easy for Balevi. Even if he has to sacrifice his life, RWM is going to be coming out as well. Return RWM from Reza just to stop Haji down, but Blacklist International try their absolute best. They still can't take this Lord away from Aura Fire, who have the retribution.
So hard to go for the turn. Two things. Renegade was way off. They were dealing with something else in mid, and I'm not just sure how deep Hades was or why, but I think key there was the Divine Judgment, right? So that was a great read by Hai. Second is the fact that Aura Fire understand that they needed Hades. They needed Hades, and that Palevi drew so much already from Blacklist, made it all the more a sure win. So yeah, this puts Aura Fire back up 2,000 gold, and the map is clearly blue. This is going to be difficult for Blacklist, but luckily they have a great high ground defense.
Yep, Oheb is scaling up fast. His damage is starting to ramp up quicker than necessary, but let's keep in mind, right? Yep, another purchase, finishing off his 4th item and now building into the 5th. Aura Fire still with the lead so far. They will take all the outer turrets before Blacklist is able to respond back as the second wave is about to collapse on top side.
Ooh, Kabuki tastes a rogue spear, but clapping back to Oheb just the same with that Renner shot. Something to note, when you're inside Blacklist base, this is a better situation than they were in Game 1. The Cho isn't as great in comeback defense plays as the Pharom is. So yes, this is a good spot to be in for Blacks International if they're going to stay in. But for now, though, I'm not so sure. Oh, they've cordoned off Hai!
Yeah, Hai. He still has the flicker. He could try to make something happen, but the rest of his teammates are just way too far away, and there was no reason to be that far in the first place. Blacklist International get a free punish, but man, this just shows how important it is to clean up your room before you go to an event.
That's right. That's what they call the mandatories, the upkeep. And here you see, oh, the RWM, the answer.
It came out, but it's just to clear the waves, right? They refuse to lose. Oh no, the wall, it actually collapses on towards Von's side. Renegade could maybe make something happen. Doesn't get close enough, but it's going to be Haji who secures that kill. Haji flickering forward aggressively, and Reza now dropping the RWM to look to punish. Winter Truncheon looks good, but in the back lines, we already see it. It's Edward, Agent Zero, finding 1 kill for himself, and a second one on top of Levy with the help of Renegade. What an aggressive maneuver from Blacklist International.
And that's what happens. Again, a lot of the fights that Aura Fire are going to lose are fights that they walk into. And with that, Blacks International pummeling on through, penetrating through mid. A huge win for them. Top lane goes as well. Oh, it's just a matter of time.
Yep, does Kabuki have the ultimate? RWM is going to come out to make sure that Kabuki can actually do it. And they still have one. Vaughn tries, but it's too late. The retribution does not connect. Blacklist International will be able to bring this to Game 3.
We have already changed the narrative. Not like this, not this way. The Aura fam will not sweep Blacklist, not in the SPS challenge season. Woo!
You gotta give it to Oheb, right? Again, his knockbacks, he is pushing people really out of position, forcing them to go down a pathway that they never even had a choice to begin with. 2 pathways, all of a sudden I'm forced into one. Well, I gotta commit to it, right?
It's the right amount of just bravery and gambling that risk of just being punished. And I think the fact that they picked off Hai first just made Hai think, all right, I have to watch out. They're onto me. And then that's what made this snowball through mid all the way into that finish possible. And that's why we ended up in Game 3.
I mean, this could have all been avoided. Aura Fire just decided, you know what, we already have the lead. Let's just maintain it, right? They had the 5K, but they decided to make that play down bot side. They get punished for it. They go mid, they get punished for it. And then it equalizes. Oh, boy, you just hate that feeling, but you can't close out the game.
Yep. Let's see what our analysts think. I turn to sweating right now. Your turn.
Bro, I'm chill. I mean, you know, I hate to say that I was right, but before we even jumped into the game, I said Blacklist. Okay, I'm sure the other casters couldn't hear it because I was whispering it to you guys, but I hate to say it, and it looks like I'm not the one with the headache. It looks like Ghani's the one with the headache.
You okay? Yeah, you need something for the headache, man. You good?
The first match to go to full series here, 1-1, has to be this game, right? Of course.
Of course.
1-1.
Do you need some? I don't know. Do you need a new phone?
I need Monster.
Do you need Monster? I have a lot. Here. Take it.
Yeah.
Grab a drink.
Okay.
But yeah, this is what happened. 15 minutes in, 51 seconds. It was very different to game number 1, where it felt like Aura Fire were able to snowball from that early game. But the shift in, I would say, just lineup could have that much of an impact for Blacklist. And I gotta say, Aura Fire made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, key positioning and the attempts to try to get vision from high. Sometimes it would also be Palevi, although Palevi was, for me, the biggest threat in this lineup of Aura. You saw how he was managing the minion waves and the off lanes. You saw how he was just stopping the attempts of Blacklist to try to overcommit onto a Lord because they have to worry about them losing inhibitors in another lane. But at some point, Blacklist just snapped, and Hades was hitting his retributions. Although there was one very impressive one from Van where he won it 4v1, 5v1 single-handedly.
That's crazy.
It was a much better
loco.
performance this time. It was loco indeed. It was a much better performance this time around by Hades.
I mean, excellent point. But let's start the drafts, right? I mean, that last pick, that last Faramis pick, was, I feel like, also what Blacklist just managed to exploit. With the Faramis roam, you can go for the 4v4s more confidently, more even 3v3s, and of course 5v5. So again, with that last pick, they managed to pick up a hero for Renegade. And take a look at the stat. He was able just to facilitate for his team, which Aura Fire, sure, you have the arenas, you have someone tanky, but to out-sustain most of the time, yeah, you cannot, you cannot go up against the Faramis.
Yeah, I felt like Renegade was more at home with the Faramis, right? On the show, it didn't feel like he was able to get a lot of good openings, but man, the second I doubted him, he picks up something like the Faramis, and he's able to be that key factor in, Blacklist just winning those team fights.
Yeah, and of course, we have to call back to that key turnaround moment in the mid lane when Blacklist was able to pick out Van near the end of the game. That was facilitated by Renegade. He got the Shadow Stampede pull in onto Van, which meant Oheb got to knock Van back into a wall, and Blacklist continued the fight. I wouldn't be surprised if he'd be the MVP, but there are other members of Blacklist who deserve it as well.
So we'll see. The MVP actually goes to Haji, the KDA machine. Never doubted this man once. 4-0-11, perfect. It wasn't even able to get picked up once, and he went for a very aggressive build on the Eve.
Yeah, I just need to mention here, Agani mentioned facilitating was key for Renegade. When you facilitate, you need follow-up. During the times where Oheb needed to catch up with farm, he was the follow-up. Haji, with his MVP performance, and of course, pairing that really well, the timing of the usage of the real-world manipulation to make sure that the setups coming in from Renegade will work, that the members of Aura Fire will get trapped. The times where Haji would commit flicker forwards, just he'd be able to deal damage, well deserved MVP.
And again, looking at the composition from side of Blacklist, they have a lot of mobility, right? With the Faramis, with the Joy, it's just, no. In game 1, it was Aura Fire with the constant pressure, but Blacklist, actually, sure, they were behind in the early, but what happened was, it was them. After Moskov was activated, it was them looking for fights because they have that mobility, look more fights. And Aura Fire, they got overwhelmed by the amounts of I guess they miscalculated the damage. They made a lot of blunders towards that end, and Blacklist was more than ready to take that game. And again, great positioning, great timing here by Haji. The winner's truncheon was just perfect. But again, the Blacklist International in game 2, you know what? I think game 1 was the warm-up game. In game 2, they were activated.
And you gotta talk about this Moskov pick, right? Because it didn't necessarily feel like Blacklist were looking for picks in the beginning, but they were more objective-centered. And with the Moskov, you can say that a Moskov is like a bulldozer, just shredding through all your buildings. And at some point, even though Aura Fire were leading, they were able to equalize very quick and have that, what was it called? Rubber band effect.
Yeah, the classic Blacklist International. They could be behind, but they just are going to be able to find holes in the armor of their opposing teams. And then if it's not going to be one play, it'll be one thing leading into another. And that's exactly what they did and how they were able to turn it around.
Again, a great execution, great composure as well.
Yeah.
But again, Blacklist in that composition, the draft were very, very good. Meanwhile, game one was very, very difficult. But, oh, what is happening here? What do Aura Fire need for game three?
I think, though, for Aura Fire, someone's unleashing the beast, and it's Eterna.
Wait.
Eterna just unleashed the beast.
Sorry. I need more energy.
Okay.
I need more energy. I need a little bit of a break. So with that, me, Gani, as well as Reptar, we'll see you in 5.
We gotta push to the limit then work till we finish then push to the limit then work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermisst dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dodo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat, lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Immer wieder repeat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lelele, lelele, lelele. Als ob uns keiner sieht.
On a rhythm and I'm up the beat. When you on look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me?
We gotta push to the limit then work till we finish then push to the limit then work.
Sorry, guys. I was playing the FA bot game. Oh
Okay,
my god, it was so
fair.
fun. I'm
That's
trying to
fair.
get number 1 on the rankings, all right? But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the first break between our series. Man, Aura Fire as well as Blacklist International just really pulling out all their stops in the series. And it's so exciting to finally see things getting a little bit more competitive into the tournament. And, you know, I was like watching you guys talk during the break, and it feels like you guys have a lot of opinions on that previous game.
You know what? I hit the reset button, Reptar. I'm not that. Yeah, no, because we lost. Aura Fire lost that game. I hit the reset button. Now I'm confident again. Aura Fire can take Game 3. Why? Because they are a team that is just very fast to adapt.
Okay, what's your defense here, Reptar?
I'm taking the stance of neutrality now and saying, at the end of the day, we're
What
all
happened?
winners.
What happened?
Because all of us are witnessing great Mobile Legends action. But Blacklist!
Oh, I thought he lost his faith.
No, of course not. I mean, like, coming back, you mentioned the adaptability of Aura. I do not doubt that that's there, but then I also saw the adaptability of Blacklist International, the adjustments in the drafts, the adjustments with how they rotated together and played as a team. So that's a Blacklist I know.
And that's scary, right? The adaptability of Blacklist. Because if Aura Fire honestly keep making the same mistakes, those small, minuscule mistakes over and over, you know that Blacklist is going to be the team to be able to punish it through and through. And I'm worried for my Indos. I'm worried.
That's the key thing here, Eterna. Game 2, Aura Fire, they got the early, they got the mid. But what happened was they just, their brain, I think, shut down. I think the communication wasn't that great in that stage. Suddenly undisciplined, they're just small mistakes that was unnecessary.
Yeah, you can see like the raw hunger from Van as well, right?
Yeah.
Sure, he was able to pull that 1v4 off, like you mentioned before, Reptar, but at the end, he did it again, and it was punished severely, and he was the key factor of being able to win those neutral objectives.
Yeah, and that was something that I believe was touched upon by the casters, by us as well, is that this is, of course, the Aura squad is a young team. Blacklist, they are a young team, but a lot of them have older brother energy and that experience. On the Aura squad, you have a team that might be susceptible to being so eager to win the series already and so eager to win the game that those mistakes come out. The Aura game in Game 2 was, to me, uncharacteristic Aura based on what I saw in game number 1, because game number 1 they worked like clockwork.
Yeah.
They had a clockwork style discipline with their invades, and in game number 2 at some point, as you mentioned, that just dipped away.
Yeah, a lot of overzealousness in Game 2, especially after gaining control, gaining momentum. And I feel like Game 3, if they do get to that point, with if that the same story aligned, they should be more calm, stay composed. Meanwhile, Blacklist, they are a team, like we mentioned, experienced players. So they were faced in similar situations where they were behind, turning the base, but they can find and exploit mistakes, and that is what is displayed in Game 2.
Yeah, so we've been talking about execution for quite a while, right? Mistakes need to be repaired. Adaptability is also very important in this series, but let's focus on the drafts here, right? Because do you think that there was an issue in the draft of Aura Fire that led to the fact that Blacklist could have, just taken it back in that late game?
Personally, I love that Aura draft. That Uranus last pick was really good. At some points, it meant that Edward wouldn't be at the fight right away, or Edward was just completely gone from a certain sequence for Blacklist International because of the pressure that the Uranus was applying onto the opposite side of the map. So I wouldn't think it's a draft issue. I have
execution, I feel.
It's execution, definitely. And
pure execution.
I have another question, though, for Blacklist is, are they going to continue to ban the Selena? That's it from me.
Also, great point, right? Because, again, from the 3 picks that Blacklist picked, it was a lot of anti-CC, so I don't feel like they needed to ban the Selena out, especially in the last 2 picks. It was a Moskov that can just dodge away the arrows and the Faramis that does well going up against the Selena. So perhaps in Game 3, second phase, especially Blacklist, I don't think you should or could or would Ban the
All right,
Selena.
all right, all right. Let me call Coach Bonchan just for a
Yeah.
bit. Wait.
Reptar,
It's
hit him up.
Wow.
It's ringing. It's
Reptar,
ringing.
hit him up.
No, I don't have his number.
Hello?
And I
Hey,
don't-
Coach
DM him.
Bonchan.
Okay, wait. Listen to me about this.
Yeah. So we're casting for you right now. Okay. Yeah. I know you're in the drafts. Can you wait a second? Hello. He shut the call down.
Yeah, he's already.
Now he's drafting. What the heck? I wanted to say.
Priorities, they turn out
You know,
priorities.
no, we want to see the Selena being opened up because we want to know why they keep banning out the Selena, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I have a feeling it's because it might mess up the. Well, as we all know, the
Sure,
Selena
it
does
can
mess
open.
up the positioning.
Open
Yeah,
maps,
but there
sure.
are other heroes, right? I mean, Natalia is an option if you want to open up Vision. Is there something that we're not aware of? Is
let's see.
something that I keep wondering. But coming into the drafts here for game number 3, it does seem like Blacklist have opted to swap sides once again with Aura. Blacklist with the first pick, Aura with the second, and the bans are quite similar already, right? Kadita, Arlat, you see the Novaria being taken away by Blacklist, and for the side of Aura, Wanwan, Joy this time around. And I'm wondering if Fanny Lance is going to be an option that they want to take off the board here for game number 3.
Yeah, let's see here. It's going to be the
Ooh.
Valentina, though. So a little bit different here. Remember, game 1, it was this side. Blacklist didn't ban the Novaria, though.
Yeah.
But this time, they banned out the Novaria. And Aura Fire opted for a Valentina ban. So again, opening up the Fredrin here for up for grabs.
Yeah, Blacklist International, I was surprised that they were able to find a really good way to shut Vance Fredrin down, considering that, from what I remember learning from you guys, the Indonesian talents, is that Van on a Fredrin is highly dependable with the jungle. So this time around, Blacklist says, you know what, we're gonna pick it. We're still gonna continue respecting it our own way, but I will be very surprised if this is something that they're considering putting in the XP lane. I'd rather see that go to the jungle, considering now that Van has the Lancelot. They're gonna be constantly invading along with the Eve, but Gani, more picks coming in hot. Wow, fast.
Very fast here. It's a little switch. Farsa will be picked up here. Game 1, it was the Valentina, so it's going to be a high ground versus high ground. But this time, what will Aura pick? Last time, they picked up Claude, but Yu Zhong is very, very juicy here, especially going up against the Farsa.
Yeah, I think Yuzong is like a really hot pick. If Blacklist knows anything, maybe they do have an option of picking up the Selena this time around. But I think Yuzong is really great, right? Yuzong can use the Black Dragon form to go into the back line, disrupt Farsa's ability to even have a say in those team fights, seeing that her utility can be cancelled, but instead they go for the glue. Aura needs to ban out the Faramis this time around then.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely take that out. It'd be slotting it perfectly with the lineup of Blacklist, and when it's glue, the Faramis is usually picked up by the opposing side. But they decide to actually ban out the Harith. They were thinking the possibility of Blacklist
using an APC.
Yeah, using that for... Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Okay.
So they're going to choose now probably to ban out another OHEB hero, potentially.
Will they? Okay,
There it
yeah.
is, yeah.
They will commit to the gold lane. So opening up the Faramis, are they going to pick up the Faramis themselves in that second phase? Perhaps. But Blacklist, they still banned the Selena out. So this is very, very interesting. 3 straight games, 3 Selena bans in that second phase. Last ban here, what will they go for here? This time around makes sense though, because you have the Farsa, which is quite vulnerable if there is a Selena. But will they commit to another potentially roam ban?
Yeah, that's a question here. I'm not really sure who they're trying to cover for up until this point. If they do still want to go ahead and cover up for the Farsa, they could still go for the... Okay, they can't. Well, technically they can, because Kabuki is known to utilize the Yuzong in the gold lane, but instead they go for the Melissa takeaway. So that leaves only a few options for that gold lane. Carry,
Yeah, carry.
Brody, we have Beatrix that's still left open for perhaps Blacklist to pick up again.
I wouldn't actually mind Blacklist picking up the Moskov
Okay.
once more. The Brody, yes, there's a lot of dive coming in. especially from the lands, but I feel like they're going to need that crazy amount of attack speed. So they could pair this with a Moskov Faramis, because I don't see High considering picking up a Faramis in this scenario, considering that he's also up against the Lapu Lapu and the Farsa with Lightning Truncheons. But no, Blacklist says we're going to pick the Kaja, and Blacklist is actually go Beatrix instead.
I think it's a safer pick. I think it's more versatile in lane as well, coming against the carry. Kaja really good for that single lockdown engage on the land slot as well as the carry. So it looks like they have the answers to probably all the aggression coming in from Aura. And I'm curious to see what... Okay, we're going to see a comfort pick here for High. He's actually used this once in the jungle as well. So he knows the hero out and in. Kufra, the choice.
Well, head-to-head, Kufra Kaja. Kaja wins that one. But overall, if you need CC, especially our fire composition-wise, they need CC. Yeah, Kufra is the perfect pick. I had to go with Aura Fire for Game 3.
What about you, Reptar?
Oh, you know I'm leaning towards Blacklist International, but just like game number 2, this I'm going to say a hero that I'm scared of. I'm scared of the Kufra.
Okay, and since this is the last game of the series, I'm going to go for Aura Fire, hashtag IndoPride. And with that, let's throw it to our casters. Take it away.
All right. Calling it down the middle here. Gideon and Leo back at the desk. This is as comfortable as it gets for both Aura Fire and Blacks International, because as Eterna mentioned, and we were having a little conversation here on desk as well, even Blacklist has a majority of their comfort picks all throughout.
And I love it a lot, especially when it comes down to the ban list. They are, again, Bonchan has done a great job at saying, you know what, High, we're going to make you play standard here. At least something that we can expect.
Yep, and again, this is a hero that he not only is used to playing as a roamer, but even when he was a jungler, even when High went deep during MPL ID Season 10, if I'm not mistaken, his Kufra was already a thing of legend. But looking at Blacks International, it's been a while since I've last seen Hades in action, right? In MPLPH.
Yes.
But him aside, everyone else is playing here that they're very comfortable with. Again, the Kaja, not very different from Renege's Cho. You still have that single ult that just isolates one. You have the Filipino sniper on the Filipino sniper. You have Edward on the Lapu Lapu, and of course, Haji on the Farsa. This is how they won that World Championship.
And the scary part is that both sides have some really good responses to when the initiative has been stolen away from them. And that's the scary part, right? That counter engage is always going to be harder.
Not to mention the Vancelot from Game 1, our MVP. Let's go into the game here. A purple start for both junglers.
All right, okay. Looks like it's pretty standard from both sides at the very least. We'll see whether Van is actually able to get ahead like he did last time. But then again, it's going to be Hades. He's going to be playing on this Fredrin. It's hard to start falling behind. He's always going to be relevant.
Yep. I know that a lot of y'all watching, agents or a fam alike, just fans of MLBB Esports, watching the SBS, will say that, hey, Hades' debut under the Blacklist banner might not be the best, but with a hero like Fredrin, at least he can be comfortable.
Can we talk about Haji for just a second? He's been playing such good standard games. Wait, hold on. They're already finding the initial engagement onto Renege's side. He's trying to get out of the light wheel and manages to walk away. So keep in mind, you don't want to sit in that light wheel for too long.
Back to Haji though, but wait, up top!
Yep, it's going to be Van. He's looking for that first blood, finds it on towards Edward's side, and that's why it's a tough matchup. Lapu Lapu does not get good until level 4 in blue. He's just going to bully him out of here.
Now let's talk about Haji.
Yep, because he has been super consistent in the past 2 games, and now he's on a volatile scaling artillery mage.
Yep, and he's playing it well. Look at how well he's bullied Reza. Reza, by the way, been killing it on the Valentina 2 games in a row, despite that loss in game 2. But just the same, now he's on the Eve. So it's the Eve versus the Farsa. It's a square versus a circle. There's the engage on Palevi.
Yep, and again, Palevi, you have to use that early flicker. Make sure that he lives. He doesn't need it for the upcoming turtle fight. It'd be useful to have, but at the very least, he knows that he's going to live and hit level 4.
And the thing is, he spent the flicker because if he died, he would have missed level 4. It would have been a much harder fight. So here, if he commits to it, gets that last wave, he can get a split. Now Haji's in trouble.
Real world manipulation already coming out, but Feather Airstrike as a response. They trade 1 for 1 on either side, though. Turtle falls into the hands of Hades from Blacklist International. They walk away, even though it's 2-1. At least they got the Turtle.
Gideon, Was that Haji's first death this whole series?
I feel like he's died before.
He's died once in game 2.
He's died once in game 2, but will be the second death, and I'm more surprised that he died before the 6-minute mark.
Interesting, but it was the trade for the turtle, so I get it. This is a worthy sacrifice for what could be Blacklist's comeback, because again, they're looking at a reverse sweep, and Aura Fire just wants to get back on the horse here. They want to come back into a winning position, which they currently have right here. 300 gold ahead.
I see why he died. I see why that he actually looked for this trade. Look at it. Reza at level 4, Haji at level 5. They're going to get into engagement again. It's going to be Hades tanking as much as he can. Oh, great Divine Judgment coming in from Renegade. He won't the counter engage, though. It looks pretty good, but Van, he's got to decide on what he wants. As Blacklist International split apart, Kabuki is able to join the fight just in time to take out Hades. A 2-for-1 trade in favor of Aura Fire.
And Aura Fire are just burning up now. They do not want a replay of game 2, so they want to stay ahead as much as possible. And key here is Van on the Lancelot. We've already seen what that does. And Kabuki on this carry, who just, wow, built up a corrosion site. That's fast. He is not that far ahead of Oheb, but the fact that he's willing to show up in fights sooner makes all the difference. High with a jump.
Yep, they've already broken a majority of the shielding. High, he's going to die here. There's nothing that he can do, and now Oheb finally catching back up. Again, Corrosive Scythe, cost-efficient item in comparison to something like a Hunter Strike or even a BOD.
Is this as early an Ube as it gets? Oh, they broke it up. All right. I was afraid that Blacklist was going to go straight up Ube. 3 minutes in, let's Ube now.
Yeah, Ube now. No time like the present. And Levy, he's doing a good job at keeping 8-0 in check while the bottom side. That's where we're seeing a lot of that focus between Aura Fire and Blacklist.
Yep, Turtle spawns up in the upper quarter of the map, and oh no, not a good time to be Palevi.
I think he's fine, right? He's still got the split technically. He's trying to walk away from 3. It's not looking good now. He goes into the split. Vaughn's trying to help. Renjay's waiting for it. High could look for his spots. He finds it. No, doesn't hit Haji in time. They're trying to get on top of Hades as the counter response here. It's now turned into a fight, and it's going to be High. He finds 2 Feather Airstrike to deter the rest of Aura Fires. They back away, and Edward still should be able to secure this kill on towards Vaughn's side. Gets it as the real world manipulation comes out of Reza, only finding 1. Renjay flickering forward. High trying to slow him down, gets hit by the Divine Judgment. Better him than anybody else, but Levy already using the grab to slow them down. This is not looking good as Aura Fire finally call it quits.
100 seconds on Renegay's flicker. Took a while to find a target there. Eventually does get a pull onto High, but it was all just for the tempo, just to make sure that R5 don't push the advantage here. Turtle scored by Blacklist this time around. 100%, and they pop Levy here. This is a great move for Blacks International. They're buying so much space for Oheb, who has had, dare I say, the most comfortable game he's had in game 1, 2, and 3 so far. And there's a jump by High, threatening Edward.
Oh, unfortunately, High was not able to position himself in front of Edward, thankfully, because Haji was able to get the stun off in time. If not, that probably would have been a kill going over to Aura Fire. Now, down by the bottom side, Kabuki holding on his own. Renjay looking for an opportunity, and Oheb says no, flickers forward, sneaks in an auto attack before flickering. Great moves from Oheb.
Something he may have picked up from an old rival, if you know what I'm saying. Now, Blacks International on the board here. High with a jump!
Yep, Reza gets saved from the Divine Judgment, and now Renegade just left out to dry. Void Crystal and Void Blast looks with a real world manipulation as well. They still haven't caught on to him, and now Hades is slowing down High. Renegade might get away from 3, tries to go for the execute, but didn't buy enough time. Ends up going down. He doesn't mind, right? Look at his emblems. He's totally fine with dying.
Yep. Didn't get enough time between a last hit between the turret and an opponent for the kill reset to just turn into a free kill. But looking at the gold lead here, only really Van is the one who's getting way ahead of Blacks International. Elsewhere, it's Blacklist all the way. That's what this 1,500 approaching 2K gold lead looks like right now. 6-5. Tier 1 lost up top and down bottom. So yeah, Blacks International, this is a pretty comfortable lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing this version of Blacklist International actually obtain a lead this early into the game. But now this might be a full-on fight here. Van, he's trying to bait this out, but the rest of Aura slowly showing face in the mid lane. We see Palevi flickering forward to make this happen. Split has been activated. Divine Judgment as well. Real World Manipulation to look for an opportunity onto Hades as Vaughn is able to take out the backline just in time with the help of the real world manipulation, but notice that it's going to be Edward taking out their backline as well. That's a 3 for 2. The bravest fighter still lives on.
And just like that, Oheb, a switch inside of him. This is the best Beatrix game he's had all series. Game 1, not so good. Game 2, it was a Moskov, and now he's so comfortable. Again, you see how much he was free hitting. And the punish, Kabuki finding a window though, trading that turtle from a lost trade to a tier 1 push up top. Aura Fire not quite out just yet. Van meets up with Edward and Renegade here. Interesting, no one wants to give up mid.
Yeah, I think right now, Aura Fire just need to take a step back. Let's look at the instant replay, right? Because again, you can see that Pahlevi is trying to make sure that Renegade doesn't make this play, right? But he could have been on someone like Hades and then look to turn around and take the turtle afterwards.
Yep, and what that bought for Blacklist is a lack of focus on Oheb. And that's what just let all the damage on through. And now Blacklist 2K ahead. Aura Fire just finding the little gaps in Blacklist's housekeeping. See, they're having High take care of that alongside Kabuki Reza.
Never want to do this. You never want to do this because, again, when you're playing Farsa, you just have bigger base damage in comparison to a Heap needs multiple taps in comparison to Haji's. Just a quick 3 is more than enough.
Yep, it's basically the difference between a shotgun and a submachine gun. The RWM needs a lot to make most of it, but for the Feathered Airstrike, yeah, as you said, 3 pumps, that's it, and he has a lightning truncheon, so that's what's dealing all this damage, and look at this deadly bush. I wonder if Hades knows that there's 4 in there.
He's sniffing it out, right? He's not bothering to face check. If he did, he probably would have died. And wow, that's just a passive and 1 tick of the Feathered Airstrike onto Kabuki. Keep in mind that Haji's going to remember that.
Yep, Haji should, because looking at the max damage dealt, he's only second to Reza. So yeah, Reza has been planning himself with the RWM swiping and tapping as much, but yeah, Haji's just 100 damage away from him, second place right now.
We all saw that, right? Oheb, he wanted to go check the Pixel Brush. The rest of Blackloot was like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Turn around, and now High, he's going to start opening up the map. The Lord is spawning in 2 more seconds, but the housekeeping needs to be done.
Yep, and it looks like they let go low minion count for the bottom lane, so that is going to be an advantage. Renegade spots 1. High looking for the jump.
Yep, he gets on top of Pahlevi so far. And it's raid! No, he channeled the split too early. He needed to get out of there. The RWM is up on top of Renegade so far, but Vonnie's so out of position, forced to use the Phantom Execution to get back in, and now the Feathered Airstrike is free to go, but it's going to be Aura Fire who secures Lord as the rest back away. Only 1 casualty so far, about to be 2. High can't seem to escape, and the bonk is going to send him back to the base. Haji, so consistent.
And they are going to convert that death ball into a push in mid. But Gideon, I think it would be an injustice for us to not say Van is a madman. You see that wreckage, you see that steal. He made the most of a losing situation by saying, you know what? We have the major objective. We lost what we lost. There's no use crying over spilled milk.
Yeah, and now he's got a 2-level lead against Hades, right? We talked about it earlier that if we see Van just get ahead, he does so much on Levy. He needs to be able to start using his flicker defensively. He can't just be channeling split in front of their face anymore.
And that's what's difficult when you're facing off against Blacklist, who has pretty good damage coverage between Haji and Renegade on magic, and then the rest on physical. And a good amount of burst and DPS as well. Pahlevi can't get away with what he's been trying to do here. It's just not going to work out, especially since he only has, oh lord, just a Dominance Ice.
It feels really bad. Like, Dominance Ice is a great utility item, but like in terms of raw stats, sure, it's great in lane, but when you get into the bigger picture, especially when you look at the items, like look at Oheb right now. He's 3 items. He's got the Malefic Roar. Yeah, sure. Build an Anti-Cuirass. I'm just going to cut through you regardless, but Van, he's doing some good damage. Renegade looking to punish. He sees Haji. He sees Edward. Can't get out. Haji just does not miss.
Oh, quite the nomad Van was, just walking around, loitering inside Black's International's jungle. He wasn't too deep. I'm not so sure what he was thinking to do there.
Hey, just gallivanting, you know? Gotta be careful when you're gallivanting around. High, charging it up. Oheb, still great reaction time. Feathered Airstrike is already out, but just notice that Pahlevi just cannot maintain that sort of damage.
Here we see Grand Theft Purple. Can they get it? Yes, he does. No, better.
Got it.
Better, yes. given over to Haji.
That's great. That is great. 80's looking for an opportunity. Oh, the suppress. Oh, nobody pulls it out of the Menace range. Doesn't matter, though. They still aren't able to get the Tyrant's range out in time for the airstrike to deter the rest. Nicely done. Good recovery from Blacklist International.
Yep, back-to-back wins for Blacks International here, approaching a 3K gold lead at 12 minutes, 25 seconds, and they're going to take his tier 2. And look at how deep Kabuki is. I wonder if they're going to spot him. They know, they smell it. Oh, wait.
No, he cancels it. He's trying to go for the 1v1 against Haji and gets it in time. Flickers away, and now he's against Oheb. Oh my god, Kabuki! He finds it. Everyone finally takes him out of the back line. The damage is gone, and Reza with the real world manipulation to deter them. It's going to be Vaughn. That's all they have left. They've got no more damage. They've lost their marksman, and now it's just Reza slowly chipping away at Edward. Taking it.
This is difficult. It's a 2v3. What was that? Off of the back of Kabuki's 50-50. Never tell him the odds. No. Never tell him the odds. They have turned it all around. Hades is going to fall here, and it's only Renegade left. What even? The difference between Oheb and Kabuki's kit. Oheb did not have a win chant. Kabuki did. What?
That.
And in the face of a what? 3K, 4K gold lead?
And all of this because Oheb thought, you know what? I don't need the Winds of Nature. I'm so far ahead. I'm going to go for the Haas Call. I'm going to finish the Hunter Strike. And just because of that decision, he dies for it. Now, Horafire have an opportunity to really converge this. Oheb trying to look for his steal. Doesn't find it just yet. Horafire walk away with a Lord in hand.
That's going to be a Luminous Lord marching on for the side of Horafire. And just the same, their minions were already enhanced prior to this. Blacklist haven't gotten a single Lord just yet. 14 minutes in, 16 to 11. Let's watch it again. Watch Kabuki. Pow! That's Haji. And then as I saw the win chant, I knew it was over.
Yeah, that was some John Wick stuff right there. Tactical, precise, no movement wasted. And by the time he was facing off Edward, he's like, okay, I'm going to die to this, but I am going to make sure it hurts.
Already, even if he died, it's an achievement already, right? You're looking for a pickoff when you're down behind this much. He did more than just a pickoff. He got 2, and that is just what Kabuki presents. Again, this young man has played in so many different roles under the Horafire banner. He's seen almost any situation you put him in. Now high, propping up for a jump. Gonna let this Lord crash on through. Tier 2 pushed up top. Oh wow, mid lane tier 1 still stands, but I think Horafire will do well to clean up here.
Yep, they're angling Blacklist out. That's the idea, right? They're cracking open the tier 2s. They got the tier 1 in mid. Bottom side, no outer turrets as well. And Oheb learning his lesson and purchasing a Winds of Nature.
Oh, finally, but look at the damage here. Haji and Oheb, of course, core damage dealers for Blacks International. And then you have Reza and the Van. So even Kabuki at this point, despite what he's done about 2-3 minutes ago, is still just barely hitting the upper half of damage dealt in this game.
I mean, it's about target prioritization, right? If you're able to free hit, and when you're comparing it to a Beatrix, Beatrix is more likely to get in range than this carry. Now, this is where it gets very, very dangerous, right? We've seen how the late game goes for Blacklist International, and Horafire, it's clear they can't close this out without another good play. There's no way High's going to go in there, right?
Nope. It's not to the range unless he expends his flicker, and I don't think everyone can jump in at the right time. I was actually pretty scared for Blacklist because they're the ones who were further off. If High just pulls the trigger, it would have led to maybe a 2-for-1, 3-for-2, still in favor of Horafire.
Oh, they're going to do it again. They're going to do
Set
it again.
Up.
Again, everybody's too far. Everybody will have to flicker if we do see High try to make a play as risky as this one. And he doesn't even have like clear information to work off of.
Yeah, but good news, bad news, right? For Horafire, they all have flickers, save for Van, so they can close the gap. Bad news, Blacks International only have 3 flickers, and Renegade wants to use his for the re-engage. Oheb wants to use his for retreat. So, yeah, interestingly enough, Horafire, their fingers on the trigger this time around. They are in the lead. They have cordoned off Blacklist to only go in certain parts of the map. And even Edward's in trouble.
Yep, they find Edward. Nicely played by Horafire. They knew that Blacklist International would not make the same mistake twice in game number 1 where they just didn't do their housekeeping. So they punish Edward for that. Now, after readable play, they start moving down. But notice, two members now hiding in the bush on that top side, making sure they don't give away that information, and now moving in towards mid to zone Blacklist out. Can they take this 4v5? It's very unlikely, and Palevi, he's going to make sure that Hades is nice and stacked up. So when he splits, it's going to matter. Bandit's Rage is already coming out as Palevi is already taking too much Feathered Airstrike as well to try and secure the kill, able to get the immortality, and there's Hades. He finally drops and high. Oh, tries to get on top of Haji. The Purify is good, and the Winter Trenchant as well, but with no support, he's left hanging.
Blacklist International got nothing, not even a trade. RFI takes everything, 2 for none, plus a Luminous Lord sitting at 5,000 gold ahead. Bare minimum, Gideon, bare minimum. RFI's taking 2 inhibitors.
All right, let's see how much damage they can apply onto Blacklist International. The siege is going to continue, but again, the high ground defense from the side of Blacklist International is good. Even Edward is willing to expand his ult just to clear waves. What sucks about it is the fact that the Lord just spawned and now the waves are starting to crash.
Yep. Again, Aura Fire orchestrating this push. There goes mid-tier 3. The inhibitor falls, bottom in jeopardy. Oheb just making quick work of it. He has to. And here's the big Lord. It's going to jump on through. There's a big siege minion right between them.
Well, Hades tries to cancel it. Bennett's Rage being expanded. RWM as well to zone them out. The classic siege. Oh, they get Hades! And now this is going to get real difficult. Oheb has no ults to work with left. Nothing to clear those waves, and Haji has to decide. He quickly goes with the Feathered Airstrike on towards the minion wave, but they're punishing him high. Doesn't let him go any further than this as they close out the game against Blacklist International. That's it. They've done it. Aura Fire. Well played. GG. Well played.
2-1, taking the series right out of the clutches of a possible reverse sweep. The Aura fam rejoices. The flames and fires burn. And you can see the look of disbelief in Blacks International. They had that. It was the mid-game to the late game, and then suddenly Kabuki happened.
Yeah, I think they know what the mistakes are. They know exactly what's happening internally. We are only looking from the outside, but they feel it the most, right? They feel it the most that things could be better, things could be more polished.
Yeah, and again, they can build on their synergy. But at least, we can rest easy. As agents, as Filipinos, that it's not over quite yet. They still have a chance. They can make it to the last chance qualifiers later on in the challenge season. But really, headline of this series, Aura Fire takes down Blacks International despite the 85 to 15% predictions and this difficult series comeback. It was amazing. Aura Fire learned along the way, and here they've corrected some of their mistakes from Game 2, and they've shown us something spicy. Kabuki, I'm on to you.
Yeah, Kabuki, High, they're doing amazing jobs. I just like the fact that Blacklist International are willing to play Assassins. Of course, it's good to see that things are still, at the very least, they've got comfort picks to work with.
Yeah, and again, it's not enough. Here you see that the difference between synergy and actual execution on the Land of Dawn are different. We'd love to hear more from our analysts and, of course, our hosts. Eterna, hope you guys are ready.
Can I get a zoom in, please? I don't know. Can you see it?
Kabuki God.
Kabuki
Kabuki
God.
God.
All right.
Game 3.
Kabuki God. Game number 3. That was Blacklist's game to win. But on the back foot of his 50-50, like the casters mentioned before, they were able to turn it around. And it's a good day for Mobile Legends, for the Indonesian representatives all around. Congratulations, Aura! And congratulations to the Aura fam. But I'm going to throw it to the analysts now to break down that 18-minute game.
One of the most brilliant things I could point out about Aura is, of course, other than that Kabuki play, Reza really won me over in this entire series. His skill conservation, when to pop that real-world manipulation. Eventually, it became a duel between him and Haji in terms of, okay, which one of us is going to use our ultimates first, meaning that one of us is going to be more vulnerable than the other. Usually that means the Farsa, but then Blacklist were answering the Eve of Reza as well. And then Edward versus Palevi, it was Edward who won majority of their matchup. He was more active around the map, hence the sub 5 minute early ube where Edward just joined the rest of Blacklist cross map because Palevi, all he can do is cut, he can't push. Aura here, what an impressive win.
Impressive indeed, Reptaran. Yeah, Reza enabled his team, right? With the positioning and, like you said, the skill conversion. Yeah, he was unstoppable in this game. Even though 3 Blacklist members actually got the title, it does not matter. As we all know, Blacklist won the early and mid. But Aura Fire, they got the sneak attack from Kabuki Play. 1 for 3 at that point? So after that, Aura Fire, they got the momentum, they got the map control, and it was all Blacklist just struggling to bounce back, trying to reclaim, but Aura Fire closed all of the loopholes from then and there, and it was just very hard for Haji here, who is on a Purify, to make plays.
Kabuki, Van, and Reza. My goodness, I like what I saw from those 3 members here of Aura. Kabuki, just the sheer audacity of him willing to try that and actually succeeding with it. My goodness. But Van won me over. You've got Van, who's a retry god. You got Kabuki god. You got Reza, who's a skill conservation god. The future looks bright for this Aura squad.
Yeah, it's a big slap in the face for Alter Ego, right? Because you could see in their game against Bigatron that they were trying to attempt those similar things, but they did not succeed. I would have given the MVP to Kabuki, but Van was consistent throughout this entire series. And in this game in particular, a 6-6 KDA, but that does not reflect the impact and the damage he was able to have and grant onto Blacklist International.
That First Lord is probably one of the reasons why Van was the MVP in this game. Him being able to secure that meant that controlled a little bit of that lead that Blacklist got to build. Hence why Aura Fire was able to keep themselves in a situation wherein they could make this play later on into the game, where Kabuki just single-handedly turned the game around.
Yeah, it's just all execution again in Game 3. Aura Fire just executed better, especially after that mid-game. They were proactive still, even though they were behind, with calculations. Not really a gamble, sure. You gamble that play, but it's all within Kabuki's calculation. And after that, you can see here, Blacklist, they're on the back foot. Haji, great early game, great mid-game, but once you fall behind, it's just so hard because Aura Fire, they have a lot of engagements with High, with Palevi. It's very hard to find a good position for this Farsa.
I don't know, can you really say that Aura Fire's execution was better? Because I'm of a different opinion. I think Blacklist played a really good game up until the point where things went a little bit, I guess, reversed because of that Kabuki play. Because even before that, remember, Blacklist were holding, what, a 4,000 gold lead at that point?
Yeah. And it was continuing to climb. But what I like seeing from this Aura squad was that after they found that turnaround play from Kabuki, and once they finally got room to breathe, they were so proactive, as you mentioned, Gani, with regaining key positions in the map, regaining control of the minion waves, regaining control of the jungle, just having that baseline so that they can continue to take it straight to Blacklist. And it became just a question of, okay, which one of us is going to crack first? Which one of us is going to be able to team fight better? And eventually, that just became the answer of Aura Fire.
And again, Van on this Lancelot, same great display as he did in Game 1. Very consistent, but aggressive. Same standard build, right, with the endless battle towards the end. But yeah, I mean, with just calculation, very tanky build, but can deal damage, which actually hurts a lot.
Yeah,
especially if you're Oheb.
Yeah, man. Just the damage that he was dishing out, and then everything Aura was able to do to make sure they get to follow up, even though Palevi struggled, and that Edward was being more active. Just again, these are the kinds of things that you're happy to see in a young and upcoming team. A team that's still developing, gaining their reps, getting their experience. Although there are members of Aura who have that long time experience. So if you're a member of the Aura fam, you should be very proud of what Aura showed here today. What they did to come back in game number 3, those were veteran moves.
Very impressed, very impressed. Going 4-0 all the way to this point. Being able to win it in a 2-1 against Blacklist International. This is definitely a team that is shining and being put onto the radars of everyone out there at this point, and people need to be careful, right? So with Aura Fire being able to win this series 2-1, that means that they do move forward and they advance. One more win and they make it. They get that slot for the Challenge Finals in Jakarta, but the hurdle is Bigatron Alpha, and man, with the way that Bigatron Alpha played earlier, they're very systematic and they do punish these kinds of things as well. And there's no synergy issues. There's not much to exploit from the side of Bigatron Alpha. So Aura Fire, as great as their performance was today, they still need to study and learn Bigatron Alpha.
They need to study fast though, because that match will be today, will be later on tonight. So both teams will go head to head.
Wait, really?
Yeah, they will go up against later today.
So that's the last match of today?
That's the last match.
Oh my god. Miracle must be smiling right now.
I'm pretty sure all Indonesians are smiling. At least one. There'll be one Indonesian team who will be able to take the Group C crown and make sure that they get to go to back home in Jakarta, or not back home. They're still home. Stay at home in Jakarta. Y'all know what I mean.
I mean, meanwhile though, Alter Ego, it's gonna be official. Alter Ego will take on Blacklist. So I don't know who's sweating, but it's gonna be an entertaining match.
I actually have a fun fact, right? When VWise was still in the roster for Blacklist, so I didn't really want to bring it up because VWise isn't here, but they mentioned in one of their interviews that the two Indonesian teams that they wanted to face most in the world basically was Aura Fire and Alter Ego. And now Blacklist gets to go against both, but V isn't there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the other members of Blacklist share that same sentiment. Of course, they spent time together. I'm pretty sure V told them, like, oh, it's because of this and that, and probably went, oh yeah, I see it. Now we want to face him too.
Exciting. There's just so much promise from both of these teams with their new rosters. And it's crazy to see how competitive things are getting already, right? Because yesterday was a full 2-0 stomp, and now things are starting to get a little bit more heavy, more, I would say, intense. And it's great because that's why I gave you so much room to talk, because I think there were a lot of things that you could actually highlight from that game between Aura as well as Blacklist. But man, the fun is not over just yet. We do still have, how many matches do we have of it? Three?
Three more.
Three more matches?
Three.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So the next one is, oh man, I don't remember what
We
the
need
next one is.
we have one. We have one
Decider.
EVOS Icon
and
Homeboys.
So that's next. So it's not CFU Gaming yet?
Not yet.
No. We have.
I'm so excited for CFU, man.
Yeah.
It's do or die.
It's do or die.
EVOS Icon, will they qualify?
Thank you, production. There you go. So the next upcoming match is going to be, like you mentioned, the winners match between EVOS Icon and Homeboys. And so whoever wins goes forward to the challenge final. So that's a big match there. After that, finally, we get to see the Cambodian representative in CFU Gaming, as well as Dewa United. And then it's another winners match. We're crowning two people. We're giving 2 tickets away today.
All right, 2 tickets to Jakarta will get booked. Oh, that's a spicy
Poor
day.
Ryan.
That's a spicy day.
Yesterday was Bren, right? So we add another 2 teams.
Making calls, buying the tickets as soon as possible.
So
check it out.
That's crazy. By the end of this day, we would have secured tickets for A, B, and C. And then tomorrow, we just get to focus on Group D.
And then we get to go to the heated group.
Group E.
Group E.
Oh, Group E, the last chance group.
The last chance group. I'm super excited. Are you excited, Goni?
Very excited. I can't wait.
All right, what about you, Reptar? Are you excited?
Now, of course I'm excited. What do you expect me to say? Of course I'm excited.
Man, I don't know what to expect. Do you think the next match is going to be a 2-1
It's going to be
again?
heated, is all I can say.
It's going to be heated?
I wouldn't be surprised if the rest of the day we're just going to end maybe 2-2-1s and then 1-2-0. I'm not going to say which one.
Okay.
But this might be a long day with a lot of 2-1s.
I'll hold on to that, all right? Let's
right.
see, right? Because, 2 matches. Finally, Blacklist and as well as Aura Fire get to see a best of 3 in full action. So, a new taste today.
Yeah. Fun fact, all my predictions were 2-1 today. So, it's a long day.
It's going to be a long day.
If I'm right, it's a long day.
I don't mind.
But let's take a look into the brackets for Group C. As you can see here, Aura and Bigatron with the wins, they are going to move forward into the brackets. Whoever wins that goes into the challenge finals. And we'll see this later on. I think maybe tomorrow. Blacklist and Alter Ego going head-to-head. And they need to win twice in order for them to make it to Group E, or the qualifiers, the last chance qualifiers. So I really love how this format works. It makes things a lot more intense. There's a lot of second chances going around, so you can't just win based on sheer luck, but it needs to be strategized from the get-go.
Yeah.
And this is taking a look at Group B here, Reptar.
Yeah, you saw that was part of our 2-0 day yesterday. It's going to be EVOS and Homeboys, as mentioned, the next match, to see who will qualify to go to Challenge Finals in Jakarta. And, of course, you have RRQ and Team SMG, the Indonesia versus Malaysia group. It's going to be interesting. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to that EVOS Homeboys matchup.
Yeah, it's more than interesting, but again, this is going to be your day 2 recap where Bigatron Alpha, they got 2-0 against Alter Ego, but Aura Fire squeaked the win against Blacklist with a 2-1. 3 matches up ahead though.
Still 3 more intense matches, and the next match and the last match, right? That's really going to define who makes it to Jakarta. And whoever gets the challenge finals, it's not only bragging rights, but you also get a chance to take the prize pool as well, right? Because it is top 12. So that's when things get a lot more cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching for all these teams.
Think about it. $65,000 for top 1. Wow.
What would I do with that money?
What would you do?
I was asked this question earlier.
I think I'd buy ice cream.
$65,000 worth of ice cream.
I'd buy
A lot of ice cream.
Okay, that's a lot of Monster. I'd buy a Samsung S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, maybe just for the hell of it, a Snapdragon chip, not a phone, but a Snapdragon chip, and maybe more phones so I can play FEBot many more times.
I like that you mentioned that. And of course, they're all being shipped by DHL.
Exactly.
Oh man, it's just... Man, ESL, they're really spoiling us with these sponsors because it has been great so far. We want to give a big shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming for being able to just facilitate the entirety of these matches. I mean, Kabuki's play earlier was insane, and I don't think that these phones would have the bandwidth, the headspace to be able to cover it without it. And of course, they are all using the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra as well. I have one in my hand too. I was playing FEBot as well before this begun, and I didn't even realize that the break was over because, you know, the graphics, the camera.
It's addicting.
It's so good for making content as well. Bro, I love my content. Don't forget to check out our content soon because I think Reptar is gonna go for a dance, especially after he got energized by drinking the Monster Energy. So he wants to unleash the beast. He wants to show you guys at home as well, the viewers, and I'm so excited because we are going to be delivering the best of performances on that, right? FEBot Dash Cup.
Check it out.
But I want them to check it out, but I don't want them to be my competition.
Because you really wanted that top spot, yeah.
So what do I do? Do I promote it or not?
You promote it,
I still
but then
promote it?
make sure you win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think I'm gonna throw to a break now because I want to.
That's how much you really want to win? Okay.
Yeah. All right. With that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. We still have 3 more matches ahead of us. Me, Eterna, as well as Gani, and of course Reptar. We'll see you after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
La 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 la. Bin immer happy auf Fotos, doch im Blitzlicht der Strobo frag ich mich schon, wo du jetzt bist und vermiss dich so. 1000 Augen auf mir und ich schein immer zu lächeln und glücklich zu sein. Doch ohne dich fühle ich mich zwischen tausenden Leuten allein. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Du bist mein Dodo, ohne dich bin ich solo. Zwischen Tokio und Soho denk ich an dich und die Sehnsucht ist so groß. Denn mit dir kann ich Luftschlösser bauen. Wir zwei sind immer ein bisschen zu laut. Ganz ohne Ziel, ganz ohne Plan. Mit dir durchzudrehen hab ich so sehr gebraucht. Nur mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Wir tanzen so, als ob keiner zusieht. Ganz egal wo, zusammen sind wir mutig. Und wir beide drehen so auf, als ob es nur uns zwei gibt. Und singen so laut diese Melodie. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Flieg mit dir auf dem Beat. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Immer wieder repeat. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Flieg mit mir auf dem Beat. Lalala, lalala, lalala. Als ob uns keiner sieht. Mit dir kann ich sein, wie ich bin. Nur mit dir. Lalala, 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 lalala.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SPS, brought to you by and powered by Samsung Galaxy. So far, so good here at the SPS. Teams that you're expecting to win may not necessarily get away. My name is Getting Q. I'm going to be your desk host for this best of 3 matchup. It's going to be Malaysia versus Indonesia once again. And of course, we have to get the 2 proprietors who made sure that this apparently had to happen. It's going to be Gani and as well as Terrence Icy Baby 1-2. The score is 1-1.
I can't wait. Here, get in, of course, Indonesia. Well, 2 first 2 matches, Indonesian won, right? Well, technically first match it was Indo versus Indo, but Aura Fire with that win. So we need to continue that trend in this particular match because the team that wins this match, they will qualify to Jakarta.
Yeah, in this case...
You nervous, Malaysia? Malaysian?
You know, it's funny because why? On this test here, we've got 2 Malaysian on this test and European and Indonesia. And with the home buff, we got a 2v1U, baby.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Did it what? Look, I'm just gonna sit on the neutral stand this time around, you know. I'm the desk host, so I'm just gonna do what is gonna be necessary. Y'all debate amongst yourselves, but who do you think is gonna be winning? Because we did see both performances of EVOS Legends as well as the homeboys both showing up pretty strong. We'll start with you, Gani, first, and let's look at the brackets because so far their battle, and especially EVOS versus Team SMG, look real good.
I mean, remember EVOS Icon, right? They are such a young team, but they were able to defeat an MPL team in Malaysia. Surprise, surprise. So again, they're continuing the trend here, Terrence. It seems like EVOS Icon will go up against Homeboys. Same pattern.
You know, that's the thing, right? You know, you beat SMG, but this is Homeboys we're talking about here. Zon finally found his place, found his home here after so many years playing in the MPL MY. He looks stronger than ever in his debut here in SPS. So I'm feeling pretty confident because yesterday, whew, Homeboys, that was a pretty clean 2-0.
Both sides were looking really, really good. And guys, remember what these players are playing for. It's for qualifications to make it all the way to get that big cash out. And more importantly, the land that's only happening in Jakarta. Remember, the only legend tickets are currently available. The mythic level tickets have already been sold out. So you got to quickly go and grab. Go down to ESL.gg, SPS MLBB tickets, and it's only 20,000 rupiah. If you think that's a lot, sure, it looks jarring, but just do the conversion rate, and I'm telling you, it's actually worth every single penny. If you think that maybe that's too much, maybe try your luck on our raffle. Join our raffle, and win tickets and an exclusive t-shirt just to show that you're just better than everybody else in terms of luck. With that being said, let's come back to the debate and argument here, because right now, Homeboys are looking okay. They beat RRQ. Team SMG, technically the second place in MPLM. Why losing over to EVOS Icons, an MDL team? So, again, a lot of positions that we can take here. What should we expect from this matchup?
You know, to be honest, SMG, they didn't exactly start things off with their previous roster, right? We didn't see Valence show up yet, so maybe we'll see Valence here in the bottom here, but at the same time, Homeboys, they look stronger than ever. I love how Zorn has kind of integrated his playstyle, his aggressive nature coming in, and yesterday, that was perfect demonstration on how Homeboys completely dumpstered RRQ, if you think about it.
And here's the thing though, sure, Homeboys, they're an aggressive team, but EVOS Icon, even though they're such a young team, it showed yesterday that they were able to withstand the pressure, stay composed, stay disciplined, and just play with their own structure.
With their own structure, their own playstyles, their own identities, it's time to introduce the teams. To kick things off, it's going to be EVOS Icons with Eldora, Sutsujin, Grit, as well, Doma, and Ivan. This lineup has been very, very surprising, qualifying all the way from the Open Finals just to make it into the Challenge season.
Their main five, basically, right? No changes whatsoever from that MDL, and it seems like their chemistry and synergy. Take a look at this play where, man, it was just all in sync. Their chemistry here, Team SMG were just, they got dismantled in this play. And EVOS Icon, they is also an aggressive team, but again, with structure. So I feel like EVOS Icon should exploit that fact.
Fine, just right here, I agree. EVOS, they look pretty good. At the same time, come on, they've got disciplines. I'm pretty sure people make mistakes. At least they're not BTR. They're not in a machine. They're still human. So I guess I'll give you credit for this, for SMG. Okay, just for this replay, I'll give you credit for now. Connie?
I mean, Doma, again, is the star player, right?
Let's introduce our opposing team. It's going to be the Homeboys from Malaysia. It's Sepat, Chibi, Warlord, Anip, and this time they're running Zoran instead of Barbosa once again. Let's talk about this team, because again, we were talking about aggression, we were talking about structure. What does Homeboys bring to the table?
Hey, Homeboys, they are here to defend Malaysia's pride, man. Top 3 for MPL Season 11, recent champion for Kohai Championship. They are here to show that they can be one of the best from Malaysia. And guess what? Their match against RRQ, it may have seemed a little bit sloppy here just because Zorn is still a little bit new towards the team. But this is a good growth for Homeboys if you think about it, because we have never seen Zorn kind of play this Enchanter playstyle. And his first debut game, he brought in a Diggy, which allowed Homeboys to completely outdraft RRQ from the get-go, taking the first win. And on the second game as well is where things got a little bit interesting, because it's not just about the Zorn show. Sepat was able to just demonstrate as an XP laner, he knows how to find opportunities to set up for his team, which makes him a beautiful player.
Yeah, you know what? Seeing the plays that Homeboys did, it's very similar here if you're talking about EVOS Icon. They like to team fight. Their coordination is also great which just makes this match more interesting.
We can expect that both teams are going to be at each other's throats throughout the matchups. I don't know if they're going to be drafting for strong lanes or weak lanes. It's going to be a little bit tough to tell, but it's a first for everything, right? It's the first time that we're seeing an MDL team really take this mantle, and honestly, for them to qualify would be huge strides, and the same can be said about Homeboys. They used to be the consistent dark horse, never making it to lands, never getting through playoffs, and now so many things have changed for them.
And seeing these two teams here, you know, we're going to make things a little bit more personal, but I want to talk a little bit more about how Zorn is in this situation, because Zorn finally found his home and found his boys, getting himself his contract tied down in Homeboys. Seems like Zorn might have just found the perfect fit for it now for the Malaysia scene.
Yep, I mean, he's been looking good, and the fact that he still gets his signature show, 100% win rate, his Diggy, 100% win rate. Let's keep in mind that the data pool is very, very small so far, and that's going to change as long as they keep making moves forward. But then that can be setting the same thing and setting the pace for EVOS Icons, right? I mean, come on, even their support's pretty good.
Very great, right? I mean, exactly. Ivan, who was previously was a mid laner, so that role change, that adaptation, that this kid has the drive to just learn that role and again execute in that role position very, very well. And more importantly, he played with a consistent gameplay as well. So he is already just in and out. Yeah, very reliable roamer, and on his back he is able to just going up against Zorn, no problem.
I think we're seeing a lot of similarities between the players, right? I mean, let's look at it, right? Ivan versus Zorn. We're seeing some of the weirder picks coming out from Ivan's side, being Arlet. The farm is a little bit more standard, but then we start to compare the stats, and finally we get to see a couple of differences.
Well, we gotta, if you want to compare, right, not just the recent Kohai Championship, let's talk a little bit more on Zorn's recent achievement. Second place SEA Games. Do you have a silver medal, Gani?
Yikes.
We want to go to MSC, but okay, I see your
Not
point.
from EVOS Icon.
Not from EVOS Icon, true.
Brutal stuff that we're kicking things off hot on the debate so far. What about you guys at home? Which team are you leaning towards, whether it be Indo Pride or Malaysia Bole? At the end of the day, we are expecting to see a good game between these two for the qualification match. So cast your vote in the Twitch chat down below, and I feel like I'm not going to be too surprised seeing where both of your allegiances lie.
I'm more interested in where do you lie, actually, right? I'm more curious on that regard.
Well, let's look at talent prediction, and here we go. Okay, at least we can all agree that this is going to be a full 3 games and not a sweep.
You know what, Gani? I'm going to give you credit here. You know, I know it's a little bit personal. You called me out whether or not a 1-on-1. But at the same time, most importantly here, the ones that are going to be proving themselves is going to be both teams here. Obviously, we both Malaysian, we are going to 2-1 you. But at the same time, it all comes down to all fun and games. I feel like it could be anyone's games, because when it comes to the stakes here on how important it is to represent your country, it feels like the stakes are pretty high, especially when both teams now are one step away from qualifying to Jakarta.
Yeah, I mean, great point, right? Again, it's going to be, we all predict, like you mentioned, Gideon, we predict it's going to be a 2-1. Let's see, hopefully, because again, seeing their gameplay rather, very similar, right? They just farm in the mid game, brawl it out in the mid, farm it up in the early game, brawl it out in the mid game, and just go all out after then. So draft-wise, I expect EVOS Icon to just draft similarly. Draft Ivan on towards the hero, perhaps that can crowd control is usually what he likes most.
Let's see what the diversity is going to be here like, right? I think that's what we're expecting from the draft, and more importantly, we're hoping that the draft somewhat comes out even. This is a best of 3, so even if you do, they cheese this one game, you can look to bounce back the second.
Yeah, and seeing how this is going to be happening here, I feel like when it comes to adapting is going to be a very, very important key factor. Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit point here, Gani. EVOS Icon is known to be able to adapt on the fly and on situations. If things don't go according to plan, they are able to kind of figure out a way to find a way to kind of counter-engage and make a comeback, which is something that EVOS Icon is really, really good at. But Homeboys is very, I would say, chaotic. They kind of mirror towards Todak's play style, where they drive in the midst of chaos, where Zorn sometimes is able to find the right plays to set up to win the game.
right plays or not, I do feel that there is some kind of respect that both teams are going to give to each other, right? I feel like even for EVOS Icons, word on the street is that when they scrim against people like EVOS Legends, they're a big brother team, even they struggle with them, right? That tells us a lot, as we know that EVOS Legends, depending on which side and which allegiance you're going to be leaning to, does say a lot.
Now let's focus on the first phase here, Gideon, right? 2Ks has been banned, Kadita and Kaja, and alongside is that Fanny. So I guess what homeboys are saying here, we do not want to go up against a hero that can go easily invade our jungle. With the Kadita, with Kaja and Fanny, those type of heroes very, very easily can go in deep into your jungle. But EVOS Icon, they can ban out the Prior. His Joy is up for grabs, and perhaps Arlet is also in play.
Sorry, I'm going to double back a little bit here to emphasize on your point here for Gideon. According to, I quote Mirko, saying that Taz told him that EVOS Icon played 50 scrims against EVOS Legends and won 43 out of 50 games in their scrim games. So
interesting.
It shows that EVOS Icon seems to be the stronger team here.
Well, I mean, that's what we can believe until it is game day. It's all about the execution. The fact that I didn't see the Joy ban in the Melissa is going to be banned out. Again, that big relationship between Farmus and Glue is still there. Joy is going to get locked in instantaneously by the side of the homeboys. Does EVOS Icons want to pick up a suppress within this first phase? Wow, they are fast. Arlen already locked in, followed up by the Valentina.
No suppression just yet here. It seems like they're taking their time. They want to secure the heroes that can enable his team. And we know that Arlet in this current tournament, in this current phase, has a very positive win rate. So they want to utilize that in that EXP. But then again, EVOS Icon uses Arlet on Ivan. So it's a flex, but this Valentina, such a solid pick.
Personally, I think, you know, for EVOS Icon, if they were to go for this Franco pickup, it wouldn't be too bad as a suppress effective. But because of how Zorn has kind of shown his cards yesterday of playing the Diggy, well, it can be a little bit questionable, a little bit difficult to actually play that role. However, if homeboys decide to overthink it, you know what, Zorn plays a pretty good Franco as well, just deny it from the get-go. But, of course, let's stick to a little bit basics here. S-tier picks coming up, Eve as well as the Lancelot. Gonna be the safety net coming for homeboys for now.
They don't mind the real-world manipulation falling into the hands of EVOS Icons. They at least still have the Joy that can attack the backlines and really make it difficult for their mid laner, Krite, who's been doing well on Eve, right? Claude gets locked in, and now EVOS Icon have a very safe gold lane.
This is... Sorry, I'm sorry to cut you up there, but this is interesting. I'm surprised they actually picked the Claude, considering that they have got Joy. So I feel like Joy strives on this blazing duet sequences, the situations when you actually pop this Vengeance and just return a majority of the damage back to the Claude.
Yeah, well, that's making the assumption that Claude is going to blazing duet into the Vengeance, right? Like, Joy has to close the distance, Claude can BMI, and I think the main idea is just to shut down Eve. You can't get a real-world manipulation for free, not with a Claude in place.
Yeah, with the Claude, I really like it. I really like the pick because it's the mobility, right? It has the mobility. Oh, if you pick up a Beatrix, that is just more vulnerable, so it does not make sense. EVOS Icon second phase, just limit the roam. There you go. Minotaur will be the option here. They might commit to a roam ban actually in that second phase, just trying to shut down and limit the hero pools of Zorn.
I think it's a good idea, but the main problem is always going to be Diggy, right? Because again, Minotaur is going to be useless when Diggy is in play. If you get rid of Minotaur and you're thinking about AoE CC, you got to start thinking about Atlas at the same time.
Wow, nice that you actually brought up Atlas as well, because from a composition coming in from EVOS Icon, if they want to play an Atlas composition, they have to remove that Diggy play. So either or, considering that this second phase pickup, EVOS Icon will have first pick priority if they want to take that Diggy from the get-go and just deny it from Zorn. But it feels like Homeboys always wants to, whichever team, not just Homeboys, when they play with Zorn, they tend to actually lean onto a Zorn's flexibility to play multiple playstyles.
I mean, his signature pick is still up. The fact that they banned out the Hayabusa tells us that Homeboys, they might even be considering Farmus again.
That's true. So again, it's still up in the air here. And even if we're talking about the Diggy, EVOS Icon can pick up the Diggy themselves if they want to play the support type of role, right? So Homeboys will commit to a glue.
Oh.
Which says, again, they can pick up the Farmus, but with this glue ban, it's just open more possibilities.
I mean, keep in mind, we even saw it in the previous graphic, right? It's all about the roams. Ivan has shown that he is capable of playing Tenacity Arlet. So I think it's a smart idea, just getting rid of the glue in general. It gives Zorn a little bit more flexibility, but at the end of the day, it's going to be first pick in the second phase for EVOS Icon. What are we thinking here?
I think this is just deny the Diggy as a safety net to enable Arlot as a safety net, but at the same time, it's funny because of the fact I feel like Homeboy's glue ban is pretty good indicator to kind of say like I don't think Zorn wants to play the Faramis. That's why he just banned the glue, because if EVOS Icon picks the glue, then Faramis is forcing Zorn to play Faramis is a bit weird.
And again, Gani, you called it. They were looking for that jungler. They're still holding on to the idea of maybe this could be in the EXP lane. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So they're playing the flexibility. Again, Arlet, Martis, where will they go, right? But in this current position, I would prefer Martis to be in that jungler position, considering going up against Lance, Eve, such, I don't want to say vulnerable, but very juicy for the Martis. And they add suppression. So Homeboys, looking at the mobility that EVOS Icon has, they would like to try and have a stopper in that sense.
And they also pair it up with the carry, expecting to see EVOS Icon look for another tank. I don't mind it too much. I think Lolita is not bad here. At least there's disengage, there's re-engage.
Mincetar, question mark?
Ooh, that's a good shout.
That is actually a really good shout, because again, I wouldn't put it past someone like Ivan who has played a lot of fighter type roams.
That's the thing, right? Like, I feel like Homeboys, they do have this thought process of just counter picking here to deal with skills, but in terms of front to front here, it feels like Homeboys, they don't have a very strong frontliner, and it feels like they're playing around Zorn, trying to get this kind of hook pickoffs in order to try and enable Chibi. But the final pick here, coming from EVOS Icon, is going to be the Cho.
Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, the Cho is going into the EXP lane. They want to be able... Oh, no, they switched it over. Ah, man, I was hoping to see Ivan back on that Arlet again. Run us through, which composition do you guys like the most so far? We'll start with Gani. Which side?
I gotta be honest with you, draft-wise, I gotta lean to your boys, Homeboys.
Wow. Okay, what about you, Mr. Icy Baby?
I was going to go on to EVOS Icon.
Whoa. Kind of a bit of a switcheroo
You know what? We got to settle this in the field, man.
Let's see.
Man to man.
Okay.
We got to battle it.
It sounds like you guys are going to start dueling in just
May the best man win, baby.
It definitely sounds like you're going to do. Who knows who our analysts are going to be back on the desk or not, but this game is going to be tight with very even drafts on both sides with very similar win cons, with one leaning more towards that dive. We're going to be throwing it over to the casters in just a little bit, but man, oh man, I think I'm leaning more towards, let's say just Homeboys.
Okay, so as Gani and Terrence are going to be dueling it out behind the scenes, in front of us, in the Land of Dawn, we're going to be getting EVOS Icon versus Homeboys. Mirko, how do you feel about what Gani said? He was leaning more towards the Malaysian draft, actually.
Well, looking at the draft, it does seem like Homeboys have a better front-to-back composition because of the Joy. I would say the Joy because for this composition, for EVOS Legends composition to work, they need to try to dive, and I think the Claw's going to be zoned a whole lot. But for our predictions, it seems like both of us went for EVOS Icon.
Yeah, I have a heart for Homeboys, but there's just something about how EVOS Icon played yesterday. Yes, ultra aggressive, sometimes to their own detriment at times yesterday, but oh man, I like it. Oh, Homeboys flip. All right, I just saw that differently. Homeboys, I had to defend myself there for a moment, but yeah, Homeboys, I like what Homeboys showed yesterday as well.
I mean, they did take the King of Kings down 2-0 in a very big upset, but here it is, the Land of Dawn. We're going to get straight into it. I got to check my Samsung S23 Ultra because I could have sworn I tried to curse Homeboys.
Oh, really? Oh, you tried to do the personal to Homeboys. Okay, my heart was just in Homeboys. And let's see if Chibi can replicate the performance he had with Retribution duels yesterday. We've seen multiple Retribution gods all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series so far, but Chibi was the first one out of all of them.
Chibi has always just been such a solid Retribution jungler, right? You can give him any space, even sometimes no space at all, but he will somehow create that space on his own to find these Retri steals. But what I'm looking at Evo's Icon right now is the fact that Sutsujin has a lot of potential to just invade constantly on this Martis, even up against a Lancelot.
Yeah, and great play there by Zorn, actually pulling away that Scaled Lizard to delay the invade rotation of Sutsujin just for a little bit. He will be able to get this unless Zorn can somehow hook it back or steal it. Nope. Retribution was actually used there by Sutsujin. Interesting pickup here for Veldora, picking up the Unbending Will emblem instead, so he wants more damage instead of tankiness.
Ivan's going to be very careful, though. On the Cho, you are pretty squishy early on. Needs to wait for that level 4, so I'm really curious as to how they take this game. They want to rotate. Veldora is down below, and Chibi might actually go for the kill. Doesn't have that Retribution, unfortunately, because I think that would have been a free kill to Homeboys.
Yep, almost. I really thought that would be a user, but yeah, just going to get it, and he'll have that Retribution up for this upcoming Turtle Sword, not hitting level 4 just yet. Ivan close in the XP, so both roamers just trying to hit level 4 first. Ivan would get his Way of Dragon before the Franco gets his Bloody Hunt.
Okay, Sapat already just trying to buy some time for the team as Chibi tries his best to just clear out the gold buff down below, but Krite is right there to follow it up. Sutsujin, one level ahead there. Iron Hook not connecting. Zorn still waiting, trying to go for the Bloody Hunt as Veldora is going to be chained down by the Bloody Hunt. But look at the cancel coming in with the Way the Dragon. Onto Sapat. Sutsujin wins the Retri battle, and it's Chibi who picks up first blood. So it's 1 for 1.
Yeah, easy trade out for both teams. A kill there for Homeboys, but Sutsujin, even though he was relatively left alone as the other members of EVO's Icon were forced back and either busy trying to fight back or get away. Just an easy retry for Sutsujin. So far, Chibi has lost one key Retribution duel. It is just still early on, though. Let's see where EVO's Icon later on will commit their next major rotation.
See, the thing about Sutsujin is he also wins a lot of Retri battles, but it's not because he's just really good at Retris. It's also just because he always gets the lead through jungle pathing, through invading and getting ahead of the enemy jungler, which we saw earlier, level 5 to 4.
Yeah, and that's interesting considering that Sutsujin, again, that invade earlier, that he went for the Scaled Lizard of Homeboys was actually delayed somewhat by Zorn, so it's a good sign for EVO's Icons fans there and for EVO's Icon. The Sutsujin is still on the top of his game in terms of what you mentioned as his rotation. Homeboys looking to make a play up top, but EVO's Icon feels it. There might be a bit of a skirmish in the top side.
I don't know about this. Ivan walks up, Bloody Hunt instantly with real world manipulation. Ivan is deleted. The Blazing Duet comes through from Doma, but it might be a bit too late. Sutsujin jumps in with the Mortal Coil. No decimation needed there. Krite picks up the kill. And again, it's another 1 for 1.
Yep, just a roamer for roamer though, but EVO's Icon reading into the play that Homeboys wanted to pull off. Oh!
Final slash onto Chibi. He's still holding on to it, not really going. Flicker already from Veldora, and it's a solo kill down below. Zapat's looking for the trade here. It will still be worth it for Veldora as he was able to take Chibi down, giving Sutsujin a little bit more space now, 2 levels.
XP laner for jungler, which means that Krite has to answer to the bottom lane and cover that while Veldora is down. But what a play there again by Veldora the Explorer, finding the right target.
Veldora the Explorer. I think we saw what he was able to do to SMG. Where's Sasa? Where's Sasa? Yeah. Now we'll see if EVO's Icon can take control of the turtle once again, because it seems like even though neutral objective control has been from EVO's, Homeboys always win the team fights.
Yeah. By the way, we have to talk about the positioning of Zorn. He could go for a flicker straight into the backline into a Bloody Hunt.
Real world manipulation. Oh, good hook onto Veldora. Bloody Hunt as well, but Ivan cancels it out. The Retri is going to be picked up by Sutsujin as Chibi gets locked down by the decimation. Meanwhile, Veldora even surviving in that trade. Sutsujin going for more again with the Mortal Coil. Has to dodge away from the Iron Hook, but meanwhile down below, Sepad, bit too much that he could chew. It's going to be a 3-man dive under the tier 1.
Okay, Ivan, we see you. That key timing with the Jeet Kune Do third activation, Flicker knockup, just to interrupt Homeboys' ability to take out Veldora, meant that at the end of it all, it began with Veldora getting caught. It ends with Veldora breaking a tower down bottom. Topside, here's Homeboys.
Okay, Blazing Duet preemptively. Now with the Battle Mirror image, good pin down by Sutsujin, but Homeboys, they should be able to escape from this one, but they might have to sacrifice their turret.
Yeah, right now, Homeboys just really need to look for more favorable trades. Really consider the kit of EVO's Icon as EVO's Icon pushes forward.
Krite with a flicker forward now, also stealing away the ultimate. But now it's going to be Ivan once again, jumping with the Jeet Kune Do, but the Bloody Hunt locks down onto Krite. this is something with Krite. He always just wants to go for these really, really flashy plays.
And that was flashy indeed. He will go down, but that means that is a secured tower break up top in favor of Evo's Icon. As we look at the items here, neck and neck are the two marksmen. But again, Veldora!
Final slash to cancel it out. Meanwhile, just a turret for free for Evos.
Oh man, Veldora has just been a bane for Chibi's existence down here to the bottom lane, but the trade-off was this. The bottom tower gets broken by Sepat's Joy. So now we're going to be seeing more active XP laners all across the map, which means we're transitioning into the phase where we might see more 5v5s, especially for this last hurdle of the game.
Gotta talk a little bit about the gold laners too, because for the first 6 minutes, it's all about farming. Nip has a bit of a gold lead here, 500 gold lead. Considering he's on a carry, good matchup against the Claude, I would expect him to have a bit more to say.
Oh, yeah.
But Doma is scaling pretty well too, already on the way to that golden staff.
Yeah, it was a team decision by Evo's Icon to decide to make that aggressive play up top, which meant that Doma is in this situation where it isn't as bad as it could have been. For their gold disparity. Now Evo's Icon more control here around the turret.
Ivan, wow! Finding a random way the dragon on towards Warlord. As Sepat is going to be dove under the turret now as the Bloody Hunt locking Doma down, but he's still able to survive as he pops in the Blazing Duet, and Krite picks up a double. Evo's Icon without a neutral objective. They go for a fight in the mid lane.
Oh, the tower juggling by Evo's Icon was just exquisite. Somehow, despite Soren able to land a key hook there, on to the key member of Evo's Icon. I believe that was Doma that he was able to find, or Krite if I'm not mistaken. Somehow Evo's Icon just juggled the tower hits, was able to dash in, dash out real quickly, and still deliver 3 kills onto Homeboy. It's not a good look.
Well, that's a stun once again.
Chibi, he failed the puncture and he gets punished for it.
Oh man, right now Veldora just a windshield wiper, but here in the mid lane.
RWM, but it's only on to Sutsujin who can just soak all that up. Meanwhile, Sepat, I don't think he can take as much. Ivan again with the way of the dragon on Zorn. That one really felt personal, Renmar.
Indeed, he did not hesitate. The moment he saw Zorn had no more hook, and Zorn at that point...
No!
Was it stolen? Yeah, he took it away! Ivan, what are you on, man? You are stealing the opposing jungler's orange buff. He stole it against a Nip who wanted that for himself.
Oh man, Ivan, really. We spoke about this. How is the Cho going to perform up against Zorn? And right now, he's outclassing Zorn in the roam division.
Oh!
Chibi! Uncharacteristic pickoffs.
Again, Veldora is reading him perfectly. The final slash right before we cut to the bottom lane actually is what secured that kill onto Chibi. At that point, he had no more Phantom Execution. I don't believe he had a puncture as well. He had nothing to dash around. My goodness, as we look at the items, a 5,500 gold lead for Evo's Icon. Still though, despite all of this, Duma is getting the, or rather, we have to talk about a Nip still keeping it close compared to Duma, rather.
400 gold lead now, and the thing is, he actually got the steel leg plates too, so a bit more defense items. Meanwhile, up top against Sepat's losing out on damage just against Doma, gets baited out now. He's caught off position, but he's still able to run away with that movement speed. Evo's Icon in full control still in the 9th minute of the game.
Yeah, Homeboy's trying to split the map, but because Veldora is there, and here comes Susujin. Oh, this might be a big play here for Evo's Icon if they can catch 3 members of Homeboys.
This sandwich maneuver, Ivan's looking for the play on it. It's going to be locked down. No way the dragon needed right now as the hook connects on the Susujin, but the Mortal Coil gets him out. That's a 2-man final slash. The Phantom Execution was used defensively, but still, it's Evo's Icon who pick up a free 2-0. Meanwhile, Doma, take a look at the split push being done here. Doma picks up a tier 2 for free.
He pops the burst of the tower, so Homeboys needs to spend some time looking at that top lane. Evo's Icon, Veldora, his final slashes have proven to be final indeed for specific sequences for Evo's Icon. He's making the most out of the Arlott ultimate.
Well, final slash, finally, this time it's dodged away from Sutsujin, just soaking up the turret like it's nothing.
He doesn't mind. He knows he's tank. He has an immortality if things go south. And they take the purple buff away from Homeboys. Evo's Icon just did not let up their tempo. They just continue to turn, go around the map. Veldora will knock back Zorn. And because the Homeboys are playing a lineup where they're playing around the Franco and a Neve, two heroes that want to position, one of the ways you counter that is to just get into position first. Don't let them find a comfortable spot where they can just hook or bloody hunt, and then a safe real-world manipulation for Warlord.
4 levels up. First Gen. We were talking about the matchup a lot before the game, right after we got into the draft as well, with the Lancelot and the Martis. We spoke about, you know, the red tree being so consistent for both, but this game, it really feels like Chibi hasn't been able to do much.
Yeah, it's all the pressure EVOS Icon has just been putting all around the map here for Homeboys. It seems like Homeboys was way more reactive in this game compared to their previous showings. They really want to stand toe-to-toe to EVOS Icon, match that tempo, but they just don't have the kit for it early on.
Chibi trying to micromanage up top. Anip finally gets his hands on the orange buff that's always been stolen away. Doma finishes the corrosion side. The Chibi is going to be poked down quite a bit. Top lane still going to be cleared out, actually. Homeboys are doing it really well. Micromanaging the waves, utilizing the turret, the base turret passive here to just clear out the waves, but the next wave is coming through. It's a
Oh! Two-man final slash from Veldora! The Bloody Hunt locks him down, but he has done what he needs to. Ivan with a van, strong play, with a way of the dragon, kicking Subpot all the way back. He's still able to escape, but he's zoned out from his own base.
Can EVOS Icon end it here? A hook? EVOS Icon, are they going to push forward to end it?
They want to go for it. Doma's on it. Battle Mirror Image. He's going to jump in again, and they will secure the first game. But wait, no minions. Will they be able to do it? It's regenning up. It does not matter. EVOS Icon take game 1.
That is signature EVOS Icon tempo. From day 1 to now, they are still continuing it. Aggression from the get-go. Don't let Homeboys play their game.
Exactly. It's about speed.
It's about speed. Ka-chow.
Ka-chow.
That's a great philosopher once said. He's a philosopher. I'd consider him a philosopher. But right now, Homeboys needs to do some deep thinking in terms of how are they going to adjust their draft? How are they going to adjust their playstyle to a team that isn't allowing them to play their game?
Warlord has been the receiving end of an EVOS Icon team beating him before, back when he was an RQ Senna MDL Season 4. So I think he will be able to theory craft a lot of different ways to try to counter them in the drafts.
Yeah, he's probably going to have to dig deep into the history books. It's just like, oh no, this happened to me before. Again, I can't let it happen to me now. Again, they're so close, these two teams, to making it to Jakarta. EVOS Icon just one win away. Homeboys will need to...
2 games away.
2 games. 2 games. It's going to be a tough one for Homeboys based off of what we saw in game number 1. But man, EVOS Icon, what is up with this team? Have they always been like this, even in Indonesia?
I mean, looking at it, a lot of people, a lot of the audience members, a lot of the EVOS fans actually even think that Icon is better than their MPL roster legends.
Oh, wow. That's a hell of a statement, but they are proving it. And let's see what our panel and our analysts think about that game number 1.
Thanks very Martin as well as Mirko. Coverage of the game has been good, but wow, even when we tried to predict where this was going to lean towards in terms of composition, we didn't take into account of Ivan and Veldora being such huge playmakers. My god, Veldora, what was that?
Key players indeed again. And again, we expected this coming from EVOS Icon, right? The aggressive from the early game, looking at their composition as well. You mentioned this, Terrence, early game oriented, and that's why they just go all in from minute number 1.
I feel a little bit sad about this match, but I did mention that EVOS Icon had a little bit of a better draft because of the fact that early aggression is going to be in their favor. However, you know, it all completely snowballed after the first turtle where Susujin was able to get an early nice steal steal and then just kind of snowball his way through. But I have to give credit to Ivan because, you know, when from Homeboy's composition to actually work, they have to play around Zorn setting up those plays. And when Zorn made one play, Ivan was able to trade another play and stop Homeboys from executing what they intended to do.
Yeah, I feel the same way, right? Because again, when Zorn makes a play, you expect Ivan to make the counter aggression, or even Veldora at times. It feels like everybody else feels a little irrelevant. It's really a fight between the supports at this moment of time. I mean, looking at the post-game stats, it even tells us a bigger story.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, a lot of crowd controls are within the EVOS Legends setup. Meanwhile, Homeboys, only Franco that has that crowd control, right? So again, EVOS fighting-wise, pick-off-wise, they're dictating what they're trying to do. Homeboys, very hard to control fights.
Yeah, and at the same time here, you have to give credits to Veldora, man. Like, he was able to just completely bully Chibi multiple times, getting a solo kill on him, stopping him from trying to catch up against Sutsujin, which kind of made Homeboys struggle a lot to actually make a comeback.
Yeah, it's surprising the amount of time Veldora was able to outplay a Lancelot. Again, he's very, very patient with his vengeance. He waits for the iframes that comes out, and he's willing to actually die for it to make sure people like Sutsujin stays ahead of the curve. And I think, you know, this is just one of the proprietary ways of making sure that EVOS Icon stay on top of these retry battles, but you gotta give credit where credit is due. Sutsujin, nicely done in the early game. Let's look at our MVP of this match. Most valuable player. It's not Ivan this time.
Okay.
Give it to the man, Cry. He is consistent.
You know, I was expecting maybe either Veldora or Ivan to be the MVP because they did so much in that game to slow down the tempo of him, but at the same time, right, he was able to find opportunities to kind of terrify and buy a little bit more time as well, which is something that I think Evo's Icon was just a little bit better based on the composition, especially this mid-fight as well. Even though Zorn, prior to this fight, made a little bit of blunder, they were able to find opportunities that, hey, homeboys, they're not grouped up. We can set up a fight, and Ivan was able to set it up perfectly to sync up with Pride.
And to add to that, Pride has a lot of mini outplays. I call them mini. Just slow move like mini outplays, but impactful, right? EVO's Icon, sure, the enabler was Veldora and as well as Ivan, but of course, Pride is always there to deal damage, give out resources, and EVO's Icon 12-minute game time, that's short.
Yeah, it's extremely short. When you think that it's supposed to be Doma who's hard carrying these games, after the setup, it's really just Pride who follows up really quick. He gets his full combo out, steals the real-world manipulation, and makes sure that he has that impact, which we didn't see from the homeboys just yet. But with that being said, at least we can understand where EVO's Icon is coming from in terms of where they place themselves in the draft. So adaptation, as we mentioned before, going to be key for the homeboys here, and momentum for the side of Icons are looking fine.
Momentum is fine, and again, I am amazed with the coordination displayed by EVO's Icon in the first game.
I'm very impressed with the overall speed of which they are playing. It feels like they are a step above the rest, and I would even argue that they are becoming a flagship staple. I would be not surprised at all if they're all using the Galaxy S23 Ultra, because when they're trying to share the Epic, they're not just looking to just share nothing. They're trying to level up their gameplay, just like how you guys can share and level up your own gameplay, and all you got to do is just to get a single device. That's all you need. Nothing else, really. That's the whole thing. There's nothing more that you no add-ons, nothing. It's a flagship phone from Samsung Galaxy, so get the 23 Ultra while you still can. And in the meantime, we need to talk about this game, because again, I'm thinking we got to take away some of these playmakers here, right? Like, we need a standard game to see how this really is going to work.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit more on the drafts coming from both sides. The draft intent coming from both sides is that, based on a little bit of recap here from homeboys, they were thinking of counter-denying picks here and also counter-drafting, whereas EVO's Icon, they're drafting based on their own comfort. So I feel like adaptations from homeboys should be, instead of overthinking and just denying picks, why not just draft something that we're comfortable with and then try and force them to make a reaction towards us?
Exactly, right? Again, furthermore, we mentioned that crowd control, but we also mentioned mobility, right? And which I feel like composition-wise, it's lacking homeboy. So that's 2 points off of just the drafts, and I feel like in game 2 they really need to reset and rethink. Do we need to go for these points? I feel like, yeah, it's worth it to either go for mobility or crowd control. EVO's Icon, perfect draft.
Yeah, I think, you know, even when we're looking down to just the bans itself for the side of homeboys, I like the idea that they were going for, and they were definitely playing very selfishly towards their comp in terms of counter picks, but I don't think anybody can counter for the raw, just mechanical skill coming up from EVO's Icons, especially when flickers are available. They are dangerous when they pull that trigger.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest turning point here is that because both Zorn as well as Ivan plays a very scary show on screen just now, I feel like it might be a switch up where they might be contesting Cho as a priority later just to try and deny it, or maybe even just ban it off altogether, considering that pick-off composition is something that both teams kind of want to play around with. But if you are thinking from that direction, Kaja might be a priority in this second game.
Ah, Kaja priority. Okay, I mean, it was one of the suppressions that ended up getting banned out and then forced on towards that Franco side, so I can definitely understand where it's coming from. The question is whether that's actually going to be the priority, right? Because a lot of things could have gone wrong. Number one, Claude, I think it probably shouldn't have gotten through in the first place, but then again, that's just personal preference more than anything else.
I completely agree with you. So, game 2, I don't know what to expect, but perhaps we might see that coming again, especially EVOS from the side of EVOS Icon side. They want to rinse and repeat. It's the question for Homeboys, right? You need to change your approach. You need to establish, you need to be on the same page as well to be able to execute, a better draft.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point you actually mentioned as well. You called out the Mincetar, and let's put Mincetar in this situation where it is one of those heroes that has those kind of hook abilities, right? Franco can isolate you, Kaja can isolate you, Glue was also a hero that actually isolated as well. So during the second phase in the bans, Homeboys actually banned the Glue. So I feel like in this scenario, they are going to play around switching up these bans here instead of those S-tier picks as a priority.
Okay, let's see what it's going to be, right? We see the Kadita, we see the Kaja get banned out. For the side of Homeboys, EVOS Icon, they already got rid of the Novaria. They're probably going to follow around the same plans. They're going to ban out the Frederick. So yes, they are sticking to the exact same bans in Game number 1 for EVOS Icon.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? EVOS Icon here, it seems like they're setting up for a similar draft. Homeboys, they need to change things up, and I feel like with the still the same bands also as well from the side of Homeboys, so they're happy with their first pick at least.
Pick orders might change then if it's not for the bans, and I feel like, at least that's why we see a lot of similarities, right? From both EVOS Icon as well as Homeboys. EVOS Icon, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. For the side of Homeboys, pretty much the exact same sentiment if they're a game up.
Now, instead of talking about roamers here, right now, Joy is going to be a priority pick coming from Homeboys again if they want to mirror up from game number 1. But based on the results coming from Krite, I feel like the Valentina should be a priority here. EVOS Icon, they can still kind of mirror how they banned in game number 1 and just like, hey, Homeboys, pick your poison. You want Joy or do you want the Valentina pickup? Which is going to be something that Homeboys needs to adapt later on. How do they deal either or?
Plus, remember, yesterday, Veldora was a beast on that Joy. It's going to be Melissa, though, banned out. Homeboys, they opted for the Arlet. So
are they going to switch comps?
Yeah.
Maybe Valentina Joy here is my prediction.
Okay. I see the Valentina. Do they want to still pick up the Joy this time around for their boy Veldora? He's had good performances so far. I feel like there's no reason not to just yet. Yup, here we go. And now Homeboys. Let's see what the response is going to be, right? They've changed their opener. They're just stealing away heroes from EVOS Icon.
I'm surprised they actually picked the Joy, considering that they've pretty much shown the R-Lot coming from Homeboys. There was no reason for them to actually lock down their priority. I guess they just want to leave the options for Homeboys. And now, this is a Warlord special on this Faramis. He's been able to showcase himself that he can isolate targets in this kind of scenarios. The Cloud is just amazing deal with it. But instantly, Cloud once again for Doma. And this is kind of scary because it completely kind of counters the Cloud in general.
I mean, it's got wide AoE, it deals a lot of damage. It totally makes sense here. But let's not forget that Zorn might be able to pick it up for himself, and then Warlord could look for something along the lines of Eve once more, if not something that can peel a little bit harder or deal with this Claude. Now we see, once again, the ban's not changing too much, right? But Leslie is already banned out. Homeboys, this is where I'm expecting them to change something, right? They can't just keep the exact same bans.
Yeah, I don't think they can. It feels like the biggest problem that Homeboys is facing right now is that how do they deal with this Joy, right? Kufra isn't exactly the greatest answer, but right now, they need to find a way to catch the Claude. So I'm not surprised that Homeboys would decide to actually pick the Cho themselves instead of the Franco just now. If worst case scenario, they could force a Mincetar, which I think Zorn can play it, but oh, respect ban coming from EVOS Icon.
First Natalia ban, I believe. Yeah. First Natalia ban.
Yeah, I like it. This is interesting because it feels like, these two teams have kind of read into each other for the adjustments in the second phase. We see the Akai, we see the Grok, both are great at disengaging and re-engaging into these fights. The fact that they decided to get rid of this Natalia does kind of tell me gives me a rough idea that maybe they're going to be playing squishier targets or, yeah, assassins along that line. I think it'd be a very big flex from the side of EVOS Icon if they do.
Well, if we want to pick up an assassin now, no clear targets yet except for that Faramis, but perhaps so. They will secure the Homer here first, I believe. A hero for Ivan. No, they're not going to go for the assassin. They will go and commit on towards a Bane, though. Okay, a good disengage.
This is where it gets very scary now, right? Minotaur is open. There's a lot of possibilities for big wombo combos with the deadly catch. And now looking at Homeboy's side, right? Now you really got to think, is actually Diggy worth it here? Is there a way for us to actually get away from the big wombo combo that we expect EVOS Icon to do? We don't know what the trigger is, but we do know what the outcome that they're looking for.
I think going for a safe Beatrix coming from Homeboys isn't too bad, right? If you're talking about poking strategies here, EVOS Icon, they are going to play a composition where they're going to play around this Bane, using those deadly catches to kind of chip away at those turrets. So I guess if Homeboys were to mirror that, they could go for it, but no, they go for the Okay.
It's mad respect towards dealing with the Joy. If you want, you know, Walmart budget version of Claude, Natan is your best bet, right? And at the very least, you know, Winds of Nature isn't going to be as effective, but as expected, we see the Minotaur, the big AoE that we're all waiting for. And wow, this is tough, right? A lot is going to be on Anip's shoulders that if nobody's able to cancel out that Minoan Fury, at least Anip has an option.
Well, looking at the composition, game one, a lot of crowd controls from EVOS Icon. This time around, they're banking on that Minotaur. So Homeboys can play around their team fights perhaps, but let's see. I'm still rooting for EVOS Icon.
What about you? Whose draft do you like more?
Oh my god, it's so hard because both are good, but
let's go.
Homeboys.
Homeboys?
1-1, let's see.
1-1. I think personally is going to go to EVOS Icon here. The fact that that Yve, sorry, not the Yve, but the Valentina made it through and can steal that call Arta, it is an insurance policy. We're going to be throwing it over to the casters, and they're going to take you guys into the game. Casters, how you guys doing?
We're doing okay. Homeboys, not that much because they know it's just one more. One more in the draft here. I got to agree here with Gani and Gideon. Because of the Valentina and then the last pickup of the Minotaur as well, they just rounded out their draft incredibly well for objective team fighting, and not just that, just general skirmishing to be able to split the map.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, I'll give my honest opinion. I think I have to agree with Ice. Now I'm joking. Gani and Gideon too. The GG in the desk, on the desk, because I honestly feel like EVOS Icon have really gone a very rounded draft, and wow, Zorn missing the Tyrant's Revenge early on already, giving Krite a better time in trading.
Yeah, uncharacteristic miss there from Zorn, if I believe. By the way, if you haven't yet, join our raffle. Win tickets and exclusive t-shirts, esl.gg/SPSMLBB raffle. Again, our tickets are selling out fast. And now let's see if Homeboys can break expectations and surprise EVOS Icon and the world and force a game number 3. Because right now, both teams just taking the textbook approach. I want to talk about this Nathan pick a little bit more though, Miracle, because I feel like they really just decided to pick that up because they had a strong feeling that the damage of the Faramis might not be enough, Warlord.
Tyrant's Revenge as well, though, from Zorn, and that's going to be collapsed as well from Chibi. With the decimation, he dives in and he finds another. First blood all the way under the turret with another. Chibi dives through and finds 2.
Chibi, okay. Now he's setting the tempo for Homeboys and this entire game early on. A crucial victory that they wanted. So the potential snowball that could have come out of EVOS Icon will be delayed. If Homeboys finds more of that, well, they're going to be the ones to snowball. However, right now we are in the phase of the game where it looks like it's going to be a really messy mid-game.
It's the best case scenario for Homeboys in the early game, but Sutsujin is still alive now. With a deadly catch, he should be able, yes, to find it. Minion Fury onto 2, and it's another knock-up to take them down. Warlord with the Call Altar saving his team as Zorn finds a Rage down below, but it's a stolen Call Altar from the side of Krite now with the Valentina. Chibi falls, a good kite back from EVOS Icon as Warlord, and Anip joins in to fight with the Entropy. He's able to pick off 1 kill. Meanwhile, though, up top, there's already a wave cut done by Doma as he's able to poke Anip down
down quite a bit as well.
Oh, okay. Are they going to continue just smacking each other like that? No, not so much. But Anip, a great call by Anip to rotate to the mid lane there. He was able to get a kill for himself. Already built up his Feather of Heaven, of course, with the fact that he built it earlier. But no, the action continues.
There you go. A lot of CC there for the Vengeance proc. And Sutsujin should just fall to the Mortal Coil. Veldora looking for a trade back right now. Pops in the rhythm. Step out slow. The Vengeance comes through, but Veldora isn't able to find the kill just yet. Tower's Revenge coming through. Chibi's looking for the decimation, but he will not use it. Just with the Mortal Coil, able to find that trade back. Krite and Ivan in desperation tries their best to go for something. Solo kill! Anip with a solo kill on the Natan.
2 kills early on for the magic-dealing gold laner, and Homeboys are slowly taking their conditions for success. They continue to bring the fight to EVOS Icon, despite being 1 game behind, 1 game away from losing. The Malaysian representatives do not want to hold back.
Wow, wow. Homeboys, certainly, this is already a better game for them than game. Oh, beautiful final splash into the rage. The synergy from Homeboys on point. Meanwhile, though, up top, Min and Fury and with a flicker as well. Chibi's right there as Doma might just be caught now. Decimation is there. Krite finds a shutdown kill, but Chibi's going to be able to dive in under the tier 1. Unfortunately for him, shut down as well. So, who is it worth for?
It's just trades all across the map. At that point, that was just fighting. They were able to balance out the fact, EVOS Icon rather, that Duma went down. They were able to take down Anip, and they just traded things all around. But because of Chibi going down, Homeboys have to go to the turtle and position themselves before EVOS does. We mentioned the mid-game might get messy. We're getting close to that point because it's just fights everywhere, which means we'll see more fights going into the 5-minute mark. We're 4 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Another turtle here, going to be contested. Veldora already trying to zone them away. Sutsujin does the same thing. Double man final slash. Krite stealing away the call. Ultra still has it. Sword with the Tower's Revenge and the Rage. But it's the Vengeance popped in. Sutsujin somehow finds an opening to get that red tree, winning it out against Chibi.
Sharks and the red tree able to secure the turtle there. Not even the red tree. Sutsujin did not expend it. That was just his damage. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the Crab Claw Cannon or the enhanced basic attack that he gets after using an ability along with the Sharks to make sure that EVOS Icon got that turtle. That's 2 already for them, and good thing that they're getting that because Anip is just tearing through the gold lane right now, able to break down the tower first. He already has a genius wand, and this Nathan has met his early game condition, perfectly setting himself up for the mid game.
We want to dive Sipot though. He doesn't have the final slash just yet. He does actually have it, but it's going to be chain CC down. The Vengeance and the Sustain unable to keep him safe under the turret. Doma should be able to take this turret up top, but down below you can already see, like you mentioned, Anip just converting on his lead, utilizing it to create a bigger snowball.
And it looks like that's comfort for sure. Oh, so it's Jin.
No, he's going to be engaged on here, but it is Bane with Anticur's first item. A re-engage from Ivan as the Mortal Coil gets popped in. Zorn with a proper disengage there, just charging to let EVOS Icon know what's waiting for them.
Trades on trades all across the map. Abilities, heroes for heroes, towers for towers, turtles for towers. These 2 teams really are just answering each other so well. Bouncing back from such well, we can't sugarcoat it. They were stomped by EVOS Icon in game number 1, Homeboys. This confidence is important. And not only that, their tactics, able to rotate around the map, get wins elsewhere. That's how you show your opponent, we do not want to win this. We do not want to lose this, and we're not going to let you win this easily.
Yeah, I was about to say, right? I don't think anyone wants to lose this. I think they really want to win here, especially considering, you know, they need to make it to the final stage to get that prize pool. Veldora gets out with the rhythm now, baits out the Rage right before the turtle.
Soren just able to clap air as Veldora sidestep the Rage, getting out of the range properly. We're seeing 4 getting close to 5 bodies on each side on this turtle. Almost 7 minutes in, who's going to take it?
1 level lead for Sutsujin. Deadly catch a Chibi and Sword. That's a Min and Fury onto 2. Chibi is going to take a brunt of the damage as Sword gets poked down. Sutsujin takes him out. Now Sipa with the final splash. It's the Cult Ultra to respond the final splash over, and Krite splashes some more damage onto Sipa. It's the Terrify. Warlord is down.
Krite continuing his MVP performance from game number 1. The timing of his cult altar, the timing of abilities, his dashes, the Valentina. That's what we call in the Philippines, the black of the Valentina. Maximizing what he can dish out over the Faramis. Krite, man, he is on momentum right now, and it's one of the reasons why this game is so close for EVO's Icon.
It's funny you call it a black because here, EVO's Icon, they have two black.
Oh yeah, they do.
They have Bane.
They have the actual black. That's
the real
sound
one.
effect, the real one. Yeah. And now we've seen Sutsujin just really time the deadly catch along with the retribution. It is really difficult because of all the other control that EVO's Icon has. Chibi sometimes is just forced to use his immunity from control abilities too early before the retribution duel actually really starts.
This is what gives Bane so much pressure when it comes down to retri battles, right? The deadly catch displacement that acts as a CC tool where your retribution is going to be off. Well, your retribution is going to be neutralized. You need to utilize the Mortal Coil at the right moment, but it's going to be so hard as, again, Sutsujin just times it so well to chain the damage onto the turtle.
Okay, Sabat is in a good angle. Let's see if Homeboys can make something out of this.
Rodora in the midst of it all right now gets brought back to the team by the final slash, but look at the deadly catch and look at Doma free-hitting in the back. Even with the co-alter, Ivan finds 4. GB looking for the re-engage, but Anip is 1 HP. The bounce, Doma goes onto the back with a blazing duet, and it's Krite with the steal of the decimation to pick up 3.
With the fury of the Minoan, it has turned into a nightmare for Homeboys, an absolute disaster. They set it up perfectly for themselves, but EVO's Icon, because of their lead, because of the ability kits that they have, that they know they can fight back, they fought back beautifully, and little by little, this is getting out of hand for Homeboys. Can the Malaysian representatives hold on? Because there's a Lord coming their way.
All right, I want to request a replay for that specific fight because, honestly, Sutsujin, I'm looking at the items right here. He's building Anti-Cuirass to Radiant Armor and then the Molten Essence. So let's take a look at the replay. Look at Sutsujin. Look at how much damage he's getting out through his first skill, the bounce onto Anip. Look at this. Anip's automatically out of the fight right here. And this is Sutsujin just relying on base damage.
His base damage alone, the enhance of his basic attack. Sutsujin, where are you drawing this damage from? So tanky is that Bane. And I love where he threw that deadly catch. I don't know if that was intentional, but I believe EVO's Icon had the information as to where Zorn was coming from. And when Zorn landed, or I believe it was even mid-air, he got caught by the deadly catch and he couldn't dish out the combo. If Zorn landed there, that would have been 3 members of EVO's Icon caught by a Tyrant's Rage. What a play by Sutsujin.
Now I understand why Leo really likes to play the Bane, right? I mean, the fact that you can build full tank, but still you're able to dish out so much damage just through your damage output, your base damage is quite literally insane.
I want to say quite literally, let's just go with it's insane.
It's insane. It's pretty insane. And EVO's Icon, they're really feeling it right here. They're feeling insane because they want to crack the base open with the First Lord. Zorn charging the revenge. Veldora walking forward, but that's the revenge gone. Anip gonna be chased down all the way, zoned away. 2 members isolated. The blazing duet and the deadly catch with a flicker to knock the Nip up. Doma's diving all the way, but he might be punished here as Zorn just bounces on his head.
Duma gets taken out and EVOS will not be able to end it here. Ivan, can they actually get away from this with a simple jump and Zorn?
Rage, bringing it back. Anip picks up the kill. It's a good defense. Base not cracked. Still left untouched.
Homeboys holds on. Now that they are forced to fight together within base, finally we're feeling more of Anip's early game victories. We saw him farm up, but once the mid-game came in, because of the rotations of Homeboys and taking time to fight without Anip there just yet, because Anip was still farming, they were punished with a lack of damage. But now that they're going around together, this Nathan, they need to watch out for it. He already has a Divine Glaive on him.
This is where the big problem lies for Homeboys, in my opinion, when I saw the Natan last pick. The fact that they are severely lacking in the physical damage department when it comes to the later stage of the game. Chibi is relying on base damage. Subpot, kind of the same.
Yeah. EVO's Icon, they need to match it. They need to build more Radiant Armors all across the board. There is only 1 on them right now, or make it 2. 1 on Ivan, 1 on Sutsujin. But because of the build of the, of course, the damage output of the Nathan, that has forced Duma to build a Rose Gold Meteor. Let's see if he'll convert that into a last damage item, or maybe even go defensive near the end. But yeah, because you mentioned raw damage output, right now it looks like Doom is going to be on his way to building a Malefic Roar.
Look at how tanky Sutsujin is. He's just soaking it all in. He gets caught. He had no reason to survive that. There is no reason for him to actually just soak all that in.
And look how fast he healed. He drank some rum. That was the ability of the Bane.
That was the old one, old name.
Oh yeah, it's an old name. Yeah. And there Ivan also dishing out a heal onto Sutsujin. So they couldn't even, Homeboys couldn't even bring Sutsujin down to 50%. Nope. It got down to 60. Close enough, but not the number that you're looking for. You were looking to take him down.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 100 to 0, right? They got a 40% discount, which is okay, but still you have to spend some money there. And here, with Winter Truncheon already built, Veldora, he's been so aggressive the entire game already. The fact that now he can dive in even more aggressively is going to be crazy. It's free, conceded over. There's no way Homeboys can actually go for that, but now they actually are looking to jump on Chibi. Final slash used up. And just like that, EVO's Icon, they baited a big ultimate.
Yeah, Homeboys got the intel though. That is 5 members of EVO's Icon sticking together around near the bottom side, which opens up a split push top side here for Anip. He'll just go there to clear some minion waves. No info as to where EVO's Icon is, so even though it looks like, or on our end, it looks good that he would push, Anip decides to go back as they will have to hold on against Lord number 2 in this game, now Luminous.
Luminous Lord marching up top. Yeah, and just a fun fact for everybody who plays Bane, but maybe doesn't know about the little change they made. Second skill is no longer rum, it's ale.
So they just changed the type of drink that he drank.
Yeah, it's more PG.
It's a little bit more PG.
You're PG.
Thank you.
Yeah,
you're pretty PG too, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, you could get away with just saying like ale. You mean like hey?
Hey! Look, like, honestly, right now it feels like EVO's Icon are saying that. Like they're the friendly friends who gets overhyped saying hey, and Homeboys are they're not having it. They're like, dude, just shut up.
Yeah, and now they're fighting!
Oh, Ivan jumping forward. Meteor Fury doesn't connect onto anyone, but the Call Ultra certainly does help them dive into the back like that. That's gonna be the Vengeance popped in, as that's a double rage. GB with a decimation, only onto the Immortality right now. Skrine is still able to free hit. Doma still full HP. Skrine in the back finds a monster kill. So Sutsujin has to be forced back, but 2 base turrets have been cracked open. They're looking for the final one down below, and they should be able to take it for free. Doma chunking GB down. A few more hits should do it, and Doma just soaks it in.
A flicker forward to deal damage to take out Seppa. I would call that the right call. EVO's Icon, is this your time?
Oh, Zorn forced back. 2 mini waves now crashing from the side lanes. EVO's Icon looking to end it right now, but another mini wave spawns in. They have to clear this up, and they might have been too much than they could chew. They need to back away right now. Zorn gets baited out, but there's no punishment. Homeboys, they keep calm and they stay at home.
Not done just yet. They hold on. 9,000 is the goal. Look at the damage leaderboard. Right. 52,000. Hot off of the heels of his MVP performance, still continuing it and showing off something that teams that would go against EVO's Icon need to acknowledge. His Valentina. This isn't the only impressive day he's had on the Valentina. He had it yesterday as well.
And he always just flickers forward.
Yeah. It isn't an escape. It's not an escape tool. It's a kill tool.
It's a kill tool. It's a KT.
It's a KT.
Kryde has been able to utilize this so well. Like you mentioned, I think he's very... I don't know, this word is a bit sensitive right now, but he's very bombastic in a good way. In a good way. Yeah. Because he always just flickers forward, he finds some good moments, and he's able to distract to buy space for his team.
Yeah, bombastic. Exactly, that's what it is. You will need an insane level of audaciousness as a mage to flicker forward and get kills. But the thing about Kryde is that he does it at the right time. And let's see if they can replicate that. They're fighting for Lord 3. Homeboys fighting for tournament life. Not even 50% yet on the Lord. Both teams taking their time. EVOS makes the call.
Wildora in the back. The 8,000 gold lead here definitely helping EVO's Icon shove back Homeboys. It should be a free Lord to take for Sutsujin, as that's another dive right now with Veldora in the midst of Minion Fury! From Ivan as the Blazing Duet comes through! Sutsujin follows it up right now.
as Nova jumps back to the BMI, but it's quite godlike. Sutsujin chasing them down, drinking his ale and gunning them out. Double kill for Krite, and he is massive. Looking for a Maniac right now as he dashes forward one more time.
Maniac.
It's a Maniac! Warlord, the last man standing, and it's a Savage! The first Savage in the Challenger series of FPS, and it comes from Evo's Icon as they tear down the Homeboys to secure a slot in Jakarta.
With a beautiful setup from the mythical creature of old, Krite able to pull off a legendary play, the first Savage of the Snapdragon Pro Series, and in just a snap, EVOS Icons book their tickets to the finals. They already have the tickets to Jakarta. They're already in Jakarta.
They will stay in Jakarta.
They will stay in Jakarta.
But honestly, just what a performance.
Wow.
We thought it was going to be a close match. I think everybody had a discussion backstage.
Yeah.
Even in the analyst panel, they all said it's going to be 2-1. After seeing the performance of Homeboys against RRQ, after watching Evo's Icons games as well, we expected both teams to be equally good.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. EVOS Icon. That is how you make one hell of a statement. You go into a match where a lot of people were saying it's going to be 2-1 and it wasn't, and you delivered that against Homeboys. EVOS Icon, congratulations. What else can you say about that, Mirko?
I mean, looking at how they played, it feels like it's just discipline and knowing when to pull the trigger. It's about the patience that they have in the neutral objective takes, in these team fights. It's all really about the coordination that it feels Homeboys also just felt like gun-shy, very gun-shy.
Oh, very gun-shy indeed. Now, I'm pretty sure there are a few gentlemen across from us who are not shy to deliver the analysis for this game. So Gideon and the panel, take it away.
Whoa! Thank you, casters. My God, the very first Savage we've seen here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. My God, EVO's Icon, they woke up today, rolled a D20, and they just got a critical hit every single time. What a devastating game. Great outplays by far, and I think we have to admit, that was a wash.
What a climactic ending indeed, Gideon, and it's a good day to be Indonesian. That's all I can say, Terrence.
Yep, and at the same time, you know, it feels bad. I genuinely wanted Homeboys to actually win here, but the drafts, even though I forcefully want to say Homeboys took it, but to be honest, this Natan pick was a little bit questionable here, because if you think about the drafts coming from EVO's Icon, all they need to do to deal with this Natan was pretty much getting themselves Radiant Armors, which we see Ivan and Sutsujin get it as well. But if you think about the composition, we've got Minotaur, we've got Bane, we've got Droid, three very, very tanky heroes, actually very difficult to kill off, and Natan is the type of hero that doesn't benefit from the DHS pickup, and in this case, Anip didn't even get it at all.
Yeah, furthermore from the drafts, right, what a last pick. The Minotaur just stops every potential engages from the Homeboy side. You got Arlet that will engage Martis, that will engage Kufra as well. And with that Minotaur, it's just so hard for Homeboys to find an angle to try to harass EVO's side. And again, a perfect execution. An average game, right? 17 minutes, but EVO's Icon was very dominant towards that late stage.
I mean, what can I tell you? It was predicted, right? I mean, we knew from the draft itself that EVO's Icon had a significant advantage. If it wasn't the Minoan Fury breaking the call altar, or at least forcing it out, it was going to be the deadly catch. I'm just as surprised as Mirko how much of the base damage actually gets to go through and really put the hurt onto the squishier targets. But then we look at the damage taken, and we can see even Chibi, no matter how hard he frontlines, it doesn't change the fact that EVO's Icon have the insurance policy of the Valentina stealing the call altar.
Yeah, and based on the tower damage as well, I was expecting Sutsujin to go for this kind of poke strategy, but because of how they designed the composition to try and out-sustain Homeboys through the Cloud Altar, they took advantage of the sustained heals coming from Sutsujin as well as the Minotaur, and the amount of CCs that Ivan is delivering to the table, it forced Homeboys in a situation where, hey, Sapat is supposed to be that guy to disrupt the fight. But guess what? We are going to have more CCs than you, and Sapat wasn't able to set up at all, alongside with Zoran, if you think about it.
That's the thing, right? You're trying to create situations where Supat's able to use that final slash Flash, maybe get an initial stun onto Ivan before making things happen. Unfortunately for the Homeboys, they had a good early game, but once we started to see that transition, and especially when Homeboys didn't recognize that neutral objectives are a good gathering point, or a POI, a point of interest as most people would like to call it, then it became even more difficult. Let's throw it over to our MVP of this match. Come on, I think we all know who it's going to be. It's Krite once again.
Mr. Savage in this game, right? 11, 1, 9, 100% KP. This guy was literally everywhere. Great series overall on this guy. Krite 2 MVPs though.
Correct?
Right,
2
game
MVPs.
1 and game 2 here. Very, very climactic ending. But yeah, again, just similar pattern, positioning and as well as timing.
Yep, for game 1, it felt a little bit more balance between the team coming from Evo's Icon. For game number 2, it was very clear that Krite was doing so much from the early stage of the game. He was able to find opportunities to kill the back lines, and even the highlights as well. This major clash down mid, which is a very big overextension coming from Evo's Icon near the tier 1. But despite the sustains coming in, you can see that Homeboys was just lacking in terms of damage here, and Krite was able to just get multiple resets time and time again. And this stolen decimation off Chibi is what really popped off from Evo's Icon to kind of snowball even harder, considering the early lead that they have.
I mean, look at these last few moments here, right? We see Doma, he chunks everybody out. Krite is in the back, and when you think all else is about to fail, oh, you're about to die, pop that call altar, save the world, almost very literally, especially when you're diving this deep on. And I mean, that's not all. Doma, he chased down Anib, he ends up dying, and we saw a couple of interactions that probably even Zorn wasn't thinking about. Number one, when he's trying to go in for the jump, if he collides with a deadly catch, it's a big problem, right? And then we get into this big clustered fight where Doma once again jumps into that wards, that backline. But notice that even Supa, when he lands the combination, when he cancels out the right abilities, the second wave is just too strong to deal with. The deadly catch to follow up, my god.
I mean, his decision making in taking ults is just very on point, right? He doesn't go for the average call alter steal. He plays around with it depending on the situation. So this guy, decision making wise, wow.
I'm not gonna lie, based on those highlights here, that was just 2 moments of perfect explanation of wombo combo. Absolutely nothing Homeboys could have done. GG, well played to Evo's Icon, and congratulations to them if you think about it.
Yeah, they are playing a strong game. This is an MDL team, by the way. I don't think that they're going to be sticking around in the MDL for too long. If Evo's Icon ain't going to turn into Evo's Legend soon, somebody else are going to take these players, because this, wow, outstanding performance.
Great performance, and with that, congratulations, Evo's Icon. You are qualified indeed again. And Homeboys, you're not done yet.
They are not done yet. They still have a chance to qualify for the LCQ or the Lance Chance qualifiers, or what we'd like to call Group E, but we'll have to talk about that another day. Great stuff that we've seen so far, and I'm very, very surprised, you know? We thought this was going to go all 3 games, but man, Evo's Icon, just a little different.
Yeah, they were able to find weaknesses in Homeboys' draft and adapt as well. So the Natan pick just didn't really work out for Homeboys. And well played coming from Evo's Icon. However, to recap a little bit more how things happened as well, this is pretty much the drafts coming in from both the teams. Final moments here, they brought in the Bane, which was kind of a surprise factor for me. I personally didn't like it because of the fact that it doesn't bring a lot of damage, but it brought in a lot of CCs to kind of disrupt the opponents. In this case, you brought up a very interesting point. Whenever Zorn goes in, there is possibilities that he might be interrupted in his combos, and the Tyrant's Rage might be delayed and here and there. But even then, Zorn, I'd say he did a lot, but the damage-wise just didn't hit for Homeboys if you think about it.
I'm not saying that he didn't make an impact in this game. You saw a couple of times in the back line, instantly, right? He finds that initial catch. But when we get into the second phase of that, picks and bans, especially in the draft, the second phase was the most important for Evo's Icon. We saw them make that pivot, right? Instead of looking for, maybe we can just look for traditional team fights. No, let's take it one step further. We don't see a Diggy come out, and even if it does, we at least have an insurance policy. I think the big mistake is when Homeboys decided to go for this farmist. They tried to flex it out just a little bit more, and then they realized, man, we have no way to really engage. And now that they pivoted into a big wombo combo, there's no saving it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, in another sense, right, it's very hard to engage when you have one Bane that can disengage and that Minotaur last pick. So yeah, I mean, it's very hard for Homeboys to execute properly their game plan. Well done, Evo's Icon Game 3. That draft was, yeah, they got outdrafted, basically.
I mean, even Homeboys, they sniffed it out, right? The Akai, the Grok, I mean, they knew that disengage was going to be the problem.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, let's talk about the two kits that Krike can actually benefit from this situation, right? Decimation, great. Kaudatar, amazing. Tyrant's Rage isn't too bad. Final Slash is also great ultimates that they can actually set up for those kind of wombo combos. So I feel like if the Valentina wasn't on Evo's Icon side, maybe we could have seen a little bit more of a fairer option, but there are just so much opportunities this Valentina, I mean, in particular, Krike could have benefited from.
Yeah, not one-dimensional as well, right? I mean, he did not just steal the call alter all the time. He tried to be creative. Yeah, just bring some variety in that Valentina play. Get a Savage, GG.
Yeah, I mean, they need to... Oh, man, Krike on this Valentina. That's all he's been basically playing for so long, and I think he's already way too good on it. Teams need to be aware that EVOS Icon might be the new hot topic this time around, and hopefully we get to see them even more once we start moving on to the next phase. In the meantime, though, so far, I feel like, you know, day one, it was all about EXP laners. Day number 2, the mid laners really stepping it up.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, I know, Gideon, you're a little bit sweating here. Same like me as well. But it's not over yet for Homeboys. They're still in the lower brackets, right? I feel like they still have a second chance, but at the same time, it's going through the last qualifying chance is... I feel a little bit scared now for Malaysian team, to be honest.
Well, hey, you know, they're not the only Malaysian team there. And I think, you know, at the end of the day, I'm here for good Mobile Legends. I'm very happy that EVOS Icon was able to actually pull out a performance like that. Because by no means is wombo combo oriented type compositions easy to play. A lot of communication was involved. I cannot imagine what a mic check for EVOS Icon would have sounded like. That must have been insane, especially towards that final fight.
This MDL team beat a lot of M4 MPL teams, right? They beat TNC, Geek Slate in the previous phase, and now they beat Team SMG and Homeboys. So, yeah.
You know, maybe
MPL Slayer.
MPL Slayer, we got a moniker ready to go already. Oh boy, I cannot wait to see how far they're actually willing to go. However, that's not going to be the end of everybody's journey. We still have multiple games still going on. We still have 2 more best of 3s to finish off the day. We're only midway through it, and it feels long, and let me tell you, it is long, but we still have plenty of Mobile Legends to show you guys. Hopefully, when we do see the next time teams like this battle in a best of 3, they really have to be, again, diverse in their draft. Maybe a little bit more creative here, right? You can't go for your standard line of play. Just in case you guys don't know, upcoming matchup is going to be CFU up against Dewa United. CFU Gaming, again, one of those teams that you never know what they're going to whip out because they are from Cambodia, and based off the performance of MSC, Cambodia, you should never look down on their teams.
Exactly. It's all about bringing the element of surprise. However, we did catch a glimpse of how Devil United played as well during the Open Finals, and there has been a little bit of roster change coming from them alongside with GPX, so I'm excited to see whether or not can they live up to the standard to represent from the Open Challenge Series.
I mean, another Indo team, so I'm all for it here. Dewa United, let's see, but I mean, yeah, you're right. CFU cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, Cambodian teams just in general, you never know what they're going to whip out. You know they've got the mechanics to make it well. And I played in their ranked servers, man. Those guys are built a little different. It may be a smaller pool, but man, their mechanics are sharp as heck. With that being said, we do have a bit of a break to go on before we jump in towards that next game, but let's look at the brackets so far. Updated. Congratulations once again to EVOS Icon for making it through. Homeboys will be dropped down into that lower bracket where they will either have to deal with Team SMG or RRQ. What do you boys think? Who is it going to be?
Okay, I think Homeboys should be able to actually qualify from the last round qualifier because they pretty much 2-0'd RRQ, right? But based on what I'm seeing here, SMG and RRQ has had a very, very shaky performance thus far. So I feel like it could go either way if you think about it.
I agree, right? They're looking for that formula, but here it is, the official lineup, right? Brand Esports qualified yesterday. Congratulations, you're the first Indonesian team to qualify an MDL team. mind you.
It's going to be really confusing once we get to the challenge finals, and there's going to be two EVOS icons, EVOS legends, logos right there up on the screen, but they're going to be paired up with some of the best from around the regions, and I think it's going to be exciting. We still have 4 more slots to fill, and I cannot wait because I feel like the LCQ might be even more exciting than the actual games.
Yeah, it is going to be a free-for-all, right? Like, who's going to be getting the final 2 slots? But, of course, by the end of today, we are going to see 1 more slot as well. So that's something that I am looking forward to as well.
Guys, if you're wondering how these teams and how to kind of improve your own gameplay, maybe check out the Snapdragon Elite gaming chipset. When winning matters and you want to have every advantage possible, Snapdragon is able to provide you just that. If you need a recommendation for a phone, something that kind of is all-encompassing with the Snapdragon Elite gaming chipset, don't worry, we got you covered with the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, where if you're looking to level up or even share the epic in your game, this is the flagship phone that you're looking for. It's in matte black as well, so be careful when you're putting it against black surfaces. Very easy to lose your phone. Very, very easy. I'm sweating because I couldn't find it earlier, but unleash your beast if you're looking for a way to keep sharp, accurate with your mind and body and soul. Monster Energy Drink, the way to go. Head on over to the website and go into their gaming tab to see what other deals they actually have, and not to mention that DHL they're doing great. Great company, great delivery, but they're willing to offer you guys 5,000 euros if you can reach the top of the leaderboards in the FEBot Dash Cup. With that being said, that's enough for us here at the desk. We got another best of 3 coming up real soon. Keep in mind, it's going to be CFU against Dewa United. We'll see that game right after this break.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
And I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
You got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. If you got problems, just let them go. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. A lot of drinks and flashing lights. Don't just make you wanna go and start a fight. Don't if you wanna dance and hit the floor. Make you throw your hands and drink some more. We tearing up the club until it close. Tonight I really wanna see you lose control. Came in the club looking for a good time and a drink on ice. Tryna dance with a chick, get a kiss, then get a new lease on life. And the party real live and the DJ lit with the neon lights. And then I had to start bumping the guns and telling me about something that he just don't like. Listen, homie, ain't here for that, and ain't hearing that, and ain't really in a chitter chat. You get to talking all that jibber jab, then I'ma hit you with a bit of jab, and you been feeling every little bit of that. So back up, this is not your house and not your table, homie, this is not your couch. Too cool, but trust I am not no slouch, cause I will now call a taste right about your mouth. It'll get real crazy, the party pumping, music intense and your heart is jumping. So you may wanna head to your car or something, you don't wanna be the one getting stumped for nothing.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish then push to the limit and work.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. I'm once again here as your host for this next upcoming match. And finally we get a taste of the Cambodian representatives here, CFU, going head to head against Dewa United. And we can say that Dewa United this time around is a very, very mysterious team. But today on the caster desk, it's not only just gonna be me, I am gonna be here accompanied by Gani as well as Icy Baby. How are you guys doing?
Feeling good, feeling great here, Terrence, especially Indonesian. Well, their pattern here today especially has been dub, the triple dub. So let's make it 4.
Okay, how am I feeling? A little bit sad, but the show goes on because now it is going to be a very, very exciting one here because I'm curious to see how CFU is going to be performing after considering that they have a major event, of course, in Cambodia themselves. So they must be riled on to demonstrate that, hey, the best region is not just Philippines, Indo, maybe Cambodia is going to be the next best thing.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that at MSC, right? We never thought that Burnex Flash would make it to the top 3, and yet they were able to pull out all of their cards and eventually just really being able to put themselves back on the map here in the MLBB Pro scene. And this is what I find very interesting, right? You can see that CFU Gaming is also kind of mysterious in itself. We haven't really heard of them in the international stage M Series as well as MSC, but they were the MPLKH Spring 2023 runner-up. So that shows that they do have something, just, you know, something else to maybe make it a lot more competitive, especially coming against Dewa United. But of course, for those of you who missed the match beforehand, Evo's Icon did make it to the challenge finals, and we are all going to be there. But I hope you guys will too, because the legend tickets are the only tickets left. Ladies and gentlemen, the mythics are all sold out, so quickly grab your tickets as soon as possible, or you can, you know, hinge your bets and maybe make it by joining our raffle here, because you guys have a chance to get 2 free tickets as well as 2 free merchandise, exclusive merchandise, sponsored, special, just tailored for SPS. And even I don't have it, so I think I'm gonna join the raffle. I'm sorry.
Give more opportunities for the viewers, please, Eternal.
I can't.
Please, give me a chance as well. You've been winning in life. You're winning so much.
You're
as
right.
well.
You're right. I think you need it right now.
Oh. Ouch. Oh, shots fired. Fine, I agree. I'll take it. Fine, I deserve it.
It's okay. Oh man, I was just gonna give you
a tissue paper. Now here, you can have this one.
No. I was gonna give you
so
that.
Brutal. What happened?
I was gonna give you that. Monster energy.
Monster energy, all right, guys.
He needs the extra energy there. He needs some help.
I definitely agree.
Help him out. Give him a sip over there.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely need this here. I'm gonna drink this right now. And as you can see, this is something that
swap it to there.
I feel
there
like
you go.
You know, this gives me so much power. Even though I'm feeling a bit down here, it definitely gives me energized to show you what are we going to be expecting later, because CFU Gaming from Cambodia has shown that they are here to prove themselves that they are going to be one of the best out there. If you think about it.
Okay.
You know, Eterna, you all right? Do you want one as well? Yeah, here you go.
No, I
Pass it
drank
over.
one.
Is that
I
your-
think I drank 2 cans already.
Is that your beast mode?
Yeah.
Scary.
Okay. Coming into this next match, CFU. Oh, okay. We're gonna take a look at the brackets first. There was no call, producer. What the heck? Okay, Group D, GSL brackets. Finally, we're gonna get in touch with Group D, and I've gotta personally say, Group D has always been my favorite at every tournament that there is. CFU gonna go against Dewa. We are gonna see RSG going against the Red Giants later on. I think it's tomorrow. I think it's the first game tomorrow. So, very exciting. But for CFU and Dewa here, this is what I wanted to talk about, right? Because honestly, coming into this match, I did not know much about CFU Gaming. But Reptar, the kind man that he is, he
Very
did give me a
kind.
little bit of a briefing that CFU Gaming, they play a little like Blacklist.
Oh, so very disciplined, very objective oriented.
Now, that's
Picking
not
their
the
battles.
Blacklist that they took.
Okay.
They
Which
took
Blacklist?
more towards the hero pool and their strategies.
Okay.
But they are undisciplined and aggressive in nature, and they love team fights.
Yeah, I agree. And on top of it all, based on this group, before coming in as well, realizing that, hey, they were going to swap GPX out, I was extremely excited for GPX coming in. But ever since there was some issues with GPX, they had to integrate with Dewa United with half of the members coming in. I was expecting that, hey, maybe they are going to be the teams that actually make it out this entire bracket themselves. Yes, I know RG, Udu Red Giants, they are part of Malaysian teams. But based on what I've seen so far from the open qualifiers coming into here, I feel like Dewa still has that mechanical prowess. But the question is, did they have enough time to kind of gel in? So this is where CFU is a good standing point to actually prove themselves that they should be the better team.
Wait, I have a question for Terrence. Follow up. Why were you so excited for GPX?
Because of how well they performed. Like, if you think about it here, from previous season 1, GPX didn't exactly qualify into the grand finals because they had to take an L. And they have shown themselves they've got good skills to prove themselves. And so far, from the open finals, they just completely dumped every single team to make it out here. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What was that?
Whoa, production.
Production!
You see, they're on the same page.
What?
You know?
Don't do CFU dirty like that.
Was that a spoiler?
What was that?
Okay.
If it ends 2-0,
Explain.
conspiracy.
All of us from the producers, we have a very, very soft spot for Dewa United because they came in from the previous season of the SPS series. And now coming in here, they're one of the very few that is still in here to potentially try and make it to the grand finals.
Okay, with that in mind, I want to see who the official lineup for CFU Gaming is, right? So let's introduce them officially right now. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, CFU Gaming with Wadu Detective ZZZ Zingozo as well as Flame Z.
I call him Z times 3.
Why not ZZZ?
Okay, ZZZ. Okay. He's a roamer. I feel like they mostly play around with this roamer ZZZ. He's reliable on that position. And again, if they follow that blacklist style, that means they're really banking on that roamer position.
Exactly, right? So ZZZZ. Actually, wait, no. ZZZ is their mid laner.
Oh, okay.
Flame Z is their roamer, and Flame Z is known
My
to
mistake.
be quite an interesting roamer. He can pull off these V-esque roamers like Matilda, Estes as well, but they can also go for pickoffs that are conventional, right? They can also play the Franco, things like the Atlas, so it's very exciting to see just the creativity coming in from this team.
I agree, and on top of it all, they have this Cambodian flavor that sometimes they bring in unorthodox picks here, maybe even bring in Johnson Kadita, which was very known and popular in the Cambodian region, if you think about it.
So a lot of things that we can actually be excited for coming into the drafts. And with that, let's see their opponents. Dewa United, introduce yourselves. Whoa, what's going on with Dewa United here? We have Dixon, Lanaya, Key, but Septi Yawan and Amin Rais. Who are these players?
You know what? Looking sus here, all right? I mean, very, very sus. But Dewa United Esports, this team just entered the MPL ID. So they're re-establishing here, perhaps bringing in some new players, which, of course, we will find out. But man, Dewa United Esports, their identity has been objective, not really going for the aggression type of play. Their mechanics above average. So yeah, let's go for the objectives, very structured. So before revealing the players, I can't say much.
Yeah, Subdewa and Armin Rise is pretty much in the gray area here, but I want to talk a little bit more on Lanaya because he actually participated in the previous SPS challenge. You know, he was able to demonstrate himself as one of the most capable junglers when it comes to retribution, and he's been very, very spot on. And you know, I think yesterday I was highlighting a little bit more on Chibi from Homeboys, but from Dewa United, Lanaya is the guy to be watching out for.
Okay, so we gotta keep our eyes on Lanaya, but I love this, right? I love this sense of sus, the sense of mystery coming in from Dewa United, because I'm pretty sure CFU Gaming's also like, who are we against? Who do we target? Even if it comes down to the bans, they're gonna be kind of confused. Like, we can't exactly target. The only 3 people that's on the board are what we saw earlier, right? Lanaya, who else was it? Keys and Dixon.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps that give them an edge, right? But again, in a sense, CFU Gaming, very, very small of a research. You can research that team, but it's very, very small of a study sample size. I was about to say, but yeah, again, very, very mysterious both teams.
Okay, that's the thing, right? You know, considering that this is going to be their debut-ish, their first time showing up on screen, officially competing with one of the best from multiple regions, I feel like this is a good proving ground to kind of gauge where their skills are at when they actually compete for the next MPO ID. So I feel like Dewa United is in a situation where they have the element of surprise, not much information on them, except for Lanaya, if you guys or the other teams has been watching on towards the previous challenge. So personally, I would like Dewa United to win this, to be honest.
I want to know what the audience thinks, right? Do you think that CFU Gaming is going to take it, or do you think Dewa United is going to take it? And of course, you guys can put in your predictions on Twitch. So Twitch users, Twitch viewers, we see you over there. Don't forget to, you know, rain it around in the comments section as well. And I'm kind of excited to get into our predictions as well, right? Because honestly, I was a bit confused with this. I wasn't really sure who to vote for, but at the end of the day, I had to stick with what I know a little bit better from the past that they've played. So I went for 2-1, but even then, it's still kind of not versatile. What's the opposite of versatile?
One-dimensional?
No.
Textbook?
When you're really reactive.
Volatile. Volatile indeed, but
what about your predictions?
Yeah.
Apparently, it's CFU Gaming for me, 2-1, right? Because again, Dewa United, it's just so sus. I can't put it.
Connie doesn't like sus things. Ladies, you know, keep
I like
that
it straightforward.
You like it front to back, huh? From the front. Okay, I get it. Moving on, the reason why I kind of went for Dewa United is because Cambodia has so much element of surprise and flourish. They are very unique because they sometimes play metas that are no longer popular in other popular regions like Malaysia, Indonesia, or even the Philippines. I feel like they've brought in a lot of mechanical skill play teams, and majority of the Cambodian teams, they can play Cho really, really well. Oftentimes, they are forced to play Johnson Kadita, which is very, very unorthodox. Not a big fan in the current meta, but considering that Kadita has been banned a lot in multiple regions here, this might be a good way to kind of surprise us if they decide to go for it.
You're right. I mean, even in MSC, right? Suddenly they brought in Natalia. I'm like, what? Oh, it turns out Natalia is a really good counter to Novaria. So what we can analyze from these kinds of, you know, strategies coming in from Cambodia is that they're really head-to-head with the meta game going on right now. And they always look to try and find the out-of-the-box solutions to these things. But I really want to talk back on to CFU Gaming as well, right? Other than that meta, that with the unorthodox picks that you mentioned before, it's interesting. Do you think that if CFU Gaming continue to go for their style, which is team fight heavy centric kind of play style in the game, Dewa United can level that out?
Okay, the question here is, let's put it this way, right? Dewa United, we don't really have a lot of elements here. They have the element of surprise. CFU, however, can play some meta-related surprises. So I would say when it comes to playstyles, it is still in a gray area for both sides. But I want to see how CFU Gaming is going to be prioritizing in these openings here. Are they going to play a more split push composition, or are they going to play the traditional front to front where we see a lot of Frederick and Martises? But however, let's take a look at the drafts here. CFU Gaming going to be on the blue side, and Daewoo United going to be on the red side.
Okay, so it's clear here, and it seems like all of the teams that are going up against Indonesia, they will ban that Kadita out. Now, Fanny also as well here. Pretty textbook, all right, very prio. Daewoo United does not want to deal with Arlet here, so still though, a lot of prios. Perhaps the mages here are going to be up for grabs, such as the Yves, such as the Novaria has not been touched.
There's a fun fact regarding CFU Gaming is that they really need to be able to open up for Wadu. Wadu needs to be able to win his lane, clear as fast as possible in order for him to rotate and have an impact on these other lanes. And hence you can actually see that kind of respect coming in from Daewoo United with the Arlet being taken away from them. So that's kind of the edge that Daewoo United has, right? So CFU Gaming, they're kind of just playing it blind. They're going for the Kadita, which is quite just it's conventional against the Indonesian teams, like you mentioned, with the Fanny and the Novaria. So they don't have a lot of information onto Daewoo United as of yet.
Yeah, to add a little bit more point as well here, because of the fact that XP laners is going to be a priority, I feel like Daewoo United, they can go for the Joy pickup, which is something that they should be taking it away, but in this case, they do take it out, means that CFU Gaming can look to pry on this Valentina or the Fredrin, which is something that Lanaya is very comfortable at playing at. It seems like CFU Gaming, they know this, they've seen him play it in the previous season, they are going to pick it up themselves. A pretty safe one as well.
Yeah, I mean, quite low percentage though, right? Win rate wise here, the Fredrin, 38%. But it seems like, yeah, players, teams, they still prioritize Fredrin because it's so reliable in getting the neutral objectives. But we see a theme here, right? The theme here today, it's just Fredrin versus Lancelot, right? If not banned out, it's just Fredrin, Lancelot, and Martis in that jungle position. And again, it's going to be repeated. It's going to repeat itself. With that Valentina, though, we saw what Krike did earlier with the Valentina. Hopefully this time, the mid lane keys can replicate that same gameplay.
Yeah, the first Savage here in SBS Challenge season. So, very scary hero. The fact that you utilize the Valentina to be able to be more flexible when it comes down to gameplay. You utilize someone's ultimate depending on the situation. It's just the power that Valentina has. CFU Gaming therefore need to be very careful, I believe, when it comes down to picking up heroes that are ultimate reliant, like the Kaja. Okay. Risky, but I like it. Beatrix is going to be an addition to that.
Yeah, when it comes to this kind of scenarios here, I guess getting the Beatrix isn't too bad, considering that, maybe Daewoo United might consider playing a double mage composition. But I really like that they're taking this approach very, very slow, because this kind of enables Daewoo United to have options to counter pick here. I was expecting maybe, hey, they can bring in Faramis as well from Daewoo United if they go for the double mage setup, which Indonesia now has been very popular in today's games or in yesterday's as well. But having this Valentina kind of gives them the option, hey, Divine Judgment, it's okay. I can take advantage of this situation and kind of capitalizes to my favor. Glue isn't too bad, but no, they go for the Grok to try and zone them out, which is something that I think can kind of annoy the Fredrin if you think about it.
I like this. I like the Grok pickup from Daewoo United. They are respecting CFU Gaming. Wadu is known to utilize Grok in that EXP lane with an assassin emblem, something that we see similar as well here in MPL ID. So they're taking it away, respecting Wadu, and now the question is, how are they going to gain control of that EXP lane? Coming to the second phase, the Yves already the takeaway. Claude is going to be the answer back from the side of CFU Gaming, and that actually does start to limit the heroes for the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite surprised. Sure, you take that you take it away from the side of CFU, but the Claude will be banned out, so they need to somehow dig themselves, right? What marksman am I going to play here? Going up against Beatrix, fairly strong in that early game. Perhaps the Brody comes to mind, but not really meta in this current situation. No, Daewoo United seems like they are going to limit their mage. They're going to commit on towards a mage ban here. Perhaps I'm looking at Faramis ban might come through. If not, perhaps a Farsa. But Daewoo United with this Grok, it's gonna enable his team, right? Looking for that aggressive facilitator.
I agree with what you're saying as well, but I'm surprised they actually banned the glue. I was about to call out that, hey, Dewa United could bring in the glue and just force ban the Faramis, but I guess it's just not worth playing this kind of compositions because Valentina, as of yet, has a lot of toolkits to work with. Divine Judgment is great, but if giving the Count Altar to a CFU Gaming, I doubt they would take it, but if they decide to go for it right here, right now, like you said as well, XP Grok isn't too bad as a matchup to kind of wait it out, but the question here is they just didn't want to take a risk because they don't know what kind of XP matchup is going to be coming up. I think Lapu Lapu is a pretty safe one if they want to go for it, but no, they bring the Melissa expecting that CFU might go for the Faramis as well.
So they're trying to somehow deny the clump up approach from side of CFU because Melissa does very well going up against that approach. So a lot of work here on this Kaja. Why? Because Lancelot will definitely target that Beatrice in the backside. Kaja needs to provide cover, but then again, Kaja will need to initiate that Melissa. With that Hagoe, it's going to be very tough for Kaja here in this particular game.
So that actually brings me to the next piece of the puzzle for the side of CFU, right? What mage are they going for? If they're looking for mid control, I think they need something that, okay, I was thinking about something like the Farsa, but the Xavier actually gets picked up here. Yes, you're right. It is a debut, and it's worrisome for me in a sense, right? Xavier is great. Xavier is great like the Novaria, being that it's very, very long range, but it's very vulnerable in the back line if the cover isn't right. Dewa, they do have a chance now to kind of answer that backline coming in from CFU.
You know, at the same time, I was very surprised with this pickup as well because I was expecting like the Forza, but I feel like now with the Grok XP being in play, it feels like it is a little bit better coming from Dewa United to kind of split this off, but at the same time, is this actually XP? Yeah, it is XP coming from Dixon.
Yeah, so it's clear it potentially can be Assassin Emblem, but with this draft, I gotta go with the side of Dewa United. They have enough feel, they have more damage, but they will be activated in that mid game.
Very interesting. I'm thinking about this, right? How it's gonna work out. I don't think that Xavier has better wave clear than the Valentina either, so it's tough. So you're going for Dewa? Okay, IC baby?
Dewa.
Dewa as well? Okay, 2-0 on the caster desk. I'm wondering, no, on the analyst desk. Now, I'm wondering what the casters have to say about this. Who are you for? CFU or Dewa? Guys, take it away.
Dan Kubanga and Frederick Loho here at your service. We're about to call this best of three between Dewa and CFU Gaming. Frederick, how we feeling?
I think after looking at the drafts, Dewa United, it feels like they have a more, dynamic draft where they can play different styles, and CFU Gaming, they're really, really doubling down on front to back.
And what exacerbates the situation is Uranus on Wadu, this old hero in the XP lane known for its dead lane antics throughout the early, mid to late, even the ultra late, makes it all the more worse because again, Dewa can go balls to the wall. They can just go as fast as they want to, especially with all of their on-demand CC.
Ultra mid to late composition is what CFU Gaming are banking on right now. The fact that Wadu, Z, and Zing need to wait for a big power spike, but Amid Rice with a good iron hook instantly to start off the game. Flame Z and Z, they're going to have a bad time in the next few minutes to get through this laning phase.
This duo by Z and Z here, get it? Is for the, as you mentioned, ultra late. The Kaja's not going to do much, even with a solid Divine Judgment plus Mystic Field. They're lacking damage. And see, it happened. They started it up about 15, 20 seconds ago, and they finished it up. Z here, he needs to scale up, but not like this. Now Zing's in trouble.
Phantom Execution onto the back. Doesn't even need the iron hook to connect, but it's still another assist, another kill given over to Dewa United Esports, who can push the tempo all the way from the start.
Good news is CFU Gaming is living up to their Blacklist-esque identity, right? This is a very Blacklist Prime lineup looking at it now, but bad news is it's not going to do well against the very 2023 lineup that Dewa has drafted. We were talking about this off the air. You mentioned that Lanaya is a jungle TAM specialist, but he's playing the current metagame. He has picked up the jungle Lancelot that is currently rocking a jungle emblem, and it is going to be A pick off up top.
Oh, a good wild charge earlier by Dixon as the Appraiser's Wrath comes down from Detective. Wadu just trying to buy some time here, trying to zone Lanaya away from the first turtle in this game. But I mean, Rice comes in with the Bloody Hunt, locks Wadu down. Consecration going to be popped right now as Lanaya dashes across the place. Divine Judgment coming in, and it's Z who finds it. Detective jumping back in. I mean, Rice, no flicker, and he should fall here. CFU Gaming on the board.
Ooh. As messy as it may be, CFU Gaming, an amazing reset and a way to recover from that early blunder. And yeah, we talked about them going ultra late, but if Dewa United Esports does fumble, CFU can punish. For those who don't know, CFU Gaming was the first of the grand finals of the recently concluded MPLKH Spring 2023 season. So yeah, they beat Burn X Flash to the punch. It's just that on that day, Burn was the better team, but here CFU Gaming is definitely a force to be reckoned with. Keys very low. It's knocked up in the taunt. Oh, Amin Rice to the rescue.
Force the Flicker still, though, so it's another big resource burnt out by Dewa United Esports. That certainly will give CFU the right space and the right tempo to take the next few minutes into the game to force out that mid-game power spike. They need to start playing through this Beatrix.
Yep, we haven't really covered and talked about what the gold lane matchup is looking like, mainly because no one is there, but here's a big hook.
Bloody Hunt locking him down. Keys also with the Divine Judgment, utilizing it now. Lanaya with a puncture and a Phantom Execution onto the back. Z still having the Mystic Field, holding onto it, just walks back knowing he can't take this fight, but maybe now with the sprint, they want to go for the re-engage. Two-man Mystic Field, Lanaya going to be chained down. That's the Thorn Rose, no puncture, but the Dawning Light comes through to pick up the kill. Another snipe, but the wild charge from Dixon right onto Z will definitely give him some trouble, but still able to walk away right now as Dixon is unable to walk him down. Another Iron Hook connecting onto Zing. Appraiser's Wrath onto the midst. Rise now running away, but the Divine Judgment locks him down, and it's Wadu with a double and another. A 3-4-0.
That was a big, long, and extended team fight that who would have thought would come out this early on. Not even during the second turtle. And this is perfect timing for CFU Gaming. They capitalize on the fact that Dewa United Esports understands that they have to go really fast, and they let them into that false sense of security, and now they're going to secure a turtle. This is amazing. CFU sitting about 1,500 gold lead with 4 minutes in. This is quick. This is very fast.
With a mid to late game composition, Septiawan now dealing some damage. It's a very good Iron Hook. Z caught in that muddle, and Septiawan picks up a kill, but it's a traded back kill instantly for the side of CFU Gaming, finding the roamer. Now Zing trying to get the most out of the situation by getting a few good hits onto the turret shield.
This may be the highest kill scoring game in first 5 minutes we've ever seen in the SBS challenge season so far. This is amazing. Looking at these early builds throughout the chaos, you can see that at least ZX3 or ZZZ has, even after 2 deaths, built up his COD, right? It's pretty solid, it's pretty good. But look at who's really making bank here. Look at Wadu, but wait, they got a catch.
Appraiser's Wrath and the Mystic Field. There was a defensive wild charge, but it will not really help him there. The burst was too much, and the fact that Z already does this much damage early on, it's a big problem. Divine Judgment, that's a snipe from downtown from Zing, and just the basic attacks to wreak havoc.
Whoa.
Now, it's another dive. No Divine Judgment, though. Seption might be able to outplay this. Now with the Inspire, Flamesy going to be caught low as the go-away shoves Detective back away. Zing looking for range, but will not be able to find it right now. Kaze with a flicker and Divine Judgment, locking Zing down for Septiawan to pick up the kill. Now Lanaya looking for some more. Detective forced to back away. The Mystic Field comes down from Z. Both teams disengaging. Who got the better trade there?
I'd say this is just Dewa United punishing CFU for going in a little too deep. That positioning by Zing was way too greedy. And I was just getting to the point of how Wadu, who wasn't even part of that whole engagement, is actually the one who's making the most bank. Look at this Uranus. He can do whatever he wants, walk up to wherever he needs to go, especially at 6 minutes and a half. This is amazing. This is lovely. You have a Dominance Ice and an Enchant Talisman already. This 2v1 up top, maybe now a 3v1 won't be a problem.
I mean, how do you kill Wadu at this point? 3-0-2, Purify, Consecration already. Lanaya with the War Axe certainly going to help him in his endeavor to go for the turtle here, but Flamesy, all he needs to do is tap one button, Phantom Execution, and wow, Lanaya, in the midst of it all, finds it and even gets out. No Divine Judgment punished from Flamesy.
Oh, I'd like to think that you kill Wadu via Dixon. Dixon just picked up an early... what is that?
Sea Halberd.
Sea Halberd, there you go. It's the anti-healing damage item, and I'd love to think that if they catch Wadu without his Purify, without his Consecration, or if they time that right, they find the window they can punish, and there's a wild charge!
On to Z, and Z will fall. The Divine Judgment rightly placed down by Keys. And Flamesy actually went for a very, very early Immortal, Leo.
Yep, that's...
first item.
Yeah, a build that was more popular in late 2020, early 2021, wherein you rush it, and then you allow for that to kind of act like Masha's extra health bars. But I'd say that after this, after the Dreadnought armor, he also builds up into a fleeting time. But now that it looks like CFU Gaming, their tempo has been stalled, I'm wondering if that's going to be worth it now, if that's going to be paying off. Look at this. Dewa United pulling off their own little version of the Ube. They're all together down here, 4 members. Zing finds one, and oh!
Right on cue, like you said, like you described with that Sea Halberd, they're able to utilize the anti-regen to completely destroy Wadu. And on top of that, it's also a big shutdown given over to Dewa United Esports, who is now just building on Septiawan. Once he gets that golden snap, that should be done in a bit, maybe 9 to 10 minutes, it's going to be massive.
Ooh, they're not letting go. A Detective finds one, and the flicker pull!
Good Divine Judgment onto Keys, who's going to be forced to flicker out, but a Dawning Light takes him down. Amin Rice gets clapped by the Appraiser's Wrap, but look at the muddles from Septiawan. Just barely almost getting Z down. Lanaya Dao needs to go for one more, and he finds it with Retribution. Oh, on to Zing! Now with another puncture. He has a Phantom Execution, but he utilizes it to escape. Lanaya with a double kill.
Ooh, signed, sealed, and delivered right underneath tier 2. With love, and that's going to open up this Lord. Detective knows that it's a losing battle. They are down 2 members. It's a 3v5, and I'm wondering if this is a contest that CFU are willing to take. Oh, they go for the turn.
Wild charge, Bloody Hunt, Septiawan dealing some damage. No Inspire though, so he can't burst anyone down. Flamesy getting hooked. Dixon with a flicker defensively right now as that's Lanaya jumping forward with a puncture. Septiawan in the midst, but look at Wadu. The Dawning Light connects onto Septiawan at very low HP, but it's still Lanaya who finds the retry. He's forced back. Mystic Field trying to lock him down, but he sidesteps away from that. But you cannot sidestep away from a Divine Judgment. 1 for 1.
Keys, a casualty here. Despite the Lord going over to Dewa, there's a hook!
Septiawan, 5 seconds on the Inspire. That's a good Nibiru's Passion. His own Septiawan away. Dawning Light as well! 1 HP, barely getting out of that skirmish.
Yep, second time in the past 2 minutes that Dewa United Esports walks away with their lives wherein they should have fallen. Amin Rise earlier with the help of the Rapid Boots, again, upon leaving combat. And Septiawan, just by building this base, this robe. The robe actually helped him survive the Dawning Light. So with that being said, Dewa United Esports are winning by inches. And slowly but surely, if they go in via this late game spike, they should be able to close the gap here and make this 500 gold lead matter even more. They've yet to push anything major here because even the waves have been managed well by CFU Gaming. And now this is going to cost CFU Gaming. They can pull out the Cambodian Ube. They can actually roam around, play together as 5, but that's going to cost them because I know Dewa United is not afraid to send Lanaya elsewhere. And now look, Conceal.
Okay, still with the puncture, able to escape. Flamesy has the flicker. Will not go for it. Takes him with a good disengage there, but will be immobilized and gunned down. That's a flicker! Divine Judgment finding Keys! Amin Rice looking for the disengage for Dewa, but he just pulls them forward, forcing himself to flicker. And CFU, they actually committed to chasing instead of going for that mid lane. This will definitely cost them.
Yep, there's the 2 for none. Ooh. A big clap back by CFU, and yeah, they forgot that fat wave down bottom. That's what I'm talking about. It's not as free for CFU to say it's Ube time. It's not as easy for them to do because Dewa United have won over the map. They have an enhanced wave here via that first Lord that they scored about a couple minutes ago. And now they're going to start taking away the purple. Oh no, Lanaya needs this. But at least you can say that Lanaya is eating well, sitting on top of the gold leaderboards. What does this build look like right now? Yeah, it's pure hybrid. Endless Battle, War Axe, plus the Thunderbelt and the Guardian's Helmet.
He's actually going for, I think, more damage. Maybe a last item BOD, which is quite interesting instead of the immortality we usually see. Uh-oh. 5-man conceal grouping up right now. Amin Rice going to be spotted. Septian with a go away, but he's going to be free hitting the back with his fire. Oh, the players will fall and melt down. Singh going to be targeted down by the assassin. Lanaya is on a killing spree as Dixon picks up the double. It's a hook almost predicted by Amin Rice. 3-4-0 once again for Dewa United.
That was tough. Not only was it as amazing as it gets for Septiawan, oh, Flamesy's in trouble. Oh, all right. But also, I was just looking at Wadu. Wadu could have put in a couple of stacks of the Ionic Edge, and he just missed. There had to be a huge wall right in front of him. I'm pretty sure we'll see it in the highlights if we do play back. But right now, this is as free a lord as it gets for Dewa.
I don't think it get freer than this, especially for the game that's been very close, literally toe-to-toe all the way to the 12th minute of the game. One mistake was all Dewa United needed for them to get control back in the game.
Yep, if anything, it was less of a mistake. Here's that instant replay, right? Check out how perfectly placed.
Ooh, look at that.
The explosions were in. And check Wadu, right? He wants to finish the job. That's a lot of damage set onto Dewa, but he couldn't come through. And that led to, again, what I think Dewa was building up for anyways in the past couple of fights. Here they figured it out. Here the walls and the jungle was built for them.
Ah, all right. So aside from that as well, Lanaya, actually it's not going to be a last item BOD. It's a rose gold meteor. So there is a lot of respect given over as well to CFU Gaming with their magic damage. Obviously from Z and Wadu with the Ionic Edge. We'll see how they utilize this though in the fight, because for now CFU is actually able to micromanage the mid wave a bit too well.
Yep, they have amazing, not even just high ground defense, but Savior as a battle mage, able to weave in and out of combat and just clear waves and then move along. Interesting. I wonder what Flamesy was thinking with that concealed play right there. It seemed like they all weren't ready for it.
A bit of miscommunication is happening, it seems like, when we're seeing what they're doing after that big team fight that Dewa United won. But what is interesting is the fact that Septiawan actually went for the Melting Roar as his 4th item, building towards a Haas Claws, I believe, for his final item. This means he's Glass Cannon. Very easy to target down, very easy to gun down for Zeng. He needs to find the snipes, maybe perhaps onto the back line with Z. And I think one Daunting Light, one Renner's Apathy should be able to do it. You can see from the items again, full, just Glass Cannon.
Yep, I'm guessing that last item there is going to be a Haas Claws, and that'll make the difference. So this is a clear message from Dewa United Esports that, yeah, we don't want to pick any fights, at least for the next minute or so, up until Septiawan is ready. And Septiawan is a key member, a very important element in this cocktail that Dewa United are cooking up so that they can actually close the gap here. It's been a very close fight, to be honest. This is a small 3K gold lead, 12-12 here at 15 minutes. And look, see, this is the potential that Septiawan wants to reach up to. He is 16,000 gold, 16,000 damage rather ahead of Zing, and this is even after Zing has 3 solid frontliners. I don't think Dewa has that much. Right?
Good debut, man. It's a really good debut. Speaking of Septiawan, this is his first time ever playing with this roster. We've never seen him before, and so far in this very brutal game, he's managed to die 0 times.
Yep, we haven't seen his face.
No.
This is all skill speaking for himself here. So Septiawan, you are an amazing Melissa player, and all is on you right now. He still doesn't have that final item. Oh, Rise with the flicker in.
Unable to find anyone. Bloody Hunt onto Wadu, but instantly cancelled by Detective. Still Septiawan for hitting in the back right now. Appraiser's trap with the wall. Target to the back line. Zing is going to fall. Flamesy with the Immortality Pop. Wadu getting slain as well in the back. Now Wadu and Flamesy grouping up together. Only for K's to pick up a double. And it's another over onto Z. Detective forced to recall. 1v5. Can he do it?
It looks like it's endable. Dewa makes the call. We don't want the Lord. We want your base. And they're going to break on through mid. The penetration. It's just Detective.
Detective is down. Dewa United strike first in game number 1.
CFU wasn't ready for that engagement. They definitely saw an opening in the early flicker in by Amin Rice. But just the same, we felt the gold diff there. 16 minutes, 25 seconds in, we felt that CFU were outgunned. And in that moment, that split-second decision that Dewa said, you know what? We're ending this right here, right now.
Right here, right now. They didn't really give any chances back to CFU Gaming, and I think it was more of CFU as well letting go of their lead because they held on to that lead for quite a while. Their mid to late game composition, they bought time to get into that sweet spot, but they were unable to utilize it in the late game.
That's right, Frederick. And given the fact that Dewa here is a new roster going up against CFU, who has been around and went as far as the grand finals of their own MPL, I'm wondering what else Dewa is back, and given that they now are also part of MPL Indonesia.
After his entrance, Dan, their entrance to MPL, it seems like they have found a new disciplinary coach as well, because the way they have been playing hasn't been the Dewa United that likes to coin flip a lot of their games.
Yep, even if one would argue that that last moment was a coin flip, I'd say it was a very calculated coin flip. There was very little risk involved given that they were ahead, and that's what spelt victory for Dewa United Esports. I'm wondering how CFU Gaming will be recovering here, because they have a few moments, they have a few minutes, and these moments will go over to our analysts for them to figure out exactly what happened here. Talk to us.
Thank you, casters. What a game by Dewa United. The comeback victory that they were able to just tailor out for themselves was amazing, right? Because even in the early stages of the game, we saw that even though CFU Gaming, like they mentioned, had that mid to late composition, right? With Xavier and Beatrix and so on and so forth, waiting for that item power spike, they were still able to be very aggressive, but somehow they lost the handles to the reins. What went down?
Well, specifically, right, it's just Melissa. Melissa needs time to farm. Perhaps minute number 8, minute number 9, America earlier mentioned 3 items. Perhaps then Melissa can be activated to somehow deal out the damage. And of course, Beatrix early game very strong, as you all know, Terrence, and perhaps CFU exploit that fact. But after mid-game, towards that late game, it was all Dewa with the controls.
I think it came down towards the mistakes that were made coming from CFU, right? They got a little bit overconfident and overextended a little bit more plays. I like that they have this idea to play around this concealed play. And time again, you have to give credit to Flamesy when it comes to setting up those disengages. But of course, during those 5 to 6 seconds windows where you try to reposition, re-engage, you have to be very spot on in your counter engagement. In this case, Detective as well as Flamesy hasn't been able to do that because of the fact of how annoying Lanaya can be in this kind of scenarios. Yes, early game Lanaya was punished really hard, but what turned the fight for them was that Lanaya was able to get his first War Axe and then steal the second turtle away from CFU.
And to add to that again, it's Dewa just controlling, right? Lancelot going, targeting Beatrix towards the backside. It's not easy, but it's doable. And we saw that multiple times, not just in this game, where Beatrix just completely harassed by this Lancelot. And Lanaya displayed it again in this game. Especially he builds Endless Battle and BOD. That's more than enough damage to either force Wind of Nature or force, just take down, say, Beatrix. And of course, in this current game, we've officially increased the win rate of Franco.
Yeah, and finally, right? Considering it's like 0% win rate, we've been talking about as well. But I agree, Sub-Tier 1 has been doing really well. You talked about late game potential, but the fights that were kind of scuffed here was that CFU had a very good jump on both Sub-Tier 1 as well as Armin Rice from the initial engagement. But what kind of stopped them from continuing here was Dixon with that beautiful wall charge. He got like a 4-man wall charge, which I think we can kind of see in the highlights later on. And on top of the Halberd, it kind of stopped Wadu from doing what he's required to do, if you think about it, on this Uranus.
That's what I wanted to talk about, the in-game problem solving that Dewa United displayed in that game against CFU, right? Because like we mentioned before, right, Wadu is kind of that centerpiece, that pillar that CFU holds in order to gain that dominance on those other lanes. With Dixon stepping in, Grok in the EXP with the Assassin emblem, plus the addition of the Sea Halberd, it really just inhibited Wadu's dominance in that game. And with that being said, we are going to crown our MVP for the game, and I'm quite curious as to who it was. And alright, that makes sense, right? The MVP goes to Septiawan on the Melissa 209, and we talked about this, right? Melissa early game, sure, she has the range, but she doesn't necessarily have the damage, especially going against a Beatrix who just basically needs that BOD. And so the fact that she was still able to be relevant in that midpoint where CFU Gaming was already gaining that control is very impressive to me.
And he has the position as well. He wasn't taken down in this game. So even though they were harassed in the early game, he did not die. He was focused on farming here. In this, yeah, you talked about this, Terrence, right? The Lanaya steal. And again, Dewa United Esports, they displayed just perfect execution. Sure, there were mistakes, but overall, their game plan was, yeah, let's activate in that mid game, which they did.
Yeah, in this case, Lanaya, his great opportunities here. He may not have the greatest starts, but he made up for it by making opportunities. But this is the one that I think kind of stood out for us the most from Satyawan, right? If you pay attention to the clip here, it was a counter engagement coming from Dixon that allowed Satyawan a little bit of slimmer hope to pop that Inspire to reset that fight. And this is crazy because of that. If you're low HP, your first reaction and instinct would be to back off and run away. But Satyawan, he took that initiative, found an opportunity, and took it and turned the tides and kind of forced CFU Gaming to be clumped up in a choke spot where Dewa United had so much time to prepare to re-engage and extend that fight in their favor.
That was a great conceal, by the way, from CFU, but that was a better defense, better recovery from Dewa United. And of course, with the wipe out, it was an open base. Dewa United Esports here with the mysterious man, the MM, who got the MVP, by the way. A great execution, great coordination, I must say. I'm just curious, will they stay consistent?
And the story is this. The storyline is this. Dewa United with the first victory here against CFU Gaming, leading this best of 3. And I'm wondering, like LaFell, sorry, why do I keep saying LaFell
because
when I refer to Leo? What is going on?
Yo.
But like Leo mentioned earlier, is the fact that how will CFU Gaming recuperate from this loss, right? Are they still going to stick to what they know? Are they still going to go for those aggressive team fight heavy dives when that's not even yet their power spike? Or are they going to be a little bit more systematic and calculated in this game? Because coming flashbacks into that game, I felt like despite CFU Gaming having that control in that early game, they didn't really convert onto the objectives as much. Whereas Dewa United, you can even see the Lancelot, Lanaya choosing, okay, sure, I'm behind this much, I'm not going to go for too many kills, but what I'm going to do is try to get those pressures in those side lanes, and those towers eventually fell before CFU Gaming. They were just delivering so much confidence towards the team to be able to gain more pressure on the map, and eventually it was Dewa United. And speaking of a delivery, we gotta talk about DHL once again. And ladies and gentlemen, I gotta tell you, right, during the break, did I host for the previous game? No, I didn't. During that break, all I did was play on my Samsung S23 Ultra, and I got number 15 on the leaderboard.
No
15.
way.
Yeah.
That's pretty high.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know.
But you're still not number 1.
You're not number 1,
Yeah,
though.
well, you know, it's like we still have a few more days, right?
That's great, but you're not number 1.
You know, I know they say almost is never enough, but like, come on, man. Come on, I'm almost there.
It's okay. You can try later.
You still have
again.
time. You still have time to climb.
I feel like
up the ranks.
CFU now. Sorry, wait, that
Whoa,
was too early.
Whoa.
Sorry. Too early.
To be honest,
Too early.
That's too soon.
I was a little bit worried if you think about it here. I was highlighting Lanaya's plays for a little bit here, especially when early game and CFU was just completely destroying Lanaya. That was a situation where like, wait, is my analysis kind of messed up? Because I saw Lanaya from the previous challenge season, and like he was popping off this insane retributions. And yes, he died one time. I was like, okay, fine, you know, maybe I'm cursed, you know.
Yeah.
Today, like I was bringing up Chibi a little bit. I'm sorry, homeboy Chibi. You know, I was giving you so much, and then he kind of got cursed and just messed up. And Lanaya kind of messed up the first one, and then he found this opportunity. I was like, oh, thank God.
I know. I gotta say that for Homeboys and Evo Side's Icon game, I don't think that was the curse. But
okay.
You know,
Draft.
whatever helps you sleep at night.
True, fair enough. But in this case here, I feel like CFU Gaming, they have to rethink their strategy here, because the fact that they have this draft composition designed to go in for pickoffs, but the problem is they don't expect, they kind of disrespect the opponent's draft a little bit here, because they think that if we get this fast aggressive jump, we can kind of snowball and punish them as quickly as they can and just completely take the fight in their favor and swing in their favor. But what they did not expect is that Dewa United has tools to kind of counter engage, and that was something that I think CFU was kind of tunnel vision in that regards.
They definitely have enough utilities to somehow negate the pressure coming from CFU, right? They have a stopper in that Franco. So remember, it's just more of a which team is more patient. In that case, it was actually Dewa United who just stay composed, hold their ground, looking for small opportunities, small mistakes, and exploit from that. And CFU, great proactiveness from that first game, great pressure. But it was just, like you mentioned earlier, almost is never enough. So it was just an almost for that game from CFU. Perhaps game 2, they need to be more efficient and more effective. How? Just be more patient. Don't go look for fights that is unnecessary.
I agree with that, and I also want to talk about the drafts, right? Because I'm generally just not so hot for Xavier in this current meta. I like to kind of assimilate Xavier to Novaria because of kind of how their skill set kind of works, right? Very long range, bursty, exactly like Novaria. But the difference is Novaria has the skill to be able to run away, basically. The escape skill is very important. So even if Novaria is very vulnerable, even though her base HP is very low compared to the other mages, Xavier doesn't have that in his toolkit. The only thing that he can rely on is definitely just the sprint.
Battle spells,
It's scary. So hopefully coming into this game, they prioritize that mid lane a little bit better before it starts to get banned away. And coming to the second phase, CFU Gaming with the first pick, Dewa United with the second. Still on the same sides here for game number 2. Kadita once again banned. So not much has happened except for the Kaja change here now from Dewa.
You know, I like this. You know, to be honest, I really like this Kaja ban here because, you know, the reason why Dewa United was put in that situation in game number 1 is because every single time Flamesy goes for an engagement, he pulls the right target. In particular, I feel like they just want to take away pressure from Lanaya to do his own thing. Because mechanically wise, we've seen time and time again, Lanaya is capable in finding opportunities to set up for the fight. So Lancelot is something that he is very comfortable with, but I feel like from CFU Gaming, they have to rethink their draft a little bit more. Fredrin priority, yeah, it's great. Lanaya can play both, it doesn't matter. That's pretty much the standard now for this current jungle meta. But to play towards their strengths from the side of CFU Gaming is that they need to find a way to kind of enable them to close out the games, which is something that I felt, like you said as well, Xavier wasn't the right pick at all.
Yeah, perhaps the approach here, CFU can bend the Lancelot now and pick up the Fredrin or the other way around, right? But it seems like Dewa United, if it ain't broke, don't fix it here with the Joy ban. But of course, they somehow, not if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They also readjusted, right? Readjusted. You know what? Let's take out the Kaja, perhaps signifying they want more assassin picks again.
At the same time, Arlott should be banned here. I'm pretty sure Dewa United just doesn't want Wadu to do his own thing, because in the early stages of the game from CFU Gaming, Wadu on that Uranus was very, very annoying. And I like that, I think Leo or Mirko actually called this out, was that they had Dixon kind of get a first item C Halberd to deal with the anti-regens coming from that Uranus to kind of win them this game. So that Grok XP lane kind of allowed Dewa United to win this game. And the damage output was a little bit negligible, but CFU Gaming, they respect this. Lanaya did get some really, really good kills, and because of this, they are gonna ban this off. However, it does open up the Novaria this time.
Novaria, Yves, maybe that's what Dewa United is also hinting at, right? Because they banned out the Kaja. Perhaps that's something that they want to take up for themselves. So they go for the 1-1 this time around, putting CFU Gaming in a corner. What do you want to prioritize here, right? Because the Arlet is open, Fredrin is open, Valentina, Novaria, but wow, they still go for the Fredrin pick.
Okay, I think they are sticking to their roots here. They want the signature, they want comfortable heroes. Dewa United, they can go around, but okay, I thought Novaria, but they will pick up the Yves and as well as the Arlet here. So a lot of priors here in controlling and securing a high ground hero. Very important. I'm excited to see the response from CFU.
I think Novaria, like, it's nice and all to actually deal with the backlines. It's not the greatest actually deal with the Fredrin. Yves is just a safer counter here. Go for first item Ice Queen 1, right? But I feel like based on this scenario, regardless of whatever jungle Lanaya pick, he's still got a lot of options to deal with. Martis is still in the pool, but I feel like if CFU Gaming decides to pick the Novari now, how are they gonna play this? Because if you think about cutting back lines, Devil United is known to play assassin styles as well. So Lanaya has that tools to play a Hayabusa as well, which is something that we don't see too often, but I feel like he can bring it up if he wants to. Claude as well, yeah.
Claude, oh, okay, no.
Okay.
All right, they're gonna actually take away the Melissa, and funnily enough, this is actually Zingozo's signature hero, Melissa. So they're bringing out the big guns here with the Valentina as well, being able to just, so they don't want to counter the Eve, they want to be able to level things and balance it out a little bit better in those team fights. So how is Deo United going to respond to this? What I don't really like about the Melissa pick here is that they picked a Melissa into an Arlet. And we know Arlet is going to be able to push through that ultimate, the go away coming in from Melissa that kind of negates the whole point of that ultimate. And now they pick up the Claude.
So the Claude, a very positive win rate here, 67%. Very, just trending hero in that marksman, very reliable. And in the hands of Septiawan, I'm excited to see what will he bring to this hero. But Dewa United, okay, again with this Digi Band signifies that they want to add more crowd control in their composition. Insta response from CFU. You ban the Diggy, I'ma ban the Atlas
That's
here.
so cute.
Straightforward, right? Dewa United here, what will they go for? Will they commit to another roamer ban? I feel like that's a little bit of an overkill. They could ban perhaps the EXP or Yuzong perhaps.
I think the Yuzhong isn't too bad if you're dealing against a Farsa, right? But in this case, there's no Farsa. I think the Yuzhong is still okay. Lapu is pretty a good shout as well. But personally, I feel like they are still in a position where they can set up for this wombo combo strategy, right? If you think about Deva United strategy, they can still go for the Broom Sweeper. Having the Lolita on their favor to deal with the Melissa isn't too bad as well coming from Deva United. If they want to go for the Minotaur as well, it's also pretty decent as well. However, when it comes to XP, I don't know if they are going to go for a Jungle Bennett, but they ban off the Grok, huh?
Yeah, that's so brilliant. That's so brilliant. They know that it's one, Wadu's power pick, and two, it synergizes well against the Claude to be able to cancel it out, right? So that was a really good ban in my opinion. Kufra is also taken away, so they are still trying to limit that roaming position. Dewa United now for... What could they go for here? Minotaur? Does Minotaur make sense?
Makes sense, but I personally feel like the roam should be that last pick, right? What they need to do here is just secure the jungler. You mentioned Martis. I like the Martis pick. If not the Martis, perhaps they can play around the assassin picks here because I think Hayabusa can make into the composition.
Do you not like Balman?
Ooh, I've never seen Lanaya play Balman, but I think it's possible. But yep, they are going to bring in the Lolita here to kind of set up for that final slash combo. So there is a very, very heavy emphasis on how Dixon is playing, but seeing how he played the Grok in game number 1, I wouldn't be surprised he can't catch the right target for this Numenon Blast. But I think when it comes to jungle here, it feels like Lanaya is put in a very predicament whether or not he wants to play the Martis, because just today itself, we've seen a lot of Valentina benefiting from this decimation kill. So in this case, he's still thinking, should I not? Should I not? Is this a good composition to deal with Melissa? Still open up for options, gives him a little bit more time. I guess seeing these two final picks from CFU Gaming is going to give him a little bit of a killer idea. But you talked about the potential Ube coming in from CFU Gaming. They bring in the S-Test as well as the Lapu.
Here we go, the CFU special here, bringing in the Estes. Very, very interesting. They are going to have a little bit more sustainability from the AoE damage coming in from the Claude, but does it synergize well against the Lolita?
Sorry, bring the Ling here. I think Ling from Dewa United isn't too bad. Oh my god!
There you go.
He bringing the Ling is just great here because split push potential. CFU Gaming just doesn't have the rotation to actually compete with against them in terms of cross-map plays, if you think about it.
I mean, if you pick up the SS, you want go for 5v5, right? And with that Ling ping, it adds more dimensions. I like it, you like it. I'm still going to, my money's on the Dewa United side.
Man, yeah, I have to agree with you. As much as I love the Estes being put into the Land of Dawn, it doesn't bode well against the composition that Dewa has brought. One, if they do want to group up as 5, Lolita is in La 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 Land. She just needs to Numen on Blast, and then that's it. And second of all, if they don't want to clump up as 5, they don't want to play into the strengths of CFU Gaming's composition, they do have the Ling to split things up and play around the other side of the map. So you went for Dewa. What about you?
2-0 Deva.
All right, 2-0 Dewa. Let's see what the game has to say and what the casters have to say about that game as well. So take it away.
The past meets the present in this draft, given CFU Gaming still digs deep into the roots, while Dewa wants to go fast. They want to own the map. It's Leo and Mirko bringing you game 2 with Dewa United Esports at match point.
Whoa, interesting start to the game already. Flamesy getting caught very, very low. But back again to the draft. I gotta give props to Icy Baby for the call out of the Ling, because
Terrence.
yes, it was Terrence, yes, for this brilliant call out, because again, the Ling really fits the composition, especially after that last pick Estes came through. The fact of the matter is, not only do they have a Ling to go and split, they also have a Claude that is known to do a little bit of split pushing himself.
Yep. Here, Wadu rotating quick into the mid lane, and Dixon obliges. Here we go, a contest for the Litho Wanderer. Where is it going? Detective confirms with a Litho Wanderer. Something else to note. The fact that this is a Ling gives more ways for Dewa United Esports to actually wreck the Cambodian Ube, right? Somebody to find the Estes in the back line, someone to compromise Zing and maybe pop off an early go away. So this is Dewa United Esports playing not just to the current metagame, but also to what their strengths are and to what CFU Gaming are presenting.
I think also for CFU Gaming, it's a good adaptation. Oh, Rice gonna be caught. Bracer's trap, but he flickers out of it. Still, should be first blood. It's Flamesy who picks it up with a fadeaway basic attack.
And yeah, no, you were saying.
Yeah. Going back at game number 1, it seems like CFU Gaming were grouping a whole lot. Maybe a little bit too much for that pick-off style composition. So I like the adaptations made, the adjustments made in game number 2. Heck, if the players want to group up, give them a composition that does well grouping up.
And again, even if the answers are present, even if Dewa United Esports have their way towards what CFU Gaming are presenting, sometimes comfort is enough, right? And here we see CFU picking up the first turtle with very little to respond with, except for an orange buff steal. That's a trade across the map.
Dewa United Esports, they understand what the win condition is in this game. They know that neutral objective control is just not built into them. With a Valentina and an Estes, with a Lapu and obviously a Fredrin, it's just going to be really hard for them to contest for any neutral objectives. Might as well look for a trade in the bottom side or just mirror the plays happening that CFU Gaming are proactively looking for.
Yep, we can expect for that to happen for the next maybe 6-7 minutes. It can go faster possibly if CFU Gaming don't push their Ube advantage, like every 3 or 4 man engage is still going to be advantageous for them, given the Valentina, given the Estes. But if Dewa United keep that up, eventually it'll be them calling the shots. It'll be them setting up these boxes. It'll be them saying where they can fight. And yeah, Wadu here, if they don't rotate out, could own the lane. And just the same, look, Dewa United understands now, we can't pick fights. We can't win this way.
I actually do want to talk a little bit about the battle spell that Septiawan just used to get out of that. Flicker is the choice. Very rare Claude Flicker game that we usually see the Sprint or even the Purify. PMI very aggressively Septiawan forced to back away. Might be pinned down here. Doesn't have the Flicker. It's in for him already. But here in the mid lane, Thames of Blade is going to be there and a lockdown from the real world manipulation. Gets Lanaya, his first kill of the game. Meanwhile, down below, it's a good Guardian's Bulwark here. His Detective tries to look for Septiawan. Blazing Duet onto the back of Prazer's Rat, not doing work, but it's still Detective who finds the kill with the Retribution. Just picking up a kill and giving Zing a better time in lane.
Amazing use of range and space. Detective understood that even if he was threading the needle between Tier 1 and Tier 2 and there could have been a punish from Keys and Amin Rice, he knew that he had Septiawan. So this is Septiawan not being given any space. And yeah, we were talking about that flicker. I actually like it because there's really no catch. If Wadu finds you, flicker out. If Detective finds you, flicker out, BMI out, right? There's no real hold for you, so no reason for the Purify. Not even the sprint. So if Septiawan really wants to reposition, definitely picks up the flicker. Now Turtle pulled over by Detective. Here comes Lanaya.
Oh, wow, he wins it. Lanaya just flies in. Retribution and walks out. Now Blast charged in. Dixon should fall. Oh, he cancels it too late. It's a flicker from Dixon to get out. Comes the Blades into the midst of it all right now. Taking all 4 Blades. Now Blast by Amit Rise on to 3. It's a full collapse for Dewa United. It's a double kill as another final slash comes through. Wadu forced to flicker out. But man, just one fight with the momentum instantly shifts forward.
And with that, Dewa United Esports now going to be calling the shots. Now they can start contesting. Nay, not even just contesting, just stealing straight up, much like what the Lion did. Neither of us expected that, but he did. That's how good this young man is. And what did that buy them? Well, check out what Dixon is building up so far. Dominance Ice. And then after that, for sure, on his way to a Thunderbelt. Wadu in trouble.
Lanaya looking for the solo. Gets it. Wow. Lanaya. First few minutes was to just get him rolling. And once he got those first few kills and the turtle steal, it seems like, again, yeah, he's doing really well. Berserker's Fury as early as the 5th minute of the game.
Yep, on his way to a Corrosion Scythe. And looking at Septiawan, despite that early death, already has a DHS on his way to the Golden Staff. This is a very fast turnaround for Dewa United Esports. Now sitting at a comfortable 1,500 gold lead, 6 minutes in. Last turtle coming up in about 30 seconds. Away from the gold lane. So yeah, no, we can expect that these two teams will start propping up. And here you see, it's Dewa United first to the scene. And given the speed that Lanaya can move across the map compared to Detective, again, initiative on Dewa right now.
Defensive Bravest Fighter already used. Meanwhile, Dixon is still saving, holding on to that final slash. Now Blast, though, that's the big resource burnt out. Wadu should have his Bravest Fighter by the time Turtle gets contested if they want to go for it. And Lanaya knows exactly that. He knows that they have burnt a big resource, so he just goes and clears up the way first, set up for the Turtle.
Oh, this is dangerous, given that Dewa United are actually staggering their entry into the Turtle Pit, and they're pushing away Lanaya. Turtle here at a 5th of its health. That's a clear take for CFU.
Very easy take for CFU. Good setup by them. And Dewa United Esports with a very quick response as well. Understanding that the Turtle will not go their way. They instantly walk towards the bottom lane, but it's also a good response by CFU Gaming, who's now going to be able to lock down onto Dixon. Ooh. Has the stun, gets out. Lanaya finishing up the Windtalker.
All right, so Lanaya this time around, prioritizes the Windtalker. Here's a big fight.
Oh, isolation there in the back. Now Blast unable to charge onto anyone. Now with Septiawan baiting out the go-away. It should be a very good position for Lanaya to just collapse. A good stun onto Zing. It's a double for Lanaya, looking for a triple, but Amin Rice picks it up and takes the kill. Dixon now under the turret now. Flickers out from the Bravest Fighter. Final slash. And it should just be, Dewa United who wins out on the team fight.
Battlefield mobility is the name of the game. CFU Gaming's Cambodian Ube is a little too slow on the response. Yes, if they do plant themselves there and say, yeah, this is the fight we're taking, this is where it happens, they win. Yes, if it lasts a little longer, but no, if Dewa United is able to weave in and out, deal the damage where it matters, they walk away with a big win, much like this.
Yeah, weaving in and out. That is exactly what Dewa United Esports are utilizing with their very mobile composition. And I've been paying attention to the Melissa. Zing has not built boots, so no mobility. It's the complete opposite. They want to be planted in these team fight situations, and for Zing, it's not going to be good at all. There's a lot of CC, a lot of lockdown, and a lot of burst damage coming through from Dewa United Esports' composition that he really needs to get Windtalker or some sort of mobility. Just boots.
Yep, and that's the thing. Dewa United haven't even built Sea Halberd. So it's not like this planting yourself 5-man Cambodian Ube is a bad idea. It's just that Dewa United Esports know exactly how to deal with it. And there you go, they force a flicker out of keys. Numinum Blast catches no one. So even on the defense, Dewa United Esports understands the concept of the bob and weave. They understand the importance of battlefield mobility. And I guess that's what put them in the situation. All of their flickers are out. and they played the map, they split it open much faster than Detective can respond. Oh, there's even a wave there. They left it. The long wave. The long lane is doing well. Oh.
Detective is forced to just walk up. The fact that they sent Detective down below was already a big mistake. Lanaya can afford to actually lose out on a few of these poking games because he has the mobility to just show up anytime he's needed. Septiawan taking Detective to half HP. Now the Lord is going to be resetted as, again, Dewa can play with that long lane. That far lane down below is building up so well. It's going to be slow pushing, and CFU, they're going to have to send one member, preferably just Wadu, down below.
Yep, this is one of the key things you have to consider when you're not only Lord dancing, but also, wait, oh, close. Septiawan took a few hits. But also, when you're building an Ube lineup, you want to make sure that at least one of them in your lineup is fast enough to go for the 4-in-1 so that you can set up these long Lord dances and respond when it matters. And yeah, between the 5 members of CFU Gaming, none of them are a Benedetta. None of them are a... who else walks really fast? Usually XP laners, right? None of them are that.
Uranus, Yuzong.
There you go. See, because Lapu-Lapu has to walk. He has to save his mobility for when the battle starts. So that's what's causing CFU Gaming to be hesitant to take this dance. They're down 4,600, and here's a big fight.
Yeah, they know they're split up already. That's why they pull the trigger, but Detective! One of the Brazers ran out of nowhere, finds Lanaya, who's unable to utilize the Temple of the Blaze. Now the Banana Blast canceled out as well, but the Brave Spider anti-CC. Septiawan with the Blazing Duet to the back, deals so much damage, jumps back in. Will be able to take him out. Detective now jumping on Amin Rice. It's Keys still in the back, free hitting as the final slash connects, but it's not going to be enough as Zing has taken him down. Detective as well. 4-4-1, and the Lord went to CFU's favor.
And just like that, Daewoo United Esports 6K gold lead has shrunken to 0. There's nothing that CFU Gaming left out a chance. That Lord dance was set up beautifully, orchestrated well by the Kamai. I could not have thought that it would break out just like that in an instant. A snap of a finger, and suddenly it's Ube time. Oh, wow. I guess DY United Esports just held out too long. They hesitated to engage, and suddenly CFU Gaming, you know what? This is it. Let's go.
They just didn't play towards the winning lanes that they've already set up. The slow pushers down below and up top, they could have just waited. They could have played it disciplinedly, but CFU Gaming forced the pace. They had a Fredrin. They had all the sustain in the world, so they just kept on forcing, not letting Dewa reset the Lord.
Yep, nothing was given to Dewa there, because CFU Gaming even scored the Lord here. Now 1,000 gold ahead. Lord was taken care of there, but wait.
Oh, what? 3-man taunt, it's a 3-man stun, but it's into a 3-man final slash. Septiawan blazing Duet onto the back. Dixon still able to survive, but the killing spree will be picked up there with Detective, as it is Lanaya who will fall. 1-4-2. Dewa, though, still able to defend.
Yep, but in the end, CFU Gaming still came out on top, 2-for-1. They took that tier 2 in mid, and Zing is still standing here. Flamesy as well.
Final flash. Zing is down. He got swept under a Brazer's Wrath. Dixon's won. He's won, Leo.
Just one. And what's scary here is the fact that Daewoo United are also not giving up. So they understand that they're behind. They understand that they get punished. But just the same, CFU Gaming are not letting up. Usually you want to kind of reset and not cross the river, but look, CFU are still here.
Wow. Just wow. CFU Gaming, though, I feel like for both Dewa and CFU, it feels like for the mistakes that they made that gave their opponents a bit more of a chance to come back, it's kind of the same. Overstaying, over-committing. For Zing, he needs to understand that, again, he is a Melissa, very immobile, especially after utilizing that first skill.
And here's the thing. Zing doesn't even have the Haas Claws just yet. So even if you do press the Inspire, if you're blasted by Dewa, it's over. And look, Dewa setting up this deadly bush. It's all 5 of them. It's all 5 of them.
Maybe really quiet, see if you can know, but that's why. They didn't go for the Haas Claws.
All right.
Well, he wants to win the nature. He wants just
that one
immunity.
first. He's respecting the damage output. And that's step one. There is some lifesteal in the Wind of Nature, but you still want to build up that Husk Claw. We've seen this setup before. We've seen this situation literally earlier today wherein the team would delay the inevitable just so that their Melissa is ready. But it looks like, oh, no, the Blitz. Look at this.
Okay, Lanaya is in position already. Dixon can final slash away. No, but blast onto the back. Massive. Now it's going to be Amin Rice who's targeted down with real world manipulation from Keys, trying to disengage. Somehow, Dewa United were able to disengage with no members taken out.
That's right. But CFU Gaming, still so very clean, takes this Luminous Lord and it's marching on through mid, all the while Anaya doing damage control, clearing the wave as much as he could before heading home. It's a 5-man defense against CFU with their Lord.
Okay, he's already used the real world inflation. There you go, see Halberd built up, but the base is wide open now. Garden's Bulwark empty out one in the back. Now even flickering onto Z, but he's going to be bursted down. Sing with a double kill. Base wide open. Lanaya is going for the base race, but CFU equalizes in game number 2.
Dewa United left wondering, how did that happen? We definitely had this game in the bag, but CFU claps back with their Cambodian Ube. And of course, as you always do with any Ube lineup, there is an inevitable rubber band just waiting, and it happened right then and there in that upper quarter of the map near the Lord, just like that.
One moment, one team fight gave the momentum over to CFU to take control of the game. And we all know what happens when a team playing the Ube composition gets control in the later portions of the game. Definitely not a fun time right after the 13th minute mark for Dewa United.
Definitely a show of force from the Kamai runner-ups. The lone representative of the Mekong region, or better known as the TVKL here in the SPS Challenge season. I can't believe that it came down to that. If that's what CFU Gaming are packing, who's to say what Game 3 is going to look like? Because Game 1, clearly for Dewa. But here, I don't know.
It was a bit of a mix. I mean, both teams were making mistakes, but both teams were also capitalizing, punishing these mistakes constantly. So it was an back and forth all the way from the early game towards the final moments.
I'd like to hear what our analysts have to say. It's Terrence, Gani, and Eterna at the stands.
Wow. Z. He was incredible. The plays that he was able to make, the way that he was able to utilize momentum, utilize that Numram Blast to turn things around for the team, force those team fights on to Dewa United, really just broke it for Dewa themselves. And that was a wonderful show of what it means to play towards your comfort. And I'm so excited to see them coming into game number 3.
Very good and very different. They have the depth here, right, Terrence? I like what they bring onto the table. Flamesy, great Estes. We doubt that Estes pick because of the mobility coming from Dewa, but it seems like execution-wise, they got it in the bag.
It feels like when it comes to execution, right? CFU, they were able to find those kind of opportunities and take it themselves. Dewa United, they kind of out-taught themselves. They should have played towards their strengths, which is not challenging the Fredrin at all. And we've seen multiple times that Lanaya, whenever he tries to poke around, Detective was able to catch him up and allowed opportunities for ZZZ to kind of set up for the team. And multiple times now, he has switched up between Final Stash, he's switched up between the Numenon Blast as well, which kind of made Dewa in a situation where he was wondering, what do we do? What do we do? Should we engage? Should we not? It felt like Dewa, they were just not playing towards their strengths, which is macro dominance.
Yeah, a lot of overcommitment moves indeed, right? From Lanaya specifically. Meanwhile, CFU, they're the ones who stayed patient, taking some game from Dewa from game 1 and just trying to practice, trying to do it themselves in game 2. They were patient early game, unsure. Dewa United clearly won that trade, but mid-game, late game, when they start to clump up, Zing got his item. It was just pretty much clear CFU got most of the team fights here. Looking at the post-game stat as well, 3 titles heading towards the Dewa, doesn't matter.
Yeah, at the same time, look at this damage taken coming from Detective, right? This is clear indications that Dewa, they kind of focus on the wrong targets. They should be targeting the backlines here, and time again, for him to soak up 119k damage to turn the tides with those final appraisals, which is what kind of gave a little bit comeback moments for CFU to kind of equalize the score. We saw about that 6k net worth deficit coming from CFU game. It came down to Dewa just making one small mistake.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of highlight for Dewa, for Lanaya in particular, right? Because I feel like Lanaya was their double-edged sword, but at the same time, he did so much for his team. Earlier on, he was able to spread things around, make things a little bit more messy for CFU Gaming, getting those towers. You can even see the tower damage from Lanaya himself. But at the end, when they go for these contests, the fact that he got caught in the Numnon Blast, even though that his ultimate was up and ready to utilize, it was kind of questionable in that sense. So it just comes back down to repairs for the side of CFU. I personally would give the MVP to ZZZ.
Yep.
But we'll see here in just a few seconds. The production show us who you got. And it's actually going to be Detective. Okay, so in a sense, that also makes sense, right? Detective on the Fredrin, like you mentioned, was able to absorb so much damage and then utilize it to the advantage of themselves against the members of the side of Dewa United. He was able to get those retributions as well. And all in all, he was just reliable.
Very reliable, and yeah, I think he was the more patient jungler in this current sense. Waiting for the right timing, getting those neutral objectives in that early stage also was pretty much very important, very crucial, but just know when to commit. Meanwhile, Anaya overcommit things too much.
I agree, and even in this fight as well, this is pretty much the turning point coming from Detective, if you think about it, because of the fact that he realizes that Lord Control should be in their favor. Because if CFU Gaming did not have that Lord Control set up by Detective, I'm pretty sure Dewa United would have just continued baiting out those macro plays, especially when the lanes are shoving from the bottom side. So CFU Gaming, they realized that they needed to force Dewa United in their favor, which kind of allowed Lanaya to be caught up for them to scale back. So well done towards Detective for finding those kind of opportunities. But when the game progressed into this stage, you can see that Dewa United, they were scrambling. Oh no, they were just, I would say, panicking throughout this fight. How do we make a comeback from this game? And this is where everything just went south for Dewa United.
Dude, it was so close. It was so close, right? You could see that even the Ling was like, all right, this is a 50-50. They're going straight for the base. I don't think it's enough to just split push and try to put pressure on the other side of the map. I'm just going to go for that one straight push. It was so close, but unfortunately the timers just wasn't correct for Dewa United. They miscalculated a little bit on that shot call, and that hence gave that game to CFU Gaming on a silver platter. But once again, we're back to a full best-of-3 series, 1-1 now. Second time in a row. See, I knew today was going to be a lot of 3 games.
It was definitely, today is definitely more intense here, Terrence. And let's not forget, right, that has to speak. I feel like Claude, Septiawan, could not deal out maximum damage because of that healing coming from Estes.
Agreed. They're just the more composed team in general when it comes to decision making, if you think about it.
Yeah, oh, so excited to see game number 3. We're going now, right? Let's go game number 3?
No.
What? No?
Unfortunately.
No,
You're joking, right?
Yeah.
What are we doing now?
We're gonna take a break, man.
Oh yes, I can play DHL. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll head straight to the break. We'll see you after.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that break. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. Sorry, I was thrown off because I wanted to let you guys know I was so excited because I want to tell you that I'm 14, level 14 now. On the FEVIT game. Sorry.
You gained a rank.
Yeah. I was like, oh man, trying hard in those few minutes, and I was like so excited to tell you, so I like messed that up a bit. But yeah, welcome back. I'm super excited, super stoked to see how this match is going to go. We're back to a best of one here between CFU Gaming as well as Dewa United, and both of these teams are packing a punch.
You're right. I mean, game one, it was cut clear that Dewa United gained the control, but game two, I feel like they were a little bit caught off guard by the plays from CFU. CFU managed to stay composed even though they were slightly behind 6,000 gold, mind you. But yeah, Dewa United, I feel like they were just caught off guard generally.
Yeah, agree. And just these two games itself pretty much gives a clearer picture on the play styles coming from both Dewa United as well as CFU Gaming. For CFU side, they have been playing very, very composed. They made a little bit of mistake from game number one. They adapted in game number two to be a little bit more disciplined and patient. Whereas Dewa United, 2 games in a row, has been playing around mechanical prowesses. In this case, Lanaya has been making so many opportunities, but eventually one mess up is where things go completely south for Dewa United.
Yeah, I feel like the theme of this match, the theme of this best of 3 series between both of these teams is adaptability, right? Because we even talked about their drafts on paper for game number 2, where it felt like Dewa had the counters to CFU Gaming and what they wanted to utilize with the composition that was brought to them, right? Arlet with the final slash should be able to disrupt that clumping style because of the Estes. Lolita as well, Yeve on top of that for just more utility, more damage, and just more everything, more nuisance to the side of CFU. But they adapted in game. They realized, all right, we're kind of bad when it comes down to these team fights if we work a certain way. And so Dewa had to kind of adjust to that, and then CFU adjusted back by being able to force these 5v5 fights utilizing the Valentina.
Let's get a little bit more deep into that regards, right? Because if you think about how the drafts kind of went for game number 2, Dewa United, they actually prioritized the Yeve as well as the Arlot over the Valentina, which gave I would say CFU that opportunity to make that kind of plays. In this case, ZZZ on the Valentina was really, really given so many tools to work with to find opportunities to counter-engage. Hopefully, it is going to be a little bit different. However, this third game is going to be the same thing here coming from both sides. CFU still on the first pick department and Dewa United on the second pick.
Yeah, let's see here. It's still the same theme, it seems like, right? All through 3 games in that first phase. Talking about CFU, and they have not switched sides. So Dewa United still on the red side here. Kadira and Fanny banned out. Dewa United still saying no to 1-1. Let's see here. Perhaps this is the ban that will perhaps be the change because they need to readjust. There you go. The Fredrin ban comes through. So CFU, saying to CFU, all right, just don't play the Fredrin. My guess is CFU will ban the Lancelot.
Yeah, I think they should. I think they would as well, considering how Lanaya was just mechanically gifted, right? You can see 2 games in a row, Lanaya just loves playing those kind of, I would say, high mechanics skill heroes. We haven't seen play the Martyrs yet, but he is capable of doing so here. But it feels like when from the side CFU Gaming, they're more composed and more rounded. They understand how they want to play their drafts, whereas Dewa United, they're playing around how Lanaya is going to be able to make opportunities for the team. So I feel like they need to chill. They need to rethink here and say, maybe we should use Lanaya as a bait and shift their focus and allow Subtiawan to do his own thing.
Oh man, I love the respect coming in from CFU, right? Lance once again taken away. And I gotta say that the Ling was a situational pick. It really depends now. I think the meta has shifted in that sense.
Yep.
So Dewa United, what do they want to go for here? Last time they went for the Kaja ban. Joy now is available because they opted for the Fredrin. And I don't know, Joy for Wadu, that's too much mobility. That's too much mobility. I don't think I'd let that go.
I think just let Joy as well as Aura through. Just so that both Dewa and CFU both get individual power picks. But no, okay. I'm surprised by this. They just don't want to do with Joy. So this is pretty much a no-brainer Arlet first pick. And then Dewa United would either take Novaria or Valentina. I don't think they would take both, but taking both isn't too bad. Because they could play very similar to how Blacklist played in MSC.
Don't forget about the Melissa. Game 1, Dewa United won with the Melissa. Game 2, CFU won with the Melissa, so this is the time for Dewa United to pick up the Melissa, and I agree with you. Perhaps one of the mages here, Valentina, comes to mind. But if not, then yeah, just go with the Novaria perhaps. Oh, not the Melissa. They opted for a Beatrix. In this tournament, not a good win rate, but it still works.
I mean, like, to be fair, you can't really count on the win rate, right? Because it really depends on how many times the heroes was picked.
Yep.
And it really depends on the pilot. So there's like a lot of other circumstantial things that would affect the win rate. So Beatrix, so for now, is quite solid. It depends on how things are going to go later on. How are CFU planning to, bully that Beatrix from that early game?
I think when in kind of this scenario as well, getting the Melissa again isn't too bad, but CFU, they do take this opportunity to bring the Novar. So vision game is going to be something that will benefit them as well. So it does put Dewa United in a spot where do they still want to play this kind of a sneaky approach? Do they still want to play assassin playstyle? And in this case, Claude, obviously the safety net what gives you that wombo combo opportunity. Lolita's still in the pool. But I like this Kaja pickup this time because of the fact that if the Claude makes the wrong move, one Divine Judgment comes in, that's pretty much a goodbye for Zing.
That makes sense, right? With the suppression coming in his kit, it's going to be very tough for Claude to time the Blazing Duet properly. Let's go into the second phase here. Looking at the composition that Flamesy has brought, perhaps Dewa United can just try to limit the jungler position here as well. Right, they have the first pick in that second phase. Yeah, there you go. The Bane ban comes through. So perhaps they can really commit on towards a jungler ban here.
Yeah, they have to think about this, right? Because we know that Detective is known for the tank jungles, right? We've even seen, what is that hero? Barrett's being brought in as well for them. So Bane is definitely a good choice. But do you really want to commit on banning Detective out?
To be honest, I don't think so. It's more like they have to set up in a way on how to enable Lanaya to do his own thing. And you can see CFU Gaming, they're just respecting all of what Lanaya is playing. It's a pretty clear cut on how Dewa United wants to play this, right? They're hoping that Lanaya is going to be able to make space to buy time for Setiawan and the rest of the team to kind of win this game. They are playing heavily depending on how Lanaya is going to be picking up his hero pool. So I feel like CFU Gaming, they should just straight up just ban off Martis as well, which is a pretty good one to deal with it, unless they want to pick it up themselves and mirror an assassin versus assassin composition, which I'm not a big fan. Sorry, I'm not a big fan of assassins.
I know, but it's fun.
It is
okay,
fun.
What's the two most fun assassins to go up against?
I would say Lancelot Ling, 1v1.
Both are banned, I'm sorry to say.
Whoa, 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 whoa!
Hanzo banned? What?
Nice!
Okay.
Okay, I
sure.
know you guys in MPO Indonesia had this Hanzo tank just annoying the heck out of the back line, so I'm surprised that they actually brought this up. I don't think Dewa United would play this at all, if you think about it.
Well, it seems like they just want to really secure the Novaria. But yeah, jungler pick, not yet. Dewa United is pretty confident they have enough hero pool here. It seems, even though it's just 4 straight up bans in that second phase towards that jungler position. CFU Gaming here. Question now, what will they go for here? Martis comes to mind, and of course, Faramis can come into play here, entering either the mid or the roam, right? Because it's going to be paired with the Novaria.
Yeah, double roam strat, double mage in the mid lane. Why not go for that? I don't know if that's their style, but it's definitely something that they can utilize here.
Yeah, they definitely can consider.
Blacklist can pull it off, so sure.
Oh, you're right.
The Faramis is just pretty much a hard counter to glue. Pretty much like it feels like Dewa United doesn't mind if they go for it. But wait a minute, hold up.
Whoa.
Guinevere?
This is the debut of Guinevere here
Jungle?
at SPS.
Guinevere jungle?
Jungle Guinevere.
Oh my god.
It is a jungle
It
Guinevere.
reminds me of Godiva. Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
You're a Godiva fan, girl. I remember that.
I miss Godiva, but wow.
Going up against his comp? Okay. Man, I have nothing to say, but with the Hayabusa pick, it signifies that they were united from the get-go. Lanaya likes his assassins. He will get another assassin.
You know, to be honest, seeing this Guinevere here has been kind of integrated into a fighter playstyle. It feels like I kind of like this. Like, even though I want Dewa United to win this, but I want to see how Guinevere gets pulled off.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know what this is gonna go. I haven't seen Guinevere in the competitive stage for so long. Maybe the casters know a little bit better about it. But man, we haven't seen this in so long. It's throwing me off. It's stressing me out a little bit. But I'm so excited to see if it's gonna work or not. Because if it does, that's a breakthrough for the current meta. And it just really shows how flexible the current meta is. So without further ado, we're gonna throw it back to Leo and Mirko. Take it away.
CFU Gaming refuses to believe in the concept of a current meta. They have their own meta as they go up against Dewa United Esports in this final game, in this best of 3 match. Mirko and Leo here bringing you this rubber match. I'm surprised, and a good friend of ours watching right now for sure is just as happy seeing Guinevere making its debut. Is this not very blacklist of CFU?
It is, especially after they, showed off the SS in game number 2, the way they were playing, very Ube-centric, and in game number 3, a tournament, it reminds her of Godiva. Yes, maybe if it was played in the wrong position. So yeah, gotta give a big shout out to Wise for this Guinevere jungle. Let's see if CFU can pull it off against Dewa United with more of a standard composition.
Yep, Dewa United made the fatal mistake of facing CFU Gaming in a 5v5 from game 2. So now, hopefully, with this pickoff lineup, there is a Kaja. Obviously, that's a -1. There's a glue that wants to cut right through towards the back line. Definitely a go here. And of course, the Hayabusa in the hands of Lanaya, who you have been singing the praises of since we started.
Lanaya has always just been one of the solid pillars for Dewa United, even in MDL Season 6, where they were super down bad in the regular season. They were predicted to not make it to the playoffs. They had to pull a miracle run. They cannot lose a single match after their horrible first leg record, and they pulled through that. They went all the way to the grand finals, obviously ultimately losing to Evo's Icon, but the fact that they were able to get through that horrible start and finish off really well, it's a testament to their mentality, how strong they are, and in a full best of 3, this certainly is going to help Dewa United as well.
Yep, that Cinderella run is making Dewa United look at this rubber match, looking at this best of 3 like, we've been through worse. We'll be fine. But up against CFU, up against a team that plays this way and drafts this way, looking at the potential of the dive, the sustain, the creative angles that you can get via that Novaria, via the ult, the full vision. And you're never safe when there is a Minotaur, because again, it can just end in a snap. Oh, this is giving me, I don't know, feels that maybe deja vu. Maybe game 2 happens all over again.
Yeah, I think I really like the word they use, creative, because it really depicts what CFU Gaming are utilizing here. Their creativity to go for this kind of crazy, quote-unquote crazy draft to us, because we haven't seen it a lot. But for CFU, this is the norm perhaps for them.
Another day.
Yeah, it's another day at work, because if you take a look at it, sure, it might look like a very weird draft, but then we dissect the heroes. Minotaur Claude is already a pretty disgusting combo that we like to see especially after the Minotaur buffs. With the Minotaur and the Claude, the AoE combo is already insane. Add on the Arlet, add on the Guinevere, who can add magic damage onto the frame with AoE presence and CC. It's just a wombo combo draft.
All right, given that the room is very Dewa-centric, maybe we should dissect what CFU might actually try to do a little bit more, right? Here's one thing. Minotaur Bane has been something that came up even at MSC, right? But here, I dare say maybe Minotaur Guinevere is more brutal. Because again, you can enter more with the Guinevere. You can find better angles as compared to the Bane, who's actually very honest with the Ale up front and then deadly catch. Here, you can dash in and then temper if you want to weave in and out of basic attack or move out, and then Violet Requiem. So it's much more deadly and it locks in harder than the Bane Minotaur, so I like it.
I think when it works, it is much more deadly, but it is harder to pull off, right? You need to have, again, you need to understand the stacks and how you get that Violet Requiem to actually go for the CC.
Yep.
The fact is, you need to get everybody clumped up as well. This is how the composition works. If Dewa are able to do what they did in Game 2 initially, pull back, just bob and weave, force these resources to come through, and then re-engage right as the resources have been depleted, that's the winning condition for Dewa.
And they have to understand that. Folks, what we're setting up here is 2 polar opposite lineups. One wants to clump up, and face you head on. The other wants to, again, bob and weave, find targets on their time with their initiative, and then move on to the next, snowball throughout. So with that being said, I would like to think that Dewa here has to reset, but also learn from game 2. They have to completely forget what caused their defeat, but also remember what led them to make those mistakes and then do much, much better here. But again, it's a similar approach.
Very similar, I agree, because again, in game number 2, it wasn't like they were just stopped from the very beginning. They were actually holding on to the game. They were in control. They were dictating the tempo, and they were the ones looking for proactive movements on the map, going for niche objectives, going for pickoffs, and it was one fight. Lanaya got caught by the Appraiser's Wrath. Didn't pop the Tempest of Blades fast enough because they were baited in through the Lord Dance, something that Fredrin is a specialist at, and something that Dewa United perhaps isn't really, accustomed to. The Cambodian special Lord Dance was a very unique style of Lord Dance because they ignored the side lanes. Yep. It's almost usually you're so used to thinking the default, which is you clear out the side lanes, you slow push, and the enemy team will disperse.
Yep.
No, Cambodians, they say no. We're going to stick together and we're going to force the Lord.
Hello.
Let's see what happens
Hello.
in this matchup because again, contrary to the current metagame that we've seen here in mid-2023, it's a difference between dive and poke, right? Either you go hard dive, you go hard poke. Here, it's a split up versus the Ube. So with that being said, I think this change in the metagame should be discussed not only by you and me on the desk, but also by this voice in my head.
Who is this? Oh my, that's
It was
who.
them?
Hey, Turna, what are you doing?
Sorry.
Yo.
We're having a fun, special, deep, knowledgeable conversation.
And I saw that as an opportunity to, mess
Try and
things
mess
up.
with me? Exactly.
So it was fun.
Not
Did
gonna
I-
happen.
Did I mess you up?
Not gonna happen. No, I saw them try. You tried too.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Okay,
We're
talk again.
professionals.
Nice try.
Fine, talk again then.
What do you think about this? Oh no, perhaps you
They already talked about it. You're
so
not
much about
listening
it.
to them.
Connie,
What the?
Come on, Gani.
I'm disappointed.
Are we really gonna 4v1 this?
I'm disappointed.
Gani, it's fine as long as you do the thing.
Yippee-ki-yay!
Boom.
What is this yippee-ki-yay thing? Like,
It's a Gani
to be
thing.
honest, the moment
I'm
I
a
saw that
cowboy. Back in Indo, I'm a cowboy.
Just back in Indo?
just back in Indo, now you're in Malaysia, so what are you?
I'm not Malaysian. What do you mean?
You're in
I was like a
Malaysia.
traveling cowboy. You're a traveling cowboy now.
I'd hate to ask what the logistics are for registering as a cowboy in Indonesia.
I don't know myself.
You
I
just
have
need
never
a cowboy
seen
hat, Leo.
an Indonesian cowboy
You
before.
couldn't pack it? You couldn't pack your 10-gallon hat in your luggage? Would
Oh
it
my
break?
God.
Would it break your capacity? What's going on?
It's a Clint.
Well,
Clint cosplay.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
Well, Gani, if you actually want to bring it over, you can always just send it over through DHL. It's not that hard.
I know, right?
True.
Since you're going to be here for so many weeks, right? Now is a good time to actually, text them, call them, give them a call with the Samsung Galaxy as well. You got to borrow him for your phone.
No, I can't.
No,
No,
why?
I'm trying to hit the number 1.
FB-bot.
Nice.
Wait, I want to ask the casters, what level are you guys on FB-bot?
Bro, you know that number 1 in the standings?
Uh-huh.
That's not me.
Oh.
Nice.
You gave me a mini heart attack there. What about you, Leo? What level are you on FB-bot?
I can't play FE-bot right now.
Why?
I'm jumped up on Monster. My fingers just... I'm saving my FE-bot hours for later after the broadcast.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. That gives me a little bit more time to rank up.
Yeah, no, that's my meta. That's my game. I want you to put your effort in, play all the FE-bot. When you're sitting at 3 or 4, I just barrel on up to 2.
What?
That's the game. That's the game.
I think 2 isn't too bad if you think about small talk, because I know who number 1 is.
Who? Who turns?
It's a guy I know, a friend of a friend, who told me that he is secretly from a hacker from China.
See, now I know you're a liar.
You're a bad
Why?
liar, I see.
Why?
Yeah.
I'm good, yeah. It's
Like, you're
secretly
supposed to
hacker.
be a caster.
Because it's impossible to
All right.
reach that kind of amount.
Casters are good at lying.
This is getting out of hand.
I'm not lying.
Real quick.
Why?
Let's
I'm telling
reel
the
it back.
Why are we good
No,
at
we're
lying?
not. No. What?
Let's reel it back to
No,
what's
because
going
casters
on.
lie a
Pull
lot.
it back.
One can only imagine the pressure currently on the shoulders of Detective and the gang, right? As CFQ, as the lone Mekong region representative, what's it like going up against the newest member of MPLID in Dewa United, and then you're coming down to this last chance, one game. Well, technically not their last chance, but if they do win this, they're a best of 3 away from Jakarta. Imagine that. Riddle me this: Indonesians and 1 Malaysian in the analyst stand.
Leo's such a N-word.
Whoa. What is the
Yeah.
N-word?
He's such a nerd.
Oh,
We're
exactly.
like having a fun conversation. He's going back to work.
It's boring.
Oh my god,
Oh my god.
I swear to God, like
thought-
when we whisper onto his
I thought she
Dio's,
meant narrative.
ears, it's weird.
Man.
Narrative narrator.
That would be an M-word.
You know, I feel like that table over there is literally the angel who's just flying
No,
over your
no, you
shoulders.
could
Like,
just-
oh, I want to be a good boy, and we're here like, come on, man, we want to cut some slack. I want to
No,
drink some monster.
no,
I want
that's
to
not
have
it.
some fun and
No.
just, no. Or sorry, we're the white angel.
No,
they're
I
the
was,
demons.
No, I was gonna say they're just the smart table.
Oh, the nerds.
We have like a 3
Yeah.
IQ on this table.
Oh.
And it's not
You
dispersed
being
equally.
And you're 0.
I'm probably, 15 just because I was like in FE ball 15 rank. Yeah.
How does 3 get to 15?
No, no idea.
Somebody's hard
That's how math
negative.
works.
Somebody's hard negative.
Because like 3 plus 12, IC baby 12, 12 plus 3, so 15. Yeah, that's why I got my numbers.
That's
Where
not
do you
how
get your
math
name,
works.
Where did I got my name?
That's how he.
I didn't know how to count 1, so I just smashed my keyboard and just got 12.
Yo, and keyboard hate. I love keyboards.
That's the thing. I'm a pretty rager myself, but at the same time, you know what's interesting? I'm gonna call back my friend. His name is called Staffa.
Don't lie. You don't.
No,
have
I'm not even
friends
joking.
IC. Come on, man.
Okay, what do you
this
think-
caster
wait,
called
wait,
Staffa.
what do you
His
think
name
he's
is
lying
literally just
about?
slapping on a keyboard.
What a name dropper, bro.
Dude, he slapped his keyboard. That's how he's gotten the name. Staffa.
All right, you can snap your keyboard, but are you a Snapdragon?
I'm sorry. I am.
2 out of 10.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
3 out of 10.
Three out of
3 out of 10.
No,
Three out of 10.
I'll
give
give
you
it
a 1
5. I'll give it 5. Mirko.
Oh, wow.
Hey, 5
Can I
out
get a
of
6?
10?
Can I get a 6, 7, 8?
5.
5 out
Support,
of 10
support.
is 1 out of 2.
Yeah.
That's fraction
She
right
has
there.
some maths real quick. Give her
Oh,
a
it's
second.
half.
There you go.
50%.
Okay.
That's why I'm not
Okay.
an analyst, folks.
Okay. Okay, let's take a breather here, right?
Okay.
One
Wow.
to
Donnie's
one.
the sane
The
one right now.
cowboy needs to breathe, huh?
All right, all right.
Needs to breathe.
Yippee-ki-yay,
Done abusing your
cowboy. Show
horse?
me what you got.
Cowboy's not ready to walk. He needs his horse.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a breather. 1 to 1. But oh my God, producer.
Huh? What? Reptar? Reptar's with a banana?
What?
Oh my
Oh,
God,
yeah, I
we
did
gotta
see the
see it.
banana.
We gotta see it. We gotta throw the break, guys. We'll be back in just a minute.
We gotta push to the limit then work till we finish then push to the limit then work.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
32 teams fought over a 6-day Swiss format of the Open Finals to secure their spot in the Challenge season. Buckle up as we run through the highlights and victories of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Season 3 Open Finals. The Open Finals kicked off with a bang, with notable teams like RSGMY and EVOS Icon picking up swift 2-0 victories amongst others to get a head start on the board.
Completely just vaporizes Alchemy SG, and this crystal will go down RSGMY. Starting off the Swiss stage.
Oh, Ripple, the man who likes the taunt.
Moving swiftly on to day 2, the battle rages on as all 32 teams fought once more, but this time to avoid elimination. Dewa United Esports managed to dodge elimination after they picked up a clean 2-0 victory over GameLab.
The knockguy's gonna be there to petrify, and they found UTC again. Shackle mode on the Kadita. Name me a better combo. Dewa United wipe GameLab off the face of the Land of Dawn, and it's a game-winning fight. Dewa United Esports 2-0 over GameLab.
After the first wave of eliminations, the remaining 24 teams felt the pinch as they battled through yet another day of matches. Archives Esports fought valiantly against Red Esports and gave us an exhilarating match to watch, ending it with a 2-1 victory.
Pull back with the Shell Stampede. Red ends up going down to Sumpak, and Amal, he'll be caught up as well. The brick wall of Archive Esports is just solid. Spider Mouse gets pulled in, but has the immortality. They need to get to his second life, but it's just not possible. 3 members of Red fall. The first and final death of this game in the upper bracket. Give him the ripple.
Now down to 16 teams, the remaining half of the original number went through what could
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. Powered by Samsung Galaxy. On that break, we saw Reptar running around with a banana, and it was so fun. And I'm so excited to show you that maybe later on, but it's still a surprise.
I was
It's
very
an
surprised.
experience.
You think about it, the banana was like this.
It's big.
It's like a human-sized banana. It's crazy.
It's huge.
I know,
7
right?
foot tall.
I don't know how much 7 foot is.
I don't know too.
About
My
one
unit
hand
is
higher.
like centimeters. So 180?
186, 183.6 feet.
Wait, 7 foot is 200 already. 200 centimeters.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are about to resume the third game of this next upcoming match. Remember, it is 1-1 between Dewa United as well as CFU Gaming, where it was Dewa United taking that first game, CFU coming back, and now it's up to a best of one again, and it's been so exciting. We actually saw crazy picks in the drafting phase for game number 3 with the Guinevere being picked up by CFU Gaming, and I'm really excited to see how that actually pans out in this card meta.
I think when it came to this discussion, so me and Goni had this, you guys had, you as well, were talking, how is this Guinevere going to be played in the jungle?
Yeah,
role?
yeah.
Is it going to be jungle or is it not? Personally, I would like it to be more on the magic side rather than some might be playing the demon hunter as well, which is kind of weird, but attack speed seems to be the key here as a fighter now.
So you think that it's going to be like a Joy Jungle who goes for Mystery Shop emblem?
Could be a possibility if you think about it.
But you didn't agree. Why?
I think Guinevere should have Demon Slayer, but let's see. We'll see. I will check.
I want to know about the wave clear. I want to know how it does. Who's the opposite jungler?
It's
Hayabusa.
Yeah, it was Hayabusa.
So Hayabusa against Guinevere in the jungle.
Technically, both have high mobility to kind of rotate each other. Only difference is that Hayabusa is using it as escape. Guinevere is using it as a setup to actually one-shot combo somebody.
Now that's interesting, right? Because honestly, the Hayabusa has less room for error, in my opinion, right?
Yep.
Sure, the mechanics are crazy on the Hayabusa, but the setup, I feel, is very important from the rest of the team. It's going to require super intense synergy and chemistry. Let's see how that all unfolds as we pass back to the casters. Leo, Mirko, take it away.
I reckon it's time for us to get right into this game, partner.
It sure is, partner. Let's get into the land of dawn for game number 3.
And as speculated, it is indeed going to be the Jungle Guinevere rocking the Seasoned Hunter emblem. And yeah, we'll see what the item build eventually does come through for.
Yeah, it is going to be a Demon Slayer emblem. And whoa. Something we rarely see nowadays for the Arlet Tenacity emblem.
Been a
instead
while.
of the Unbending Will.
Been a while.
This used to be the norm, but ever since the base damage nerf onto the Arlet, we have been seeing a whole lot more Unbending Will to just, to compensate for the base damage nerf.
Yep. But with that being said, it's a clear message that I think CFU Gaming are sending over that, yeah, Wadu wants to hold the fort. All he's really there for is that huge final slash, and then everything else is up to Zing, everything else is up to Z, and maybe even Detective. Wondering what he's still going to build. I feel like it's going to be mainly tank. That's the best way to build Jungle Guinevere. Maybe with 1, max 2 items. Oh, wait, they catch 1.
Oh, Requiem, and that's going to be first blood for Z. Picks it up like it's nothing. Easy pick off, and that's the combo we were talking about. Leo.
Yes, Miracle.
Yes.
Amon Rice didn't even get to move. Not even for a single second there, because that's all the CCs being stacked up. I didn't even talk about what an Astral Echo could do. So the Astral Echo could be used to set it all up. This is difficult if CFU Gaming gets their way. So talking about it, picking back up from that conversation we had about a minute and more ago before the break. Dewa United have to play pickoff, but right now they're scrambling here for the turtle.
Stolen final slash right now. That's a shadow kill onto Detective, but the Violet Requiem gives him sustain to survive. Jumping back in onto Case, who's not going to be able to take him down just yet.
Whoa.
But Wadu, with the final slash, bring Nixon away. Now Flamesy can definitely go in, but Dewa United have done what they have sought out to do, and it's to zone them away from the neutral objective.
Yep, no kills, but a clean turtle take for Dewa United Esports in the hands of Lanaya. Something else to note is the early builds that's being put onto the core heroes for both sides. You see here, Septiawan obviously allowing for that branching build path. He can go for an early Malefic Roar, maybe as fast as possible Blade of Despair, as compared to Zin, who actually invested in a pair of pants. Zin Gozo, he has steel leg plates.
You gotta do it. Up against a Beatrix, up against a bully in lane, someone who can constantly just be poking you down.
And the Haya.
And Haya as well, some more physical damage threat. The steel leg plates is one of the best items in the game.
Yep.
You pay 500 gold.
Bang for buck.
Bang for buck.
The value.
You get basically the same amount of physical defense that a brute force breastplate will give you.
Yep, just without the stacks. Yeah, just without the stacks, as well as an early warrior boot. So yeah, Zin Gozo is just hunkering down for the mid-game power spike, and there's a flicker pull!
Flicker Divine Judgment into the Menace Rage. Flamesy though, a 3-man Minute Fury. That will catch Lanaya as well. Far too close for Lanaya, but he's still able to escape back to his quad shadow that he placed down in bow. Almost close snipe from Z.
All right, that's a wash. Nobody died. A lot of ults, a lot of battle spells were spent over, but just the same, this allows for both teams to invest in their core heroes. Let's look at Lanaya coming in!
Good flicker though from Z, gets him out of that. Lanaya was in the minion wave, didn't get enough stacks to put enough damage on Z.
Talk about the other core heroes. How about mid lane? Z currently on his way to a Clock of Destiny, but Kaze already has his. So it's faster cooldowns for Z. He does have the boots already built up. But yeah, Keys wants a scaling sooner, wants the ticks of the COD much, much faster.
Okay, we also actually saw Detective winning on the red tree battle up against Lanaya, who had the red tree advantage technically. He was one level up before that. Secure from a Detective. Very interesting plays happening here from CFU as well. Neutral objective control still their main objective with a utility jungler. Now with the Astral Meteor as well, they should be able to pick this up for free. No purple buff for the Hayabusa unless they go for it here. Maybe the snipe can go for the steal, and nope, it does not happen for Dewa. It's just Detective with a solid red tree.
Septiawan does find its mark, that Renner shot, but just wasn't enough. Not right now, given that he built his second Legion Sword and then the boots. So I think Septiawan understands that, hey, I'm not making it to these fights soon enough. This is way too slow for me. I need a pair of boots. While Zingozo already has built up his DHS. So yeah, he's going to deal a lot of damage to Dixon and maybe to Amin Rice, but everyone else he's going to need to build back up for.
It's all about the scaling game at this point. I mean, take a look at the items. I feel like Dewa United will definitely benefit more from that mid-game power spike with Lanaya and the Beatrix. But here, you can already see it. Just not even the mid-game yet. Lanaya is already dealing a lot of damage just with the Hunter Strike.
Yep. All this while... Oh, there's a pull!
Flicker Divine Judgment, instantly cancelled though. Flamesy with a Minute Fury onto two. And it's a Valiant Requiem as well. Lanaya forced to run away, but the Blazing Duet catches him. Now no Quad Shadow, it's a Flicker. Oh, one last Quad Shadow, but it is not enough to save him. It's the fadeaway basic attacks that comes to haunt him in the end.
Yep, welcomed into the loving arms of the waiting members of CFU Gaming, who currently hasn't suffered a loss, are now finding one more. Dixon in the back line, forced to use a split, and they're just going to barrel on through, convert into this tier 1 up top. Great start for the Cambodians.
That was an SSD, split defensively.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
That's a solid use of your acronyms, young man. But now, CFU making the most of the CC that they have. Dewa United Esports, not a single Purify from them. Not a single Purify effect even. This is difficult right now. And oh, you see, the dark ideas that they have for Wadu.
They didn't let the intrusive thoughts take over there. They held it down. It's all good. They just want to go for a trade right now. And it seems like CFU Gaming, they want to do exactly that as well. They have probably the best weak side gold laner in the game against a Beatrix, a Valentina, and a Kaje. Should still be able to clear out the waves and get out in one piece. Let's see though, no flicker for Amin Rice. And it's a good cover from Flamesy. Blazing Duet to clear out the waves. Meanwhile, Turtle for free to CFU Gaming.
Yep. Way too big a rotation for Dewa United to even contest unless... Oh, Detective is delaying. I think the Collier's fight.
Oh, Bennett's rage. Oh, it's the shadow kill all the way to Z, but unfortunately for Lanaya, he connects onto them in waves. They finally spot out Detective and they spot out a way to get it, but unfortunately, again, Lanaya has already rotated down below. Turtle slain, CFU picks up their third turtle of the game. Good snipe from Septiawan. They're looking for a trade finally on the board.
Yep. What's going to happen here is CFU Gaming is going to find a way to make do for that pickoff on Wadu. Detective go in 1v3, now 4. This is dangerous. Watch Flamesy, he still has his Minoan Fury and a Flicker. Oh, we're just waiting. I think they're waiting on Z. The amazing contributions or the changes to the metagame that a Novaria can bring, man. Astral Echo changes the way we engage. And right now, trying to spot out for Amin Rays. This is way too deep. Both teams understand that they're playing with tempo here. They both have to pick their fights. And here, as we're speaking, Wadu picks up his Thunderbelt. So yeah, it's not going to be as easy to burst him down as it was about a couple minutes ago.
It seems like Dewa United especially are just waiting for that item power spec to come through, but it's Rage onto Divine Judgment. Still a good escape again, the steel leg base paying dividends, but Septiawan with a flicker forward finds the kill. Detective now jumping forward a his Fury as he smashes his hammer down on the ground. Will be able to take Septiawan down, but it's another trade on the board for Dewa United, making it 2 for 2 as a slam pass connects, but there's no more follow-up. No split going to be committed by Dixon.
Slight victory for Dewa United Esports, I'd say, because it was a roamer and a gold laner for a mid and a gold laner, so that's what gave them this very small lead. And the fact that Kaze hasn't died yet, Kaze just built his lightning truncheon, means that even Detective has to think twice about engaging. Detective currently is building into full tank, folks. He has a pair of pants. He also has a Molten Essence and then Radiant Armor. So yeah, he has to somewhat think of how Lanaya interacts with that. Look at the gold earned so far. Zingozo and then a couple of members from Dewa United Esports. That's what's explaining these item builds. That's what's making these fights so close.
Okay. A few of the resources already committed onto Lanaya. This should be a free turret over to Dewa United Esports. Is it a thing with the Arlet on the Tenacity? I think with the Unbending Will, he would have been able to threaten an actual kill, a solo kill there.
Yep.
Now Lanaya, though, caught off position. There's no way they are able to do this. Detective should be able to secure this for free, and yes, they do. Meanwhile, on the back, Flamesy with a good knockup, but a Divine Judgment locks Wadu. Even the final slash dodged away from Lanaya, now jumping back. This was what we were talking about, bobbing and weaving in the team fight to create some chaos, but Wadu is doing amazing in this team fight, still buying so much time, creating the chaos necessary to split the front to back. But Dewa are still able to utilize that time to pick up a turret in the mid lane, trade it in for Dixon's life.
He's gonna fall here. Kaze gonna have to back off. Can't repair this situation. And with that being said, CFU Gaming now back up 1,000 gold about. Wadu building full tank. And I think slowly but surely here in the mid game. Oh wait, it's Septiawan. Close call. They pick off Detective there. Nothing to say.
Good body block as well from Amin Rice. Could have been a horrible trade for Dewa if only Z found that Astral Sphere.
Yeah, so I was saying the only real downside for Wadu is this. Yeah, he's only really good for his final slash, but if he doesn't find it, then that's it. He has to wait again.
Beautiful flicker to get out of that one.
Kaze.
He's feeling it. He's in the flow state. But CFU Gaming, they have the lead. It's still them controlling the pace of the game, especially with the slow push down below.
Yep.
They were able to do what they sought out for. Again, they didn't get Kaze, but it was more of a bonus. They wanted to just space him out for the turret take.
Yep, and here we go. Wadu finds one, forcing out the split. And again, we all know it's just a false engage, but yeah, very similar to the later half or towards the end of Game 2. CFU are in control. Lanaya grabs his purple buff, and there's a final slash.
Oh, Dixon doesn't have the split. Not a good moment to engage, but Amini's Fury has been used up. Amin Rice still waiting on that flicker. Good poke down from downtown. Connects onto Dixon and Lanaya, taking him down pretty low.
Way to go, keeping your mid lane tier 1. Dewa United Esports, even though they are slightly behind, slightly down, maybe 400, 500 gold here, 12 minutes in, they understand that, yeah, we should fight for the inches on the map, and slowly inches build up to major objectives like that tier 1 down bottom, and right now, they're looking to split up. They're looking to fight CFU, but not like this. They know that they're going for the Cambodian Ube right now.
Both of the gold laners buying or getting the Winner Nature at the same time. This will definitely help them in these team fights, but I think it will help, or it will give Zing a bit more value than it does for Septiawan. Just for the fact that, you know, they have a Hayabusa, someone who needs to actually take you down. The Winner Nature will definitely stop that plan from Dewa, and from the itemization as well. He's building up to an endless battle, trying to, you know, bypass the Winner Nature with some true damage.
Yeah, but that's not the whole picture, right? The fact that it's more useful for Zing doesn't mean Septiawan doesn't care about it. If anything, Septiawan needs all the protection he can get because there's so much CC that is going to try and kill this Beatrix. So with that being said, it looks like they've had it. With your hiding, there's a pull!
Oh, good escape from Wadu. The tenacity is doing him justice, but even with that, that's what the high and dry, the Master Assassin is used for. The pickoffs. So, should be CFU Gaming with a better trade with an Enhanced Lord.
That's right. A Luminous Lord for a lone XP laner. Oh, that's fine. And now Lanaya wondering where to go. Last Shadow used up. Detective looking for 4!
Oh, Requiem looking Lanaya down. The blazing duet into the back with the Winner Nature as well. King or Zing is able to just zone them away as Z goes in for the snipe. Finding 2. Amin Rice should fall next, and it is an Astral Meteor that gets the double kill for Z.
Oh, this is unfortunate. This 3 for none happened right when Lord is marching through bottom lane. Dewa United Esports are going to lose so much from this engagement. 14 minutes in, Tier 2 falls. There's a slow push up top. Oh, they're coming in!
Let's see, again as a Requiem K still trying to defend, but will not be able to do so. Dixon sniped down. 3 seconds on Amin Rice. The base is wide open. And the Indonesian dominance ends here for day number 2.
Oh my Mao! Cambodians rejoice. CFU Gaming are a BO3 away from Jakarta. They move on to the upper bracket of their group, taking down Dewa United in a reverse sweep.
What a performance from CFU Gaming. We spoke about how Dewa United's mental has been tested before, but CFU Gaming really brought out the top 2 mentality that they were able to utilize to get all the way to the grand finals of MPL Cambodia.
An amazing effort though by Dewa. They all shined on an individual level, but when it comes down to understanding their own metagame, their own approach, their own execution, all CFU Gaming needed was game 1. All they needed was to understand the limits that Dewa were presenting. And is this not very Blacklist Prime of them to download Dewa's game and then to execute much better from game 2 onwards and taking the series?
They even have the Blacklist International Draft technically, right? The Guinevere for the jungle and the Minotaur. Something that even V has learned at MSC.
It's amazing. Who'd have thunk, right? That we were all looking at this newly minted MPL team in Dewa and saying, yo, clearly they should have this, clearly, but no. CFU says, hey, we recently just hosted MSC. Cambodia is real, fam.
Top 4.
Top 4, and here we are, right? They are just, again, a BO3 away from securing that challenge finals spot. I'm amazed. I wasn't expecting it. I have to admit, I have to be honest with y'all watching. I predicted Dewa, but here we are.
Same here. I predicted Dewa to win it all here for the series. But the fact that CFU Gaming was able to, again, pull off another upset. There has been a few upsets going on in this tournament. And in the challenge season, with Aura also beating Blacklist International.
Yep, and it looks like in comparison to day 1, day 2, for SPS, challenge season has been quite spicy. On behalf of Mirko, we would like to say, Akun. Terima kasih and thank you to everyone watching. It's time for the Analyst Center host to break it down.
Thank you, Leo. Thank you, Mirko. Cambodia home and Mao. I loved the way that they ended that match because I know that the Cambodian fans all around the world are screaming and shouting, supporting CFU Gaming as they were able to bite Dewa United out of the upper brackets. GGWP. And going to our analysts here, Goni as well as Terrence, it looks like Goni is still sitting at 100% prediction rate.
Team-wise, not score-wise though.
Okay,
Team-wise,
okay.
Right? But yeah, again, congratulations. I personally feel I can take an L. right? Indonesian has been, what, 3 teams has won today's match. So, you know what? Cambodia, take this one. And gameplay-wise here, Terrence, that Guinevere pick was just, not just for style points, right? So flashy, but yet so effective.
I feel like CFU Gaming, they drafted this, and to be honest, I feel like they're such a freaking nerd because of all the patch notes, there are minor details that kind of change throughout the entire patch. Novaris out kind of increases your hitbox, right? That means when Guinevere pops his Battle Requiem, it's easier to hit majority of Devil United's players. And on top of it all, any hero getting caught by that knockback takes a little bit more damage coming in from Guinevere, and to pair it off, what provides knockup? That's gonna be the Minotaur. So all this tree kind of synergizes really well to set their own meta or their own type of wombo combo, which I think Devil United weren't expecting at all.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize that.
They're such a nerd. Like I said, they're a nerd.
I didn't even realize that hitbox thing. I thought that Novario was purely for vision in order for them to be able to catch Dewa off guard. But in addition to that, there's also that utility. Wow, good pickup.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It's because they're such a nerd, they were united. They just didn't know how to actually play around this because the amount of AoEs coming from CFU Gaming was a little bit ridiculous. Like, they were united. They wanted to play a different integration on how they played for game number 2. Once again, you know, they're playing around Lanaya, trying to make space, making these kind of opportunities to set up this place. However, CFU, they've got the sustains down. They've got the AoE down. Split push-wise, may not be as quick as Lanaya, but as long as Dewa keeps on trying to dive towards CFU, it is going to be in their favor. And there were a couple of mistakes from the highlights themselves where, hey, the moment Lanaya makes one wrong shadow, immediately Detective is like, you know what, I'm just going to jump in. I'm just going to pop the Violet Requiem. I'm going to trust Vadu to kind of sweep everyone in towards the mid-nonce rage, or maybe even to a Guinevere for the Magic Plum. So in this case, it feels like once you commit the fight into a CFU, there's just no way of getting out.
And yeah, we can see here, perhaps in CFU, Flamesy was just also unstoppable. So let's talk about the MVP here, shall we? Very, very soon.
Oh man, who would be the MVP? And the MVP is exactly the person that you mentioned, Gani. It's gonna be Flamesy on the Minotaur. 100% KP. That's how much impact he had. Being able to win all those team fights just really put you, Dewa United, in a tough position.
Yeah, he enabled his team perfectly, right? In this, sure, the Guinevere jungle, splendid game plan and execution, but Flamesy, he enabled and facilitated for his team. He just denied the impossible engages, forcing Dewa United for a fight, which just clear here in this highlight where just the minion for you was just so annoying for Dewa United to find an angle that is effective.
Yeah, exactly. And even in this early stage game as well, because I don't think Dewa United kind of realized this as well, that this is pretty much very intended coming from CFU Gaming, right? Every single time Flamesy commits a fight, he always pairs up with Detective. They want to take advantage of this knockup damage buff despite Guinevere being this tanky hero. And this is where the setup came in, because the moment the wombo combo came in, there was nothing Dewa United can do. And with the hitbox coming in as well, they pretty much just get guaranteed kills. And Z was able to get very, very nice life. So I would say when it came to the finishers, it all came down to Z, because of the fact that CFU Gaming, they have the range to contest you, they have the mobility, they have the damage to challenge you, and one wrong move, if you take one wrong step, you are going to get picked off.
And you can see even it reflected onto how much damage was dealt in the game, and the number one on the leaderboard was ZZZ. Again, the impact that this player has, even from game number 2, it's putting Dewa United Esports in a tough position and forcing, honestly, mistakes coming in from Dewa. And it's so sad, right? Because you can see that even Lanaya on the Hayabusa was trying to do so much for his team. He was trying to be able to counter, to take Novaria down, but because of the support from the other members of the team, that was rendered useless. Congratulations once again to the Cambodian representative, CFU Gaming. You guys are one step closer to getting the ticket plane to Jakarta.
And again, if you really look at the drafts, right? Glue on the side of Dewa United, no clear targets here, Terrence, right? You have Claude and Novaria that is very high in mobility.
Yep.
You got Minotaur, Arlet, and Guinevere who is building towards that tank. So as a glue, it's very hard to catch the prio targets within the CFU gaming. And again, in that draft, it was just more confident. I mean, CFU just well done regarding the drafts. But yeah, AXP glue gameplay was irrelevant in that game.
You know, to be honest, when I saw this draft as well, my mind was kind of blown a little bit here. It's pretty much an eye-opener for all the casters on how CFU thought of this game. They designed the meta. They don't care about what other regions think. We are going to play to our strengths. So when I broke it down towards the drafts here, let's talk a little bit more on how Daewoo United could have played around their compositions, right? The idea of having this Hayabusa, Lanai making space here means that they want to take split-off fights, which time and time again didn't exactly happen because every single time they make this kind of plays, CFU Gaming says like, you know what, you choose the wrong place at the wrong time. All 5 of us are going to commit into you and there's just no way out once you get caught off, which was a big problem coming from Daewoo United.
That was the same playstyle from game number 2.
Exactly.
And that was the same kind of solution that Daewoo tried to do and failed miserably. And this is something that all the other teams who are going to be facing against CFU Gaming have to do, right? They have to do their homework. They have to realize that this is CFU Gaming. They love their team fights. They love clumping up as 5. And it's actually quite sad because if we take it back into the drafts, Daewoo United actually banned the Bane, right?
Yep.
So they were trying to prevent that wombo combo from
Exactly.
happening. But instead, nobody knew that there was a different kind of knockup that could be exploited from Guinevere. So intelligent.
Very good execution as well. Again, right? The patience, the just overall execution I really like. They have already not just an idea of how to execute their draft, they know already when to force a good fight in the jungles or in the area of the Land of Dawn, forcing a fight on towards Daewoo United where Daewoo United wasn't ready or wasn't when they weren't ready. They were just, let's fight. And of course, they got overwhelmed. And let's not forget, CFU Gaming, they do not forget about objectives.
Exactly. And see, this is like the draft here. You talked about the Bane as well. I was very surprised with this Hanzo pickup. Hanzo ban coming from CFU Gaming. I guess Hanzo would have just completely destroyed Guinevere and annoy Guinevere time and time again alongside the Novara, which is a problem for the side of CFU Gaming because they cannot deal with this kind of mobility, which is catching up the backlines or catching up the front line. So I guess in terms of that bans, that is what CFU is trying to draft this around. They want to make what's the best out of the best situation, whereas Daewoo United, they're still, once again, trying to set up those individual plays to play along here. Divine Judgment from Kaja is great. You are looking for a pick-off competition. I feel like Daewoo United, they're playing a lot of emphasis on trying to set it up a gang for this Beatrix to kind of enable himself. Unfortunately, that is going to be a 3-man rotation. Means Lanaya is not going to be there. He's going to be playing crossbar plays. And CFU Gaming understands this situation and they say like, you know what, we're going to commit to the goal lane time and time again. We're going to force 4 men in and there's no way Daewoo United will not be killed off in at least a couple of kills if you think about it.
Yeah, I actually want to go back to that Hanzo ban, right?
Yeah.
I like that. On top of your point, I also think that the worst thing to go against as someone who wants to set up for these team fights is Peel, right?
Agree.
So if Novaria is already caught low, if Guinevere is already caught low, you can't set up for these team fights properly, and Hanzo is able to do that. So again, intelligent draft coming in from CFU. I wonder who the coach is, because I don't know who the coach is. I really want to know. I wonder if we'll know in the interview.
Maybe, right? Again, just overall a good, great, excellent display of Game 3, especially game on the line, 1-1. Able to just bring some creativity into draft and of course have a very well understanding on how to just find the loopholes in Daewoo United, because if you really look at the recap again, Kaja, same story with Glue. You can't really find a good pull on towards their prio targets, right? Because Novaria and Claude is very, very hard to catch.
I wonder what they were expecting, right? Because that would be last pick, Kaja.
You know, that's the thing, right? From Daewoo United's drafts here, if we base it off before MSC, right? SPS was actually happening during Season 1 and also the Open qualifiers as well. The meta at that time when Novaria was first introduced was still the push and pull effect. I would say pick off isolation effects, which is heroes, which is Kaja, Franco, Mincetar, Glue,
Selena,
Varamis.
if you wanna kinda-
No. I mean like the ones displacement. You want to pull them out of position and then pick them off kind of composition. So they were United. They came in from Open Finals. They were comfortable with this kind of composition. That's why I think when they picked the Kaja, they were trying to play around that. The Glue is able to isolate Paper and then hope that the Beatrix is gonna get a kill off that and kind of funnel those economy into this goal lane to kind of scale into this game.
Yeah, we'll see the brackets now here. What is Group C looking like? Because after this match, CFU Gaming and Dewa was already super heated. We saw a full best-of-3 series, but it isn't the end of the day. The fun isn't over just yet because we are gonna witness here who is gonna get that ticket to Jakarta once again. Because from Aura Fire, Bigatron, one of them will be able to get there. But there's something that I need to say.
What?
Tell us.
So both of these teams have actually qualified to the grand finals of another tournament called Hero.
Wow.
So we might have to delay their match just a little bit, right? To give them a little bit more time and space.
It's still today, though, right?
It's still today. Don't worry. It's 9
Okay.
p.m. GMT plus 8. We'll definitely come back to that and talk about that again. But wow, just how things have progressed over the first 3 days.
The first
2 days.
2 days.
Oh, 2 days. Huh? Is it the second day?
It's only the second day.
There's
It feels
so
like a
much
really long day
action.
today.
It feels like 3 days.
I got you. I understand. But
However,
yeah?
I want to recap a little bit more on earlier the matches that actually happened here in Group B, which unfortunately I'm still not happy about this, but congratulations to EVOS Icon because they take a 2-0 victory against Homeboys, taking another slot into the Challenge Finals, which is going to be happening in Jakarta, forcing Homeboys to play down below where they have to win 1 game to qualify for their last chance qualifier, which is going to be happening in Group E.
Yeah, I mean, again, congratulations, EVOS Icon. You will accompany Bren in securing that spot. But you're right. If you're supporting SMG, RRQ, and Homeboys, their job is not done. With that being said, Group D, what's it looking like?
Yeah, I mean, with that match today, right? CFU being able to win it against Dewa, that actually drops Dewa to the lower bracket. Depending on the match results of RSG and the Malaysian representative in the Yudu Red Giants, it depends, right? Dewa, honestly, can I call it?
Oh,
Okay,
go
Can I call it?
Go ahead.
I feel like it's gonna be another Indo versus Malaysia problem happening here in the lower brackets.
It might be a case. But at the same time, after seeing CFU's performance here, I wouldn't be surprised because in this group itself, I was expecting GPS to take away. When Deva United took over, majority of us kind of expected Deva United to kind of take the W. RSG as well as Yudu Red Giants, they still have things to prove themselves, and this is a perfect ground for them to showcase themselves. And we haven't seen them play for a very, very long time. So I still want to keep my hopes up from Malaysian team yet, but it's mean of you to call this out, but I can see your point, where you're coming from if you think about it.
I mean, I hope I don't get that, right? We don't want predictable outcomes
Yes.
here in
True.
SBS, and so far, it hasn't been predictable. We've had a few upsets, like Mirko mentioned earlier, and we would like to remind you once again, for those of you who are still tuned in, that this is today's schedule. We've already gone through 4 different matches today. There's one more match between Bigatron Alpha and Aura Fire, both of them being the Indonesian representatives here in SPS, but it will have to happen at 9 GMT plus 8. And for both of these teams, they are working hard because I hear that that's a best of 7 and they're coming here through a best of 3 again. So a lot of things can actually be talked about here, can be discussed. We can talk about lethargy, right?
Yep.
Bigatron Alpha and Aura Fire. Bigatron Alpha, are they going to be able to push through that many games? Will Aura Fire do the same? Because comparing both of these teams, Aura Fire is the more relatively newer team among the two.
Agreed, and at the same time, for like you mentioned about fatigue, drafts and compositions is going to be tested to the max here coming from them, because this is now no longer just winning as well. This is just how well can you execute what you have planned thus far. But in case you guys are wondering what is happening here, this is the Challenge Finals qualified teams thus far, which is going to be happening in Jakarta live here. We already had Brand Esports as well as EVOS Icon representing from the challenge season, whereas Onyx, EVOS Legends, RSG, Burn, Todak as well as Echo directly invited because they were the champions of their respective MPL regions.
Again, looking at the challenge final qualified teams, right? It's gonna be 10s, right? It's going to be offline as well at Jakarta. Check out the tickets. So the 6 teams that are invited are the champions of their own respective regions or runner-up in EVOS Legends' case. But Brand Esports qualified, EVOS Icon qualified as well. Later on tonight, between Bigatron and Aura Fire, we will have another team secured, locked in. Who do you got? Please stay tuned.
So that means there's only 2 more slots available from the upper bracket and 2 more slots available from Group E later on that we will kind of explore. But we're still in the first half of the challenge season. So, well, one definitely going to Aura or Bigatron, right?
True.
So who's the next? Who's going to be accompanying these teams? That's going to be the question.
It's tough because it's a battle of attrition. And why? Because they're playing a best of 7, and now they're going to be coming in to play a best of 3. So
earlier they played best of 3s, right?
Already?
Bigatron 2-0, Aura Fire the full 3 games, so a lot of games and matches they have got to withstand today.
So it's either momentum or lethargy, or
I think it's just
fatigue,
straight up
right?
sheer willpower. Who's got the better willpower to power through energy? And best part about this is that because we're sponsored by the Monster Energy, it will keep them up and energized, man. 7 out of 10?
10 out of 10.
Yes, go!
You're right. Oh my God, you're right. Monster Energy, and that's exactly what's gonna get us through. And talking about that, that reminds me that this event would not be possible without our sponsors. Thank you so much to the Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because, you know, coming to this next match, winning does matter, right? Both of these teams, both Bigatron and Aura Fire, they need the best device possible. They also need the best, you know, back-end microchip possible as well. And of course, that can only go hand in hand with the Galaxy S23 Ultra. Why did I think season? I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy.
A lot of crazy matches.
I need energy.
Okay.
Exactly.
I need energy. I need Monster. Sorry, I finished mine already. I was supposed to use it for this, but I finished it already. That's how good it is. We need to unleash the beast. Both Aura Fire as well as Bigatron also need to unleash the beast. And I'm sure that there is a big beast waiting behind the scenes in Mirko because he's super excited for the next match. He needs to be able... He needs his team to deliver the best of the best outcome possible if he needs that bragging rights over me, because I am an Aura fam. And that brings me to DHL. I have been spamming this game since I woke up, and that was around 9 o'clock in the morning. I haven't stopped playing it since because I really want to grab that cash, guys.
5,000 euros, that's not little.
Exactly. Quick question. 5,000 euros. What would you guys do with 5,000 euros?
I told you I'd buy ice cream.
Ice cream? $5,000 worth of
Yeah,
ice cream?
Why not?
I like my ice
I feel
cream.
bad for my body, man. I'm sorry, man.
Oh, actually, you know, now that I think about it, I think I'd actually buy tickets.
Oh!
Yeah, because we do still have tickets available for the challenge finals, ladies and gentlemen. But I'm sorry, the mythics are sold out. You guys are a little too late, but we do have the legends, and they are extremely, extremely affordable. Don't forget to get your hands on it. Only 20,000 IDR or Indonesian rupiah. And if you're like, Eterna, I don't think I can win the FEBot challenge.
We got you.
We got you. We also have the raffles available, right? Don't forget to join that as well. Check the link down below because you guys get a chance to, 1, get free tickets. 2, you guys can get free merchandise, exclusive merchandise.
You know,
What more can you want?
You know, check out the shirt design. It looks pretty cool as well.
Very cool. You would look very cool on it.
Exactly.
Can I have one?
We should ask.
We should ask.
We should
We
ask.
should
I really want one.
Please.
Please?
I want to. Please,
Who do
production,
we ask? And with that in mind, we just want to wish not congratulations, but good luck to both Bigatron as well as Aura Fire for your best of 7. May the best team win, and we'll see how you guys fare later on in our best of 3, because you guys can get a chance to take it into the finals in Jakarta. And with that, me,
Donnie,
and Icy Baby 12 will see you guys at 9 p.m.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This might be it. Here comes the Tyrant's Rage. Gang the backside. Shizo is.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not afraid, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
Call the priest, back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him.